Chapter 1. Transcending the Iron Frame. This week, that miser has been working overtime every day, yet he never puts in extra hours himself. He keeps spouting nonsense about the company's future, promising bonuses and vacations, but all he does is talk. The beautiful secretary, on the other hand, knows how to use her body. In the dead of night, amid sparse foot traffic, Guangming clutched his suit jacket, his tie askew, his handsome face reflecting a torrent of grievances. Ah, run! A truck suddenly veered out of control, barreling towards Guangming. Surrounding pedestrians screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, abandoning any semblance of composure. Perhaps fatigue from the relentless overtime had dulled his senses. He turned to look back, only to see a crimson truck rushing towards him. There was no time to escape now. Oh no, am I going to die? Will I be reduced to mere pulp? Why does fate conspire against me? That wretched miser. I have parents to care for. What will happen to them in their old age? He never imagined that the sensation of impending death would feel like this. Time seemed to freeze, or perhaps his thoughts accelerated. He longed to evade the danger, but his body failed to respond. It wasn't the cinematic flashbacks of his life or a paralyzing fear of death. It was only the faces of his loved ones that haunted him. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, finding himself sprawled on the ground, the moment for reminiscence having slipped away. His body lay mangled beneath the weight of the truck, blood staining the earth and the wheels. Call the police. Call 120. He listened as the voices around him faded into oblivion. Time passed. He could not tell how long. Abruptly, he heard the wind howl, and a disorienting sensation of falling gripped him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a vast expanse of blue sky. Did I not die? Why do I still have sensations? Is this the afterlife? If it's merely a realm of feeling, devoid of conversation, I might just go mad. No, it seems I'm not dead. That truck was enormous. I should have been obliterated. Does this mean I have transcended? Am I plummeting from a great height? My God, help me. In an instant, he flailed in the air. Yet no matter how he struggled, he could not alter his descent that a fall from a building dozens of meters high could be fatal. Well, a height measured in kilometers. Notification. The mother planet has bestowed a gift. A perfect body, ability, perfect replication. Is that what I think it is? An invincible start. How delightful. But what on earth is this gift? Notification. Eroded by time, granted immortality. Notification. Attacked by icy winds. Enhanced physique acquired. How did I transcend? Was it your doing, great sage? It seems there's no intelligence here. What is that swiftly moving object? With the threat of death dissipated, he floated effortlessly, his gaze drawn to a small figure in the distance. As he descended, he realized it was a person. Can you believe it? Someone leaping higher than Everest. Is that not a superhuman? Oh, indeed, it is a superhuman. What relief! Seeing the familiar tight suit he had only witnessed on screen, his astonishment faded into calm acceptance. What's so surprising about a superhuman leaping so high? Ridiculous. This means I have transcended into the DC universe. Divine beings roam freely here. And Arkham is merely a playground, but it's baffling that those who transcended before me would choose to linger in Arkham. What a waste. In the blink of an eye, his expression turned ashen, for the superhuman was hurtling directly towards him. Not flying, but colliding. It seemed he was only beginning to learn how to control his flight. Now that's terrifying. A being harder than steel, akin to a rocket, charging at you? Who could withstand that? Reference the train wreck incident. But perhaps it was merely his lack of adaptation. After all, a mere mortal suddenly endowed with invincible powers would instinctively overlook such threats. At the moment of impact, he felt the formidable physique of Clark, solid muscle pressing against him. Notification. Sustained a lethal blow, acquired an indestructible body, a steel frame. Bang! Screams echoed. Guangming had no energy to ponder his newfound abilities as he smashed through a small mountain. Debris flew as dust enveloped the peak. Ugh, that was terrifying. Thankfully, I possessed that perfect body. Otherwise, my corpse might be lost forever. Amidst the ruins, Guangming spat out dirt and rubble, brushing off his tattered clothing, though it was hardly worth the effort. Sorry, I thought I could fly and lost control. Crashing into you. Clark, with a sunny smile, extended his hand towards Guangming, a gesture of goodwill and apology. Damn that smile. I am not a male companion. So, the spaceship has sent out a signal into the universe. Fortunately, my body is resilient. Otherwise, you would have sent me to heaven. Or perhaps hell. This version of Superman seemed to resemble the Henry Cavill portrayal. Though his combat prowess may not rival others, his charm was undeniable. And that suit, devoid of underwear worn externally, exuded a unique explosive power. One glance, and you could feel the strength radiating from him. Clark chuckled, a bit sheepish, for had it not been for his extraordinary defenses, it was likely that Li Guangming's remains would be difficult to locate. "Hello, I'm Clark Kent. Are you also a Kryptonian, or perhaps an alien?" Seeing the apprehension on Clark's face, Li Guangming found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had merely transcended. He hadn't soul transferred. How could he explain why someone had jumped from a plane without a parachute, when the skies were clear devoid of aircraft? Yet, calling himself an alien felt strange. He was once a bona fide Earthling. However, this Earth was not his original. Thus he could be considered an alien, albeit not a Kryptonian. But perhaps he could masquerade as a Kryptonian. Once his replication ability activated, who could dispute his origins? It would be amusing to witness their bewilderment when they produced kryptonite. But no use pondering that. The perplexed expressions would surely be entertaining. Consequently, he activated his ability to replicate Clark's bloodline and current powers. Notification: successfully replicated. Clark Kent acquired Superman's bloodline and current abilities. What he replicated was not merely Kryptonian blood, but a life code brimming with infinite potential, Superman's essence. "Hello, I am Li Guangming. I'm not certain if I'm a Kryptonian, but even if you insist, I expect some form of compensation. My attire is nothing short of a beggar's rags. I know where to find some clothing, and I can also check if you are indeed my kin." With that, Clark took the lead, his cape billowing in the wind. Reluctantly, Li Guangming followed. The tattered remnants of his clothing fluttered in the breeze. But he felt no shame, as he would soon change. This is the fortress of solitude, left on Earth long ago. Inside, there are not only various Kryptonian garments, but also advanced technological knowledge. My father's consciousness resides here as well. Chapter 2. Recognized as a son? Gazing at the alien spacecraft before him, its unique design unlike anything on Earth, cloaked in an inky black hue, he listened as Clark animatedly described its features. If only he too could possess such a vessel. Lost in thought, Li Guangming failed to notice Clark's continued chatter, who had transformed into a veritable Spider-Man. Truth be told, he was uncertain of what specifics to share, speaking as thoughts came to him, seeking to quell the excitement bubbling within, upon realizing that the individual beside him might very well be a fellow fugitive from his homeland. A profound sense of exhilaration surged within him, dispelling the loneliness that had once set him apart from others. He, accompanied by Li Guangming, proceeded directly towards the control room. Although there remained a considerable distance, the figure of Joel materialized beside them. "This is my friend, Li Guangming. This is my father, Joel. My friend likely escaped from the destruction of Krypton, so I wish to assist him in a genetic examination. Would that be permissible?" Before Joel could utter a word, Clark hastily introduced the two, eager to ascertain whether his internal thoughts were indeed accurate. Under Joel's scrutinizing gaze, Li Guangming, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "Hello. Could you kindly conduct the examination? I'm equally eager to know." After a brief assessment, Joel nodded, signaling for them to follow. In an instant, they arrived at the medical room. Perhaps it was irrelevant, as neither had formally introduced themselves, leaving Li Guangming somewhat in the dark. Just as Clark was about to enter, Joel raised his hand to halt him, indicating he should remain outside. Unexpectedly, the needle snapped, a consequence of Joel's anticipation of Clark's defenses, which he had adapted to the Kryptonian environment. With no other option, Li Guangming was compelled to inflict a minor wound upon himself, managing to extract a single drop of blood with remarkable swiftness. Alert, sustained self-inflicted injury, gained self-body control. The small incision healed almost instantaneously, granting him a new ability, albeit of limited utility. He could not harness his body's full potential, merely controlling the rate of recovery and physical strength, rendering himself akin to a mere mortal. He felt no trepidation regarding others cloning his blood, as the base genetic structure was singular and irreplaceable. Even cloning would only replicate abilities acquired through prior replication. There existed a distinction between kin and non-kin, as evidenced by Clark's sorrowful tears. Joel resumed his old profession, solemnly recounting the history of Krypton's destruction against the backdrop. Though Li Guangming was already aware of the tale, he patiently awaited its conclusion. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Joel exclaimed in astonishment. Evidently, the results of the examination had been revealed. Li Guangming had anticipated this outcome from the outset, yet Clark hurriedly inquired about the matter. "Your genetic codes are identical. Even the central codex matches. It is as if you are a mere template, copied and pasted. How can this be? Clark was left speechless, gazing at Li Guangming in astonishment. Li Guangming's eyes widened as well. He had considered the possibility of revealing a majority of their genetic codes, but never imagined they would be entirely identical. Parallel universes. Ancient texts speak of multiple universes, so the emergence of a parallel universe should not be surprising. In the midst of their astonishment, Joel had already woven a narrative for Li Guangming, which could not be dismissed. Hence, he reluctantly accepted it. Kal-El, I hope I did not frighten you, but I sincerely wish for you and Kal to serve as a bridge connecting Krypton and Earth, to become a beacon of hope. Please, call me Li Guangming or Guangming. I am more accustomed to that name. Otherwise, how would we distinguish ourselves? Li Guangming gently declined, for he was not truly Kal-El, and he tugged at the fabric of his attire, signaling that it was time for clothing, having listened to Joel for quite some time. My apologies, I seem to have forgotten. This way, even consciousness can suffer from forgetfulness. It seems, perhaps prone to verbosity. After a winding journey, they finally arrived at the corridor of battle suits, where rows of distinct Kryptonian jumpsuits spun to reveal their true forms. I have chosen the blue suit. I recommend you select this one. After a prolonged silence, Clark finally spoke, having remained a mere backdrop during their conversation. Filtering out Clark's words, Li Guangming approached the black battle suit, delicately caressing the emblem on its chest, with the result being self-evident. The black suit significantly enhances the absorption rate of solar energy. Different colors of suits convey different meanings. Blue signifies a diplomat, implying a friendly arrival, while black signifies home, representing a place one considers there. OWNAS, the hatch opened. This time, it was not just Clark who emerged, but also Li Guangming. Stepping onto the expansive snowy terrain, sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth, while Joel's voice echoed in their ears. The environment of Earth and the youthful sun will empower you. The only way to ascertain your strength is to continually test your limits. Clark expressed that he had already heard this once and had no need for repetition. Li Guangming remarked that as a faux Kryptonian, while he could gain strength in a similar manner, it was hardly necessary. Clark knelt on one knee, his fist resting upon the ground, causing the vibrations of the bioforce field to make the surrounding rubble dance in rhythm. With a resounding boom, Clark shot in the sky like a missile, the white clouds bursting into numerous blue hollow holes. Having nearly mastered the bioforce field, he was merely seeking to find his balance, and soon, the jubilant sounds and sonic booms reached Li Guangming's ears. Refusing to be left behind, Li Guangming, a mere replication of Superman from mere moments ago, was now in possession of the invulnerable physique he had previously acquired, and thus was certainly not inferior to Superman. Soaring into the sky, he quickly grasped the bioforce field, producing a series of sonic booms in mere seconds, and soon caught up with Clark. The two soared through the towering trees, glided over cliffs, and skimmed the ocean's surface, leaving behind two white trails before accelerating skyward, reaching outer space in the blink of an eye. Alert, exposed to different radiation attacks, gained radiation absorption. Li Guangming spread his arms wide, facing the sun, fully absorbing the various radiations emanating from the cosmos, and Clark followed suit, immersing himself in the experience. After a considerable duration, the two eventually returned. How do you plan to adapt to the Kryptonian environment? This single query rendered Clark speechless, and the subsequent hours were spent in the fortress of solitude under cordial tutelage. Eventually, under the sun, the bruises and swelling on his face gradually faded away, while Li Guangming appeared invigorated. Contemplating past lessons in martial arts to amplify his physical strength, Li Guangming pondered whether it was necessary to learn from Clark. Was there truly a need for reminders? He would naturally acquire the skills. As the Kryptonians invaded point, one must learn to endure before one can strike. And had he not already adapted to the Kryptonian environment through recent skirmishes, it was evident that such a method was indeed effective. Kryptonite? Or perhaps those previous thoughts had inspired a cunning strategy to test against Zod. Chapter 3. The Calm Before the Storm. You speak of preparing in advance to counter Zod, but will he genuinely come? Moreover, what does this have to do with adapting to the Kryptonian environment? Would it not be more effective to destroy him from the outside? Upon returning to the spacecraft, Clark voiced his grievances. Given their current strength, even if Zod and his allies arrived, would not external annihilation be a more permanent solution? It was improbable that Kryptonian technology could rapidly transform Earth's environment. If he were alone, perhaps he might harbor some doubts, but with Li Guangming by his side, whose physical strength even surpassed his own, was such preparation truly necessary? During the blood draw, I noticed a shift in gravity. It must be the gravity of Krypton. But why alter gravity for a blood draw? I surmise that Kryptonians lose all abilities when deprived of yellow sun radiation in their native environment. If we do not prepare in advance, it may be too late when the time comes. You regard this place as home, desiring acceptance from others. What if Zod coerces them to force your compliance? What would you do? Guangming understood that Zod would undoubtedly come. He simply did not know when I am. In fact, a traveler from another universe to this world, I am uncertain as to why I possess genes and abilities akin to yours. The decision to withhold his true powers from Clark stemmed from his character prior to his journey. Even in invincibility, he instinctively chose to retain a semblance of restraint.as for the cinematic portrayals of Superman. What narratives could be spun? The aftermath would undoubtedly lead to inquiries. And who could endure such scrutiny? I understand. Parallel universes, as my father has mentioned. Clark was aware that Guangming was still concealing certain truths, yet he refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. In friendship, there is no necessity for exhaustive inquiry. One need only extend a hand when the other is in need. Guangming is correct. You have lived on Earth, acclimating to its environment, which has rendered you feeble under the conditions of Krypton. However, your potential allows for readaptation, leading to the reclamation of formidable abilities, though the duration of this process depends solely on you. Considering that you require an identity in this world, I have taken the liberty of assisting you. Jor-El, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected, for as an advanced artificial intelligence, infiltrating primitive civilizations was a task easily accomplished. Zod's words have been exiled to the Phantom Zone, and upon his escape, he will undoubtedly seek every resource to reconstruct Krypton. When a spacecraft is activated, a signal is sent into the cosmos. Should Zod manage to escape, he will most likely receive this signal. While it is prudent to consider all possibilities, it is unnecessary to dwell solely on the negative. His arrival on Earth may indeed present an opportunity for both of you to integrate into society. Meanwhile, Louise was reporting the findings of her news investigation to editor Perry White. This cannot be reported. There is a considerable chance that this is merely a figment of your imagination. Louise's frustration surged. She had risked her life in the frigid wilderness to obtain this information, and now, with evidence laid bare, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. Common contractors have corroborated the authenticity of the events. You cannot deny its truth. Perry White, however, remained steadfast, fully aware that even if the incident were genuine, it could not be released. Not only would the public reject such a conclusion, dismissing it as the product of an incompetent news organization, but the reputational damage would be irreparable. Even if believed, would society accept the notion of an extraterrestrial living among them? The resultant social upheaval and conflict with alien entities would be unfathomable. Moreover, there were the Pentagon's statements to consider. They remained mere civilians, ill-equipped to contend with the military or officials as journalists. They were not obliged to report everything. Careful consideration was paramount, with significant ramifications in play. Thus, following the official narrative was the prudent course. This foolish girl insisted on getting involved. What was she attempting to achieve? Did she wish to vanish without a trace? He certainly had no desire for that outcome, and it seemed she would not welcome it either. The Pentagon claims there are no spacecraft. I will categorically refuse to report this, no matter the threats. Louise stormed out of the newsroom, and Perry White assumed the matter had been resolved. Little did he expect that this impulsive individual would, in a moment of folly, dispatch the original text. Guangming accompanied Clark back to the Kent farm, the place where he had spent his formative years. Clark had intended to take public transport back, but Guangming suggested they fly to the farm together, knowing that exposure would come soon enough. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the earth, the brown and green cornfields were adorned with a fiery cloak. Wearing a sun hat and wielding a machete to clear the weeds at the entrance, Martha heard the commotion and turned around, only to be greeted by a black and white dog racing out too. "Greet her, Mom." Before she could fully turn, the call reached her ears, and an excited smile illuminated her face as she hurried to welcome him. Clark approached Martha, and after a long separation, the mother and son embraced warmly. Guangming smiled as he observed this heartfelt reunion, stirred by the emotions of surviving death, the novelty of his journey, and the exhilaration of newfound invincibility. The experiences he had undergone in such a brief span surpassed the richness of his previous 2 decades. This vibrant world quelled the restlessness within him, mingling with his longing for kinship. Martha, in her elation, soon noticed the dashing young man standing behind Clark. Clark, Who is this? So thrilled to be home that I forgot to introduce him. This is my mother, Martha, Clark said, gesturing toward her before extending his hand toward Li Guangming. Good day, Aunt. This is Li Guangming, my friend and kin, though he differs slightly from ordinary kin. Our genes are identical. The three of them then made their way to the living room, where Martha prepared snacks and coffee. Were it just Clark, they might have chatted on the porch steps, but as Li Guangming was a guest, such an action would be impolite. Clark recounted his adventures away from home, explaining Li Guangming's background amidst their conversation. So you two are Clark? May I call you Guangming? Will you be able to return? Martha, who had previously noted the emotions in his eyes, felt a surge of sympathy, viewing him as a second son. Either name is acceptable. I have no clear path for returning, but will seek solutions in time. For now, I am just like Clark. Haha. Do not fret. A solution will present itself. Even if you cannot return, I shall treat you as my own child, Martha declared, taking Li Guangming's hand with a face full of warmth that it became evident why Martha's gaze and tone had felt peculiar earlier. She regarded him as if he were her son. It appeared that everyone wished to adopt him as their own, be it Jor-El or Martha. Being a guest was quite challenging. One could unwittingly become a son. The trouble was that their good intentions remained unspoken, leaving room for offense. Before long, night had fallen, primarily due to Clark's prolonged storytelling about his encounters with various individuals, which had consumed considerable time. Outside, the cicadas sang, while the television played softly within. Eager to assist, Li Guangming took the initiative to help with dinner. As a guest, he should have waited patiently, but he found sitting idly too dull. Rolling up his sleeves, he joined the ranks of the chefs, his inherent bloodline and past culinary experience guiding his hands, though he could not replicate foreign cuisine. As expected, the authentic Sichuan dishes he prepared were a delightful revelation for the two who had never tasted such fare, earning him abundant praise. Clark's father had always discouraged him from using his powers to acquire wealth, so he had never indulged in extravagant dining. Now, with Li Guangming's enhanced digestion, he could relish the food without the confines of a few bowls. The table was soon devoid of all dishes, save for a few remnants of broth. Chapter 4. The dark clouds have arrived. Zod approaches in a tactical command center. Swanwick hurriedly arrived due to an urgent situation. The first sight that greeted him was a conical black shadow traversing the surface of the moon on the screen. What could this be? A comet? The nearby scientist quickly clarified that comets do not alter their trajectories. Clark, Light, the two individuals, engrossed in a sports match, were instantly drawn by this exclamation and rushed out of the room. What is happening? Following the sound, they noticed Martha's gaze and lifted their eyes to the night sky. An unidentified flying object trailed a luminous tail, boldly making its presence known. At that moment, the television emitted a static noise, and after a few seconds, a peculiar voice resembling that of a human captivated the three, drawing them to the screen. The flickering display intermittently showcased various languages from around the globe, and moments later, a vague black silhouette emerged, repeating a singular phrase, "You are not alone." Having studied Kryptonian history, Clark deduced from the sporadic images that this must be General Zod. Li Guangming, aware of the unfolding narrative, understood Zod's arrival meant complications. Their training had already been significantly delayed due to his impending presence. By the timeline, Zod should have arrived earlier. Yet his unexpected tardiness led to the belief that they would have to wait several more days. Uncertain if replicating Zod and his cohorts would enable them to achieve the same level of power as Superman in shifting tectonic plates, Zod declared, "I am General Zod. I have traversed the vastness of space to find you. You sheltered one of my subjects. Surrender within 24 hours, or scenes of chaos unfolded across the globe. Televised on screens of all kinds, televisions, computers, and smartphones." Li Guangming recognized this as mere deceit. Whether or not they surrendered Clark, he would still invade Earth, merely affecting the speed of Krypton's reconstruction. However, the populace remained oblivious, understanding only that extraterrestrial beings lurked within their midst, threatening invasion if they did not comply, an invasion that seemed to belong solely to the realm of film and fiction. The police worked tirelessly through the night to identify the alien hidden among the crowd, while military personnel were summoned from all quarters. The following morning, news reports featured Woodburn, clad in a suit, granting an interview. He was the individual who had delivered investigative materials to Louise. Thirsty, Louise poured herself a drink at home and happened to catch sight of Woodburn on television. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She snatched her bag and coat and hurried outside without a moment's hesitation. As she rushed through the narrow alley, her peripheral vision caught sight of 3 cars speeding towards her building, coming to an abrupt halt below her residence. Instantly, she retreated, using the wall for concealment. Peeking cautiously to ensure they had entered the building, she resumed her hurried pace. At that moment, her phone rang, displaying the editor's name. "Hello? Are you watching the news? The FBI has mobilized all morning. Do you think I would just surrender? I just saw the news and ran." She hung up the phone, a smirk forming on her lips. "Good luck finding me." With a lighthearted step, she turned the corner. Suddenly, a black car materialized before them, and in less than 2 seconds, it was encircled by several FBI agents wielding submachine guns. "FBI, raise your hands and drop the bags." Oh dear, the joy was premature. Complying, they raised their hands, while 2 agents restrained Lewis and secured him in the vehicle. This incident serves as a reminder that individuals must ultimately be accountable for their actions. Engaging in certain endeavors necessitates readiness. Otherwise, one may find themselves ensnared in unfavorable circumstances. At this juncture, 2 figures emerged from the expansive cornfield, Guangming and Clark. Clark, reluctant to remain at home, feared his mother's concern. "What have you brought me here for? Are you hesitating?" he exclaimed. "Wow, it's my first time traversing such a vast cornfield. Too bad it's with a man and not a woman. I know Zod cannot be trusted, yet I am equally uncertain whether humanity is worthy of trust," Clark mused. Fingers caressing the corn leaves, his back turned to Guangming. "Both your fathers aspire for you to become heroes of humanity, to lead and guide them towards righteousness. However, humanity's inherent flaws, including your own, render it impossible for people to unite. They may seek to control you, covet your power, and even expel you. In such a scenario, what would you do? Thus, you are destined to be only a partial hero. Even gods have their limitations, let alone mortals. Therefore, focus on fulfilling your responsibilities to the best of your ability. If it is humanity's choice, I shall surrender to clearly express my stance, just in case. You should stay here," Clark asserted resolutely, having finally made his decision. "Very well, they are unaware of my existence. I will hide the spaceship. After all, half of it still belongs to me. If needed, just call my name." Guangming joked lightly, remaining in the shadows to support Clark, planning to participate in the final confrontation, which would allow him to replicate abilities effortlessly. As for directly confronting Zod and his allies, that was preposterous. It would attract the attention of the entire world. Politicians and villains alike would come to meddle. One cannot merely be a ninja once blood is shed. Superpowered beings lurking in the shadows would emerge in droves, an incessant nuisance. In short, it would be troublesome and thankless. Boom. In an instant, they broke the sound barrier, racing toward the Superman outpost spaceship. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the vessel stationed in the Arctic, its hatch door opening automatically. "Guangming, did you come here with inquiries?" he asked, his demeanor serious as he turned to face the elusive Jor-El, undeterred by his sudden appearance. "Zod is coming. We must immediately conceal the spaceship and deactivate all detectable signals. This place houses the source chamber for reviving Krypton, and he must not find it." Upon hearing this, without uttering another word, he promptly maneuvered the spaceship into the depths of the ocean, shutting down all detectable signals. Guangming had long since donned his black battle attire, closing his eyes to listen intently to Clark's voice, ever prepared to respond at a moment's notice. Without his intervention, everything seemed to revert to the original narrative, with similar encounters, akin dialogues, and the same handcuffing. Boarding a vessel resembling a dung beetle, they ascended beyond the atmosphere into the vastness of outer space. After traversing a certain distance, sound became non-existent, as though they had surpassed the limits of super hearing, yet vision remained intact. Upon witnessing Clark land the escape pod on Earth, he realized it was time for him to make his entrance. Otherwise, waiting until only Zod remained would feel somewhat disadvantageous. With this thought in mind, he exited the spacecraft, passed through the isolation membrane, and emerged beneath the sea. The pressure of the ocean floor inflicted no discomfort, not even qualifying as an attack, for his decayed physique had not acquired any powers. His cloak billowed as if stirred by a gentle breeze from the biofield. In an instant, he surpassed the speed of sound, generating a series of sonic booms, sending ripples through the depths and toppling countless marine creatures. The resultant chaos even reached the distant underwater palace. Chapter 5. The initial battle with the Kryptonians at Kent Farm. Flora gripped Martha's neck, lifting her into the air. The sensation of suffocation filled Martha's mind as she desperately clawed at Flora's hand. Under the threat of death, her gaze instinctively darted towards the warehouse. Upon witnessing this, Flora immediately discerned the location of the spacecraft, releasing Martha, who crumpled to the ground, clutching her neck in a fit of coughing. Crouching slightly, she forcefully propelled herself off her left foot, crashing through the roof of the storage area, creating a gaping hole. Flora's hands pried into the spaceship, yet her search yielded no sign of the codex. In an instant, she leaped back to Zod's side, shaking her head to indicate the absence of the codex. In a fit of rage, the nearby car became his outlet for frustration. Suddenly, just as he extended his hand, Clark arrived, seizing him and dragging him away from the farm, incessantly striking his head, leaving him unable to react, forced to endure the blows passively. The two grappled amidst the cornfields, leaving furrows in the farmland, while concrete structures crumbled, debris scattering. They were dragged for hundreds of kilometers until crashing into a gas station, resulting in an immediate explosion, flames soaring into the sky, forming a fiery cloud. Flora and another Kryptonian warrior were preparing to assist the general when a voice unexpectedly resonated behind them. Surprise! Guangming, who had come to help, appeared stealthily behind Flora. Utilizing his abilities, he replicated a wave of powers, whispering lowly in her ear. As they were all copies of Kryptonians, only their physical attributes were enhanced, with no new abilities gained. Before either could react, he seized Flora by the gaps in her armor and ascended, employing Clark's fighting style, striking her at the back of the head. Had he not considered the extraordinary defense of her Kryptonian armor, he would have targeted her chest as well. He felt no remorse for this tactic. Victory was the ultimate truth, and they were in a life-and-death struggle against a seasoned warrior. The lethal techniques he has honed are far beyond the capabilities of a novice like him, who previously lived in an era of peace. So what if he employs the mad dog style he learned in his spare time? Is there an issue? There is none. Targeting weaknesses can instantaneously have or even eradicate an opponent's combat effectiveness, allowing for a seamless collection of kills. It is simple, convenient, and efficient. With the incapacitated Flora in tow, he met up with Clark. Guangming, clad in a black Kryptonian battlesuit adorned with the dark red insignia of the L family, and his flowing crimson cape billowing without wind, exchanged nods with Clark as they approached Zod. He had yet to replicate Zod's abilities, as both directed their punches toward Zod. The respirator he wore began to falter under the pressure, gradually deteriorating. Guangming's physique surpassed even Clark's, possessing greater strength. Flora, upon landing, succumbed to the damage inflicted on her respirator, her mind overwhelmed by a cacophony of sounds and discomfort from Earth's atmosphere, ultimately rendered unconscious by a subsequent punch. "What have you done?" Zod exclaimed, tearing away the smoldering cape from his back, gritting his teeth as he struggled with the respirator, enduring an unprecedented level of agony. Rising, he spotted Guangming approaching, his curiosity piqued by the attire of the L family. Yet, in an instant, he was pulled back into reality by waves of dizziness and nausea. Clark's adaptation to Earth took a lifetime. "Do you think you can adjust immediately?" Guangming, reveling in Zod's misfortune, was unfazed. After all, he now stood on the side of justice. "My parents taught me to refine my senses. It's quite uncomfortable. I assent it." Zod, Clark mocked, recalling his earlier ridicule of Zod's struggle with Kryptonian conditions. Amidst their taunts, a spacecraft resembling a beetle in Guangming's eyes descended, hovering before them. As a blue-white light illuminated the front of the ship, Clark sensed impending danger. Sure enough, a beam of laser shot forth, and in an instant, he was blasted away, unable to utter a warning. Upon seeing the ship's arrival, Guangming ceased his banter, disregarding the fallen Clark, and instantly replicated Zod's abilities. He then turned his gaze toward the ship, his eyes gradually glowing red, the area around them resembling molten lava, intent on bringing it down. "You won't save Zod. He is to remain." Suddenly, Guangming was struck and sent flying, colliding with numerous cars along the highway, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Debris scattered across the ground as a large crater formed in the once solid asphalt. While the damage was minimal, it effectively disrupted his intentions. This was the work of a towering Kryptonian warrior, who, having uttered a few words, had arrived swiftly. At over 2 meters tall, he was a man of few words, charging directly at Guangming. As Guangming sat up, freeing his hand from the asphalt, he merely chuckled at the attempted ambush. He could almost envision the whispers of the decaying entity beside him, admonishing against false accusations, and questioning the legitimacy of their so-called attacks, comparable to the sensation of ants crawling across one's skin, hardly worthy of being labeled as an attack. The superhuman vision activated as he cast his gaze towards Clark. Unsurprisingly, he watched helplessly as other Kryptonians took away Zod and Farah, demonstrating a remarkable leniency towards their kin. "I find this amusing, for we are indeed of the same blood, albeit not truly." In the blink of an eye, a shadow lunged forth, a colossal fist drawing nearer. As it approached within mere inches of his face, a phantom flickered before the warrior's eyes, and Guangming effortlessly intercepted the punch with his right hand. The warrior, caught in a bind, was compelled to land and exert force, his hands tightening as his feet sank into the ground, fissures radiating outward from his stance. Yet, despite this exertion, the fist remained immovable against Li Guangming. With a deft motion, he twisted the warrior's fist to the side with remarkable ease, revealing an impatiently handsome visage. "I have no desire to indulge you in this child's play. Kindly step aside." With a swift tug, he crouched slightly and hurled the Kryptonian warrior like a javelin. In an instant, the warrior was propelled dozens of kilometers away, uprooting the soft earth of the farmland, brown soil cascading down like rain, creating a gaping pit of several meters in diameter. The swirling dirt rendered the pit far larger than its actual size, and at its center, some earth lay atop the Kryptonian warrior, leaving him in a most disheveled state. Having extricated himself from the entanglement, Li Guangming lowered his body. Adopting a starting position as his biological force field intensified, a sonic boom erupted, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, the asphalt beneath him being upheaved in chaotic disarray. Unimpeded by Clark, the spacecraft ascended through the atmosphere above the ocean, poised to enter the cosmos. Resembling a large vessel akin to a grappling hook, Li Guangming contemplated remaining here to dispatch Zod, anticipating the arrival of numerous warriors for support, thereby duplicating his efforts. This opportunity was fortuitously presented, sparing him the need to seek out other superpowered beings. If feasible, he also yearned to reclaim the remaining Kryptonians. After all, should he acquire the ships they brought, they would be susceptible to theft in the absence of guardians. Rather than bolster the enemy, it would be prudent to destroy them. Moreover, the absurd nature of the Kryptonians was akin to subjugating a pantheon of gods. Chapter 6. The Adaptation of Zod, the beacon Clark after eliminating Zod. Li Guangming pondered how to persuade the remaining Kryptonians, though he was uncertain of their willingness to comply. If they were disinclined, he would not squander his breath. Once the ship was eradicated, no one would be left to guard it. Retaining it would only invite theft from those with exceptionally high intellect. It would be far more prudent to obliterate it entirely, for these spoils were his own. As for leaving any for Earth, he regretted to inform that most of them were undeserving. Furthermore, this realm was not the true Earth that nurtured him, but rather a DC universe devoid of even a semblance of parental counterparts. The technological advancements offered him merely amusement, with no tangible enhancement to his prowess. A detection indicated that an aerial object was rapidly approaching the spacecraft. Inside the small craft, the pilot swiftly reported while pulling up the monitoring visuals. "Eliminate him." Zod, clutching his head, roared with a fierce expression, indifferent to which of the two Kryptonian traitors it was. He simply aimed to return to the mothership and immediately activate the world engine. After regrouping, he intended to stall the two traitors. But by the time the modifications were completed, it would be too late. What is done is done. The pilot, receiving orders, promptly activated the weapon system. Extending two cannon mounts from the rear, their muzzles igniting with a piercing blue-white glow. Within merely a second, the laser cannons unleashed a relentless barrage. For a weapon of mass destruction, its firing speed and power were unmatched. Typically, one would evade such attacks. Even Superman, though not mortally wounded, would still suffer injuries, though he would soon recover under solar radiation. But would Li Guangming evade? He wasn't lacking in sense, and with his decayed physique, was there any need to dodge? Thus, without hesitation, he chose to evade. His objective was to ensnare Zod. The sooner Zod was dealt with, the better, though he would not be harmed by the strikes. He could even bolster his strength in the process. However, being knocked back would inevitably waste time, which he deemed unworthy. He preferred to conclude this swiftly and return to rest. The speed and frequency of the laser projectiles were so astounding that, as he dodged, they seemed to weave into two irregular lines. The high-density shells could hardly graze him. His velocity appeared almost instantaneous, as if he were teleporting, one moment in one place, the next miraculously elsewhere. The Kryptonian pilot felt immense pressure, unable to land a hit. How could they attack? They pressed on, determined to disrupt him. Zod had regained his composure, showing no signs of recent discomfort. He felt even stronger than before. Outside the atmosphere, Li Guangming's super speed brought him ever closer to the spacecraft. On the ground, Clark's super hearing detected something amiss, and upon looking toward Li Guangming, his supervision activated, revealing that Li was almost breaching the atmosphere in pursuit of Zod. Immediately, he summoned his biofield, soaring to his maximum speed, preparing to intervene and prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Meanwhile, the abandoned Kryptonian warrior shifted his target to Clark. "If you hadn't taken to the skies, I might not have noticed you." As the saying goes, one trick can conquer all. The cycle of fate is relentless, and the heavens spare no one. Coincidentally, Clark's attention was entirely focused on Li Guangming, and fortuitously, the Kryptonian warrior spotted him, just as Clark's back was turned. Thus, one must always pay their dues. It is not that retribution is absent, but rather the time is not yet ripe. Clark experienced the sensation of being a victim of the Thora without a respirator. Every blow landed squarely on the back of his head. It felt as if he had been tossed in a washing machine for several minutes, only to emerge with needles being jabbed into his skull. The nearby towns suffered greatly, with buildings collapsing, structures being destroyed, and roads requiring urgent renovation. As Clark was pinned to the ground, waves of pain surged through his face. After enduring several strikes, he could finally bear it no longer. In an instant, the eyes emitted a brilliant glow tinged with red, and within moments, the crimson radiance enveloped the entire eye socket, activating the thermal vision. The sudden assault startled the Kryptonian warrior, disrupting his movements and nearly grazing his respirator. This provided Clark with an opportunity to retaliate with a swift kick. 8 helicopters and 5 fighter jets were delayed in their arrival to the battlefield. It was not that they were unwilling to intervene sooner. The sheer speed of Superman made it difficult. One might wonder why they were darting about instead of simply engaging in combat. All units, heed my command. I am the aerial commander. We have prior intel on the target, and they are exceedingly dangerous. Lethal force is authorized. Inside one of the helicopters, the operations commander spoke with resolute determination. He had reviewed the data beforehand and held little hope for the mission, as they appeared to be battling something far beyond mere mortals. Contact, Guardian. We are approaching the target. This is Thunderbolt 11. We have identified 2 targets. Regardless of their allegiance, ammunition erupted from the heavy machine guns, the muzzles sparking with fire, and the barrels rotating as they unleashed a barrage of bullets that penetrated the concrete, sending debris soaring several meters into the air. As Clark rose to his feet, he quickly discerned their presence, but was taken aback by the indiscriminate onslaught. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, bullets hurtled toward him, and the still human Clark chose not to withstand the assault, uncertain if his body could endure it. He swiftly sidestepped the barrage. The unfortunate Kryptonian warrior had just regained his footing after being kicked away, only to be engulfed by the merciless storm of bullets. Although he sustained no injuries, the relentless force propelled him backward. Infuriated by the incessant clamor of the ants, he raised his foot, ready to charge at the fighter jets above. Clark soared forward, seizing his ankle as he leapt 2 meters into the air, swinging him like a whip and slamming him toward the ground. Up and down he went, several times, as if embarrassed by the newly formed craters beneath him, before finally ceasing. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled Clark aside and ascended higher, successfully obliterating one of the fighter jets. Before he could touch down, Clark unleashed a full-powered thermal vision blast directly at his midsection. For the first time in the prolonged battle, a sound escaped him. Clark had assumed he was mute, perhaps with a vocal affliction. The concrete surface bore witness to yet another shallow crater. As a large hole appeared in the armor over his midsection, molten metal bubbling forth, revealing the black bodysuit beneath. At this juncture, Guangming had already reached the side of the spacecraft, unleashing a full-powered thermal vision that sliced through the hull. In no time at all, the spacecraft was severed in 2. The 5 individuals inside tumbled out, falling into the vastness of space, their descent accelerating under Earth's gravitational pull. With no points of leverage, they flailed and spun in grotesque disarray. Guangming paid no heed to the other Kryptonians, charging directly at Zod. Each punch landed with bone-crushing force, causing Zod's descent to increase exponentially. The combined velocity of his downward trajectory and Guangming's assault ignited friction with the atmosphere, transforming Zod into a radiant meteor streaking across the sky. On this planet, some oblivious souls made wishes upon a shooting star. Chapter 7. The expansion of the battlefield. Under a clear blue sky, the gentle rays of the sun illuminated all. A meteor, trailing a fiery tail, captured the attention of everyone in the metropolis. As time passed, 4 additional meteors materialized out of thin air. Observing the Kryptonian warrior still clutching his waist, Clark seized the opportunity to strike. However, a cacophony of voices soon drew his attention. The panic of the entire city and the discussions among numerous nearby towns revolved around the same matter. Frowning, he tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the meteor. The squadrons of fighter jets and helicopters offered no respite for the 2 combatants. As missiles and machine guns relentlessly targeted them, the launch buttons pressed with reckless abandon. Regaining his focus, Clark swiftly darted several hundred meters away, turning to glance back. The thunderous roar of artillery filled the air, flames erupted, and smoke engulfed the small town, with dark tendrils of fire spiraling skyward. Shielded by the fighter jets, a large contingent of soldiers clad in deep green uniforms entered the fray, each seeking cover. The Kryptonian warrior, undeterred by the chaos, lifted a small car and hurled it at a helicopter, following closely behind to deliver a powerful punch to another jet. The sudden assault caught the pilot off guard. The car collided with the helicopter's tail, and by the time the pilot regained composure, the aircraft spun out of control, plummeting to the earth. In an instant, the Kryptonian warrior dashed through a fighter jet, maintaining his momentum, and inadvertently downed another helicopter due to inertia. Just as he landed, a barrage of bullets rained upon him, the surface of his armor ringing with sharp sounds as sparks flew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a mound of bullet casings formed beneath his feet. Clark, unwilling to let him harm humanity at will, crouched down, gathering his strength to charge at the Kryptonian warrior. With a slight shift, the warrior seized Clark's arm. Grasping his cape, and with a swift turn, he flung Clark away, inadvertently demolishing a helicopter in the process. Meanwhile, Guangming, utilizing Earth's gravitational pull, released Zod just before nearing the ground. With a resounding crash, a pit with a diameter of at least 1 kilometer and a depth of several meters was formed at the outskirts of Gotham. Guangming's legs bent as he plowed through the earth for hundreds of meters, finally coming to a halt after sliding a short distance. Above, for other Kryptonians soared, their trajectory aimed at the metropolis. Zod, trapped amidst the ruins, was in dire straits. His armor lay in tatters from Guangming's assault. Although the armor had offered some protection, the damage inflicted was severe, and the acceleration from his fall was compounded by Guangming's relentless assault, amplifying the impact to an epic degree. As the dust that obscured the view gradually settled, Zod was revealed within the pit. His back bore extensive burns, exposing flesh down to the bone, while the remnants of his black bodysuit slowly mended, gradually restoring itself. This Kryptonian general was remarkably resilient. It was truly difficult to vanquish him. Unscathed, he approached Zod, brushing off the debris and dirt clinging to him. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the solar radiation was bathing Zod, and the black battle armor accelerated the absorption of this radiation, quietly mending his wounds. Could it be that he is not dead yet? The sudden sound astonished him, casting serious doubt on Zod's demise. With this thought, his eyes reddened, and a flash of white light erupted as he unleashed his full-powered heat vision. Indeed, he was intent on desecrating a corpse, were Zod an ordinary Kryptonian. He would not resort to such an action, but this was a Kryptonian endowed with the genes of a general. In the movies, he had hardly set foot on Earth before he could engage in fierce combat with Clark, even gaining the upper hand. This was undoubtedly due to the inherent strength of Kryptonians. It was undeniable that he had swiftly mastered both heat vision and the bioelectric field. Now that he had absorbed the solar radiation, it was worth noting that in the original film, Superman could recover from being reduced to mere skin and bones by a nuclear explosion. The regenerative capabilities bestowed by the general's genes were not significantly inferior to those of Clark. The sound that reached his ears again confirmed to Guangming that Zod was still alive. It was the sound of his remaining battle armor shedding away. Surprised, are we? I have quickly adapted to Earth's environment. You traitor. We could have rebuilt Krypton here. Your power surpasses mine. And you possess genes with even greater potential than a general's, yet you choose to side with those feeble humans. My existence is to safeguard Krypton. No matter how brutal or cruel, all my actions are for the welfare of the Kryptonian people. And you, along with Jor-El's son, you, who squander the gifts bestowed by Krypton, ungratefully aiding humanity while seeking to obliterate the remnants of Krypton's hope. As Guangming's heat vision met Zod's gaze, the remnants of his battle armor fell away, suspended a mere dozen centimeters above the ground. As a champion of justice, at this moment, he exhibited remarkable mercy by allowing Zod to finish his last words. He ceased his heat vision, and the super breath he exhaled enveloped Zod in a flurry of white snowflakes. Suddenly, he closed in, swinging his right hand to strike Zod away. He leaped forward, delivering a kick to Zod's lower body, who raised an arm to block, the impact resonating with a thud. In the next instant, Guangming's left hand coalesced into a fist, swiftly thrusting towards Zod's eyes. With remarkable reflexes, Zod withdrew his hand in defense, deflecting the incoming strike. Seizing the moment Zod exposed a gap, Guangming launched a powerful punch at him. The two engaged in a relentless aerial brawl, the sound of their clashes echoing thunderously. Guangming targeted both upper and lower openings. Any slight exposure of a weakness would result in a swift counterattack. The formidable Zod had rarely encountered such shameless tactics. A moment's lapse led to a painful kick to his lower body, yet under the sunlight, he swiftly regained his strength. The control exhibited during their skirmish was quite impressive. At a glance, it seemed as though he had Zod at a disadvantage. The two fought without regard for their surroundings, and as their fierce battle unfolded, they had already entered Gotham, rampaging through the city unhindered. Buildings along their path were cleaved in half, entire upper sections of structures collapsing, windows shattering, and walls crumbling. Run! Help! Countless individuals screamed, their faces smeared with dust, desperately fleeing for their lives. Many were unable to escape, tragically crushed beneath the rubble of towering buildings. The disaster zone continued to expand, with satellites revealing a vast, endless expanse of debris stretching behind 2 individuals. Clark felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. He questioned why they could not solely rely on aircraft and tanks, instead opting to deploy ground troops. Mere flesh and blood, armed with submachine guns. They were thrust into close combat. Was the government exhibiting an inexplicable confidence? Was this not merely compounding their burdens, forced to endure blows while simultaneously attempting to save lives? All while 4 Kryptonians descended from above. In a moment of haste, he caught a soldier plummeting down, but his abilities were limited. He could not save everyone. And there were scarcely a few fighter jets remaining. The government forces had evidently detected the meteors appearing from the sky. After a rapid computation of data, they successfully predicted the landing site over the metropolis. Launch missiles immediately. General Swanwick commanded from the Urban Operations Command Center. The military's operational commander received the order and swiftly directed the missile launches according to the indicated locations on the map. Chapter 8. Am I here to assist while you merely pose and chat? At that moment, a colonel operational commander, situated in a concealed base on the outskirts of the metropolis, received General Swanwick's directive through his earpiece. He promptly issued orders to launch ballistic missiles toward the predetermined targets. The earth inexplicably parted, revealing 2 profound openings in the mountainside, from which 3 elongated missiles erupted in succession. The flickering exhaust propelled them forward, and soon, only small glimmers of fire could be seen. On the screens of the Operations Command Center and the base, the arrows indicating the missiles drew closer to the 4 meteors, causing palpable tension among the onlookers. The largest meteor was predicted to crash on the outskirts of Gotham, resulting in catastrophic damage to the city center, while the remaining 4, though smaller, should not be underestimated. In the silence, their gazes followed the arrows, and at last, the 2 collided. Report. The message indicated that the 4 meteors had not been destroyed, but had merely slowed in speed. The latest news revealed that they were not meteors at all, but extraterrestrial beings. Swanwick furrowed his brow, already envisioning the reprimands that awaited him. If the situation escalated, he could potentially face demotion, effectively ending his military career. The 3 missiles made intimate contact with the Kryptonians, resulting in fierce explosions, while the pilot with the weakest genes bore the brunt of 1 missile. The colossal shockwave decelerated their descent, thereby mitigating the damage to the city, though the extent of the reduction would only be known later. The scattered entities fell in various directions. Vora demolished the top 10 stories of a building, yet the force remained potent, inadvertently crashing through the midsection of 2 skyscrapers and into a large KFC restaurant. An explosion echoed, and rolling black smoke filled the establishment, seeking any crevice to escape toward the sky. Meanwhile, the other 2 Kryptonian warriors, compelled by circumstances, also demolished 1 or 2 high-rise buildings, while a less adept pilot fell into a factory that was currently on holiday. In the not-so-distant realm, Clark, intricately entwined with the Kryptonian warrior, advanced with remarkable speed. His combat prowess significantly enhanced. Were Guangming present, he would undoubtedly mock him, remarking on the absurdity of facing an adversary as formidable as Zod, yet managing to prolong the encounter against a single Kryptonian warrior. Did he aspire to be a Gauss? Empowered by newfound abilities, he relentlessly bombarded the opponent's respirator, striking it repeatedly until it shattered, before directing his blows at the foe's head. After an uncountable number of arm swings, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. He harbored no desire to annihilate the last remnants of his kin. Moreover, having subdued them, he resolved to exhibit leniency, provided they did not commit any egregious acts. The remaining soldiers observed him with a mixture of reverence and gratitude, tinged with a hint of trepidation. They sensed that their lives were not in peril, for he had rescued many of their comrades, with half of the survivors owing their lives to him. If he were not of a benevolent nature, why would he have intervened? Having saved them, it was reasonable to assume he would refrain from any extreme actions thereafter. Tension gripped their bodies as they held their weapons cautiously, uncertain if their instincts were misguided. Moments later, reassured by his inaction and fueled by feelings of gratitude for their salvation, they slowly lowered their firearms. This man was no enemy. The soldiers parted to reveal their commander, who stepped forward, gazing intently before resolutely declaring, "Thank you, Colonel." Suddenly, upon hearing the call, Clark soared skyward, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Guangming, engaged in a fierce exchange with Zod, traversed Gotham, nearing the metropolis. Seizing the moment, he grasped Guangming and hurled him into a skyscraper, following closely as he burst through the gaping hole created by the impact. "I have devoted my life to mastering combat. What of you? Did you frolic in the mud with Kal-El on the farm?" A piercing gaze, as bright as the sun, emitted from his eyes. Warning: subject has been subjected to heat vision attack. High-temperature immunity acquired. Li Guangming shielded himself against the heat vision, closing the distance and delivering a devastating uppercut that twisted Zod's head. The force of the blow reverberated through his body, and the still-active heat vision mercilessly sliced through the floors. Shattered glass and supporting beams littered the vicinity, mingled with paper and wood debris. Under the crushing weight, the walls crumbled, collapsing to the ground and sending waves of dust and rubble swirling. In an instant, the fleeing crowd was engulfed as the dust settled. Each person emerged disheveled, their white shirts soiled and tattered. Zod leveraged his footing to propel Li Guangming away, crashing into the adjacent building, leaving a circle of debris in his wake. Activating his biological stance, he surged forward, bending low as he charged at Zod, causing the shattered walls behind him to expand further. With each upward punch, he sent Zod soaring, each strike more powerful than the last, the sound of sonic booms echoing louder with every blow. Finally, with all his might, he struck Zod in the chest, sending him crashing directly into an intact skyscraper above. Like a miniature nuclear explosion, the resounding blast resonated throughout the metropolis, with the ensuing winds and shockwaves obliterating everything in their path. Within a radius of several kilometers, glass shattered, sending all buses, cars, and trash bins tumbling through the air. Seizing the fleeting moment, I surveyed the surroundings in search of the remaining Kryptonians, only to discover three, with Farah already nearly acclimated to Earth's environment. However, Clark, having concluded his battle, was merely posturing, neglecting to lend assistance and even finding the time to express his gratitude. "Thank you, General." Frustrated, I gritted my teeth, my fist raised and aimed at Zod, accelerating suddenly. Clark. With a resounding thud, my furious punch struck Zod, causing an immediate indentation in his chest. Observing his movement, I retaliated with a forceful kick aimed low, causing the ground to sink once more. Another punch landed, leaving a new imprint in Zod's torso. As he began to raise his arms, I swiftly delivered another low blow, rendering him momentarily rigid. This exchange repeated no less than 5 times, my ire towards Clark's inaction being redirected wholly upon Zod, who now possessed no strength to resist. Fearing Zod's recovery, I unleashed my heat vision, targeting his neck with unwavering intensity. It seemed my anger fueled the attack, as Zod's neck slowly began to melt away. Amidst his cries of pain, I maintained my formidable presence, aware that I was nearing his cervical vertebrae. Suddenly, Clark arrived just as I was about to finish. Having witnessed the scene from high above, his mind in turmoil. Can't we just lock him back in the Phantom Zone? Maintaining my heat vision, I knew precisely what Clark was thinking, and it came as no surprise when he voiced his concern. He was notably lenient towards his kin in the original narrative. Their battle had caused countless innocents to suffer, albeit the on-screen portrayal was rather subdued. Had Zod not attempted to execute a civilian before him, the outcome could have merely been confinement. This leniency is precisely why I assisted Clark. After all, he was ostensibly a Kryptonian. It would be beneficial to ally with someone nearly invincible besides myself. Given their current rapport, as long as Clark could hold his own, any issues could simply be addressed directly. Go for it, Clark. My Pokemon. Meanwhile, I could lounge in his abode, sipping his beverages, munching on his snacks, and enjoying his television. What a delightful prospect. Chapter 9. The dying Zod and the untrustworthy Li Guangming. With a resounding thud, confusion washed over Clark's face. Before him stood Li Guangming, yet suddenly he transformed into a Kryptonian woman clad in a form-fitting black suit, accentuating her shapely figure. Clark, why are you still standing there? Oh, at the sound of Li Guangming's furious shout, Clark instinctively responded and soared forward to grasp him. Why are you helping me? Go fight her. Typically reserved. His frustration was palpable as this foolish teammate shattered his composure. What harm could possibly come from a Kryptonian being sent flying, especially one like him? Take advantage of the opening and strike her. No wonder everyone in my past life mocked you for having a super brain. It's practically ornamental, indistinguishable from nothing. The opportunity slipped away, and any chance for a sneak attack had vanished. Farah had already prepared herself, and the remaining 2 Kryptonians had arrived as well. I'll draw them away. You take down Zod. While other Kryptonians may endure, Zod must meet his demise. It is a matter of survival. Either Zod or Earth must prevail. Persuasion seems almost futile. Shall we aid him in locating another suitable planet? With options readily available, do you truly believe he would wait for you? Coexistence? Clark had already articulated his stance when he was taken away, and Zod remained unconvinced. The notion that a certain area of Krypton has been excavated, with numerous Kryptonians reduced to mere specimens awaiting rescue, sounds like the fabrications of a fevered imagination. Who would believe such a tale? Li Guangming has only ever seen the movies. Thus he remains oblivious to whether this realm is purely cinematic, rooted in comics, or an amalgamation of new universes. His prowess surpasses that of Clark, allowing him to restrain the three adversaries while Clark deals with the one teetering on the brink of demise. Such a straightforward task should be within reach. Do you genuinely think you could subdue us three alone? Should you attempt to assault the general? Li Guangming's words were met with disdain from Flora. Although she may not possess the general's formidable strength, they are united as three, and she has adapted to Earth's environment, absorbing solar radiation. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. With a resounding impact, Li Guangming sent her hurtling through the air. She barely caught a glimpse of a blurred figure before her body was propelled backwards. Withdrawing his hand, he turned to the two Kryptonian warriors, spreading his arms and tilting his head. See, I told you it was possible. You simply did not believe. Subsequently, the two Kryptonian warriors followed in Flora's wake, launching themselves towards her. Ignoring the advancing Clark, a loud crash echoed, sending a cloud of dust billowing several meters wide as he leisurely pursued them. Oh dear. I hope Bruce Wayne does not seek reparation from me. He jested to himself, and with casual force, another building fell victim to the chaos. Bruce Wayne has enterprises in every sector. Who knows if that particular structure belonged to him? One by one, the three pushed aside the debris that had pinned them down, standing amidst the ruins. I told you it was achievable. Do you believe me now? If you remain unconvinced, shall we test it once more? I am confident it can be done. Do you see Zod's wound? I inflicted that alone. Do you possess the confidence to defeat Zod? If not, I believe we could engage in a dialogue. Do not rush off just yet. Before he could finish, he noticed them attempting to render assistance. This was unacceptable. In a flash, he sent them back. Split and flee. Join the general. Flora shouted, and the other two understood, darting swiftly to the sides. While she ascended into the sky, she was aware of Li Guangming's swiftness, but doubted he could capture them in such a manner. The two on the ground were unconcerned with the surroundings. They barreled through, disregarding houses, walls, and fences as if they were mere paper, shattering with a single collision. Swanwick, immediately, at once, halt those Kryptonians. In the Metropolitan Combat Command Center, the receiver was lifted, and before it could be brought close, a torrent of furious invectives erupted from within. However, none of our weapons can keep pace with them. Even if we did catch up, our firepower would be insufficient. He was indeed eager to go, yet the small and medium-sized weapons were utterly ineffective, and large-scale armaments could not be deployed within the confines of the city. Even if the blast radius of a nuclear weapon could reach them, there existed no data to ascertain whether it could annihilate the Kryptonians. It would be a grave error if the Kryptonians survived while an entire city perished. Such a failure would not merely result in demotion, military tribunals might be bypassed altogether, leading to a swift execution. So, devise a solution, or await your inevitable dismissal. The call abruptly ended before he could respond. Gazing at the predicted minimal velocity, he could only lament his powerlessness. Not only did his subordinates depend on Superman, but he too began to waver in his confidence. After Li Guangming departed, the struggling Zod instigated a moment of indecision in Clark. Deep within, he yearned for the survival of his kin and, upon reflection, found merit in Li Guangming's approach. Should Zod continue to live, the remaining Kryptonians would surely rally around him, and given the opportunity, they would repeat their past transgressions. Only with Zod's demise could the remaining Kryptonians be left leaderless, allowing him and Li Guangming to subdue them and ensure their survival. Thus, it was the deceased Zod who was the preferable Zod. Encouraging himself, his eyes burned crimson, a blinding white light emanating from his diminutive gaze. The cutting power was significantly inferior to that of Li Guangming, slowly tearing at Zod's immense wound that was gradually healing. Why not simply snap his neck? Perhaps an unknown emotion suppressed his thoughts, longing for salvation, wishing never to set foot on Earth again. To Clark, this subconscious reluctance to kill revealed Zod's innate talent for interrogation techniques, mastering the art of torment without instruction. Better to sacrifice oneself for the reconstruction of Krypton, such was the honor of a warrior. Indeed, a seasoned Kryptonian soldier. No matter the obstruction, time would be maximized. One could pursue a solitary target while the other two rushed to save the general, allowing the remaining individual to buy precious time. Was it futile to speak at such length before them? Even a few seconds would suffice for Clark to snap Zod's neck. With a resounding thud, he unhesitatingly pursued Farah. Indeed, he did not overthink it, for it was the superbrain's instinctive choice, an infallible decision. It was undeniably the optimal choice. Farah's strength had vastly increased. Had Clark failed to eliminate Zod in time, encountering her would have offered no opportunity for reprieve. As for the other two, even if they remained merciful, Clark would still possess numerous chances. Could they not simply sit down and converse? A voice suddenly emerged, failing to startle the psychologically resilient Farah. She was solely focused on buying more time for her comrades to rescue the general. As long as the general remained alive, the hope of reconstructing Krypton endured. As soldiers, their contributions paled in comparison to his. For the greater opportunity that the general represented, sacrificing one's life was a resolute choice. Gritting her teeth, she exerted herself, pushing her biofield to its limits, her legs surging with energy, amplifying her speed. Zod harbored insidious intentions of conquest. Earth could not accommodate his ambitions, even if I refrained from intervening. However, your circumstances differ. Chapter 10. The despicable Guangming and the compromising Flora. You lack Zod's extremism. Earth is far more complex than you perceive. What say you to allegiance? The ship of Kal-El harbors the Genesis chamber. Once we locate an unclaimed planet bathed in a yellow sun conducive to habitation, we shall resurrect Krypton there. Exposure to a yellow sun would render Kryptonians immortal. A worthy endeavor indeed. Compared to the futility of invasion, where we might perish, there every Kryptonian would ascend to a godlike existence, swiftly reclaiming their former glory. Disregarding Guangming's presence behind her, Flora accelerated, maintaining a distance akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Flora felt no anger. This suited her purposes well. In contrast to Kal-El, detaining the stronger opponent would be advantageous in this conflict. Casting a glance back at Guangming, she suddenly surged forward toward the residential district below. Upon witnessing this maneuver, Guangming discerned her intent and hastened to intercept her, seizing her just as she was about to collide with the building. Flora, caught by the nape, found herself overpowered, her biological force field inadequate against Guangming's strength, leaving her to flail helplessly in midair. Zod was likely already deceased. Shall we investigate? Without awaiting her response, Guangming hoisted the struggling Flora and flew towards Zod. Clark, you ungrateful wretch. I have toiled to protect Earth, and you choose to hinder me. He had not observed the situation here. Upon arrival, the sight that met his gaze sent blood rushing to his brain. Zod, who should have been dispatched in mere seconds, still drew breath. Meanwhile, what was Clark doing? He stood amidst the dark ruins, gazing deeply into the eyes of two other Kryptonians from a considerable distance. At least, this was Guangming's perspective. You shall not sever Zod's head. A mere kick to his spine will suffice. Can those two Kryptonian brats possibly impede you? Even if you were to engage in mutual combat at this moment, I could begrudgingly accept it. Yet you present me with this? Flora, suspended in Guangming's grasp, resembled a helpless kitten caught by fate, persistently writhing in his hold. You lack the resolve? Allow me to take action. He bellowed, charging towards Zod with the swiftness of teleportation. Clark, what are you doing? He directed a furious glare at Clark, whose arm pressed against his chest, a frown of confusion marring his countenance as he awaited an explanation. The palm on his left side stirred profound discomfort. Of all places to block, why the left side? Who wouldn't misconstrue such an action? Meanwhile, Flora continued to flail desperately in his grip. He has already lost the will to resist. Can we not spare his life and return him to the Phantom Zone? He implored softly, unwilling to relinquish hope. Return him to the Phantom Zone? Even if you knew its location, who would deliver him? I certainly will not. If you abandon Earth, and someone dares to provoke me while I am rescuing you, I shall show no mercy. If the flight path is properly set, allowing the spacecraft to navigate autonomously, any unforeseen incident could lead to demise. Who can ascertain if there exists another like Zod to release him? And together they would seize Earth? Who would bear the responsibility? You? He comprehended the grim possibilities articulated by Guangming, yet he found himself unable to act decisively. After much contemplation, he resolutely lifted his chin. Very well. Should any misstep occur, I shall take full responsibility. His gaze met Guangming's, brimming with determination. He was willing to lend Krypton one final hand. Should he falter, he would not be held accountable. At that moment, the Flora in his grasp continued to struggle. Noticing Zod's wounds healing rapidly, he aimed a powerful heat vision beam towards Zod. No, Clark was unable to intervene in time, and the beam struck Zod's neck. Just as he was on the verge of recovery, an utterly unexpected turn. The pain jolted Zod's brain, and he swiftly fainted once more. As Guangming unleashed his heat vision, two Kryptonian warriors rushed towards Zod from a distance. Halt! If you take another step, I shall snap his neck. Yet, despite their speed, they could not outpace him, standing menacingly beside Zod's neck, radiating an aura that warned against any movement. Once they halted, they turned to Clark with a somewhat naive tone, justifying their actions. Did you not see how swiftly he was healing? As a hero committed to saving lives, it is only natural to lend him aid, he chuckled. Clark breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, you should have mentioned that earlier. Your sudden aggression had me believing you had changed your mind. The flora, which had been resisting in his grasp, made his movements cumbersome, prompting him to raise his left hand and wave it above her head. Thud. The sound was crisp. Indeed, she had a sturdy head. Hey, stop squirming. You cannot escape my grasp. How have you considered my proposal? If you wish for Zod to survive, it would be prudent to acquiesce to my suggestion. The voice that reached her ears compelled her to quiet down, pondering the implications. Although she had been trained as a warrior, it did not negate her ability to think independently. Continuing to resist would lead only to demise, and the monumental task of rebuilding Krypton would fall to no one. As for Clark, it was more hopeful to expect him to evolve and gain strength under a red sun than to rely solely on him. By complying, they would still have a chance. Time was uncertain, yet devoid of concerns about lifespan. They could afford to wait. Furthermore, the general had survived. Once a suitable planet was found, they could rescue him, which for the general would merely be a brief slumber. As time flowed steadily, the sky donned a veil of translucent gossamer. Periodically, the air was punctuated by the humming sound of heat vision, a consequence of Zod's rapid recovery. They needed to make a decision swiftly. Otherwise, once they rescued Zod, it remained uncertain if they would be acknowledged. Clark stood nearby, his heart racing, apprehensive with each sound that erupted, fearing Guangming might lose control and cause a severing of body and head. We concur with your perspective. However, once an appropriate planet is located, the general must be released. We trust that by then, he shall no longer pose a threat to Earth. Furthermore, we will require Clark to provide the central tome. After a prolonged moment, the reluctant Flora nodded in agreement. Beneath his composed exterior, Guangming felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He temporarily possessed his own spaceship, his own home, albeit one obtained through force, yet that mattered little, for it was ultimately his. Releasing his grip from Flora's neck, the latter rubbed his sore throat, refraining from further speech. He had exerted himself too forcefully, leaving his skin flushed. Clark, never mind. I shall manage on my own. Just as he intended to enlist Clark's assistance, a sudden thought halted him. His professional capabilities were indeed lacking. My name is Guangming. What is yours? Though he was aware, he felt compelled to inquire. Otherwise, how could they converse? Explaining would undoubtedly invite new questions, leading to further answers. A waste of precious time. Chapter 11. The humiliation of Flora in pursuit of companions. I introduced myself and asked for yours. Is it not simple? Why complicate matters? Flora. Very well, Flora. You shall gather the remaining Kryptonians and explain the situation. Then, meet me at the North Pole, but do remember to retrieve a respirator first. Among them, Flora had also acquired the ability to fly, and with him and Clark, they numbered 3. The other 4 had yet to master the biological force field and would be unable to reach the spacecraft suspended in outer space. Once gathered at the North Pole, the 3 could transport them effortlessly. After concluding his instructions, he paused for 3 to 4 seconds to pick up Zod's arm. With a sudden motion, a cloud of dust erupted as he rose, accelerating towards the North Pole, creating a sonic boom in his wake. Nodding to signify farewell, Clark swiftly followed. Leaping into the sky, you 2 head directly to the North Pole. I will search elsewhere. Given her current capabilities, it would be more expedient to locate the 2 separately. Ascending into the sky for a brief survey, adding them to her search would only draw undue attention. Clark engaged in fierce combat against the Kryptonian warriors in the town. With armored Humvees lined along the road, tanks encircling the area, and helicopters patrolling freely above. Hundreds of soldiers, armed and vigilant, concealed themselves in the shadows, behind trees, around corners, and within windows, while machine guns were mounted on rooftops, ever watchful for threats. Move quickly, a colonel urged the soldiers at the scene. He had been astounded upon witnessing the news the previous day. Aliens truly existed, and the invasion depicted on television was unfolding in reality. That fateful afternoon, he received an urgent summons to undertake a special mission, commanding a well-equipped unit brimming with supplies to a designated location. He had initially presumed he was being sent to confront the aliens, pondering what missteps he must have made in the bureaucratic realm to be dispatched to such peril. The news reports portrayed destruction of cataclysmic proportions, effortlessly toppling skyscrapers, instilling fear merely through observation. As I traversed the road, I encountered various civilians, some filled with joy, others shrouded in sorrow. The rates of robbery, riots, and other criminal activities were on a steep incline, particularly in light of the alien invasion, where one's life was no longer their own. Amidst the chaos, the fleeting moments of happiness felt precious. Upon arriving at the scene, I exhaled in relief, realizing they were merely there to transport the lifeless bodies of extraterrestrials. It was evident what the politicians were after. They yearned to unravel the secrets behind the aliens' formidable strength in hopes of elevating themselves to that superhuman status. Perhaps they even dreamed of creating an army composed entirely of superhumans, obedient to their whims. The mere thought of their hypocritical facades was nauseating. Nonetheless, military orders must be executed. Having ascended to the rank of colonel, I held on to the faint hope that I might accrue some military merit and rise to the position of major general. I commanded the soldiers to maintain vigilance while a few of them lifted the Kryptonian onto a stretcher, preparing to transfer him into an armored vehicle that had been reinforced. To my astonishment, he still appeared to be breathing. A soldier, who had been securing the alien's chin, gasped as he felt the airflow. After a thorough inspection, it was confirmed it was not an illusion. Despite still being clad in battle armor, the others failed to observe the rise and fall of his chest, instinctively believing him to be deceased. Quickly, report. One soldier dashed outside, while they continued to hoist the Kryptonian onto the stretcher. Report. That alien is still alive. He is breathing. A soldier burst through the door, his face a mask of terror, his words stumbling out. What? Just then, a thunderous explosion resonated outside, followed closely by a cacophony of gunfire. I pushed past the soldiers and stepped outside, only to be met with the sight of a striking figure. The chest bore an emblem reminiscent of Superman, clad in tight black attire that accentuated her figure, alluring yet devoid of desire in the face of such chaos. Countless bullets struck her form, yet not a single wound was inflicted, not even a spark was produced. As magazines were exchanged in rapid succession, a third of the bullets found their target in the lower leg. Ignoring the clamor of the insignificant, she offered a disdainful smile and, amidst the downpour of bullets, approached the fallen Kryptonian warrior. With a graceful motion, she raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap that echoed through the air. Get up. Do you still want me to carry you? With barely opened eyes and a furrowed brow, he shook his head in a dazed manner. Seeing this, she delivered another swift slap amidst the hail of gunfire. Are you awake now? If you are, then follow me. After receiving a nod in response, she turned and soared into the sky with a resounding whoosh. The colonel, filled with indignation at her blatant disregard, bellowed in fury, "Strike them hard." In the midst of the gunfire, the Kryptonian warrior flipped off the stretcher, took 2 steps forward, and leaped into the air, gliding for a considerable distance before landing and springing up to follow her. Use missiles. Bring them down. At my command. 6 or 7 medium-sized projectiles launched from the back of a truck, targeting the 2 Kryptonians. In midair, Flora, upon hearing the colonel's words, spun around and bowed her head, unleashing her heat vision, which swept over the missiles in the sky. The moment her 360-degree rotation concluded, she accelerated, taking in the panoramic view of the swirling clouds. The sound of sonic booms accompanied the explosions of the missiles. As she descended onto the desolate wilderness, the grass was upturned, revealing the soil beneath. Flora gently hovered in front of the Kryptonian warrior. The general has been defeated. We have surrendered to Guangming, that man beside Kal-El. He has promised to assist us in the reconstruction of Krypton. With her eyes tightly shut, she announced the disheartening outcome, uncertain if her comrade's choice was correct, yet believing this was the only path to achieve their longed-for result. You have betrayed the general. Came a furious roar, laced with disbelief. Suddenly, with a single punch, Flora was sent flying, her assailant wreaking havoc upon the land, a deep and wide fissure spreading towards the distant foothills. The ground marred with only a few green patches as it was plowed anew. Flora floated towards him, attempting to persuade him. Guy, if we surrender, he will spare the general. He will only confine him to the Phantom Zone, and he has promised to release him once a suitable planet is found. How can you be sure he is not deceiving us? So what if he is? We face either death or surrender. Aligning ourselves with him offers a glimmer of hope. If he speaks the truth, we are merely trading our remaining lives for the revival of an entire Krypton. Is that not worth it? The general could not defeat Guangming. Continuing the fight would lead to annihilation. If he is lying, we can endure for now and wait for an opportunity. Fine. Suppressing his profound reluctance, Guy ultimately acquiesced to Flora's plan. Let us rendezvous with them in the Arctic. When our ship was shot down, Emerson went missing, despite my efforts. I have been unable to locate him. She found it unfathomable. Even if Emerson had perished, they should have been able to find a body. Scanning the vast expanse of the planet with her X-ray vision yielded no results. Truly peculiar. Chapter 12. Flora's defection and Guangming's reluctance to work overtime as she cast her gaze upon this yellow, youthful star of the solar system. Flora awakened numerous extraordinary abilities, among them superhuman strength, heat vision, enhanced sight, acute hearing, and a biological force field. In her quest to locate missing individuals, her powers proved invaluable. Once activated, it was as if she could unearth anyone, even those hidden underground. They were the last remnants of the Kryptonian race. Every loss was a significant blow, greatly hindering the reconstruction of their home planet, especially considering they had shared 33 years of companionship, years adrift in the cosmos. Even a decade spent alongside a mere pig could forge bonds, let alone with fellow humans, albeit merely the bonds of comradeship. Beyond the atmosphere, undeterred, she employed her super hearing, accompanied by her enhanced vision, as she circled the Earth in search of Emerson, scouring every location, every corner. A torrent of sounds flooded her mind, cries for help, cacophonous chatter, mechanical noises, and the harrowing screams from within rooms. This overwhelming influx burdened her, prompting a slight furrow of her brow as she filtered out the unnecessary clamor. No, never, never at all. A full hour spent scouring the entire planet yielded not a single trace. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly abandoned her search, her vessel accelerating into the vastness of outer space. In that moment, I understood. On board the spacecraft, Dr. Salek, a Kryptonian scientist and physician, gazed at the data with elation. The blood belonged to Clark. While he anticipated his burgeoning strength, the rapidity of his adaptation to Kryptonian conditions exceeded all expectations. Transitioning between environments inevitably induces physical discomfort, manifesting as dizziness and bleeding, yet he merely experienced a slight lightheadedness. Driven by scientific curiosity, he endeavored to draw a vial of blood from Kal-El. The needle felt as though it were piercing wood. His skin, though not as impervious as steel, was nonetheless comparable to timber. With great effort, he managed to penetrate the skin and extract the blood, which only heightened his exhilaration. What? A nearby man, his face etched with confusion, wondered if they had discovered the codex. No wonder they couldn't locate it within the spacecraft. It turned out that the codex had been infused into every cell of Kal-El by Jor-El. The man rejoiced at this revelation, for upon the return of the general and the activation of the world engine, they could reconstruct Krypton. As the two engaged in animated discussion, the screen displayed a humanoid figure approaching the ship. Instinctively, they assumed it to be Kal-El, for only he could traverse the cosmos without any means of flight. A closer inspection revealed it was Farah. Open the hatch. What a delightful surprise. Farah had mastered flight, truly soaring through space without any apparatus. Farah, where are the generals? I have discovered the location of the codex. We can soon reconstruct Krypton. I returned specifically to convey this news. We encountered an individual on Earth. He is a companion of Kal-El, possessing the abilities of a Kryptonian and an even greater strength than all of us combined. We were utterly defeated. He threatened to kill the general and all Kryptonians, save Kal-El, should we refuse to submit. As she recounted the dire outcome, she observed their expressions shift from confusion to shock, yet she felt compelled to disclose the terms she had managed to negotiate. She did not wish for her comrades to act foolishly. Guangming was a ruthless adversary, and the general was still suffering. Moreover, she sensed an unsettling gaze from Guangming directed at her. So, you surrendered? The two arriving female Kryptonians could scarcely believe it, their lips trembling. The deputy commander's return indicated that she had indeed capitulated, and she had audaciously surrendered on behalf of the general. The terms I discussed with him are this: we may surrender, but he must spare the general's life and assist us in finding a planet without a master to recreate Krypton. Kal-El also consented to my terms, indicating that he would provide the codex. However, the general would be exiled to the Phantom Zone, and once we locate the planet for reconstruction, he could be released. For the general, it would merely be akin to a long slumber. Upon awakening, Krypton would be restored. For Kryptonians exchanged glances, reluctantly consenting to the decision, as Flora was indeed their superior. Feeling assured that no errors would ensue, she grasped a respirator and stepped out of the spacecraft, swiftly accelerating towards the Arctic. An hour prior, Clark and Guangming boldly soared towards the Arctic, indifferent to any military satellite surveillance. Of course, with the biological force field in place, they remained undetected. Why not give him to me? Clark inquired with feigned politeness, increasing his speed as he addressed Guangming. Give him to you, and then mess it up? It's not that I don't trust you, but Zod is of utmost importance now. He could match you in strength, and if lost, I'd have to clean up the mess. Guangming retorted, resolutely ignoring Clark's outstretched hand, unwilling to place Zod in Clark's care. The thought of Zod escaping his grasp conjured a vivid image of a treacherous Kryptonian defecting or lurking nearby, poised to strike at a critical moment. The resources would regroup, and then Clark would falter, seeking external assistance. But who would that assistance be? It could only be Guangming himself. Ultimately, he would be coerced into a moral dilemma, tirelessly working without compensation. What a farce. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable, even if it meant extending the plot unnecessarily. Before long, the trio arrived at the depths of the sea, at Clark's outpost spacecraft. The hatch opened automatically, and Guangming, dragging the unconscious Zod, entered first. I didn't know it had that function, Clark exclaimed, gazing at the membrane outside the ship. You actually captured Zod. Joel's consciousness quietly manifested. Li Guangming inwardly scoffed at the sudden emergence, wondering why Joel always appeared like a ghost, startling him from the shadows. Was this truly amusing? After all, he was merely an intelligent program. To be precise, I caught him. He was merely a bystander. Clark realized that Joel harbored resentment for his earlier leniency, as it was Joel who had been the primary force behind the capture while Clark had been merely coasting. With a grimace, Clark acknowledged that he would have to find a way to compensate Joel later, perhaps a gift or introducing him to a girlfriend. His relationship with Lois was progressing well. They had kissed, and a confession would likely succeed. Among acquaintances, none seemed suitable for Joel, but Flora appeared promising. She had both the figure and beauty. Perhaps he could play matchmaker. That should earn Joel's forgiveness. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, including Zod. Chapter 13. The final decision. What is it? How do you intend to handle Zod? Joel did not readily agree to assist. If he couldn't, it would be awkward. As for Zod, he respected Li Guangming's judgment, for it was he who had captured him and thus should not overstep. I have subdued all Kryptonians except for Zod, and thus I seek your assistance in crafting a key akin to Clark's. It would be imprudent to rely on his alone. Upon hearing this request, Joel nodded in agreement and turned to enter the spacecraft. Keep up, he called over his shoulder, noticing they remained rooted in place. Li Guangming leisurely dragged Zod along, unwilling to leave him behind. He couldn't shake off his apprehension, as such scenarios abound in films and novels. With no one to supervise, captives often escape for myriad reasons. He felt a sense of relief only upon ensuring Zod would be placed aboard the confinement ship. If possible, he even contemplated sending him to the Phantom Zone. However, escorting him alone through the vastness of space felt akin to being a prisoner himself. In the research chamber, Joel approached the control panel, his palm hovering over its surface. Instantly, the panel stirred, and nanometal began to coalesce into a replica of Clark's metallic key. This is my replication of Clark's key, and I have also embedded a copy of my consciousness within it. Li Guangming set Zod down and stepped forward to extract his own key, clasping it in his palm with a sense of elation. With it, he could seize control of the ship. I plan to confine Zod and chart a course for the Phantom Zone. What do you think? He accepted the key and turned to Joel, uncertain of the reliability of this approach and seeking Joel's perspective. Your proposal is indeed feasible. This reconnaissance vessel is equipped with a stasis device, which will effectively imprison him in temporal suspension. This time, we will set it to manual. When Krypton perished, the stasis device lost its signal, allowing Zod and the others to escape. We must not err twice. The authority to release him can be vested in you alone. Only you may liberate him, or he shall remain eternally confined. Li Guangming felt a twinge of doubt upon hearing this, considering Zod's rebellion occurred only as Krypton was on the brink of destruction. The Council could not have been oblivious to Krypton's impending doom, yet they chose to implement the protocol as such. Could it be that some among them harbored intentions similar to Joel's, sending Zod and his kin away? Such mysteries remain unsolved, as those individuals have perished. Regrettably, we lack a teleportation device. While plotting a course is plausible, the journey is fraught with peril. First and foremost, the ship lacks an intelligent program. Even if I were to replicate myself on board, unforeseen circumstances could still arise. The Phantom Zone lies exceedingly distant from Earth. Joel refrained from voicing his own thoughts and instead offered an objective analysis of the pros and cons of the plan proposed. Not feasible. The risk factors are far too unpredictable. Clark immediately opposed the suggestion upon hearing of potential mishaps. Zod, after all, is one of his kin, and Li Guangming had promised Farah and the others that he would release him once a suitable planet was found. Should Zod vanish by then, it would undoubtedly incite a tumultuous conflict. Furthermore, it would tarnish Li Guangming's reputation, branding him a liar, leading to significant casualties. Moreover, with other races in the universe, releasing Zod could make him a beacon for pursuit. One must conceive a solution that satisfies all parties, akin to averting an impending conflict. Is there not a stasis device? We could construct a specialized prison aboard your spacecraft, guarded by 2 Kryptonians. To speak candidly, both options possess their own merits and drawbacks. Should we send Zod away? We cannot predict if unforeseen events might arise during his journey, such as an invasion by malevolent extraterrestrials. Conversely, should we choose to retain him, we must contend with the troublesome elements among humanity. He remains oblivious to whether he will linger in Earth or the DC universe. And if he were to traverse dimensions once more, who would concern themselves with your affairs? Let us simply sequester Zod for now. We shall temporarily adhere to Clark's method of containment. Joel commanded the spacecraft to elevate the stasis device from the research chamber's base, revealing a black circular pedestal. He instructed Li Guangming, assist Zod in standing atop it. Clark hurriedly stepped forward to lend a hand, and Li Guangming gladly accepted his suggestion, eager to express his appreciation. The two men lifted Zod's arms, supporting him as he ascended to the pedestal, which then emanated a translucent, frosted material that spiraled up his legs. Once his arms and waist were enveloped, they hastily released him, fearing they too might become ensnared. In a moment, a white, frosted cylindrical structure materialized around him. Before long, 3 Kryptonians arrived at Clark's spacecraft in succession. Upon entering, they were immediately drawn to the conspicuous cylindrical structure at its center, within which General Zod was confined. After some contemplation, we surmised that without a teleportation device to transport Zod, it would pose a risk. Thus, I resolved to construct a seamless chamber within the vessel you provided, a sanctum accessible only to myself, wherein Zod could remain until the opportune moment for his release. It must be acknowledged, the allure of language is profound. I professed this measure was for his safety, whilst inwardly I feared he might escape before the designated time to wreak havoc. Observe the gratitude reflected in the eyes of his former subordinates. While they may not be wholly devoted, their fondness for him has certainly intensified. Fiora, did you bring the respirators I requested? I did. Fiora affirmed as she produced the devices. I shall elevate Zod. Clark, you take 2 individuals, and Fiora, you accompany 1, I instructed. The rationale for not utilizing the spacecraft was that the respirators were transparent, allowing for optimal solar absorption in the vastness of space, thereby enabling you to awaken your abilities sooner. The spacecraft ascended above the ice layer, and Li Guangming, with the stasis device in hand, stepped onto the icy surface, launching into space with a resounding boom. Immediately thereafter, Clark grasped the arms of the 2 Kryptonians, enveloping them in a biotic force field. With a subtle exertion of his legs, he too propelled himself into the cosmos with a thunderous sound. Fiora handed the respirator to Guy, and once he donned it, she grasped his arm, resulting in yet another sonic boom as they vanished into the sky. The spacecraft's hatch closed automatically, gradually descending into the depths of the ocean. Not a single satellite detected their departure. Unbeknownst to them, the group had infiltrated the spacecraft belonging to Li Guangming, now a trophy of his conquests. Colonel, is the task I assigned to you truly so arduous? General Swanwick fixed his gaze upon the standing colonel, his calm words imbued with authority. Report. It is not difficult. Yet why has the body not been retrieved? The sudden outburst left the colonel momentarily stunned, prompting him to hastily reclaim the narrative. That is not a body. He is still alive. Shortly thereafter, a female Kryptonian appeared, revived him, and then flew away. We were unable to stop her. Chapter 14. Construction of the prison and the issuance of the first command. Li Guangming, holding the confinement device, had just arrived at the spacecraft situated in outer space. His cloak billowed behind him as the hatch opened automatically, requiring no further words. He felt no surprise. After all, Fola had returned to the ship for a respirator and must have relayed all the pertinent details. Wow, this will be my ship from now on. It's truly magnificent. One could easily mistake it for a battleship. Upon entering the vessel, he did not walk but floated. Not merely out of laziness, though that was part of it, but primarily to establish his authority with his newly acquired subordinates. A new official must make a striking impression, and he certainly did not wish them to be like Clark. Minor matters were inconsequential. They were not automatons, but individuals with their own emotions and thoughts. After all, some robots possess feelings, let alone humans. This approach would also stave off boredom and add some enjoyment to life. However, on significant issues, it was imperative that they not behave like Clark, who merely went through the motions and could even be a liability. He would not tolerate such behavior. It was akin to receiving a vaccination, preventative measures against potential ailments. In the Kryptonian environment, all Kryptonians derive their powers from the yellow sun. But sudden changes in their surroundings could lead to a loss of those abilities, much like a case of acclimatization. Only after adjusting would they remain unaffected, and even someone as potentially powerful as Clark had yet to fully adapt. His ability to harness power while exposed to the Kryptonian environment indicated that he was stronger and more formidable than Clark. Thus, he needed to assess what could be done and what could not, excluding the foolish and those lacking common sense. Lowering the confinement device that restrained Zod, Li Guangming felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, glancing left and right in wonder. Shortly thereafter, a female Kryptonian emerged to welcome their new leader. Li Guangming, her gaze flickering as she noticed the restrained general standing nearby, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. As he regarded the Kryptonian woman bowing before him, his mind wandered. Emerging from the Phantom Zone after drifting through the cosmos for 33 years, it was improbable that someone of Krypton's advanced society would enlist in the military at a mere adolescent age. Thus, she must be at least in her 50s, old enough to be his mother. Naturally, he could not inquire directly, for that would obliterate any hard-won goodwill. While he pondered, Fola and the others boarded the spacecraft, and 3 Kryptonians promptly removed their respirators. Li Guangming followed Fola and the Kryptonian woman to the command center to take control of the ship, leaving Clark and the others to oversee Zod for the time being. Throughout his journey, he encountered new Kryptonians, silently replicating their abilities, thus enhancing Superman's powers once more. Upon entering the command center, Dr. and Scientist Salek, accompanied by a man and a woman, both Kryptonians, had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Leader, I am Salek, a scientist and physician. I have discovered that the Kryptonian Codex is distributed within every cell of Kal-El. He was a thinker, and now, under the firm hand of Li Guangming, they could not afford to lose this power in the future reconstruction of Krypton. They had come to understand the flaws of the parliamentary system and would no longer employ it, even if he was not power-hungry. The proximity and shared visions would inevitably lead his followers to elevate him to the throne. Beneath the yellow sun, they would possess a leader with eternal direction. This also served as a reminder to him, fearing that Clark might one day refuse to provide blood. My genetic analysis has shown that for some unknown reason, my genes are identical to Clark's, that is, Kal-El's, and I even possess the central codex. Ignoring the exuberant Kryptonian doctor, he produced the identity key and inserted it into the identification console. In an instant, permissions were altered, and the figure of Jor-El materialized, marking Li Guangming's official takeover of the spacecraft. He temporarily concealed the ship on the far side of the moon. As their leader guided them away, the male Kryptonian activated the spacecraft, steering it toward their destination. Are you truly so silent, merely gazing at one another? Isn't it rather dull? Clark and the 3 Kryptonians exchanged glances momentarily, shifting their attention to the frosted glass cylinder or the ship's panels. Li Guangming had anticipated some awkward small talk. On their journey, he had shared his decision to confine Zod within the ship and discuss the pros and cons of transporting him to the Phantom Zone. He was met with expressions of gratitude from Salek and the 2 Kryptonian women, a sense of accomplishment blossoming among them. I envision constructing a seamlessly integrated secret prison within the heart of the ship, accessible solely by me. This will ensure both robust security and prevent cunning malefactors from exploiting it. A group of them hastily set to work, entrusting the weighty task of carrying Zod to the towering guy, while Li Guangming stood by, surrounded by a host of Kryptonians, undeterred by any potential mishaps. Under his supervision and the advanced technology of Krypton, a specially designed prison quickly came into existence. Without the superficial screens, one would never suspect the presence of a room here. Following Jor-El's instructions, he inserted the identity key to register the information. Thereafter, only Li Guangming would have the means to unlock this chamber. Retrieving the key, the screen pulsated and, in the blink of an eye, melded with the walls, vanishing from sight. Now that we are all gathered, I have an announcement to make. Once you all awaken your abilities, aside from wearing battle armor, every Kryptonian bodysuit must be adorned with a cape or cloak. He did not wish to present this as his first decree as leader, feeling it somewhat diminished his stature. However, it was indeed a peculiar sight to behold a group of tall, muscular men parading about in tight suits. It was utterly outrageous. Such a display was almost blinding. Prolonged exposure could surely lead to blindness. The woman is tolerable, not overly provocative, yet there exists a hint of sensuality. Who would allow their partner to dress in such a manner when venturing outside? One's female subordinates could be considered akin to one's own women. Is there an issue with that? There is none. Fearing the potential for personal indulgence, he reciprocates the same expectations towards them. Once adorned with a cloak, the appearance becomes considerably more ordinary, no longer drawing excessive attention. Indeed, one of the pivotal roles of a cloak is to render a superhero less conspicuous. A leader, when draped in a cloak, can influence the course of battle. Even a fleeting moment of distraction can alter the tide of war. Thus I must implore you to withdraw your suggestion. Gazing at the solemn-faced Flora before him, Li Guangming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, with everyone present. How could he explain this without losing face? I will elucidate privately later. Henceforth, adhere to my directives. One final matter. You are to remain on the far side of the moon. Should you venture to Earth, do not board a spacecraft to avoid detection. A glance around revealed nods of understanding from all. Clark and I shall return to Earth first. You may remain here at your leisure. There is no need for such formality. Oh, it just occurred to me. Remember to erase any records pertaining to Zod's detention from the spacecraft logs. It suffices for only us to retain that knowledge. Chapter 15. Li Guangming's warning from the satellite at the edge of the ramp. Just as the two were preparing to step out of the spacecraft, a slightly urgent voice echoed from behind them. Leader. Turning back, they discovered Flora standing there, having approached unnoticed. You've taken to mimicking Joel. That is not a commendable habit. Internally critiquing himself, he felt as though he had become a harbinger of sarcastic remarks. No, such detrimental habits must be corrected. Had he relaxed his vigilance simply because this spacecraft felt like his own? I shall take my leave first. Clark, glancing back at Li Guangming and Flora, spoke hastily before leaping into the cosmos. Ignoring Clark's gaze, Li turned to Flora, signaling her to voice any further concerns. Since the spacecraft crashed on Earth, I have scoured the entire planet and found no trace of Emerson. I still believe the cloak is quite cumbersome. Flora's expression was grave, her tone imbued with a sense of detachment. Have you truly searched the entirety of Earth for Emerson? What about underground? I have searched everywhere. After a moment of contemplation, Lee finally recalled who Emerson was, yet he was not overly concerned. Although the presence of Kryptonian corpses scattered about posed a significant threat, after all, a bald-headed character in the films once brought forth Doomsday. This was merely a relative danger to Clark and the others. To him, it was beneath consideration. Even in his weakest state, he could contend evenly with anyone. Moreover, he had now replicated the genes and abilities of several Kryptonians, including Clark. Fear? He had not known fear since his journey commenced. Even if a deity from the DC universe appeared, he would merely showcase his prowess. As a Kryptonian, it is nearly impossible to meet a fatal demise so easily. One might merely be concealed by lead or trapped by magic, or even traverse across parallel universes. If he cannot be found, so be it. Were he alive, he would seek out Clark. On Earth, donning a tight suit, particularly for muscular men in public spaces, is often regarded as aberrant. Privately, he is not so concerned about appearances. In certain situations, he can disregard his dignity even in public. That is not merely a tight suit. It is our everyday attire. Upon hearing Li Guangming's words, she immediately retorted, her tone becoming increasingly frigid. Well, I shall take my leave. Do visit the metropolis when you have the opportunity. A hint of embarrassment graced her features. For who wouldn't be irked by the suggestion that their usual clothing might appear eccentric to others? She decided to make a swift exit. Further conversation might render her as cold as ice. Turning, she launched into space, leaving Flora standing there, blinking in bewilderment. She now harbored doubts about whether surrender was indeed the right choice. She could hardly discern the traits befitting a leader, seemingly fearful of her subordinates. Would the remaining Kryptonians truly not perish under his command? As he entered the atmosphere, Li Guangming spotted Clark holding a reconnaissance aircraft. Observing the direction of his flight, he instantly realized whom he intended to warn. Clark, Li Guangming, have you concluded your discussion with Flora? The abruptly halted Clark turned towards the source of the voice, and as Li approached, he inquired with eagerness. What does that look in your eyes signify? Were you merely discussing matters pertaining to Kryptonians? I see you have a reconnaissance aircraft. Wait a moment, I shall join you. Li Guangming made a playful grimace before promptly reversing and launching into the atmosphere. Bathed in sunlight, his cape billowed as he activated his supervision, swiftly locking onto a satellite. With fists clenched, he propelled himself towards it, enveloping it in a biological force field. In an instant, the satellite severed its connection with the ground and ascended into the skies. Clark stared wide-eyed at Li Guangming's actions, realizing that he still possessed a modicum of kindness, having only destroyed a reconnaissance aircraft, unlike Li Guangming, who had seized a military satellite. What are you staring at? Let's go, he exclaimed. I tell you, soon we shall reach a desolate hilly area, devoid of clouds, with a row of towering satellite dishes standing on the ground. A Humvee traversed the barely discernible road, with General Swanwick occupying the passenger seat, while a female soldier drove with focused determination. Suddenly, the soldier noticed a dark spot in the sky growing larger. Curious, she leaned forward, as if that could bridge the distance and reveal the object's identity. Within a few breaths, the sound of air being split filled her ears. Before she had the chance to discern what it was, an explosion resonated ahead, sending up plumes of thick black and red smoke. The sudden braking propelled both occupants forward, but the momentary relief was fleeting as Swanwick disembarked to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the explosion, he surmised the identity of the assailant. In this desolate military expanse, who would dare to attack him so suddenly? Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, a reconnaissance aircraft and a figure emerged. Are you truly a fool? Clark paid no heed to his profanities, instead crossing his arms and gazing intently at him. You possess an abundance of aerial reconnaissance aircraft. He stepped forward a few paces, for he had come today to provoke and warn. The intensity of his curses would soon turn to anguish. This contraption is worth 12 million. General Swanwick cursed inwardly, lamenting the extravagant nature of it all. Little did he know the arduous process of military funding requests. The tight-fisted officials only desired to fill their own mouths. finding it difficult to even spit out the remnants of their meals. It once held value. There were times when the pain was even greater. I understand your desire to track me, but that is out of the question. Allow me to pose a straightforward inquiry. How can we be assured that one day you will not jeopardize the interests of the United States? Swanwick, recognizing the gravity of the matter, laid the cards on the table. The higher-ups wished to contain such unpredictable elements, yet he was not so naive. Despite harboring a slight fondness, he was merely assigned to shadow him. I grew up in Kansas. I am an American. At that moment, Guangming hurled the massive satellite several dozen meters away, producing a deafening sound as it was rendered completely inoperative. No, you are mistaken. If you wish to offer humanity hope, you cannot align yourself with any single nation. Clad in a black battle suit nearly identical in style to Superman's, save for the color, with a crimson cape billowing gently behind him, Guangming awaited the opportune moment to astonish Swanwick as they conversed unseen in the skies. Upon hearing Clark declare his nationality, he seized the moment. Joel desires you to embody hope for the entire Earth. Binding yourself to a single nation complicates matters further. Every nation inevitably harbors its share of pests, much like the government on this land, which now seeks ways to deal with you. Surely, you are not oblivious to their intentions? Should they initiate aggression and you intervene, they will have grounds to apprehend you for treason, as they have long sought to capture you for research, subsequently inciting public sentiment. As the saying goes, one fears not a godlike opponent, but rather a bumbling ally who may thwart your attempts to save others, ultimately turning against you. When you declare yourself an American, yet certain nations harbor animosity, how will you navigate the complexities of rescuing individuals there? Chapter 16. The threats and words and abode. Swanwick stood frozen, staring at the heap of debris before him. Only then did he comprehend the deeper sorrow embedded in Superman's words, but it was too late. Even had he known beforehand, who could have intervened? How could he possibly explain to that band of vampires that this was a satellite, specifically a military satellite, whose worth far surpassed that of a reconnaissance aircraft? He had just questioned Superman about the potential harm to American interests, and now the answer was glaringly evident. That was merely a temporary measure. It was never genuine, just a means to placate them. No one can attempt to control us. Our willingness to assist is predicated upon our own volition. Clark, turning his body to explain his perspective to Guangming, wished to avoid any rifts among allies. Did the government truly believe he was unaware of their little maneuvers? He was acutely aware of the inherent flaws of those officials. Even if he informed them that he could monitor the globe at any moment, they would still engage in their ignorant and misguided antics, believing themselves to be clever. There is a saying about pushing one's luck. They would magnify the most casual remarks. Provided they served their interests, wouldn't you agree, General Swanwick? Faced with Clark's assertions, Guangming understood that this was merely a stalling tactic. Sometimes, in the presence of overwhelming force, one must instill fear to prevent the cat from provoking the tiger. Caught between the two, Swanwick's lips twitched, and his eyes twitched involuntarily. Could you not return to discuss this? Have you considered the feelings of the person involved? Knowing your immense power, must you treat him with such disdain? He felt he could excuse himself, allowing you to converse without him. This is a military satellite. Do you comprehend its worth? No amount of my lifetime could compensate for it. When the topic turned to him, he could not refrain from expressing his displeasure. While he could easily shed the burdens of authority, he still valued his own reputation. You're just passing the buck, aren't you? It's something you do often. I would welcome it. Please convey a message for me. Everyone must be accountable for their actions. If you wish to avoid a hunk of scrap metal hovering above you, I am at your service. Guangming cared not for the satellite's value. The more, the better, for it was not his to mourn. Should they dare to overstep, he would not hesitate to restore their skies to the azure and cloud-dappled beauty of centuries past. Hey, let us not escalate the conflict, shall we? Clark expressed his fatigue. Why engage in a war of words? A little compromise would lead to a broader horizon. Besides their flowery speech, were they bold enough to take action? Very well. I shall relay your words. As for the other Kryptonians, the last sighting was of a female Kryptonian rescuing her comrade, and we found no remains of other Kryptonians on the battlefield. In response to Swanwick's statement, Guangming scoffed. He had witnessed Gaia's condition and was unimpressed. Let me clarify. That Kryptonian did not perish. She was merely rendered unconscious. Thus, she did not save her comrade, but rather spared you. Upon her awakening, she would undoubtedly inflict greater casualties upon you. Furthermore, put aside your petty thoughts. You merely wish to obtain a Kryptonian corpse for study, don't you? Huh. After speaking, without waiting for Swanwick's reply, he activated his biofield, propelling himself skyward with a resounding boom. The resulting shockwave, mingled with dust, sent Swanwick staggering several meters back. Apologies, General. But at present, I trust only you. Do not let me down. A thunderous noise erupted as Clark soared into the sky in pursuit of Li Guangming, a distinct arc of white trailing behind him. "Are you mocking my humiliation, Lieutenant?" Turning to board his vehicle, he caught sight of his lieutenant laughing, which only deepened his sense of indignity. "No, they are just so handsome. I'm leaving." What was wrong with his subordinates? They were either starstruck or infatuated. On a beautiful day with gentle breezes and bright sunshine, Martha at Kent Farm hung clothes on the drying rack when an unusual sound caught her attention. Turning to look, she found Li Guangming had returned, presumably signaling the conclusion of certain matters. "You are aware of my situation. I have nowhere else to go. May I stay with you? This place shall be your home from now on. You can stay here as long as you wish," Martha replied, her face radiating kindness as she gazed at the smiling Li Guangming. She was a good person, otherwise she would not have raised someone like Clark. She extended her hand to strangers, let alone someone akin to another Clark. "I was joking. I wanted to ask if you know anyone who deals in jewelry. I would rather not fall into a trap. However, if you don't mind and have a spare room, I would be grateful for your hospitality for a while." He was reluctant to remain aboard the spaceship, as it was exceedingly dull. As for why he did not allow Joel to connect to the network to manage his finances, he had a lifetime ahead of him, long enough that even the destruction of the universe would pale in comparison. Sometimes, matters could be simple, but excessive simplicity over time could lead to a disinterest in any endeavor. Thus, he resolved to salvage a sunken ship from the past. For some vessels carried vast treasures that had plummeted into the depths of the ocean. A mere portion of these riches could afford him a life of comfort. He envisioned purchasing a house and enjoying a life akin to that of a reclusive man, something he had long envied since entering the workforce, excluding those who relied on their parents. Now, he too could experience such a life, followed by defeating bosses to replicate their abilities. Li Guangming declared that he would only engage in high-stakes challenges, dismissing lesser foes. The thought of returning home could wait. Once he possessed the means to do so, would he still fear his parents' passing? With Martha's encouragement, he shamelessly settled in, intending to provide her with some financial contribution as rent. After all, in this world, he knew very few people, and he and Flora could not afford to appear brazenly in public, lest they attract unwanted attention. "I have no objections. There are plenty of vacant rooms. I happen to know someone in the jewelry trade. I'll introduce you in a few days, but please, refrain from any illegal activities." Upon hearing that Li Guangming intended to sell jewelry, Martha, concerned for his well-being, cautioned him. "Indeed, you may stay for as long as you wish." During their conversation, Clark returned to Kent Farm. Initially, they became friends, and due to their genetic connection, he felt as though Li Guangming was more like a brother. "Clark, your father must be proud of you. Truly, when you're not saving the world, have you ever considered what you would like to do?" Martha nodded in agreement with Clark's sentiment, glancing between the two of them. "I have considered it. I want to find a job that keeps me alert, where inquiries would not raise suspicion." Chapter 17, Treasure Hunting. "In gratitude to the ocean goddess, why are you all looking at me? Work is an impossibility for me. I have previously toiled to the point of nausea. Having finally acquired the ability to ease my burdens, I refuse to revert to that existence. Furthermore, I can effortlessly procure my daily needs from the depths of the ocean. As for saving lives, Isn't Clark more than capable? I only engage in high-stakes endeavors." As I noticed their heads swivel in my direction, a smile froze on Li Guangming's face. He had no desire to join Clark in the workplace. He had meticulously arranged his future, envisioning a dismal life akin to that of 007, perpetually laboring without respite, a truly lamentable fate. He would leave the apprehension of ordinary criminals to Clark, preferring to avoid any involvement that might invite negative repercussions. Should Clark find himself overwhelmed, he could indeed assist with rescuing those in peril from falls or maritime disasters. It had often depicted in novels and films that the emergence of superhuman heroes invariably attracts adversaries. The greater the power, the mightier the foes. Akin to Zod and his ilk, I shall only pursue such formidable challenges. Clark and Martha exchanged glances, speechless. This scenario was rather uncommon. Simply put, it boiled down to a matter of laziness. Seeing that Clark was about to speak, Martha grasped his hand and shook her head. Each person has their own aspirations. One cannot compel another to act simply because they possess the ability. Let it be. I can handle most situations myself, though at times I may feel stretched thin. And in those moments, I will require your assistance. Indeed, I shall go rummaging for treasures. Should anything arise, simply call my name. Without waiting for their response, Li Guangming leapt into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. I aspire to be a journalist. Soon, the two left behind resumed their conversation while hanging out laundry. Above the clouds, sunlight poured down, creating a blinding brilliance and a scene of exquisite beauty. Clad in his battle attire, which he had not changed since yesterday, Li Guangming stood with one arm crossed over his chest, and the other stroking his chin in contemplation. Where shall I forage today? Perhaps I will start with the Pacific Ocean. Having determined his destination, he leisurely propelled himself toward the vast expanse of the Pacific. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, commercial aircraft soared above the billowing clouds, nestled between the white fluff and the azure sky. A young mother and her daughter occupied the window seats, the little girl pressed against the glass, reveling in the pristine scenery on her inaugural flight. Mommy, I'm hungry. All right, I understand. Could you please bring us 2 meals? Gently patting her daughter's head, the mother responded just as the flight attendant approached. The mother immediately inquired. Having departed early that morning and made their way to the airport without a drop to drink, it was no wonder they were famished shortly after boarding. The beautiful flight attendant smiled and nodded, assuring them to wait a moment before turning away. Before long, the flight attendant wheeled a cart down the aisle, distributing meals to the passengers who had ordered. In due course, she presented the food to the mother and daughter, who eagerly enjoyed their meal while gazing out the window. This was an unprecedented experience for the little girl. The view from above was incomparable to that of the ground. It felt as though she were dancing atop soft, fluffy clouds. Lacking the vocabulary to articulate her feelings, she simply knew it was breathtakingly beautiful. In a moment of bewilderment, a figure clad in a dark superhero costume soared parallel to her, prompting her to rub her eyes in disbelief. Upon opening them, she realized it was no mere illusion. The person outside was smiling and waving at her. This scene was entirely unfamiliar to her, leaving her astonished. "Mom, there's someone outside," she exclaimed, tugging at her mother's sleeve while pointing outward with her free hand. The young mother, not suspecting any trickery, followed her daughter's gesture and peered out the window, yet saw nothing. No birds, not a single thing. With a heart unburdened by earthly constraints, the sensation of flight was exhilarating. A boundless exploration of the heavens that left him in awe with each experience. Li Guangming dove into the clouds, emerging moments later, akin to a fish in water or sand in the wind. A passenger plane came into view, captivating his attention, while an airplane was nothing extraordinary. He had never encountered one before. He flew closer, and to his surprise, he noticed a little girl observing him. Her face bright with a smile as she retracted a hand that had reached toward him. She waved, and he pushed forward once more, accelerating away in an instant. With a swoosh, he plunged into the sea like a seagull diving into the depths, performing a spectacular and effortless dive, activating his supervision and X-ray sight. He quickly located an ancient sunken ship, though all he could discern inside were boxes and corroded materials, likely a vessel that once transported spices. After scanning the area and finding no treasures of gold or silver, he shifted his gaze to explore further. Suddenly, a graceful figure with flowing red hair appeared within his line of sight, drawing his attention irresistibly. It was not his intention to linger. Rather, the intensity of his X-ray vision had become somewhat uncontrollable, revealing a visage that seemed freshly born into the world. A soft gulp, audible only to him, echoed as he struggled against the allure that had ensnared his mind, finally breaking free after several arduous minutes. "Thank you, goddess of the sea," he thought, chastising himself for such thoughts. No, I am a gentleman. How could I harbor such sentiments? One must not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Surely some rogue deity is to blame. If I find you, rest assured, I shall deliver a sound thrashing. Refocusing his purpose, he resumed his search beneath the waves. After a while, he discovered another sunken vessel, realizing that his mind kept returning to the same direction, which had cost him precious time. Activating his biological force field, he heard the sound of rushing water as he kicked through the currents, creating ripples that scattered the fish, forcing them to change course. With a profound respect for history, he cautiously navigated through the ship's passageways, winding his way to retrieve a wooden box filled with gold and silver jewels. The box, adorned with rust, felt as though it might crumble with a mere touch, having succumbed to the sea's embrace for far too long. He was no fool. He would not recklessly damage this vessel of historical significance for mere riches, for who knows what incredible history might yet be discovered by future generations. With a gentle touch, he opened the treasure chest beside the sunken ship, the dimly lit seabed failing to obscure the gleaming gold and jewels in Li Guangming's eyes. "Ha, I am rich now. I have never seen so much wealth in my previous life. Just imagine how many groceries this could buy." Closing the treasure chest, he embraced it and surged towards the ocean's surface, a resounding boom echoing as he broke through. "I'm back." Within the house, Marcia, from a distance, could hear Li Guangming's jubilant voice. There was no need for questions. He had undoubtedly found some treasure. However, this was no ordinary rubbish. It was particularly valuable. Like a master of the house, he swung open the door and entered the living room, where Marcia approached the table. "Whereas Clark?" As he spoke, he gently placed the chest, still heavy, down, causing a loud clatter upon impact. Marcia surveyed the battered chest. Clark went to look for a job, judging by the sound. There must be quite a lot inside. Chapter 18. The date and the submarine rescue. Look, Li Guangming chuckled, peeling back the chest's lid, and instantly, a brilliant glimmer erupted. Oh my God! Marcia gasped, hands clasped over her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. This was an unimaginable fortune. In the following days, Li Guangming settled at Kent Farm, having achieved a small goal, enjoying Clark's snacks, residing in his house, and watching his television. The news frequently reported Superman rescuing someone or dismantling an underground criminal organization. Through Marcia, he was introduced to a jewelry dealer, a tall, lanky man in a suit, with thinning hair approaching baldness. He retrieved only a portion of the jewels, which sufficed for the time being. For knowing a jewelry buyer was far more reasonable than seeking out strangers alone. He did not exploit his acquaintances. He merely charged a service fee along with some expenses for his efforts, as he too needed to subsist. After all, it would be unreasonable to expect him to work without compensation. He also obtained a card, the process swift and efficient, with funds transferred to it within 2 to 3 days. Initially, he paid Marcia rent, despite her protests and insistence that she did not want it. After much persuasion, she accepted the customary rental fee. The following day, he ventured to a bustling area in the metropolis and purchased an apartment outright, though not vast. It was adequately spacious and fully furnished. Living alone felt somewhat desolate, with 3 bedrooms, one of which remained empty. He occupied 2 rooms, a tidy master bedroom and a smaller one, brimming with snacks and beverages, outfitted with a television and computer for entertainment. This would become his future sanctuary as a homebody. At Kent Farm, Li Guangming reclined on the sofa, indulging in snacks. In recent days, Marcia had ceased to be polite, often calling on him for laborious tasks. Li Guangming, guess who I brought? The sound of the door opening coincided with Clark's cheerful shout, while Li Guangming remained as unshakable as a mountain, continuing to lounge without a care for appearances. Amidst the cacophony of a blaring television, faint footsteps approached, gradually drawing nearer. One set of footsteps undoubtedly belonged to Clark, while the other sounded ambiguous, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. Judging by Clark's reaction, it was likely someone he recognized, yet none among his acquaintances fit such an indeterminate description. Was this truly how a leader assisted us in locating planets? A chilling voice pierced the air. It was Flora. I only promised not to harm Zod and to provide the central codex, but I never committed to aiding you in such troublesome endeavors. Li Guangming maintained a languid tone, though he straightened his posture, striving to retain the last vestige of dignity before his subordinates, even if that dignity had recently evaporated. Both of you cease this. Clark interjected. Flora has been cooped up in the spaceship and finds it tiresome. He wishes for you to take him on a tour of Earth. What normal person would languish at home indefinitely, becoming a mere shell of themselves? I am not. Flora protested, disregarding the rebuttal, as he seized Li Guangming, pushing her out the door. Though he complained of the inconvenience, his demeanor belied the physical prowess expected of a Kryptonian. As they journeyed towards the metropolis, Kent Farm held little allure. In modern society, who would bring a girl to gaze at crops? Time passed slowly until they reached the bustling city. Li Guangming had never experienced a romantic relationship nor encountered a situation resembling a date. Their excursion led them to a culinary street, where they sampled various dishes. Regardless of price, I've heard this is delicious. I could only admire it before, but now we have the chance to try it. Here, taste this. After some wandering, they arrived at an upscale Western restaurant. Having never tasted steak, Li Guangming eagerly ushered Flora inside. As he cut into a large piece of steak and savored a few bites, he was suddenly called by name. His knife and fork halted midair as he listened intently. Flora mirrored his action, clearly having heard it too. Li Guangming, a submarine has encountered an incident, and I cannot reach it. I'm in the midst of rescuing a downed passenger aircraft. Please assist me. In the darkness of a distant planet, a storm raged at an altitude of 10,000 meters, with lightning illuminating the white fuselage. The aircraft hovered eerily amidst the black thunderclouds, its nose covered by Clark's biofield, which supported the entire structure. Another distress call echoed, and activating his super sight, he scanned for the source. A submarine bore a gaping hole, with water rushing in ferociously. Rescuing the aircraft would take time, yet the submarine was critically damaged and on the verge of sinking. Reluctantly, he interrupted Li Guangming's date, reasoning that nurturing their relationship through more outings would naturally lead to genuine romance. Alas, why must it be now, at such a delightful meal? For a food lover, this was the most unforgivable circumstance. Take this card, use the funds wisely, and try to conceal your abilities. I must go assist. He retrieved the only card he possessed from his pocket and handed it to Flora. offering her a few words of caution before hastily exiting the restaurant. In a nearby alley devoid of surveillance cameras, he activated the pendant concealed beneath his clothing, and in mere seconds, his black battle attire materialized. The crimson fabric gracefully extended from his shoulders, eventually forming a cape that trailed slightly upon the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the alley, causing passers-by to rush over to investigate, only to find nothing amiss. Such misfortune was unparalleled, for two calamities were unfolding simultaneously. As he soared through the air at supersonic speeds, Guangming could not help but make a quip, the sonic booms reverberating around him as his velocity continued to escalate. In a fleeting moment, he arrived at the site of the disaster at sea. It was difficult to fathom that while the surface of the ocean lay tranquil, a catastrophe was brewing beneath the waves. With heightened senses, the state of the submarine flooded his mind, and he perceived a figure breaking through the water several hundred nautical miles away, racing towards his location. With a decisive leap, he plunged into the depths, creating a cascade of white bubbles in his wake. Inside the submarine, seawater had already inundated half of the interior, surging in through a gaping 2-meter breach, dislodging equipment and leaving some crew members struggling on the surface. Others were trapped in a different compartment, where the influx of water was minimal due to the sealed hatch. Though submersion was merely a matter of time, the cabin was saturated not only with seawater but also with palpable fear and panic. As they faced the looming specter of death, helpless, they could do nothing but plead for divine intervention. Here, in the depths of the ocean, escape was not as simple as jumping overboard. The crushing pressure of the deep sea would shatter the frail human body, and the despair of such depths posed a formidable challenge. "Oh God, please forgive my past transgressions. Save us," they cried. "I confess my wrongdoings. If only I could survive. I vow to retire from the military and cease all acts of violence. Who will come to rescue me? Superheroes, I do not know if you can hear my plea, but I implore you to save us." Chapter 19. The moment of revelation, encountering Aquaman. How burdensome it was to labor endlessly, with wages that felt like a distant dream. And the very hands that dispensed pay seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Complaining under his breath, Guangming soared to the damaged section of the submarine, his hands effortlessly penetrating the steel as though sinking into soil. A biological force field enveloped the entire vessel, enabling his relatively diminutive frame to lift it with ease, raising it above his head. Inside, the crew members were abruptly submerged as the submarine shifted dramatically, the water engulfing those who had been afloat, bubbles escaping their lips in a frantic gasp. In the compartment where water was less abundant, the sudden upheaval sent all occupants careening toward the iron walls. "What is happening?" they exclaimed. Outside, Guangming hoisted the vessel, and together they began to ascend, the influx of seawater beginning to wane. As their position rose, some of the water even flowed back out into the ocean. The crew felt the pull of gravity lessen, and expressions of panic transformed into smiles of relief. For they understood that one of the superheroes had heard their cries and had come to their aid. Overwhelmed with joy, they could even hear the rapid thumping of their own hearts. For the harrowing ordeal they had endured in those fleeting minutes eclipsed all the dangers they had faced in their lifetimes. Some among them may never dare to be divers again, with the more severe cases potentially succumbing to deep-sea phobia or oceanic anxiety. Were it not for the concern for the safety of those within the cabin, Guangming would have desired to swiftly drag them to the surface. However, he could not act in such a manner, setting aside the presence of innocent individuals. Such an action would not constitute a rescue, but rather a means to save the submarine. The sudden decrease in pressure indicated that, given their depth, survival was impossible. A significant number of individuals within the cabin lay lifeless, devoid of external injuries. This would inevitably compel the government to conduct autopsies to ascertain the cause of death, leading to public outcry and relentless scrutiny. Moreover, the language they spoke was unfamiliar, suggesting they were not from a nation he despised, even among those he disdained. Not all were malevolent. In summary, if rescue was to be attempted, it must be executed thoroughly and not hastily. With a splash, the tranquil surface of the sea resonated with the sound of draining water as a submarine gradually surfaced, seawater continuously gushing back into the ocean through a breach in its hull. Those submerged within the cabin were swept along by the flowing water into the vastness of the sea. The residual seawater outside the submarine, influenced by gravity, cascaded downwards, resembling a localized downpour. Once the water had sufficiently drained, the vessel was maneuvered so that the damaged section faced the sky. It was then lowered a few dozen meters away, allowing it to float upon the surface and cease its descent, before attending to the unfortunate souls who had been swept out by the currents. Once more, he plunged into the sea, seizing the one soldier among them who could not swim. How he had managed to grasp the ceiling within the cabin remained a mystery. The height was considerable, and his inability to swim should have resulted in his drowning. Yet, there he was, floundering in the water. With a splash, he emerged once again, now with another person in his grasp. "Hold on to me." Li Guangming extended his hand for them to clutch, and the additional individual grasped the hands of the others. Once everyone had secured their hold, they soared above the ocean's surface. As for the concern of whether their arms might sustain injuries from the strain of being pulled, the presence of a biological force field rendered such worries unfounded. "Black Super, thank you so much for saving us. Wow, we were saved by a superhero. It's truly unbelievable. Black Super, where's Blue Super? Isn't he usually the one rescuing people? Enough with the chatter, can you please be quiet? And what is all this about Black Super and Blue Super?" The incessant babble from the group left Li Guangming uncertain whom to address, not to mention the peculiarities surrounding their titles. What on earth were these monikers of Black Super and Blue Super? How had he not encountered them on television or his phone during this time? The answer was clear. He had not seen such references, as all the content he consumed revolved around the lives of introverted males, and the headlines bore no mention of such names. Nor did he have the inclination to delve deeper. Televised news would not acknowledge such titles in the near future. Those were nicknames collectively decided upon by fans on the internet. Another individual eagerly interjected, "The official title is superhero. Since there are two of you, and your suits are identical, we simply named you based on the colors of your costumes." Collectively referred to as superheroes, individuals privately categorized themselves by their respective colors as prefixes. What could Li Guangming possibly say? Would he create an account solely to criticize the names they've chosen, demanding alterations? Who would believe him? Then, amidst their bickering, he would produce evidence. He would never engage in the folly of self-deceit, as this would merely signal to those adept with technology that he is indeed a superhero, revealing his whereabouts. The unseen droplets cascading from his attire during their conversation would lead them from the entrance into the submarine. Hold on tight. The commotion may be considerable. After delivering his monologue, he would deny them the opportunity to speak, fearing they might prattle endlessly. Submerging into the ocean, he would elevate the entire submarine into the skies. What alternative did he have? Would he simply abandon them there? A glance through his enhanced vision revealed that communications were utterly compromised, leaving them adrift in this desolate area, with no hope of rescue. Was precarious. Who knew when anyone would traverse this maritime expanse? Rather than alerting their nation, it would be more prudent to return the submarine intact, as it was hardly a significant matter. This would also preclude any petty nations from exploiting the submarine for their own agendas. His actions were meticulously executed. What could they possibly do against him? Should they dare to sue him like Clark, he would occupy the moral high ground, invoking the legacy of their ancestors as his shield. With a strategy of intellect preceding brawn, he would verbally chastise them before resorting to force if they remained obstinate, ensuring they were thoroughly subdued in both body and spirit. Activating his super hearing, it wasn't long before he located a multitude of individuals conversing in their native tongue. Undoubtedly, he had reached their homeland. In that fleeting moment, Li Guangming felt he had grasped a significant portion of their language. With attentive listening, he deduced he would soon master an entirely new dialect. Simultaneously, he noted that the superhuman who had hastened towards him had come to a standstill, seemingly reassured that the predicament had been resolved, yet remaining to observe. As he lifted the submarine, it soared above the superhuman's head, the disparity in their sizes allowing him to effortlessly bear the hefty weight without any damage, which momentarily astonished him. As he passed by, Li Guangming found no need to employ his super sight. His current vision was clear enough to discern the individual's features and the astonished expression upon his face. Eyes wide in shock, satisfied in his vanity, he smiled as he hovered above, activating his duplication ability to enhance himself. Notification: Duplicate Arthur Curry. Acquiring corresponding lineage and physical strength, ability to communicate with and control marine life, underwater respiration. Indeed, his appearance had led to speculation, and upon duplicating the abilities, he confirmed that this individual was Aquaman. Truth be told, his powers were somewhat superfluous, offering only a modest enhancement. However, the ability to communicate with and control marine life was intriguingly entertaining. The capacity for underwater respiration was also largely redundant, as his super lungs, under the yellow sun, allowed him to survive in the vacuum of space without the need for breath, thanks to the radiation absorbed from his Kryptonian genes, creating an internal circulation system. Chapter 20. Li Guangming's quest for artifacts at the harbor. A few small vehicles traversed the roads, while vessels docked and departed along the shore. Passers-by conversed in unfamiliar tongues, filled with laughter and debate. Look, what is that? Gradually, an increasing number of individuals were captivated by the exclamations nearby. They eagerly leaned over the railing, their gazes fixed upon the vast expanse of the ocean, where a shadow in the sky loomed ever larger. Some began to employ their intellects, retrieving their mobile devices to activate the camera function, zooming in for a clearer observation of this mysterious object. They aimed to capture this pivotal moment, envisioning the potential of viral fame should it prove to be an extraordinary event, or perhaps even selling the footage to the media for a modest profit. It was a submarine, but how could a submarine be hovering in the air? It appeared to be held aloft by someone. A chorus of astonishment erupted, and the scene grew increasingly chaotic, with voices overlapping in fervent discussion, rendering it nearly impossible to discern any coherent dialogue. As time passed, the submarine drew nearer, eliciting yet another gasp of awe. It was Superman, Guangming, sustaining the submarine through a biofield, augmented by his superhuman vision to navigate the surroundings. He refrained from activating his superhearing, primarily as the conversations within the vessel were self-referential, and it seemed rather awkward for anyone to extol his virtues in his presence. Yet, he could not resist eavesdropping, which was partly why he had not hastened to the port. Feeling the scrutiny of dozens at the harbor, he gently lowered the submarine to the shoreline. The oppressive seawater surged, crashing against the coastal cliffs. This hefty iron vessel belongs to your nation. I have returned it to you. Farewell. Suspended in midair, the emblem on his dark Kryptonian suit was striking, while his crimson cape billowed without the slightest breeze. Guangming extended his right hand in a casual wave and, in an instant, vanished. The crowd was left with only the sound of a thunderous boom and the fan-shaped trail formed by the sonic boom. What was so valuable about a submarine that it warranted theft? If it could not be seized, why not destroy it? It was perplexing. No wonder the minor antagonists in Aquaman had diminished in reputation. As he soared above the cloud cover, Guangming contemplated whether he should intervene against this band of marauders. Although they had already fled several hundred nautical miles away, apprehending them would still be a trivial task. After a moment's reflection, he decided against it. Let the minor characters be addressed by Aquaman. He could not stoop to the level of taking mere trophies. This was part of Aquaman's development, and there was no need for him to play the role of a caretaker. Moreover, these individuals lacked any extraordinary abilities. What purpose would his involvement serve? Particularly David Hyde, who, despite having the capability to adapt Atlantis technology into a manta ray, was squandering his potential. While such talents might not shine brightly in the realm of supernatural beings on DC's Earth, one must consider that this technology far surpassed that of terrestrial kingdoms. Why not establish his own enterprise and leverage his intellect for profit, rather than living on the edge of danger? Such behavior could only be described as reckless. If he had been more prudent, his father would not have met his demise. In time, he could venture to the Lost Kingdom and retrieve the trident. The ability to control the seas would be magnificent, and with the replicated bloodline, all marine creatures would heed his command, creating a grand spectacle. Coupled with the sea monster caravan, it must be said that while not particularly formidable in power, the visual presence was indeed impressive. Having resolved to refrain from interference, he continued his aimless drift, heading towards Flora. He still intended to savor culinary delights with her, as their appetites could indulge thoroughly. A sound of breaking air resonated above the crowd, yet upon lifting their gazes, they found only emptiness. Guangming flew into a narrow alley, proceeding outward, and as he walked, his combat suit swiftly retracted, transforming into a necklace that he donned beneath his shirt. With a lightness in his step, he sought Flora, weaving through the throngs, until he arrived at a newly established restaurant. "Good day. Do you have a reservation?" inquired the attendant at the entrance, respectfully, without a glance at his modest attire, thus avoiding an embarrassing encounter. "No, I am here to find someone. She has already entered." Upon hearing this, the attendant did not impede Guangming, instead gesturing for him to proceed. Guangming entered smoothly and made a beeline for Flora, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth upon seeing her, entirely disregarding decorum. Stuffing food into her mouth, her lips glistening with grease, she epitomized the unrefined eating style of a true warrior. Fortunately, she refrained from using her hands, employing cutlery instead, thereby salvaging a modicum of dignity in the eyes of those who regarded themselves as refined. Fortunately, they merely cast disdainful glances without uttering a word. Otherwise, one could only speculate whether Flora would impart a lesson on humility, making them experience the repercussions of their insolence. They could not contain Flora's wrath. A simple slap could yield a result akin to striking a painting. "You've arrived. These dishes are exquisite." Flora, engrossed in her meal, acknowledged Guangming's entrance with enthusiasm. "However, they informed me that your card lacks sufficient funds, so I could only order these." As she spoke while eating, she longed to order more, yet found herself short of the local currency, and Guangming's funds were insufficient as well. 33 years had passed without her tasting anything of quality, and now, with her body evolved, her appetite seemed insatiable. If possible, she wished to indulge her cravings fully. Just how much has she consumed? Li Guangming discreetly inquired of a nearby server, his curiosity piqued. He knew he had at least several million left on his card, which could vanish in the blink of an eye while out rescuing someone. Unbelievable. This is the last dish. She has cleared our kitchen. This batch is freshly arrived. The server replied. She can certainly eat. Her stomach shows no sign of change. Earlier, someone mocked her, and she smashed a stone table with her hand. She must be some sort of demon, as they have already called the authorities. The server, unaware of Flora's earlier greeting, would not have dared speak so freely had he known. This girl was indeed extraordinary. Her companion likely was not an ordinary person either. Who would dare to speak ill of them? The crux of the matter was that this young lady could consume an astonishing amount and still appear unfazed. Oh, now I understand why the surrounding patrons were silent. They must have been threatened beforehand. He had thought the restaurant's clientele would exhibit higher standards, unaware that the situation had already escalated, and the table had likely been cleared long ago. Let us depart. It would be difficult to explain once the officers arrive. Li Guangming approached her directly, grasping her hand, intending to leave. She did not resist, holding on to his hand, considering his invitation to dine with her. The sentiment has shifted. It is no longer as detestable as before, unlike the prior intimidation by the antagonist, compelling compliance through threats. The languid leader grants them ample leisure, allowing a few others to acclimatize to Earth's environment and awaken their abilities before embarking on a quest to locate a planet to rebuild. This way, they shall possess the means to avert emergencies in the vast cosmos, unafraid of calamity. The stationary attendant stood dumbfounded. Had he known that the man beside him was the companion of that woman, he would have refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks. At this moment, he remained silent, fearful that the duo might seek retribution. As Li Guangming pulled Fola out the door, he spoke over his shoulder. I will be away for a while. I am uncertain if I will be reachable. Chapter 21. The Unidentified Corpse. Li Guangming's admonition in the outskirts of the metropolis, towering edifices and vibrant entertainment streets were absent. Expanses of wild grass and trees spread out, with only clusters of single-story, gray-brown factories punctuated by white stripes. Most structures were single-story, with only a few two-story buildings occupying a meager portion. The factories were widely spaced, yet they did not consume much of the surrounding greenery, which remained intact. However, this was an area seldom traversed by the wealthy, perhaps never ventured at all. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce glided along the desolate asphalt road, heading directly towards the factories. The man in the back seat appeared to be in his 20s, with an unremarkable yet handsome visage, clad in a fitted white suit that accentuated his tall, slender frame. The woman beside him had long, dyed yellow hair elegantly styled atop her head, exuding professionalism, with a considerable expanse of skin revealed beneath her neck. Her ordinary features were complemented by a low-cut, short dress that showcased her alluring figure. With only factories in the vicinity, one might question who would convene here for business discussions. The woman was filled with confusion, as the man seemed to act on a whim. After receiving a phone call, he abruptly canceled his plans and redirected their course. It was a contract worth billions. What kind of business could warrant such a remote meeting? She seriously doubted her employer had been misled. Despite her multiple warnings, he merely smiled. As they approached their destination, she began to sense something amiss. Even in dealings with the military, there seemed to be no need for such heavy fortifications. Gazing at the soldiers stationed every few steps, heavily armed and vigilant, she felt a growing unease. Something was decidedly off. Were it not for her boss's calm demeanor, she would have fled at that moment. Upon arriving at the factory gates, a military officer awaited their arrival. "Hello, Mr. Luther." "Good day, Lieutenant." With that, Lex Luthor and the lieutenant exchanged cordial handshakes. "Please, follow me." The lieutenant led the way, guiding them through layers of sentries. Upon reaching a newly erected steel wall, evidently constructed recently, the lieutenant produced a pass and presented it to the guard for identity verification, which was confirmed repeatedly before being returned. The assistant was now exceedingly curious about what warranted such military attention and how her employer was involved in this affair, pondering his role in the unfolding events. Upon opening the door, a general and several legislators greeted him. "Greetings. I am more than willing to finance all the necessary fundraising for the research project. May I now behold the treasure?" Luther smiled at the assembly, articulating his straightforward request, which, if genuine, would be utterly exhilarating. The assistant could scarcely believe her ears, having forsaken a multi-billion-dollar contract to be here for something undisclosed, contributing funds to the military without specifying an amount. This only intensified her curiosity about the underlying secrets. The general wasted no time. leading them directly to the mound of lead behind him. According to the data, the female Kryptonian exhibited two peculiar behaviors before her complete disappearance. To this day, we speculate her actions may have been intended for a specific purpose. As he spoke, he signaled two soldiers to lift the upper layer of lead, revealing a corpse before the astonished onlookers. Meanwhile, on the streets, Guangming grasped Flora's hand, deftly maneuvering to evade the shadowy figures pursuing them while advising her. During my absence, refrain from visiting Earth. Without me, there are matters you cannot manage, and I trust you wouldn't wish for any further losses among your kind. Flora found his words perplexing. They seemed laced with concern, as if he feared certain entities on Earth posed a threat to them. Yet, they also carried an undercurrent of menace regarding the severe consequences of disobedience. Thus, she could only nod obediently, vowing to restrain her Kryptonian kin from treading on Earth. I still have a half-box of gold and jewels with Martha. You may ask her to convert them into currency and procure some delicacies for the spacecraft. Savoring the flavors should suffice until my return. I shall not return to Clark. Please convey my message. After shopping, return to the lunar base. Guangming babbled as he led her through narrow alleys. He had his own considerations. Without a direct command, should they venture to Earth and the government discover their whereabouts, it could lead to complications, especially if kryptonite were to resurface. He was already aware of two ancient coins, not to mention the unknowns. Thus, staying on the moon seemed relatively safer. Very well, we shall await your return. Flora, a warrior by nature, rarely questioned the orders from her superiors. Standing still for a moment, she pondered deeply and realized there was nothing further to convey. With two resounding booms, they propelled themselves skyward, departing from the location towards their respective destinations. Guangming surged towards the Pacific, shattering the sound barrier, his sights set on the Mariana Trench. The narrative revealed that one of the seven kingdoms, the Trench Dwellers, resided in the lightless depths of the Mariana Trench, where Atlanta had been exiled. Ultimately, she sought refuge in the hidden sea within the Earth's core, evading death and living alone for 2 decades. Arthur and his companions also emerged from the Trench Kingdom, navigating a storm cloud to reach the concealed sea. The legendary trident, a relic of the first king, remained behind following his demise. He could discover any location, as long as it was not of magical origin. There is little to be done. Superman's resistance to magic is relatively lower, unable to rival his physical defenses. However, he possesses neither knowledge nor abilities in the realm of magic, and he has yet to encounter any magical beings. With the information at hand, he swiftly ascertains his direction. Meanwhile, Flora has returned to Kent Farm. With her X-ray vision activated, she easily locates the treasures hidden by Guangming. As she steps through the doorway, the two previously unacquainted individuals lock eyes, each staring intently at the other. Who are you looking for? Martha inquires, gazing at the unexpectedly beautiful girl who has intruded upon her space, certain that she is not here for Clark. Clark's girlfriend is Lois, whom Martha has met before. It is unlikely that a colleague from his work would come here seeking him. Although he has rented an apartment in Metropolis, he seldom stays there, often sneaking back for a brief respite. Could she be searching for Guangming? That seems improbable as well. After the hero's exploits, he tends to remain indoors, embracing the life of a recluse. It is doubtful he would be acquainted with such an exquisite lady. I am Flora. Guangming mentioned that I could ask Martha to purchase the remaining half-box of jewels from him and procure some food for the base. You are Martha, correct? Flora speaks with a calmness akin to still waters, her words betraying a hint of delight. Martha immediately recognizes her identity. She has heard Clark speak of this young woman, a fellow Kryptonian and one of the invaders from a previous battle. However, Guangming had subsequently subdued her along with all remaining Kryptonians, save for the general. Oh, very well, I shall assist you in making arrangements. Flora stands beside her, silently awaiting the agreed-upon time and place. I have scheduled a meeting for Chapter 22 at the Mariana Trench, the earliest being tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. He is unavailable today. Martha seems to inquire, suggesting that if Flora is in a hurry, she may have to venture to a strange shop where she might be undervalued, if conditions permit. It would be better to wait until tomorrow. That works. I shall return in the morning. Additionally, Guangming mentioned he would be leaving soon and may be unreachable, so I was entrusted to inform Clark. Flora ponders for a moment, sensing there is no urgency, and nods in agreement, relaying Guangming's message before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Martha calls out, her voice halting Flora in her tracks. After a brief hesitation, she extends an invitation. Why not stay for the night? You won't have to make an extra trip. Rest assured, there is ample room. She watches Flora's retreating figure, grappling with her uncertainty, as the recent invasion of Earth still lingers in her mind. However, considering Flora is now one of their own, Martha resolves to trust both Guangming and Flora's desire for redemption. Thank you for your kindness. Flora, puzzled by Martha's inner conflict, responds without hesitation after hearing her subsequent words. Soaring through the skies, Guangming sets his sights on the Mariana Trench, traversing continents and oceans in a brief span of time. With a splash, he plunges into the infinite expanse of the sea, water compressing around him. Yet he feels no pressure. He accelerates directly towards his objective, bubbles forming in swirling patterns behind him. The surrounding deep azure waters gradually dimmed, until no light could penetrate, rendering the realm dull and lifeless. It was a territory obscured even to those endowed with extraordinary vision and the underwater sight of the Sea King. Yet, amid such an environment, after descending for a while, an inexplicable radiance illuminated the entire oceanic world. This light seemed to emanate from the very walls of the abyss. A feeble glimmer that allowed Guangming's gaze to discern his surroundings with some clarity. He searched desperately for the vibrant crevice that had appeared in the depths of the trench in the original story, but it was nowhere to be found. Not here. Once more, he traversed the intricate fissures of the cliffs, only to be met by an impenetrable wall of darkness. His vision appeared to fail him here. Unable to penetrate the rock, and he was at a loss as to why. Relying solely on his faint sight, he ventured forth, diving into the fractured crevice at the bottom, hoping that this time he would find the correct location. The greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment, particularly when one's efforts yield no tangible results. He was oblivious to the passage of time, devoid of any external cues. His body was now robust, and he felt no fatigue. Thus, he could not estimate the passage of time based on physical exhaustion. How strange it was that he could find nothing. It should surely be in the Mariana Trench. He had no desire to surrender now. After such a prolonged search, perhaps the next moment would reveal it before his eyes. As he descended, Guangming engaged his extraordinary intellect, meticulously mapping out the locations he had already explored in his mind, forming a mental cartography. This strategy ensured he meticulously covered every inch of the trench without meandering aimlessly. The longer he searched, the more peculiar his situation became. After such an extensive duration, he had encountered not a glimmer of blue light, let alone a single denizen of the trench. Logically, his abilities should render such an occurrence impossible, unless some magical force was at play. Surely, there must be some magical barrier. Otherwise, the ancient fishing vessels that navigated these waters would have met with disaster, leaving behind a multitude of terrifying tales, yet such accounts were lamentably scarce. If it were true that only the Atlanteans could locate the kingdom of the trench, he had replicated the bloodline of Arthur. Or was it that only a pure bloodline could lead one there? If so, did his hybridized genes render him a mongrel? How absurd it seemed to berate himself thus. Although he understood that his foundational genes remained unchanged, he could not help but ponder the notion. Never mind. Perhaps he should capture an Atlantean to guide him. Having virtually scoured the entirety of the trench, he reluctantly resolved to consult the experts. A magical barrier was not beyond the realm of possibility. They had thrived during the age of the gods, after all. Establishing such a barrier would certainly be feasible. In contemplation, Guangming retraced his path, traversing the dark expanse and returning to the deep sea. Let me see where Atlantis lies in that direction. Activating his abilities, his vision pierced through layers of obstruction, and he swiftly identified the precise location. They possess no magical abilities, although they exhibit some extraordinary powers that must have caught the attention of humanity. Leaning forward, they dashed out with a standard dynamic posture. With a resounding splash, accompanied by the unique sound of acceleration through water, they vanished in the blink of an eye. It would be prudent to capture one that is isolated. This would avoid drawing attention, and after verification, they could be safely returned. As the scene rapidly receded, Guangming contemplated his next move regarding the solitary target. However, drowsiness overtook him, as if someone had offered a pillow, evoking thoughts of home and the arrival of his nephew. At that moment, a fish-shaped submarine navigated the vast seabed alone. "Ah, here I come," he exclaimed as he swiftly appeared beside the submarine, grasping its protrusions with both hands. A biological force field enveloped the vessel, preventing those inside from sending out distress signals, and he dragged it upward, executing a 180-degree turn. The occupant within the submarine, startled by the sudden loss of control, frantically pressed buttons and tugged at the control lever, bewildered as to why everything appeared functional, yet the craft remained motionless. All the buttons seemed to have malfunctioned, the only source of light still illuminating the interior. Unprepared for the sudden jolt, a resounding thud echoed as a head collided with a metal panel, a noise so loud that even Guangming outside could hear it. It seems that accidents are not a concern underwater, as no seatbelts are installed. Guangming silently muttered an apology in his heart, yet he would not amend his actions. After all, he was not the one who designed the craft without safety measures. The responsibility lay elsewhere, and if blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon their scientists. One wonders if the occupant would suggest implementing safety protocols akin to those of humans upon their return. Regaining composure. The individual inside attempted to open the hatch, but it remained firmly shut. Defeated, they slumped back into their seat, gazing out at the scenery. The submarine was moving in a peculiar manner, clearly propelled by some unseen force. Maps flashed through Li Guangming's mind as he pondered where they might be headed. Sensing silence from within, he understood that resistance had ceased. He dragged the submarine along the route they had come. Certain that the trench dwellers resided in the Mariana Trench, there was no doubt about that, yet the path to their destination eluded him. After a while, with some distance still to cover, Li Guangming released the submarine. The occupant, hearing the commotion, noticed that the view outside had ceased to shift, devoid of any marine vegetation, revealing bare rock cliffs. They tried to open the forward window, and to their surprise, it actually opened. Without hesitation, they swam out, turning to cautiously survey their surroundings. "Who are you?" one exclaimed in astonishment, while the other assumed a defensive stance, ready for confrontation. "Do you know me? Who are you?" The graceful figure with flowing red hair furrowed her brow, questioning with an authoritative tone. Chapter 23. Capturing Mira, the identity of the beast. "Do I know you?" Li Guangming gazed at the striking figure before him, feigning ignorance as if they had never crossed paths. She was the woman whose graceful form he had inadvertently admired during the treasure hunt, still clad in that deep green, form-fitting attire, her red hair cascading over her shoulders. Judging by her attire and hair color, she must be Mira, the mistress of water manipulation, who, in the original tale, was the wife of Aquaman. To this day, Li Guangming had not forgotten her alluring voluptuousness, particularly her rare natural red hair, which lingered vividly in his memory. He had thought he had long since forgotten. But upon her actual presence, the images that had lain dormant in his mind resurfaced unbidden. As they stood in a stalemate, Li Guangming's gaze began to drift downward, seeking to compare the reality before him with the vision etched in his memory. With immense willpower, he suddenly snapped back to awareness, forcing himself to divert his attention by reciting the few Buddhist scriptures he could recall. "Your earlier words hardly suggest a stranger to me." Gazing at the man before her, feigning ignorance, she was unconvinced. The shock she had just displayed could not possibly stem from a first encounter. She regarded the man with suspicion, replaying in her mind everyone she had encountered, even passers-by, though she could not recall any random bystanders. He seemed oddly familiar, and though she had never seen him in the underwater kingdom, his attire indicated he was from the land. "Very well, I recognize you. Indeed, Mara, Princess of Zebel. I have caught a distant glimpse of you among the masses. Do you take me for a fool?" The more she listened, the more she sensed something amiss, prompting her to roll her eyes. Her intelligence was intact. Surely he could concoct a more suitable excuse. Just as Li Guangming was about to clarify, a sudden realization struck him. "Wait, I am the kidnapper. Why am I wasting time explaining myself to the victim? It's none of your concern. I am here to abduct you, having randomly selected a fortunate audience member. Congratulations. Due to your solitary nature, you have been chosen." He paused momentarily, then, perceiving her expectant gaze, he clapped, uttering words that would surely irritate her. "Then let us see you try. I am not to be trifled with." She clenched her fists, wary of Li Guangming's impending assault. Li Guangming was unceremonious, vanishing from her sight in an instant, only to reappear behind her. Before she could react, he seized her neck and slammed her down onto the rocky ground with no semblance of gentleness. "Oh, cough, cough." She felt as if today would be her downfall. That man was unnaturally swift. By the time she realized he had vanished, it was too late to react, and she found herself embedded in the stone. Could he not be a bit gentler? The disparity in their strengths was glaring, and yet he exerted such force that her chest felt ready to burst. "Enough with the chatter, take me to the Trench Kingdom." Li Guangming had no desire to engage in frivolous conversation. A woman with no connection to him would only hinder his speed in drawing his weapon. Mercy would merely waste his breath, as evidenced by their previous exchange. "What? You wish to go to the Trench Kingdom? No way. I have no intention of accompanying you to your doom. It is a place of exile." Upon hearing his intent to venture to the Trench Kingdom, she immediately shook her head in refusal, adding a considerate note that it was fraught with danger. The Trench Kingdom was home to the Trench people, a group of devolved beings, perhaps more aptly described as monsters, and they were numerous. Upon encountering living beings, they pounce and tear until their prey is utterly consumed. "You need only guide me. You may remain outside." I have searched, yet found not a single creature from the Trench clan. Seeing her vehemently shake her head in refusal, Li Guangming offered additional terms, though he did not voice them. Were it not for the lack of options, would he truly require her assistance? Encountering a trench monster would be akin to tracing the routes to their stronghold. Their strength is comparable to that of ants, offering no cause for concern. It is merely their overwhelming numbers and fearsome appearance that deter others. Speaking of numbers, one must consider that the harsh environment coupled with scarce resources has driven them to devolve into beasts. How then do they reproduce in such abundance? Really? Observing her lingering disbelief, Li Guangming released his grip from around her neck. Mira stood up, instinctively rubbing her aching chest, and caught sight of her companion's hand abruptly halting. Frozen for a few seconds before he hastily let go, feigning nonchalance. You have no choice. Upon sighting a trench clan member, I shall release you immediately. Lead the way. Li Guangming nudged her shoulder, signaling it was time to move. You don't have a girlfriend, do you? Spare yourself the worry. Focus solely on guiding us. And beware of any monsters that may suddenly appear. We are not in immediate danger here, yet the journey ahead remains long. As for why we do not return to the submarine, she assumed Li Guangming had destroyed it. Otherwise, how could the communication device be inoperative? His claims were dubious. Even if he were to free her upon encountering a trench member, could she truly escape? He professed to have been there. How could that be? Surely, he would have encountered monsters. If he did not, then what was he playing at? Why did I not come across a single trench monster during my visit? Mira, walking ahead, wore an impassive expression upon hearing his words. Whether or not you believe me is inconsequential. She was convinced that Li Guangming intended to drag her down with him, and now he was even deceiving himself. How amusing. Was he perhaps a pervert? Relishing the sight of another's hope being shattered before their mutual demise, Li Guangming quickly discerned her desire to avoid conversation, and rather than pursue futility, he chose to fall back a few paces. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Mira fleeing. Could she outrun him? The moment she attempted escape, he could easily reclaim her. What she pondered eluded his understanding. Currently, he lacked any telepathic abilities. Were he to know, he might cry out in protest. His recent surge in power had been somewhat extraordinary, granting him unmatched strength, leading him to believe that given her abilities, she should have no trouble escaping the Trench Clan's clutches. In the narrative, a large group would charge in, and ultimately, all would emerge unscathed. After several minutes, the two ascended 3 feet above the ground, gradually approaching the Mariana Trench. Mira's feet trembled in agitation while Li Guangming, buoyed by his biological force field, floated effortlessly. The desolation enveloped them, revealing only rugged rocks and soft earth, alongside remnants of marine creatures' shattered bones. Move forward, and they shall emerge. You go ahead. She harbored a glimmer of hope, yearning for him to show her some mercy. Li Guangming disregarded her, firmly grasping her shoulder as he propelled his body forward with unwavering resolve. She dared not resist, primarily due to her inability to prevail. Any struggle would only exacerbate her injuries, and it was wiser to conserve her strength for a potential escape amidst the turmoil. The surroundings were eerily silent, resembling a desolate sea, enveloped in an oppressive stillness. Li Guangming's heart raced with exhilaration. They were on the brink of entering the realm of the abyss. Even Mela, caught in his grip, could feel her heart pounding in her chest. In an instant, a plethora of grotesque creatures materialized from every direction, charging towards them with the frenzy of rabid dogs. These were the degenerated denizens of the trench, humanoid monstrosities adorned with terrifying fish heads, dark crimson fins, and 3 razor-sharp claws. In their relentless quest for survival, they consumed anything that crossed their path, an unfathomable horror reminiscent of Lovecraftian nightmares. Chapter 24. The degenerated trench dwellers, a mere throng of monsters. Could they truly recognize individuals? Li Guangming mused, as he pressed down on his shoulder, twisting his arms and shaking his legs in preparation. He was determined to ascertain whether this swarm of trench dwellers was indeed endless. You are free now. Go wherever you wish, he declared, turning his back to Mela. With that, he unleashed a punch that pierced through the chest of one of the trench dwellers. Mela, hearing his words tinged with excitement, felt a wave of despair wash over her. Even if she wished to flee, escape was not an option. The endless horde of creatures surrounded them like a cage, their grotesque fish heads littering the terrain, save for the few that did not emerge from the depths. They resembled fragments of debris from the ocean floor, countless and uncountable, with no one willing to risk their life to tally their numbers. Dodging a surprise attack from a creature behind her, she seized its approaching claw and kicked it away. Taking a step back, she evaded another creature's fish-like appendage. With both hands, she pushed outward, momentarily displacing the sparse monsters in the water, creating a semicircular zone devoid of their presence. Do you have a plan? The numbers are increasing, Mela exclaimed, retreating behind Li Guangming as she scrutinized the impenetrable mass of creatures. She had no time to dwell on the revolting imagery of the monsters, reminiscent of sulfur splashed upon rotting flesh. Without her powers to sustain her, the water surged in, obscuring her view with a multitude of pristine air bubbles. The brief respite did not inflict any harm upon them, regaining their strength. The creatures roared as they jostled one another, eager to push through their kin to snatch the rare morsels of food. "Oh, you haven't fled yet," Guangming remarked. Having noticed the commotion earlier, he was astonished that Mela had chosen to remain. When they emerged, it was evident that they possessed vulnerabilities. That moment presented the ideal opportunity for escape. In his mind's eye, she could dart through the wall of monsters, surpassing dozens or even hundreds. After all, the former queen of Atlantis, Atlanta, had effortlessly navigated through the dense throng of trenched dwellers. There was no reason Mela could not do the same. Mira expressed that one might overthink the situation. If they were to run in a singular direction, it was indeed achievable. It was a mystery why those monstrous beings appeared only when the two of them had plunged deeper into peril. "Run? How amusingly you overestimate me." With a self-deprecating chuckle, she gritted her teeth, her visage contorted in agony, her crimson tresses billowing as her delicate hands waved, causing the deep sea to seem as if it were fracturing. With a cacophony of roars veering off course, a spiral emanated from Mira, expanding outward as the seawater compressed, countless tiny bubbles adhering to the barrier's edge, filtering the air from within the water. It rapidly burgeoned into a vacuum zone nearly 100 meters wide before finally ceasing its expansion. A couple of monsters that had slipped through the net plummeted from the air, crashing with bones shattering and flesh piercing, struggling to maneuver their bodies. Their claws piercing into the rocky substrate. Inch by inch, they crawled towards the pair, driven by primal hunger. Mira's heart was engulfed in desolation. Had she known, she would have stayed indoors today, first captured, then coerced into guiding them to this forsaken place. The lone flicker of hope lay in the man beside her. He had maintained an air of composure and serenity throughout, even a slight smile gracing his lips. If death awaited them, there would be no need for resistance. So his actions must be born of some underlying confidence, perhaps a glimmer of hope. The gathering was nearly complete. It was time to reap the rewards. Guangming had previously observed that the sea-trenched dwellers were too dispersed, and it was wiser to wait for them to converge. At that moment, his heated gaze swept across, annihilating them in droves, a brief expenditure of time that yielded significant returns, avoiding the chaos of scattered groups. Mira's belief in his hidden strength solidified, bolstering her courage to contemplate total annihilation. Yet, she remained uncertain whether all the monsters were present before them. It was time to retract her abilities. Mira complied, withdrawing her maintained superpower. Fatigue etched across her features. A deluge of waves surged like a tsunami, frantically converging towards the center, concealing numerous phantoms that darted swiftly. The splashing seawater enveloped the two of them, and Guangming's eyes gradually transformed into a crimson glow, followed by the entirety of his eye sockets as he unleashed his heated gaze. "Get down," Mira gasped, and before she could fully comprehend, two blinding beams of light shot forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the beams radiating red light. The sheer power of the lasers was astonishing, obliterating everything in their path, be it the creatures of the trench or the rocks, turning them to rubble. A pungent scent of burning filled the air, and as Guangming turned his head, not a single monster remained intact. Only dismembered limbs littered the scene. Like dumplings, they plummeted towards the ocean floor. Realizing the imminent danger, Mira quickly crouched down, the heated gaze following suit. Guangming spun around, clearing a vast expanse. The monstrous horde seemed truly inexhaustible. As the voids in the sea and sky were swiftly replenished, his head swayed erratically, and with his rotating form, the heated gaze sliced through obstacles like waves. The external world can only perceive the occasional tremor of the thermal vision beneath the sea, reminiscent of the glowing sticks waved during a concert, surfacing intermittently to cast beams into the sky. Were it not for Guangming's utmost restraint, those on the mainland might have caught sight of it. Gulping, Mela instinctively swallowed as she measured the focus of the lifeless body. If you possess such abilities, why not utilize them sooner? She pondered. Had she been aware of this man's capability to slice through monsters as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables, would she have still harbored fear? Wouldn't it be more prudent to follow him obediently and witness his endeavors in the kingdom of the deep? You didn't inquire, he retorted. Besides, did I not allow you to depart? How was I to know you were so feeble, incapable of overcoming such minor obstacles? While maintaining the thermal vision to harvest fish-like creatures, she countered, had I heeded your suggestion to use thermal vision from the outset, it would have necessitated constant toggling, as if my eyes were mere switches. This is the seabed, and generating sonic attacks through hand collisions amidst the Kryptonians' group assault is rather challenging. As for the freezing breath, do you wish to encase the entire ocean floor in ice to cool yourself down? Not everyone possesses your strength. What then? Brings you to the kingdom of the deep? Surely, you cannot be claiming you merely sought to test the prowess of your laser eyes. I find that hard to believe. Reborn, she felt an exhilarating liberation as the weight upon her heart dissipated entirely. The grim scene before her, coupled with a unique scent that filled her nostrils, incessantly piqued her senses. First, she lavished compliments upon Li Guangming. Then she engaged him in a familiar manner, attempting to draw him out. Li Guangming sensed her intentions, realizing she wished to extract information from him. Otherwise, how could such a formidable individual find himself in this forsaken land? He had no intention of concealing the truth, especially since Mela had not posed any inquiries. If she did not ask, why should he divulge anything? He is not a blabbermouth, eager to share all. I seek the hidden sea within the kingdom of the deep, where the legendary trident of the first king of Atlantis lies. What? Mela exclaimed in astonishment. The legendary trident residing in the kingdom of the deep. Chapter 25. Entering the storm clouds. Mela's expression was one of wonder. The day's events had unfolded like a dream. First, her abduction, followed by the obligation to guide him to the kingdom of the deep for burial. She never expected that the man who had captured her was so formidable he had survived, only to reveal that the long-lost legendary trident was indeed located in this exile. The kingdom of the deep. It was the very trident wielded by the first king, said to possess the power to command the oceans. Who on earth are you? Mela questioned, her brow furrowed with confusion. How could this unfamiliar surface dweller possess more knowledge than their own kind? Could he be from the nation of the renegades or the lost nation, the only two realms that faded into obscurity following the submergence of Atlantis? How else could he have knowledge of the trident? Though she remained uncertain of the veracity of his claims, the chasm between his strength and her own rendered it unnecessary for him to deceive her. What if the information he possessed was false? I am Li Guangming, he declared, realizing that despite the prolonged maintenance of the thermal vision, the swarm of creatures showed no signs of diminishing. Were it not for the grotesque remnants strewn across the ground, he might have believed they could be resurrected. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of extraordinary phenomena. The creatures from the trench bore no resemblance to what he had previously known, save for their wild appearance. It had been said that their regression stemmed from a scarcity of resources and perpetual darkness, yet the sheer multitude of them, akin to an unrelenting dust, was perplexing. If their numbers did not dwindle soon, he resolved to abandon the pursuit and seek his own fork. I inquired about your identity, not your name. How do you know the location of the trident? This is a mystery even we Atlanteans are unaware of. Mera, crouching nearby, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing the response, though she refrained from any impolite actions. She was no fool. She understood that provoking someone beyond her means was unwise. She pressed her hand against her chest, the rising anger lodged in her throat like a stubborn morsel, reluctantly swallowed down. Curious, are you? I shan't tell you. Mera nodded in agreement to the first part of the statement, only to have the previously settled morsel surge back up her throat. Li Guangming had been pacing in circles for several minutes, the relentless swarm of grotesque fish proving to be inexhaustible. With no desire to waste further time, he decided to abandon the extermination plan. He closed his eyes and shut off his thermal vision, allowing the crimson glow behind his eyelids to cool momentarily before returning to a more natural hue. Keep firing. They're coming. Ignoring Mera at his feet, he propelled himself towards the canyon. The protective biofield enveloped Mera, shielding her from harm as she dashed forward, colliding with the trench creatures that attempted to impede her path. This astonished Mera. She lacked such abilities herself, else she would not have feared these monsters. It was undoubtedly Li Guangming's power. He possessed capabilities beyond mere devastating laser vision. Navigating through the swirling dust of the trench dwellers, the dim light allowed them to discern each monstrous figure with clarity. They observed the creatures' movements, the fierce swipes of their claws, and the glint of their razor-sharp teeth. Through the throng of monsters, the entrance to the Mariana Trench loomed, roughly estimated. Li Guangming deftly evaded an approaching creature, sending it, and its companions trailing behind like bees in pursuit. As they forged ahead, the monsters fell further behind, creating an illusion of unchanging distance. Upon entering the trench, the two felt a slight sense of spaciousness. The mouth of the trench, in stark contrast to their numbers, proved too narrow for all to enter at once. The pressing throng jostled and shoved, allowing some creatures to break free from their entanglement and continue the chase. With existing creatures already inhabiting the trench, the influx of newcomers was formidable. Yet, from the outside, their numbers appeared significantly reduced. The sounds of shattered bones and the impact of monsters colliding with the rocky walls echoed in their ears. Before long, a faint azure light illuminated their eyes. Truly, this was a sight to behold. Li Guangming lamented that, despite his solitary efforts. He had scoured every inch of the terrain without so much as a glimpse of the azure storm clouds. However, upon bringing an Atlantean companion, he was greeted by a flicker of blue light as they descended to the ocean's depths. It seemed that the creatures of the deep were adept at recognizing their own kin. They held no regard for outsiders, dismissing them as if they were but shadows. "What are you talking about?" Malara, hanging on to him, was bewildered by his words. "Ghosts? There are no ghosts here, only the myriad creatures of the trenches." It was perplexing that while his own people were shunned, she was welcomed with open arms. Was that not akin to encountering a specter? Emboldened by the moment and in good spirits, Li Guangming occasionally indulged her inquiries. "I thought you were deceiving me, yet it appears to be true," Malara exclaimed loudly, fearful that he might not hear her. Amidst the roars surrounding them, the pair engaged in a light-hearted conversation, discussing trivial matters. Gradually, Li Guangming led her closer, the blue luminescence growing ever more radiant. The walls of the chasm began to converge, resembling a net designed to capture rather than release. The cacophony of howls mingled with the crackling of thunder, necessitating that they raise their voices to communicate. As the monstrous beings began to dwindle, eventually disappearing altogether, it became evident that the brilliant blue light was far too intense for them, having long adapted to the dimness of their habitat. These creatures were akin to vampires dwelling in a desert, fearing the sun, and only venturing out under the cloak of night to hunt for sustenance. In this barren wasteland, they sought food that appeared only under the most improbable circumstances. Navigating through the narrow crevice, Li Guangming and Malara were met by a tempestuous blue storm cloud. He released her, allowing her to hover beside him. The intermittent thunder dissuaded any approach, and the sight of the lightning was enough to chill the bone. Anyone would feel that advancing meant certain annihilation. "You say the trident is within? That seems exceedingly perilous. Entering would be tantamount to death," Malara shouted, yearning for reassurance or comfort from Li Guangming. Alone, she knew she could not escape. She trusted that he would not gamble with his life carelessly. Did he not possess the confidence to seek out the kingdom of the trench without absolute certainty of safety? If he could lead her back without entering, she would prefer that. Otherwise, she was resolute in not remaining behind, even amidst danger. There is no danger. Beyond this lies the tranquil sea of the Earth's core. It is quite safe. Li Guangming understood her trepidation. She was never one to shy away from peril. Her history of battling wilderness wolves and aiding King Arthur in his escape from marriage attested to her courage. Yet, she sought confirmation of safety and, above all, solace. "Let us proceed," he declared, taking her hand and plunging into the storm cloud. Chapter 26. Teaching little pets to be beasts. The biological force field enveloped Mira's form, ostensibly assuring her of safety, yet an additional layer of protection was prudently added to avert any unforeseen mishaps. A notification echoed in his ears, audible only to Li Guangming himself. "Warning, attacked by magical lightning. Acquired the trait of weak lightning resistance. Magical lightning released." The magical lightning, barely capable of breaching his Kryptonian constitution, inflicted minimal harm, merely rendering one momentarily unconscious, which speaks volumes of its power. Thus, what Li Guangming gained was merely a trait, a slight enhancement to his existing magical resistance. Though the magical lightning released was not potent, combined with his superhuman potential, the effect was commendable and perhaps even capable of growth. Nevertheless, it seemed unnecessary. Rather than exploring on his own, he could simply confront Zeus and berate him. And in that scenario, he would acquire everything he desired. The powerful vortex generated by the storm clouds relentlessly assailed the two. Yet under the influence of the biological force field, they were spared from being swept away. Dark clouds drifted within the tempest, intermittently flashing with light, reminiscent of the colorful rotating lights of a KTV establishment. Lightning ravaged the surroundings, striking in succession from unpredictable locations, sometimes above them, at other times behind, appearing in a chaotic manner. The faint sparks of electricity that permeated the biological force field rendered Mira's body with a delightful tingling sensation. This massage is rather pleasant. Mira need not ponder. She understood that Li Guangming was protecting her. Otherwise, she would surely have succumbed to unconsciousness, much like before. With no threat to her life, her remarks seemed laced with sarcasm, yet they were grounded in reality. The minuscule current was neither too strong nor too weak, striking a perfect balance. The fatigue that had once enveloped her felt entirely lifted. "I cannot feel it. The defenses are impenetrable." Li Guangming had not anticipated her thoughts and promptly echoed her sentiment. He guided Mira directly downward, surmising that the entrance lay at the bottom, in accordance with the direction of the vortex. As the original narrative had proceeded into the Earth's core along the same path, Mira remained silent, disregarding his ostentation. She was well aware of his formidable strength and felt no need for reiteration. His actions were merely a display of bravado before her. What could she possibly say? Any comment would only serve to highlight her own insecurities or betray her envy. Accompanied by a resounding crack and rumble, they plunged toward the most resplendent light at the bottom. The tranquil sea of the Earth's core resembled a primordial epic, abundant with colossal flora and a plethora of rare flowers. An unknown white light streamed through the cliffs above, illuminating the area as if it were daytime, fostering the growth of the vegetation. Occasionally, pterosaurs, creatures once thought to exist solely in books and fossils, soared through the air between the cliff peaks. Water, the source of which remained a mystery, cascaded down from the summit, rendering the scene akin to a paradise untouched by time. At the serene base of the cliffs, a circular portal, over 2 meters wide, abruptly manifested, expelling the two and closing in the blink of an eye, as though it had never existed. Since Li Guangming and Mira retained their senses, they could clearly perceive the vanishing teleportation circle, exchanging bewildered glances. It seems they fear our return. Li Guangming could not help but scoff at the situation, likening it to that of a hapless bride being teased, hastily retreating as if fearing further harassment. Yet, one could comprehend his trepidation. After all, the ancient species inhabiting the Silent Sea posed a significant threat. Should they escape through the passage to the outside world, a cataclysmic extinction event could ensue. The teleportation circle connected to the vast ocean beyond, and given their size and predatory prowess, these creatures, devoid of natural enemies in the sea, could effortlessly decimate an entire species. Nevertheless, Li Guangming felt compelled to assert that he was overthinking it. The entrance was guarded by the trench dwellers. Any creature that dared to exit would leave behind naught but scraps, let alone venture into the ocean. Another means of escape involved obtaining the trident and exiting through another part of the barrier. However, the trident was also guarded by kerosene, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to enter, even with the trench dwellers facilitating a two-way passage. There was likely an additional motive to prevent the exiled from bringing greedy individuals into this realm. Should even a moderately capable being attempt to wield the trident, kerosene would likely rebel, annihilating the entire Atlantean populace to secure peace, as who could endure constant disturbances. Although at this moment, he earnestly wished to neglect any thoughts of the trident. While Li Guangming was lost in contemplation, Mela turned to explore the waters, only to discover that the entrance had completely vanished. It was utterly gone. She pondered how they would exit if he were unqualified to claim the trident. She had long since come to trust Li Guangming's words. The information regarding their location was undoubtedly accurate, but whether they could actually obtain it was another matter entirely. There must be some restrictions in place. Otherwise, countless exiles throughout history would not have failed to acquire it. Rest assured, we will surely find a way out. The toy has yet to be secured, Li Guangming reassured her, for he was privy to the means of escape but refrained from disclosing it explicitly. Otherwise, she might pursue him with inquiries, and he had no desire to squander his breath on explanations. In the murky waters, a colossal creature appeared to catch the scent of the two, hurtling towards them with alarming precision. Naturally, the extraordinary duo noticed the sound of water parting in the distance. Following the noise, the massive silhouette gradually loomed larger until, merely a few meters away, it became clear that it was an azure dragon. It bared its enormous jaws, revealing a row of sharp, serrated teeth, charging at them. Clearly, it perceived them as potential prey. In its eyes, even beings larger than itself were mere food, let alone such petite and delicate figures. However, today it had misjudged its adversaries. Disregarding Li Guangming, even Mela alone would suffice to turn it into a meal. For her, dispatching it would not pose much challenge. Truly, in the absence of tigers, monkeys reign as kings, Li Guangming lamented, wondering if Atlanteans had not taught them the ways of beasts. How dared they provoke them, knowing well that their kind bore grudges? With deliberate movements, they easily evaded its snapping jaws, their actions graceful as if dancing through the water. Simultaneously, Mela thrust her hands forward, utilizing the force of the current to effortlessly evade the creature's assault. The azure dragon opened its conical maw and swiftly snapped shut, passing between the two figures. The clash of its sharp teeth and the sensation of emptiness informed it that its prey had eluded capture. Immediately, it pivoted its magnificent form, jaw agape, intent on delivering a fatal blow before the quarry could react. Li Guangming, witnessing the dragon's turn towards him, understood its unwillingness to relinquish its intended meal. Before the creature could fully orient its head, he struck with a powerful punch to the area behind its eye socket. In an instant, it was propelled several dozen meters away, and the creature, lacking in intelligence, finally comprehended that the two prey before it were not to be trifled with. Promptly retreating in disgrace, Li Guangming spared its life, for once he acquired the trident, it would become his pet. As for the reason he did not employ Arthur's ability to command marine creatures, it was twofold. First, the powers coursing through his veins had yet to fully awaken. Second, rather than engage in a lengthy process of communication and control, a swift punch proved more efficient. Let us go, stop staring, he cautioned Mira, who was still gazing at the retreating form of the azure dragon, leading the way toward the shore. Chapter 27. Mira exposed amidst the vibrant scenery. Waves crashed against the cliffs, each layer of white foam cascading endlessly. The soft sounds of two splashes broke the surface, but their feeble tones were drowned out by the thunderous roar of the waterfall and the crashing of waves against the cliffs and rocks. Li Guangming and Mira floated on the ocean's surface, scanning their surroundings. Three sides were bordered by sheer rock walls, towering cliffs obstructing their view. Only ahead lay a stretch of sandy beach, where the sudden appearance of the two had startled a flock of foraging theropods, sending them scattering in all directions. They exchanged a glance, confirming their direction. Just as Li Guangming reached out to grasp Mira's arm and lift her to fly together, she shook her head, refusing his offer. No need. I can swim there on my own, she insisted, her voice resolute. Why delay by relying on him when she could manage it herself? Very well, he conceded, retracting his outstretched hand. With a splash, he leapt from the water, standing suspended in the air, his garments untouched by a single drop of seawater. This was due to his maintenance of a biological force field upon entering the sea, sparing him the discomfort of damp clothing. His feet dangled naturally as he drifted toward the beach. Mira blinked in astonishment, finally grasping the implication of Li Guangming's actions. But it was too late to voice her thoughts. Her pride prevented her from calling him back to take her along. Could he not have simply announced his intentions beforehand? How was she to know what he meant? Even a refusal could have been articulated. Did he not understand the principle of 3 strikes? Alas, she lamented the missed opportunity for a free ride. Yet, she did not linger. Diving into the water, she propelled herself forward with a powerful push of her hands, kicking her legs to swim toward the sandy shore with determination. With a splash, Mela broke through the water's surface, laboriously making her way to the shore. The seawater lapping against her thighs, droplets cascading from her hair. As her feet sank into the soft sand, she distanced herself from the shoreline. The moment she reached the land, she activated her water manipulation abilities, shedding the seawater from her crimson locks and form-fitting attire. While the ocean had posed no discomfort, the moisture on land clung to her, rendering her uneasy. In the hustle of urgency, one might instinctively overlook such sensations, yet in tranquil moments, they became all the more pronounced. Once she had composed herself, she noticed Li Guangming standing in place, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Yet the area was barren, with rocky cliffs only visible hundreds of meters away. If one were to seek something, it would be prudent to venture forth rather than gaze into the void. What are you looking for? There's nothing nearby. You'll have to go over there. Mela approached Li Guangming, a puzzled expression gracing her features as she followed his gaze, but found nothing of interest. I am searching for a cave with a waterfall and a small pond, Li Guangming replied matter-of-factly, his extraordinary vision and X-ray abilities at work. That is so far away. Why not just walk over? No need. I possess super sight and X-ray vision. The entire Earth is within my surveillance. Do you truly believe I would be unable to find it? He firmly dismissed her suggestion, elaborating on his reasoning. He had no desire for Mela to perceive him as afflicted with intermittent cognitive lapses, as if he were lacking in intellect. Upon hearing Li Guangming's words, she did not exhibit any petulant behavior. In an instant, she comprehended why he recognized her upon their first meeting. He had likely utilized his abilities to scrutinize her beforehand. If he had indeed seen her through his powers then, concealing it now served little purpose. There was no need for pretense. Li Guangming observed her every reaction from the corner of his eye, expecting her to retreat or regard him with disdain. Instead, she wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. You owe me a favor that you must fulfill, Mela declared, standing beside him, assisting in the search for potential locations, her calm words flowing from her lips. I refuse. Even though I have seen you, doing favors for others is exhausting and time-consuming. Without hesitation, Li Guangming retorted, having found the answer to her query in the process. His intention in lingering was to gauge her response. Eventually, she would undoubtedly discover his true identity as a Kryptonian and learn of his abilities, and in that moment, she would recall their initial encounter. Rather than allowing her to become a persistent source of entanglement, he preferred to resolve matters sooner rather than later. Seeing her undisturbed, he assumed she would consider the matter resolved or simply not connect the dots. To his surprise, she demanded a favor as reparation, a notion that tormented his inherently lazy disposition. He would rather endure a slap from her or a scolding than acquiesce to such boundless demands. Did I mention why? One often wonders why, or interprets it as a demand for ransom regarding my abduction. However, does this not reveal your own hand? Mira's cunning voice echoed. Her scheme having succeeded, did she truly believe her status as a princess was without merit? Guided by his penetrating abilities, one would inevitably connect this to related matters. What he spoke without hesitation must indeed hold truth. No, at most I shall assist you with a task when I find the time, provided it does not contravene my own will. Upon finishing his words, Guangming immediately strode towards the cave, indifferent to whether Mira consented or not. He assumed Mira had already acquiesced, unaware that she would dare to deceive him. If she had not spied, then any further demands were unwarranted. Very well, Mira promptly agreed, for in her eyes, it was unlikely that anyone in the underwater kingdom could rival Guangming's prowess. To secure a promise from such a formidable individual was akin to scaling the heavens, a rare opportunity not to be squandered. Should she refuse again, even a minor request might go unheeded. As she observed Guangming's determined stride, she quickly fell and stepped beside him. Moments later, they arrived at the mouth of the rocky cavern, its entrance meticulously hewn, clearly the work of human hands. Upon entering and descending a flight of stairs, they beheld two fractured stone pillars. One was shattered at the top, while the other remained only as a base. The space was vast, with the walls adorned with numerous transparent crystals that refracted light into a dazzling spectrum. A waterfall cascaded down into a broad pool at the center, where a colossal statue lay partially submerged, its crowned head and one shoulder the only remnants visible above the shallow water. Weeds flourished, cloaking the crystals, statue, and rocky outcrops, muting the light and casting a soft glow within the cave. I do not see the trident. Did you not claim it lay hidden in the silent sea of the Earth's core? Mira inquired, perplexed as she surveyed the surroundings, failing to find the golden trident. The trident is within that waterfall. You must venture a considerable distance inside to catch a glimpse of it. A sea monster guards it. Guangming stood behind her when a voice suddenly rang out from the cave entrance. Who are you? Chapter 28. Queen Atlanta. The voice appeared to belong to a woman. Mira speculated inwardly, noting the sharpness of the tone, lacking the deep resonance typical of a man. The two turned towards the sound. A blinding white light streaming into the cave. Through the glare, she could vaguely discern a fierce visage, with protruding fish fins on her arms and back, reminiscent of the trench dwellers. The ability to speak indicated that she was unlikely to belong to that monstrous tribe. Frowning, Mira clenched her fists, remaining vigilant against this peculiar individual's potential assault. In contrast, Guangming displayed no surprise, exuding a relaxed demeanor. He recognized who this was, the former queen of Atlantis. Atlanta, and also the mother of Arthur. After being cast into exile in the kingdom of the trench dwellers by Alwak, she had fought her way through the throngs of monsters to escape to the silent sea of the Earth's core. Based on his own assessments, he found the trench dwellers here to be lacking in strength, though their numbers far exceeded those depicted in the story. It is evident that her prowess is formidable. Having perhaps lived alone for over a decade, or perhaps having experienced the joy of encountering others, her wariness seems less pronounced. She extends her hands to cradle her chin, removing the bony armor from her head and casting it aside. This reveals her loosely woven white hair, which, due to neglect, appears bleached, reminiscent of freshly crafted, soaked gray hemp rope. The tautness of her nerves, however, is momentarily overshadowed by the exhilaration of human interaction. A fierce spirit indeed, she wears the head of a trench dweller, or perhaps a fish resembling them, in an environment that feels primordial, as if dinosaurs still roamed the earth. Mira's astonishment transforms her expression from vigilance to sheer shock. Her eyes widening, emotions spilling forth. Nearly 2 decades have not dulled her memory of her mentor and adoptive mother, although she did not witness Atlanta's exile firsthand. As a princess of a kingdom, she could still ascertain the truth of the rumors. Thus, her surprise deepens. No one had ever returned from the land of exile. Queen Atlanta, Mira exclaims without hesitation, prompting Atlanta to scrutinize the red-haired woman before her. Faded memories begin to awaken, overlapping a youthful silhouette with the woman in front of her. Mira? Atlanta approaches with a tone of uncertain inquiry, her weathered hand caressing Mira's cheek, examining every detail. I never anticipated you would survive. I carved a bloody path, just like you, to escape to this place. Atlanta responds, gazing affectionately at her foster daughter. The little girl she once knew has blossomed into a young woman. Who exiled you? At this question, Mira turns to Guangming, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Unsure how to explain. Should she admit they exiled themselves? Who would be foolish enough to do such a thing? Oh, they just did. I was the one who brought her here. I couldn't find the trench kingdom, so I asked her to guide me. Guangming, noticing Mira's look, clarifies the situation. Embellishing the tale slightly, he does not wish to be perceived as a villain, even if he is just engaged in villainous acts. Yet one cannot truly label it as such. They merely push the boundaries, for how can one call a righteous person a villain? Villains, regardless of their strength, inevitably face retribution, so let those who wish to embrace villainy do so. Have you lost your minds? The Trench Kingdom is to be avoided at all costs, and yet you dare to venture there? Fortunately, you are unharmed. Atlanta erupts upon hearing Li Guangming's words, incredulous at their reckless pursuit of the Trench Kingdom. He mentioned that there is the trident used by the first king of Atlantis, Atlan, and he wished to retrieve it, Mara chimes in, subtly omitting certain details without denying Li Guangming's words. She too is unsure why she chooses to cloak the truth, perhaps considering that Queen Atlanta might not be able to withstand the full reality. Li Guangming felt a surge of astonishment within. Mela surprisingly refrained from mentioning her forced abduction to serve as a guide. He had prepared himself to take action, to demonstrate his prowess and affirm that the only wrongdoing he had committed was the act of kidnapping. He was indeed capable of ensuring Mela's safety, for she was innocent. How do you know this? Atlanta turned to face Li Guangming, clad in garments of the surface dwellers, indicating she was not of the oceanic folk. It was quite suspicious that someone from outside the Seven Kingdoms possessed secrets that even the royal lineage was unaware of. I seem to know that too. He possesses remarkable abilities, including supervision and X-ray perception, capable of spanning the entire globe. I believe he might have seen it inadvertently. Wait, if you saw someone living there, why didn't you inform me? Mela interjected, causing Li Guangming, who had just cleared his throat, to swallow his words. She was unaware that, at this juncture, he could not penetrate formidable magical barriers. She assumed his diverse powers allowed him to uncover many secrets. Surely his sight had already beheld Atlanta, and his silence must have been a desire to witness her embarrassment. No wonder he had appeared so composed when that individual had suddenly emerged. She had thought it was due to his formidable strength. You didn't, he asked. Li Guangming provided his standard answer, to which Mela granted him a score of 89 out of 90, reserving the 1 point because language could never attain perfection. The trident lies behind the waterfall, guarded by Kerosene. That is the legendary sea monster of our tales. I have attempted to pass many times over the years, but it only permits true kings to cross. Atlanta's expression turned grave. It was utterly impossible for anyone lacking Atlantean royal blood to claim the trident. Even she, with her legitimate lineage, had achieved naught after years of endeavor. You should not have come. The barrier only allows kings to pass. We are utterly trapped here. Mela felt exhausted and ceased her dialogue, thinking, I speak for you, and this is how you reciprocate? Li Guangming had mentioned a sea monster guarding the area, but he had not anticipated it to be the fabled Kerosene of Atlantis. How can one know it's impossible without trying? Li Guangming was filled with confidence. Not to mention his insurmountable leaf rod ability, he was inherently in a position of strength, compounded by his limitless replication capacity. Even enhanced superhuman strength was no match for a mere sea monster. The weakest power of the Sea King could lift the trident. How could he possibly lose? If he were to lose with such a royal flush, he would immediately eat his words. Speaking of abilities, in his excitement to acquire the trident, he had forgotten to replicate Mela's power. Her water manipulation ability was quite formidable, and she did not even require the trident's might. In contemplation, he activated his ability to replicate the Mela before him. Notification, replicated Mela, acquiring water manipulation ability. I shall proceed inside first. You are always welcome to observe. As he spoke, he stepped toward the waterfall, simultaneously raising his arm to wave in the opposite direction. Chapter 29. The legendary sea monster, Kerosene's Li Guangming. With a few graceful gestures of his arms, refrained from lowering them directly. Instead, he tapped twice on the shirt at his chest, striking the necklace that lay against his skin. The obsidian nanocrystals from the necklace gradually unfurled, resembling a swarm of ants emerging, glimmering with a metallic luster as they slowly enveloped his entire being. Crimson nanometals spread from his collarbone, encircling his nape and cascading downward to eventually form a cloak that trailed beneath his feet. Behind him, Mira and Atlanta gazed in astonishment at Li Guangming's silhouette as he stepped into the curtain of water, vanishing from their sight. After a prolonged moment of silence, the two turned to each other, each reflecting the same emotion of disbelief in their eyes. Where did you meet him? Atlanta questioned, her tone laced with incredulity. Have I been left behind by the times? In just over a decade, has technology advanced so rapidly in the world above? A mere 10 years ago, during her life on land, technological advancements appeared rudimentary. She had never anticipated that in such a brief period of exile, the denizens of the surface would evolve at an astonishing pace, nearly catching up to Atlantis. She mused that perhaps they had already surpassed her, given her isolation. I encountered him beneath the sea. As far as I know, while the surface dwellers have progressed, they lack such technology. Mira responded, equally perplexed. They were not oblivious to the developments of the land dwellers, especially as more refuse found its way into the ocean. King Om of Atlantis had been subtly inciting aggression against the continent, unless this was a clandestine advancement by their military kept under wraps. And Li Guangming was part of a covert division. However, from their recent interactions, Li Guangming seemed the type who preferred a life of leisure, never one to rise early without a compelling reason. Such a capable individual would likely shy away from the constraints of human armies. His presence in the Kingdom of the Abyss was initially perceived as a quest for the Trident. She had assumed he was merely a superhuman with special abilities, not one equipped with such advanced battle attire. Shall we go take a look? Mira inquired, seeking Atlanta's opinion. If her companion chose not to join, she would remain behind. It was not that she underestimated the sea monster Casualties, but based on her observations of Li Guangming's capabilities, while not effortless, she was confident he could seize the Trident. Yet, her curiosity beckoned her to witness it firsthand. She still remained unaware of Li Guangming's full potential, and this could very well be an opportunity. Very well. Let us proceed. Atlanta, unable to resist the allure in Mira's eager gaze, acquiesced. Admittedly, she too was intrigued. The two resolutely advanced toward the waterfall. Having already entered the cascade, Li Guangming donned his Kryptonian battle suit, leaping into the abyss. Light streamed from the circular opening above, akin to a divine illumination casting its glow upon the remnants of the ruins below, where broken columns encircled heaps of bones. The once grand palace now lay in ruin, the sea's corrosive touch rendering its engravings indistinct, while microorganisms clung and thrived, giving the stone walls a velvety appearance. Li Guangming raced through the damaged main thoroughfare of the ruins, swiftly making his way towards the grand hall. Before long, he had crossed the collapsed walls and arrived at the steps leading to the throne. There, seated upon the throne like a trident, was the long-deceased first king, Atlan. His skeletal hands, now devoid of flesh, gripped a golden trident, while his upper body was adorned with armor resembling golden scales. His pale hair, cascading down to his waist, danced with the movements of the sea, and the faint light shimmered upon his cloak of pale green. The legs, covered in emerald armor, were naturally parted, utilizing the support of the trident held in the bony hands, allowing the remnants of his skeleton to sit upright upon the throne. Even in death, his remains exuded an aura of authority, a testament to an indomitable will that persisted through time. Suddenly, a sound akin to the breaking of water echoed, accompanied by the crumbling of stones from the burdened palace. Gazing ahead, three colossal octopus tentacles slowly advanced towards Li Guangming, moving with an agonizing slowness. "You do not belong here." The voice, ancient and reminiscent of a long-forgotten witch, cut through the air. In this abyss, apart from Li Guangming, only the sea monster, Karasin, remained, along with the hastily arrived Mela and Atlanta. Li Guangming was well acquainted with their voices, thus deducing that this ominous proclamation belonged to the creature, Karasin. "I have guarded the trident from impostors since the very beginning. Throughout the millennia, I have witnessed the downfall of countless heroes." The three tentacles swept across the pillars, causing the stone columns to shatter and rain down fragments, as the crumbled lime mingled with the seawater. "Yet, I have never encountered anyone as unworthy as you. How dare you, with your tainted lineage, aspire to claim the most precious treasure of Atlantis?" Observing this declaration and the astonishing scene akin to an opening of a grand tale, Li Guangming stood motionless, seemingly daunted by Karasin's might, frozen in place. However, that was not the case. He merely wished to savor this invaluable moment. It was evident that such a spectacle would not reoccur, for he intended to seize the trident. And thereafter, how could such a restricted scene manifest again? Li Guangming dismissed Karasin's words with scorn, remarking that he had no interest in the lineage of the creature. If not for the amusing abilities of this bloodline, he would have no desire to replicate it. The heritage of Kryptonians was far superior to his. Moreover, his innate powers were inherently invincible and unsolvable, and his foundational genes had never altered. What he perceived was merely a fraction of reality. To be candid, I have never held your lineage in high regard. Were it not for the intriguing abilities of your Atlantis bloodline, I would not even consider it. Li Guangming disdainfully uttered words that ignited Karasin's fury. "You shall pay a bloody price for your arrogant words." The furious roar, accompanied by the hastening sound of tentacles, reverberated throughout the ocean floor. Several meters wide, the enormous tentacle surged towards Li Guangming with alarming velocity. He neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the tentacle to strike him. A thunderous crash reverberated through the ruins, shaking the very foundations as countless fragments of stone and dust cascaded from above. A towering cloud of brownish dust erupted from the source of the sound, obscuring visibility. The relentless Kerosene showed no mercy, indifferent to the fate of its victims. Tainted bloodlines would not be permitted to linger in its domain. Tentacles rose and fell in rapid succession, delivering relentless blows upon Guangming. For a full minute, the once even ground was transformed into a vast pit of stone. "Big brother, you can't even break through my defenses." The sudden voice startled Kerosene, who had assumed the filthy creature was already reduced to mere fragments under its overwhelming onslaught. Realizing its attacks were futile, Kerosene plunged its massive form forward. The thunderous sound of heavy objects crushing concrete echoed throughout the space, accompanied by the cacophony of its colossal pincers pressing down on the descending water, displacing the sea and stirring turbulent undercurrents that battered the ancient walls. The sound of clashing pincers reverberated, sending ripples of sonic waves radiating outward. Chapter 30. Is the name of the sea monster just bluster? As Mira and Atlanta descended into the sea beneath the waterfall, they soon caught wind of Kerosene's derisive taunts from a distance, alongside the sight of its enormous tentacles rising, the tips resembling triangular palms adorned with sparse spikes, and the underside covered in a multitude of octopus suckers. In an instant, these tentacles descended upon Guangming, the force comparable to that of a large cannonball. Guangming appeared frozen in shock, standing motionless as he watched the tentacle advance toward him. The two women gasped in horror, with Mira feeling a surge of anxiety. No matter how strong one's defenses, evasion was necessary. Who would simply stand still and allow themselves to be struck? Atlanta, hearing Kerosene's words, was equally perplexed, astonished to discover that Guangming possessed the bloodline of Atlantis. He appeared to be of similar age to her son, and prior to his exile, there had been no intermarriages with land dwellers aside from her own. Yet, his features did not resemble her son's. Could he be a remnant of the lost kingdom or a descendant of those who had forsaken it? If that were the case, it would explain everything. Their remaining records had documented the whereabouts of the trident, and Guangming was reputed to be the strongest of the sea folk throughout history. Thus, the crucial task of retrieving the trident had fallen to him. However, if he possessed precise information regarding the trident, there should be no reason for him to be unable to locate the kingdom of the abyss. Was it possible that the ancient texts were damaged, leading to incomplete information? That seemed unlikely. With his abilities, there was nowhere on Earth he could not find. Or perhaps this young man had developed an affection for Mira and was deliberately misleading her about the path to cultivate their bond on the journey to recover the trident. Seeing Kerosene's fierce attack, Atlanta couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Guangming. He was their only hope for escape, and she did not wish for him to fail. During her own trials, she had never faced such a barrage. Perhaps Kerosene was showing restraint, recognizing her as a pure-blooded royal of Atlantis. As the sound of Guangming's voice echoed beneath the cataclysmic assault, Mira felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Wonderful. Guangming is unharmed. She sighed in relief, but the ensuing cacophony of sound reignited her sense of peril as she beheld the immense pincers emerge. Amidst the haze, the figure of Guangming remained elusive, prompting her instinctive urge to rush forward and extricate him. Clearly, she had overlooked the fact that Guangming had yet to employ his formidable abilities, including his thermal vision. However, Atlanta intervened, preventing Mira from advancing. It was evident that he possessed confidence in his own capabilities. After all, who would be foolish enough to stand idly by and invite harm? Except for those newly minted novices, of course. He must be trusted to act, for the alternative would only serve to hinder him further. Should she lend assistance or inadvertently aid the adversary? Surely, this legendary sea creature's reputation was built upon mere size and bluster. Indeed, Guangming's voice resonated once more through the debris. The cadence of his words hinted at his unscathed condition, laced with a mocking undertone. With both hands braced against his sides, he gradually pried apart the colossal pincers of the kraken. The creature struggled to thwart his efforts, its formidable claws trembling slightly under the strain. Yet, no matter how it resisted, it could not halt the inexorable movement of Guangming's hands. It begrudgingly acknowledged its underestimation of him. His sardonic remarks incited its wrath, yet it remained clear-headed in the face of anger. In terms of lineage, he surpassed many. Countless others quaked in terror at its presence, awaiting their doom. Yet he stood firm, even calmly retorting with disdainful words. The very notion of his Atlantis heritage irked him, and now he dared to assert that its renowned title was mere fabrication. The flicker of admiration it had begun to harbor dissipated in an instant. In the final moments, Guangming exerted a powerful push, sending the two massive pincers hurtling uncontrollably away. The sound of water being disrupted was mingled with the popping of bubbles, as they shattered two supporting pillars before finally coming to a halt. Guangming retracted his hands, casting a scornful gaze upon the creature. He perceived this legendary beast, the kraken, as disappointingly feeble. Perhaps it had not unleashed its full potential. After all, it was a creature from the mythic age. Yet, to Li Guangming, it was still woefully inadequate. It would not be an exaggeration to say he functioned as the ultimate gauge of combat prowess. The fact that Yi Fu had not been compelled to intervene was a testament to their lack of strength. The Kraken's power was akin to that of the Justice League, excluding Superman. In light of this, should he consider joining forces with a titan of his own? Perhaps the well-known trio of the Justice League was, in fact, a quartet. Just as Li Guangming drifted into contemplation, the Kraken would not remain idle, nursing its grievances. Feeling affronted by his gaze, it resolved to teach this impudent individual a lesson. As for the insults it had hurled earlier, please, it was a sea monster. One could hardly expect decorum from a creature of legend. When I choose to reason with you, I shall do so. Otherwise, I am not bound to engage. With a swift motion, I raised a claw and swung it towards Li Guangming, intending to displace him from the grand hall of the ruins. In a sudden turn of events, Li Guangming was unexpectedly hurled away, crashing into a wall that crumbled, creating a substantial opening as debris cascaded behind him. The fragmented stone columns shattered further, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. Coughing, he exclaimed, "If we must fight, let us do so properly, rather than casting me into the dust." Undeterred, Li Guangming emerged unscathed, pushing aside the fallen columns that had collapsed upon him, and adjusted his cloak. With the battlefield shifting, Kerosene was finally able to maneuver its massive form fully. The ocean floor trembled, as if a seismic upheaval of magnitude 7 had occurred, causing the palace ruins to sway and sending a cascade of dust raining down once more. It felt as though a colossal sea turtle was traversing the uneven depths of the underground world, shaking it to its core. The tremors extended far and wide. The silent sea of the Earth's core quaked, cliffs swayed, and streams cascading down the mountains formed rippling waves. Countless dinosaurs scattered in panic, fleeing aimlessly, while unstable trees toppled, and the occasional falling debris crushed ancient aquatic creatures that surfaced. Mira and Atlanta, caught in the tumult, were swept away by the surging currents, desperately flailing their arms in search of something to grasp, yet finding nothing. Ultimately, they came to rest against a jagged corner, gasping for breath, their backs aching as if they were on the brink of suffocation. Perhaps this was the consequence of merely spectating. As I leapt and floated upon the water's surface, evading the tumultuous waves, I felt the currents caress my body and turned my gaze towards Kerosene. The waters gradually cleared, revealing its full form, evoking a sense of awe within me. The vastness of this silent sea of the Earth's core was truly remarkable. Its colossal figure moved with such ease. Soon, I shall challenge you to see if you can lift the trident. Countless have tried and failed, and your fate will mirror theirs. Chapter 31. Acquiring the Trident. Fully activating the bloodline of the Sea King, becoming my sustenance, a pile of bones before the trident. However, prior to that, I shall teach you a lesson, ensuring you pay for your disrespect towards your elders. It shares a cordial relationship with the first king of Atlantis, Atlas, assisting in guarding the trident. Hence, in a strict sense, it is indeed a progenitor of the denizens of the deep. In the dimly lit depths of the sea, a faint glow illuminated Kerosene's ancient, iron-like, dark brown shell. Its head, resembling that of a bull, towered several stories high, substituting the head of a lobster. The base of its claws bore several antennae, and its compact abdomen connected to a wide tail with tentacles longer than its legs. Were it not for your steed-like appearance, I would have vanquished you long ago. Li Guangming held back, for otherwise, could such a massive being truly strike him? Without superior magical attacks, even if Clark were to stand still, it would not flinch. With that said, Li Guangming slightly bent his body, crouching to leverage his strength and propel himself forward. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed, followed by the colossal form of Kerosene being inexplicably yanked backward and toppling over. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that Li Guangming was pressing against its forehead, forcefully pushing upward. However, he enveloped its head with a biological force field, for he could not guarantee that Kerosene's skull would not suffer a puncture from his own strength. The vast surface area of its body created significant resistance in the water, prolonging its fall. Amidst the roar of defiance, Kerosene reluctantly descended. It had not anticipated that the diminutive figure before it possessed such formidable strength, rivaling that of the ancient deities. Kerosene shook its head violently, attempting to dislodge the ant-sized individual from its forehead. Yet, Li Guangming clung to it like a parasite, rendering Kerosene's efforts futile. It felt as if it were a nail hammered into the void, with immense force pressing down upon it, causing its body to arch upward, resembling a bridge. Realizing the futility of its attempts, Kerosene swung its massive pincers, seemingly in slow motion, aiming a strike at its own head. Hearing the commotion behind him, Li Guangming resolved to exert more force to swiftly conclude the battle. He swiftly turned his head, unleashing a thermal beam that required no charge. It shot forth in an instant. The impact of the thermal beam easily repelled kerosene, sizzling as it made contact with its surface. After a few seconds, Li Guangming closed his eyes, deactivating the thermal vision before thrusting his arm forward, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, kerosene, burdened by its mountainous physique, plowed into the seabed, creating a depression. The displaced seawater surged to the surface, generating towering waves that crashed against the steep cliffs. The alteration of the water flow formed underwater currents, swirling and bringing life to the previously tranquil seafloor. Buried several yards deep in debris, kerosene struggled to control its massive claws, attempting to drive them into the rock beneath, seeking to rise. Li Guangming offered no respite. In the blink of an eye, he generated a sonic boom, creating white bubbles that lingered momentarily before propelling himself forward and delivering another punch, sending kerosene's raised body crashing back down, embedding it once more into the stone. Regrettably, this awe-inspiring spectacle was witnessed by only 2 observers, one perpetrator and one victim. Kerosene had never experienced such humiliation. In battles against the ancient gods, it had relied on its immense size and formidable defenses, never having faced such a complete defeat. Truly, Atlantis had birthed an extraordinary individual. If accompanied by the trident commanding the powers of the ocean, it could potentially replicate the glory of ancient Atlantis. As kerosene pondered these thoughts, Li Guangming noted its continued struggle. Utilizing the biological force field, he soared above the water's surface, halting near the luminous crystal. His superhuman vision pierced through the water, locking onto kerosene as he accelerated momentarily over a short distance, gradually increasing his speed. Having tested its defenses with his previous punches, he recognized that while its offensive strength was low and its movement sluggish, its defenses were astonishingly robust. His earlier concerns about penetrating its defenses seemed misplaced. It appeared that without exerting his full might, he truly could not defeat it. With a resounding crash, the seabed rock shattered, and kerosene was utterly buried underground. 3 abyssal fissures expanded and spread, forming a new trench. Do you still wish to teach me a lesson? Withdrawing his fists, Li Guangming stood upright, his cloak billowing behind him. Whether it was a taunt or a query, he spoke in a voice only he could hear. Could he be a deity? A few kilometers away, Mela gazed in disbelief, oscillating between shock and astonishment over the past few days. She felt compelled to overturn her previous assumptions. It seemed improbable for him to be a denizen of the Lost Kingdom or the Forsaken Nation. Even with evolution, they could not attain such a level of power. Such extraordinary abilities could only belong to a divine being. Indeed, his other powers were already unparalleled, rendering the bloodline of Atlantis insignificant. It was no wonder he looked down upon it. Beside her, Atlanta echoed the sentiment, speculating that perhaps he was the offspring of a royal and a deity, endowed with miraculous strength capable of moving mountains and shifting stones. Li Guangming gazed at the ruins for a moment, ensuring they would not disturb him, before gliding towards the trident. The remains of Atlanta remained unaffected by their battle, standing resolutely like an immortal monarch. The golden trident trembled in waves, emanating golden ripples, with the inscriptions upon it becoming increasingly distinct. As his toes touched the ground, he ascended to the elevated throne, his cloak billowing as if caught by an unseen breeze. And he stepped closer to the trident. In the final moments, Li Guangming felt no excitement or agitation. Instead, he experienced tranquility, akin to a child who, after days of play with a new toy, suddenly loses interest. Yet, he would not relinquish the trident. It was within reach, and he could not possibly abandon it now. Why had he expended such time and effort to come here, if not for this spear? The ability to control the sea was undeniably magnificent. Extending his right hand, he grasped the trident before him. Though his strength would allow him to lift it effortlessly, he refrained from doing so, unlike the Aquaman of the tales. There were no cameras behind him, no need to perform for an audience. Closing his eyes, he delved deep into the potential of his bloodline. Sensing the power of the trident coursing from his right hand throughout his body, golden light radiated like ocean waves, expanding outward only to dissipate. An endless dance of appearance and disappearance. Within the azure depths of his consciousness, golden threads surged toward the shark insignia, activating it, and then racing toward the octopus, followed by the whale, crab, and seahorse. An increasing number of threads wove together like a spider's web, intertwining and accelerating until they illuminated all the underwater life patterns. In the external world, as the bloodline awakened, the battle armor of Atlantis' first king, Atlan, transformed into golden grains of sand, converging upon the trident. Without the support of its scaled armor, Atlan's remains collapsed. The trident served as a bridge, with the golden sand extending along his right arm. The armor considered a part of the divine artifact, vying to replace the Kryptonian suit. However, Kryptonian technology was formidable in its own right, leading to a standoff where neither side would yield. Chapter 32. King Li Guangming. Perhaps due to the prolonged struggle, both parties had grown weary, or perhaps, subconsciously, Li Guangming had a greater affinity for the Kryptonian armor. Ultimately, the golden armor willingly relinquished its primary position, content to become a subordinate, transforming into radiant golden stripes that adorned his form. The emblem of the Iyer family upon his chest also transformed into gold, emanating a dazzling brilliance that gradually faded with the passage of time, ultimately forming a subtly discernible dark red base with a golden family crest. If the previous armor exuded a sense of power, the current garb radiated an aura of divinity, as if a celestial being had descended. How splendid! Mara, who had swum over, was nearly dazzled, and beside her, Atlanta nodded in agreement, her expression one of admiration. In a fleeting moment, Li Guangming, having awakened his royal bloodline, suddenly opened his eyes, his golden irises flashing with brilliance before returning to their normal dark hue. I maintain that it is the actions of individuals that shape destiny. Turning to face the two women, a smile graced his lips. He had never made hasty conclusions without certainty, and when he spoke, he meant to fulfill his words. Indeed, you are now the king. Your word is law. Mara, inspired by his confidence, playfully bantered along. From this moment forth, all underwater kingdoms would unite, setting aside their conflicts and standing in solidarity. Coupled with Li Guangming's unparalleled power, Atlantis would become unprecedentedly formidable, potentially flourishing beyond the reign of its first king, Atlantis himself. Now that you have acquired the trident, we can depart. Atlanta interjected, eager to leave. Further conversation might lead to unwarranted intimacy, and she was impatient to reunite with her son and Thomas Curry. After all, she had waited for decades. She longed to see if her son was thriving and whether he had suffered any wrongs. Moreover, she wondered about her other son, ORM. What kind of man had he become? In terms of his well-being, she had no worries. Mara had assured her that he was now a king in his own right. However, she feared that without her guidance, he might be influenced by their father's misguided ideologies. Will you return to the underwater kingdom after seeing them? Li Guangming's curiosity piqued as he pondered whether, after altering the narrative and allowing Atlanta to emerge early, ORM would still harbor ambitions to conquer the land. I must return. I have another son, ORM, in the underwater kingdom. Atlanta replied earnestly, affirming her impartiality towards both her children. Favoritism would inevitably breed discontent, a sentiment unbecoming of a mother. Let us proceed, Your Majesty, Atlanta urged, somewhat exasperated. Her intentions had been expressed clearly, yet he lingered, hesitating when he ought to hasten. If they wished to converse, they could do so upon their return. I do not aspire to be the king of Atlantis. What I covet is the trident's dominion over the seas. What? Two exclamations of surprise erupted simultaneously, causing them to halt and direct their gazes towards Li Guangming. They could hardly believe it. Who would refuse the power and authority of all underwater kingdoms? Even if only 4 nations remain, their influence is immeasurable. With the aid of the trident, even the irrational abyssal tribe will heed its command. This equates to wielding dominion over the 4 great oceans of the Earth, a planet predominantly covered by vast expanses of water. The technological advancements that surpass those found on land are akin to being bestowed the entire bounty. The cake has been delivered right before your eyes, and even fed to you personally, yet you refuse to partake? Managing the entirety of the oceanic kingdom is quite troublesome. It offers me little assistance. You have witnessed my power, which stands independent of any backing. As for technology, I possess the advancements of the Kryptonians, the very extraterrestrial civilization that crafted my battle suit, and their legacy is more than sufficient. I command 8 Kryptonians, while not many. Each possesses strength that rivals half of mine. Li Guangming has no desire to bear a burden, though they are numerous. They are no match for the might of the Kryptonians. He has continuously replicated his powers, rendering his strength formidable, and his Kryptonian subordinates will undoubtedly enhance after exposure to the yellow sun. I cannot claim to possess 70 to 80% of my power, but I am confident of at least 50, as I have yet to measure it accurately. With too many subordinates, trivial matters can be delegated, but significant issues will inevitably require my input. Thus, it becomes a hassle. It is preferable to avoid such burdens. With the trident in your grasp, as long as it remains in your possession, you are the undisputed king of Atlantis. This is an undeniable truth. The two women learned for the first time from Li Guangming about his origins. It turns out he carries the bloodline of an alien civilization. Otherwise, how could a legion of Kryptonians submit to him? If they possess even half of his strength, a mere handful could overwhelm Atlantis. Regardless, with the trident in his hands and half of his lineage rooted in Atlantis, he is indeed the king. The potential union of the two civilizations is unfathomable, truly beyond imagination. Just as Li Guangming was about to counter their assertions, a tremor rippled through the seabed, accompanied by the sound of shattering stone from the abyss. The magnitude of the source forced his words back into silence. The group swayed with the tremors. However, he, with his biological force field, stood firmly embedded in place, his body swaying with the ocean floor. Mira and Atlanta, however, were not so fortunate. In a moment of panic, Mira instinctively grasped Li Guangming to stabilize her swaying form. Meanwhile, Atlanta, longing for her kin, hurried her steps and, finding herself a distance away, had no choice but to crouch and steady herself against a nearby stone pedestal. He had presumed that Kara's would only rise once they had departed. As for its prior state of consciousness, he had never doubted its recovery capabilities. With such formidable defenses, a brief feint would hardly last long. Perhaps its reluctance to emerge stemmed from a sense of shame in facing others after being overwhelmed by a legendary sea creature. It is possible that there is something of significance to convey now. The rocky mound at the epicenter of the earthquake heaved slowly, meticulously pushing aside the stones, cautious not to cause a collapse of the fragile relics that could lead to irreparable damage. The mighty sea creature, Karasin, felt a profound sense of humiliation to be subdued by a mere human. Thus it remained hidden beneath the new trench, using the rocks as a shield. It patiently awaited the departure of its adversaries, but a sudden flash of information compelled it to emerge. It feared that Li Guangming might realize something was amiss and return to unleash his wrath. Such a brutal man. Karasin felt as vulnerable as a chick in the human realm, subject to whims, which was terrifying. No, how could it feel fear? That was utterly disgraceful. Before you leave, I must declare one thing. You cannot strike me. Karasin's low, guttural roar was its natural language. Chapter 33. The despicable betrayer. Li Guangming pondered why Karasin did not speak in their tongue. It was simply too humiliating. Such nearly pleading words, if overheard, would tarnish its dignity. Yes, it was those two female Atlanteans beside Li Guangming. Whether he understood or not was irrelevant. The fact that he wielded a trident indicated he could at least communicate with marine creatures. Otherwise, what gave him the right to command the oceans? What is it? Speak. Li Guangming did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he sought clarification to avoid giving Karasin an excuse should he feel inclined to strike. The fact that a sea monster was being so cautious suggested that the matter, while not monumental, was certainly significant. First, you must guarantee that you won't hit me, and you cannot disclose my plea to anyone else. Karasin quickly objected, uncertain of Li Guangming's character. Trivial matters could easily provoke him, and Karasin could not hope to defend itself. The fear of a beating was minor, but the loss of face was dire. The approaching Atlanteans, Atlanta and Mira, were intrigued by Karasin's roar. So this was also a form of communication. What could be so important that it required such secrecy? If they were to discover that Karasin's concern revolved merely around its pride, they would be quite astonished. Very well, I accept your terms. Can I now speak? Li Guangming raised his head, a smile gracing his lips, though one corner curled slightly higher, hinting at some ulterior motive. The abyssal sea has a barrier, and only by wielding the trident can one escape. Do you understand? I understand. Now hurry and share something I do not know. Do not waste time, comprehend? Li Guangming frowned in impatience, exuding an air of threat. Should Karasin continue with superfluous dialogue, it would bear the consequences. Seeing his demeanor, Karasin felt relieved. It was fortunate that it had secured a promise from him. Otherwise, where would it hide its shame? The entire barrier relied on the trident as an energy source to remain intact, centered around me, and only with my consent could one approach the trident. Otherwise, how could a petty individual wield the trident? Therefore, if I were to stray too far from the trident, time within the barrier would resemble, well, perhaps the state of the outside world from several months ago. Karasin hastily completed his statement, fearful that Li Guangming might take action if he spoke too slowly. He cautiously observed Li Guangming's expression, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger, though he feared escape might be futile. Even so, he felt the urge to run. One cannot simply sit idly and await their fate. Should he quietly depart now? Does this imply that several months have passed outside? Li Guangming engaged in a final struggle. Despite discerning the outcome from Karasin's words, disbelief gripped him. Several months. That length of time could afford him ample opportunity to rest, indulge, and revel in leisure. With 24 hours in a day, a month equates to 720 hours, and several months more. Unbearable, absolutely intolerable. What? Is this truly the case? Mira also wore a look of astonishment. Had she truly been absent from the outside world for months? A few days would be manageable, but several months would undoubtedly incur punishment. Atlanta remained indifferent, having lingered here for over a decade. A few additional months mattered little to her, for the important thing was her imminent escape. Roar. Upon hearing Karasen's acknowledgement, Li Guangming could no longer contain himself, his hands trembling with pent-up energy. His eyes gradually turned crimson, the hue spreading to engulf his entire gaze. Roar. You promised not to strike me. What do you intend to do? Karasen's head quivered slightly as it recoiled in trepidation. It recognized this maneuver. Previously, it had effortlessly countered its gigantic claw, and now, the intensity of Li Guangming's preparation suggested an even greater force. This human is utterly untrustworthy. In ancient times, such betrayal would warrant tongue removal. I may have made a promise, but I never claimed I wouldn't shoot you. With gritted teeth, Li Guangming concluded his declaration, unleashing a torrent of heat rays without hesitation. Their roar drowning out Karasen's cries. A vast expanse of seawater transformed into steam, obscuring vision, while the dazzling crimson and white light blinded Mira and Atlanta, preventing them from opening their eyes. Karasen's massive jaws opened and closed, seemingly attempting to shout something, yet its voice was drowned out by the tumult of the heat rays. In an instant, its shell shattered, the aroma of roasted flesh wafting through the air as its colossal form recoiled, rendering the already uneven seabed even more treacherous. Noticing Karasen's inability to endure, Li Guangming also felt his resolve wane. Closing his eyes to cease the heat rays, the intense crimson light gradually fading. He could not afford to kill it. A mere venting of frustration would suffice, as it would recover within 3 to 4 days given its resilience. After all, it was still his steed, despite its reluctance to acknowledge such a bond. Though it had never formally conceded, possessing the trident made him the sovereign of all oceans. And considering it his mount was not unwarranted. You despicable scoundrel, devoid of integrity, you curse. In its agony, Karasen unleashed every foul word it had learned over millennia, uttering the most vulgar of phrases without repetition. Unsatisfied, it even scrambled the order and repeated the tirade once more, using the language comprehensible to Mira and Atlanta. It was truly an eye-opening experience for them. It turned out that not only their size and strength earned them the title of sea monsters, but also their extensive vocabulary for insults was of monstrous proportions. Li Guangming let the words enter through one ear and exit through the other, maintaining a serene smile as though Karasen were not directing its ire at him. This time, he had no ulterior motives, truly none at all. Regardless, the superbrain recorded his encounters, and he did not realize that Karasen had cursed him twice, perceiving each utterance as a novel expression. After a few hours, once it had calmed down, Li Guangming sought to inquire further. Traditional Chinese medicine teaches that qi must flow. Stagnation leads to illness. For the sake of its well-being, he tolerated it, treating it as he would any human. Uncertainty lingered until he could ascertain the passage of time upon exiting, as he had been informed that the barrier had activated during their conversation. A first for him. Karasen replied innocently, its composure now marred by a cold sweat. If it were capable of sweating. The earlier outburst had been exhilarating, yet the consequences remained unknown. If it were to become irate again, what might occur? It expressed its inability to endure such a state, particularly recalling the moment when it caught a whiff of its own flesh, involuntarily swallowing saliva. The aroma was tantalizing, so much so that it nearly brought tears to its eyes. Had it been anything other than its own meat, it might have succumbed to the temptation of a bite. You don't mind if I become your steed, do you? Li Guangming inquired with an air of certainty, seemingly not having contemplated its assertion. Do you think my title as a sea monster is given lightly? As a legendary being, how could I lower myself to the level of mere mortals? Atlanta considers me merely a friend, and you wish for me to serve as your mount? Karasen scoffed, incredulity evident in its tone. Isn't this the way things should be? Who are we to each other? Quickly extinguish that gaze of yours. Do it now. Chapter 34. A well-played hand ruined initially. Karasen's tone was filled with disdain, dismissing any notion of becoming a mount. However, upon seeing the gleam in Li Guangming's eyes, it hastily altered its stance. I am quite lazy and do not require your service, so you would enjoy a life of freedom. Li Guangming predominantly resided on land. Had it not been for this expedition for the trident, he would not have ventured into the depths of the sea. Accepting Karasen as a steed was appealing due to its fierce appearance, which would lend prestige during naval battles, while posing no threat and primarily serving to clear lesser foes. Very well, Karasen joyfully acquiesced, eagerly anticipating such a role, finding the prospect of being ridden daily less burdensome. As he remarked, it was akin to being a pet, merely labeled a steed. Mira watched the entire exchange, astonished. She had not anticipated that subduing the sea monster Karasen would be so effortless. Was it not said that such feats required 3 days and nights of fierce battle, or even longer? I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again, Li Guangming declared, raising his arm dramatically before striding forth, leading the way out. Atlanta grasped the dazed Mira's arm, guiding her to swim along. Once held, Mira regained her composure, tugging at her own arm to indicate that she could navigate independently. As Atlanta hurried along her journey, she sensed a disturbance and glanced back at him, promptly releasing her grip. The two hastened towards Li Guangming. He led them out of the barrier, yet it remained inexplicably intact despite the trident having provided its energy. It seemed that considerable thought had been invested in its design, possibly incorporating a backup power source. Thus, Kerosene had successfully fulfilled its role as the focal point of the formation, yet it retained the ability to traverse the barrier at will. Where shall I find you later? Melah's eager voice pierced the air, and Atlanta fixed her gaze upon him. Having taken their legendary trident, he ought to assume his responsibilities, without leaving an address. How were they to locate him and persuade him? Regardless, this enticing opportunity would not go unseized. Atlanta contemplated further, pondering the possibility of employing Melah's charm. As a striking beauty, she was confident that Li Guangming would be susceptible to her allure. Having experienced similar situations, she sensed his lingering shyness, while Melah seemed to appreciate him as well. It was a classic case of mutual interest. After all, the pursuit of love often involved overcoming barriers. It wouldn't be long before he would undoubtedly succumb. Kent Farm in Kansas. After much deliberation, Li Guangming reluctantly provided Clark's residence as his location, as he could technically be considered a tenant there, having paid rent. He wished to keep his secret base in the bustling metropolis undisturbed, and he was well aware that Clark possessed X-ray vision. Wait a moment, Superman cannot see through lead. How had he forgotten such a crucial detail? Upon returning, he would coat the house in a layer of lead, a delightful decision, even if complete concealment were unachievable. At least he could ensure that he remained unseen during critical moments. Realizing this, Li Guangming felt a wave of rustiness wash over him, shocked that he had overlooked such an important matter. As the trio stepped beyond the barrier, preparing to part ways, a sudden, anguished wail resonated in their ears, with visible sound waves emanating from an unknown source, rippling across the globe in relentless succession. The wind generated by the sound waves rustled discarded newspapers strewn across the bustling city square. Inside a dimly lit room of a towering building, a man seated on a bench heard the commotion and raised his head to reveal half of his mechanical visage, gazing towards a storage cabinet. A mother box, carelessly abandoned among the clutter, was composed of metallic segments that writhed chaotically, emitting a brilliant white light from the seams. Far beneath the ocean's depths, Atlantis lay in wait as the sound waves swept through its structures, encountering no barriers. Schools of fish, startled, darted in all directions, creating a scene of utter chaos. Within a cylindrical stone edifice, the sound waves penetrated, prompting the guardian of the mother box, Nudi's Vico, to take notice. The assembled personnel turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, their vision seemingly transcending the walls to witness the unfolding events. Originally tasked with safeguarding the mother box, Melah had been delayed due to Li Guangming's abduction, leaving the responsibility to Nudi's Vico, who had once been the mentor of Aquaman, Arthur. The mother box trembled, seemingly influenced by the waves, drawing the attention of the guards who turned their gaze towards it. Perhaps it felt shy under the scrutiny of a multitude of men. Shaking a few times before regaining its composure, the sentinel soldiers looked to Vico for guidance on how to proceed. Meanwhile, on a vast island enveloped by a magical barrier, known as Paradise Island, the dwelling place of the Amazonian tribe and the childhood home of Wonder Woman, Diana, there were no men, only women. Legend has it that they were created by the divine, having escaped from humanity to thrive on a secluded island established by Zeus's protective domain. In a secluded corner of the island, a fortress was erected near the cliffs, its gray-yellow hue starkly contrasting with the surrounding greenery. At the center, a flat rooftop featured a small skylight, through which light poured in. Dozens of Amazons stood in a circular formation on varying steps, encircling the central column illuminated by the light from the skylight. The mother box quivered, reminiscent of the one guarded by Atlantis, prompting the group to raise their weapons in a defensive posture. Moments later, it ceased its movement, as if the preceding events had been merely an illusion. Report to the Queen. An Amazon swiftly exited the fortress. What is happening? Last time there was a disturbance from the Arctic, but it lasted only briefly. Now, it seems to be coming from the mainland. Mara, tracing the source, furrowed her brow, her expression serious. Those formidable beings were indeed restless, occasionally causing global disturbances. She then glanced at Li Guangming, her meaning clear. Oh dear, just a hapless fool. Li Guangming felt embarrassed upon hearing her words, particularly under Mara's intense gaze. He casually explained that the previous incident in the Arctic was likely his doing, not realizing the extent of the impact his biological field could have. Without needing to look, he could surmise what had transpired, but out of caution, he activated his supervision to investigate. As expected, Clark and Doomsday had perished together. Although it appeared Doomsday was not entirely vanquished, Guangming found himself at a loss for words. The storyline had been altered, and the reconnaissance ship possessing the source chamber had neither been seized by Zod nor damaged. Instead, he had concealed it beneath the Arctic seabed, rendering it impossible for humanity to discover. One of the conditions for creating Doomsday had been erased, while the other, the corpse of a Kryptonian, remained elusive. Indeed, there was one unfortunate Kryptonian who had not been located, but he was merely a pilot. Even as a combatant, his genes did not match the strength of Zod's. Any Kryptonian corpse could potentially generate Doomsday, yet how could a mid-tier warrior's genes create a being more formidable than that depicted in the films? Ultimately, the outcome would be the same as the original narrative, mutual destruction. Guangming was truly speechless. The ace card had been drawn by Clark, and it seemed that without his involvement, the subsequent storyline would return to its origins. This suggested that he was indeed playing the role of a genuine hero, or perhaps even the template of a protagonist. Chapter 35, Doomsday a Hapless Fool? Mara pondered, for the hapless fool Guangming referred to seemed rather formidable. Indeed, not merely an unfortunate soul, but also one beset by folly. He squandered a formidable hand of cards. When Mara and Atlanta heard Guangming's words, it seemed they recognized that individual. Since they were acquainted, why did they not exhibit urgency? Instead, they had the leisure to berate him. Could it be that they were adversaries? No wonder they remained unfazed. Alas, I shall attend to the aftermath. You two should return to Atlantis and prepare, for a great battle is imminent. Guangming earnestly cautioned them, and soon the scene of the invasion by the desolate wolves for the mother box unfolded. Due to his influence, significant events remained unchanged, while minor details were slightly altered. This exemplifies the notion that while minor matters may be adjusted, major trends remain irreversible. He advised the two to exercise caution to avoid untimely demise, as the desolate wolves were indeed formidable. They could not best Superman, yet they could easily subdue the rest of the Justice League. He owed Mara a debt. Integrity is paramount, and one must honor their commitments, which was also the rationale behind his earlier report regarding the Kent farm. Shall I offer my assistance? Though I may not possess your strength, my control over water is quite formidable, Mara implored from the sidelines, well aware of Guangming's intentions, undoubtedly related to the earlier sonic wave incident. Her prowess on land paled in comparison to her abilities in water, but she could still tend to the injured. It would serve as compensation for rescuing Queen Atlanta. No need. You should return and relay the message. Take care of yourselves. If you cannot defend your belongings, flee. Should calamity strike, we tall ones shall bear the burden. Guangming paid no heed to whether she absorbed his words, and with a resounding splash, he broke through the water's surface. The sound of sonic booms echoing behind him like a cacophony of popcorn popping. Let us depart. It seems the matter of meeting my son will have to be postponed. Atlanta lamented, her tone tinged with regret. Her words jolted Mara from her reverie. Having been captivated for a fleeting moment by the series of bubbles created as Guangming traversed the water, without lingering further, the two surged forward, breaking the sound barrier en route to Atlantis. The metropolis was indeed a place rife with calamity. It was neither as grimy as Gotham nor as mundane as Star City. The city had endured two catastrophic events, both of apocalyptic proportions, one an alien invasion of global scale, and the other, the current crisis, a mindless force of destruction known as Doomsday. The city lay in ruins, smoke billowing and flames illuminating the inky night, debris scattered like refuse across the landscape. Towering flames enveloped the battlefield, intertwining and rising, the billowing smoke unable to obscure the towering form of Doomsday. At that moment, both Clark and Doomsday lay amidst the rubble and dust. Doomsday sprawled upon a marble pedestal, while Clark had been relocated. A dark, gaping wound marred Clark's chest, resembling a black hole, devoid of blood. It was the result of the grotesque bony protrusions from Doomsday's hand piercing through him. Lois sat despondently, cradling Clark's form, refraining from loud wails, instead gently caressing his cheek as tears streamed down her face, cascading like a torrent onto his chest. Batman and Wonder Woman stood nearby, their expressions inscrutable, betraying neither sorrow nor regret. Standing there, it seemed as though time had lost all significance. I apologize for interrupting your solemn remembrance, yet I must assert that Doomsday has not perished. Suddenly, amidst the mournful atmosphere, an incongruous voice pierced through. Diana and Bruce Wayne swiftly turned toward the source. while Lewis sorrowfully raised her gaze. There, a figure floated above them, clad in a battle suit akin to Clark's, albeit predominantly black. The golden's emblem on his chest, tinged with a dark red hue and streamlined golden stripes, emitted a faint golden glow. His legs dangled naturally, one slightly elevated, while his cape billowed in the breeze. The newcomer was none other than Guangming, who had arrived at the scene, compelled to disrupt the grieving ambience. If he did not act swiftly, Doomsday would evolve once more. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the group cast aside their mourning for their fallen comrade. With a sharp clang, the sword sang as Diana drew the god killer, leaping toward Doomsday on the platform. Bruce, wielding a firearm in each hand, supported Diana, fully aware of his own limitations as a mere mortal, with no opportunity to upgrade his armor. To advance recklessly would risk hindering Diana's efforts should Doomsday lash out. Lewis understood she should not remain so close, yet with Clark's lifeless body still present, she could not abandon him. If possible, she wished to carry Clark away immediately, but her strength was insufficient. As Diana leapt into action, Guangming unleashed his heat vision, targeting Doomsday's head with precision. In an instant, the searing beam sliced through the air, striking its mark, while Diana's sword penetrated Doomsday's chest at a painfully slow pace. Doomsday howled in response to the agonizing injury, and they were thoroughly convinced of Guangming's assertions. Previously, they could not afford any mistakes. The creature was far too formidable to risk further losses. Moreover, Clark had already fallen. His sacrifice must not be in vain. Guangming maximized the potency of his heat vision in a matter of moments, striving to eliminate the threat swiftly, for if it adapted, the consequences would be dire. It had already evolved multiple times during its battle with Clark and the others, and should it evolve further, only he could contain it. He had no intention of wasting time. Seizing the opportunity, Guangming initiated a replication process. Alert, replicating Diana Prince. Acquiring a half-body and associated abilities. Alert, replicating Doomsday, gaining rapid evolution and enhanced Kryptonian physique. Diana and Doomsday's abilities were not particularly impressive, offering little utility for him at this juncture. The cinematic portrayal of Doomsday was inferior to that of the comics. Replication would merely bolster Superman's physique, while its evolutionary capabilities were negligible. He already possessed decay abilities, akin to the comic version of Doomsday, but not in terms of resurrection. Instead, he would evolve defensive capabilities in response to attacks, rendering him an invincible entity. Wonder Woman's strength primarily stemmed from her demigod heritage and equipment, the latter of which could not be replicated, while her demigod physique would only marginally enhance her physical strength and resistance. The only significant advantage lay in Zeus's ability to control lightning. Amidst the anguished howls, Diana's sword of the god of fire pierced through, rendering the creature immobile, while Guangming's searing gaze relentlessly eroded its cells. Despite its inherent capacity for evolution, it ultimately remained a mere enhancement from the cinematic adaptation, unable to repair itself at a pace that could rival its obliteration. As time gradually passed, the metropolis was enveloped in lamentation, a mournful chorus that persisted for a full hour. After reducing half of its cranium to mere ashes, tranquility was finally restored. Yet, Guangming's scorching gaze did not waver. He continued to extinguish the remnants of its being. He was determined to ensure that Doomsday would never rise again. Not a single cell should fall into the hands of the government forces. Otherwise, it could very well transform into a comic version of Doomsday. Chapter 36. The army strikes. The only sounds that remained were the slicing of the scorching gaze through the air and the crackling of flames consuming the desolate earth. The maximum power of the thermal vision gradually depleted Doomsday's corporeal form. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. Wisps of white smoke drifting into the void, gradually merging with the atmosphere. The rate of annihilation resembled a sluggish 2G network, the progress bar inching forward at an excruciatingly slow pace. Put down your weapons. Kryptonite has become ineffective against it. Even if it were effective, its potency has diminished. Guangming's voice rang out, tinged with mockery, yet underscored by an undeniable truth. Here, only Batman, Bruce Wayne, remained armed, and the intended target was all too obvious. Guangming could not fathom his intentions. The battle armor had yet to be upgraded, leaving him only able to provide peripheral support. Shouldn't he be engaging in endeavors more beneficial to the battlefield? For instance, clearing the area or dragging Superman away, allowing Lois, this fragile egg, to escape unscathed. Otherwise, should an accident occur, her delicate frame would be ill-equipped to withstand the impact. What chaos would ensue upon Clark's awakening? Discipline was often enforced with a firm hand, but there was always the risk of Clark succumbing to darkness, bringing turmoil upon himself. With only the final act remaining, Guangming chose not to distance the weaker allies. Upon realizing the futility of their weapons, Batman relinquished 2 pistols, though he did not fully stow them away. They remained clenched within his palm. Guangming, without needing to see, could discern his actions by sound alone. This was entirely in line with his character. One must always be prepared for the unexpected. While he claimed to have eliminated all kryptonite, the Batcave still harbored tons wrapped in lead. Even with faith in his own strength, one must remain vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. Such caution was commendable, especially when one could trust no one completely. Didn't you destroy it? Why continue to obliterate its remains? Batman's tone was somber, reflecting his confusion. With half its skull annihilated, could it truly resurrect? He harbored intentions of studying the remains of Doomsday. After all, it was a being capable of slaying Superman. Though Superman lay lifeless, the realization of having been deceived brought him sorrow and regret. Yet, before him stood a dark figure. Its movements were elusive, ghostly. In stark contrast to Superman, who was ever the altruistic savior, always rushing to the aid of those in peril. After the alien invasion, he had only made a few appearances, either rescuing aircraft or saving distressed submarines. Each display of his power seemed miraculous. According to available intelligence, he might be even more formidable than Superman. Doomsday might not be able to vanquish him, yet it serves as a precautionary measure to prevent him from spiraling into darkness. Doomsday possesses the ability to evolve when attacked, and if we do not eradicate it while it is still vulnerable, shall we wait until the military renders it invincible? The questioning voices rendered those present silent. They were all too familiar with the military's dubious character. If the military were to obtain the body, it is likely they would study it rather than destroy it, ultimately creating even more powerful monstrosities. Diana expressed her support for Guangming's words. Having been trained as a warrior since childhood, she could discern the gravity of the situation. Should anyone attempt to obstruct her, she would be the first to oppose them. She remained silent, but conveyed her resolve through action. In a striking pose, she knelt beside Doomsday, the sword of Ares still embedded in its chest. Her gaze fixed intently on Batman. Should he dare to intervene, she would swiftly draw the sword to strike him down. Lewis also regarded him, unwilling to let Clark's sacrifices be in vain. After all, he had given his life to save the world, and yet there were those who showed no remorse. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Doomsday's entire head was suddenly obliterated. Abruptly, the roar of countless vehicles and the screeching of tires against the pavement shattered the seriousness of the moment. Following closely were armed helicopters, hovering above. A regiment of soldiers disembarked in disciplined formation, marching towards the center with their weapons raised. Aiming at the few individuals on the battlefield, a ring of soldiers surrounded the area, and as they parted, General Swanwick, another general, and several high-ranking officials stepped forth. Guangming, under the crimson glow, caught sight of the tardy military and could not suppress a sneer. Truly, this was their style, arriving only after the battle had concluded to reap the spoils. Today as prize would not be so easily claimed. The military's arrival prompted the previously wary individuals to set aside their differences and unite against a common foe. They harbored disdain for the military, who had failed to provide support during their arduous efforts, only to show up now seeking accolades. Stand down. Hand over the perpetrator. It must face the law. Before they could approach, one official declared that such a fearsome creature must not be left in the hands of the few before them. It was their duty to ensure world safety, as only their sturdy confines could contain such a criminal. The group exchanged glances. Wonder Woman turned to Batman, signaling him to take the lead, as he had the least involvement. She wished to avoid any association with that group, if not absolutely necessary. She would not even speak to them. Reluctantly, Batman nodded in agreement and stepped forward to negotiate. I'm sorry, but we cannot relinquish it to you. It possesses unique abilities, and this is the only way to ensure safety. Batman explained as he approached the generals and officials, seeking their understanding. Never resort to brute force when matters can be settled with words. Otherwise, one may find themselves facing a manhunt. He certainly does not wish to be pursued and apprehended by a multitude of armed individuals while attempting to deliver justice. As Batman approached, a throng of gunmen aimed their weapons at him, prepared to fire at the slightest hint of rebellion, though the bullets may prove ineffective. This remains their only source of psychological comfort. In battling a horde of inhuman foes, none dare to underestimate the threat. They are reluctant to perish, yet compelled to obey their superiors' commands. To refuse would brand them as deserters, leading to a military tribunal with dire consequences. You are enacting vigilante justice, which is a violation of the law. Our land is governed by legal statutes. Surely, you two do not desire to be hunted? Swanwick observed silently as they vociferously proclaimed their authority over Batman. Having barely retained his rank after the previous incident, he recognized the gravity of the current situation and refrained from intervening. From Batman's demeanor, it was evident that the creature's capabilities posed a significant challenge, necessitating caution in their approach. Their superiors wielded greater power and were not fools. Any covert actions would undoubtedly unfold in the metropolis. Should they fall into the hands of those in authority, the resulting calamity could be catastrophic, and he, being at the epicenter of the incident, would serve as the ideal scapegoat. Having faced punishment before, his first thought was of himself, much like a murderer at the scene. He would be the prime suspect should he be present again. He secretly hoped that Batman and his allies would take charge of the situation, not only for his sake, but also for the safety of the civilians. You will never succeed. Try to seize the creature's remains from us if you dare. Chapter 37. An unprecedented maneuver. Batman's resolute voice resonated throughout the assembly, deep yet penetrating every ear present. He was reluctant to antagonize the government. Yet, as Li Guangming had stated, the significance of Doomsday was paramount. Not a single cell must fall into their hands, for the repercussions would be unimaginable. The atmosphere thickened, allowing them to distinctly hear their own restrained breaths. Wonder Woman withdrew the God-Killer sword embedded in Doomsday's chest and swiftly positioned herself before Lois. Brandishing the divine shield in one hand while wielding the sword in the other, prepared for any eventuality. She had no concerns regarding Li Guangming. She was well aware of his physical resilience, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, let alone mere firearms. However, Lois was vulnerable. A single bullet could claim her life. Thus, engaging in battle by her side would afford her better protection. All soldiers, momentarily forgetting their training, turned their gazes towards the foremost officials and the two generals. General Swanwick remained unflappable, standing resolutely behind the key figures. He was acutely aware that conflict was unlikely, given the cowardly and self-preserving nature of the individuals before him. Should they dare to strike, it would indeed be a curious turn of events. The leading officials scrutinized Batman, realizing he would not yield, and reluctantly chose to withdraw. They would not forsake their lives for something unattainable. Their previous actions were merely a test, seeking the best outcome, with failure being inconsequential. Retreat. At this command, all soldiers exhaled in relief, their taut nerves relaxing as they lowered their raised weapons. They could survive. They understood that Batman and Superman would not kill without necessity. The creature's corpse was of utmost importance, and this was indeed a special circumstance. The female hero nearby did not present herself as a paragon of virtue, and the black figure in the sky, unleashing beams of heat vision, continually tugged at their heartstrings. Though he too saved lives, their limited interactions left them uncertain of his temperament. Should he be quick to anger, a mere shift of his powerful gaze could spell their doom. With alacrity, they scrambled into their vehicles, outpacing even their commanding officer. It was a directive from above to retreat, giving them ample justification should blame arise. Had the situation been different, they might have rushed forward for a photograph with the heroes, yet they were keen to depart, unwilling to jeopardize their own safety. As they withdrew, Wonder Woman lowered her guard and turned back to survey the scene surrounding Doomsday. Batman remained, summoning his butler to bring sustenance via the Batmobile. For observing Doomsday's gradual demise would require at least another 8 or 9 hours. Having not eaten since setting the traps, and being but an ordinary man, his energy had nearly depleted. He could not possibly endure for another 10 hours. Lois held Clark tightly, contemplating whether to call for help to carry him away. Having witnessed previous missteps, Batman disapproved of her intentions. Should the military employ underhanded tactics to seize the body, or if other criminals attempted to snatch it? It would be a grave mistake. They could only temporarily inconvenience the deceased, a decision made in the interest of global safety. Surely Clark would understand. During this time, Martha came to mourn, cradling Clark's body in grief. Li Guangming remained focused on his own tasks, refraining from interjecting. He had seen Clark's body, like Doomsday. He was not entirely dead, and with exposure to sunlight, he would eventually restore to his former self. His silence stemmed from a combination of laziness, he did not wish to elaborate, and a desire to impart a lesson. They called upon him when in need, yet cast him aside when he was of no use. Such treatment was hardly acceptable. After resolving the Doomsday crisis, he intended to retreat for a time. For only when crime rates escalated would they come to appreciate his worth. In the future, they would need to consider the consequences of opposing him. His kindness did not equate to vulnerability. Having only experienced a few days of a reclusive existence, he now had the opportunity to rectify that. An hour later, the Batmobile's delivery arrived punctually, and from the sounds of rustling, Li Guangming discerned a delightful variety. Amidst the commotion, Diana could not resist the aroma and took a slice of pizza, munching as she continued her patrol. The tantalizing scent only served to irk Li Guangming further. It seemed they had set a precedent. The final level has yet to be conquered, and I must toil for several more hours. while you all brazenly indulge in food before my very eyes. In all the cinematic portrayals of superheroes, there has never been a scene where comrades feast in the midst of battle. Others gather for a celebratory meal only after the conflict has subsided. It seems you have truly taken a blade to your own rear, awakening my senses. What is this? A display of trust in oneself? Perhaps. The most infuriating part is the utter lack of inquiry regarding my feelings. I may choose to abstain, but must you not at least ask? Is it delectable? Quite satisfactory. Yet, the vigilance required to enjoy it fully is rather off-putting. Upon hearing this response, Li Guangming's ire intensified. Then do bring me a piece. He had never before attempted to eat while wielding his heat vision, but felt inclined to give it a try. Descending to the ground, Li Guangming fulfilled his desire for pizza, savoring a sensation he had never experienced before. As time passed and the dawn illuminated the earth, the flames upon the ruins blazed unchecked due to the cataclysmic event, with no firefighters arriving to extinguish them. The prolonged fire, devoid of fuel, gradually extinguished itself. Under the sun's radiant embrace, Li Guangming's heat vision surged in potency. He estimated that this endeavor could conclude in a few hours. He was nearly bored to death. For this task was indeed tedious, more strenuous than the overtime of his previous life. During overtime, as long as the supervisor was absent, one could afford to slack off. However, this task demanded unwavering focus on maintaining heat vision, with no respite allowed. In life, I had failed him. In death, I wished not to disappoint him. After the funeral, will you assist me in locating others like yourselves? Batman stood with his back to the group, his tone inscrutable. Perhaps he felt a sense of guilt towards Superman, yearning to safeguard the world in his stead. Who could truly know? He understood that Superman would meet his demise. Yet evil would persist, akin to a snowball, only growing larger until it eventually halts. When that might be, none could tell, perhaps until the world itself crumbles. Perhaps they do not wish to be found. Wonder Woman's voice echoed in response. She had lived in solitude, aware that even if you rescued them, they might regard you as a monster. After laboriously concealing her identity to lead a mundane existence, why should they relinquish their hard-won lives at the behest of your mere words? They would, I am certain of it. A century ago, I departed from humanity, leaving for an entire 100 years. Humanity cannot unite in purpose. As a demigoddess, Wonder Woman boasts an extensive lifespan. So much so that she herself is uncertain of its limits. This prolonged existence has permitted her to witness the beauty and inherent flaws of humanity. The beauty inspires her to rise against insurmountable disasters, while the flaws compel her to retreat to the mountains, far from human contact. Thus, she is acutely aware that true unity among people is an impossibility, and even when it exists, it is bound by time. Chapter 38. Finally living the life I desire. What grants you the authority to persuade them to fight? Upon the elevated platform, Wonder Woman truly resembled a warrior, boldly gnawing on a drumstick, though she was indeed a warrior at heart. Money? The future? Perhaps a glimmer of hope? Who can say? In a low and somber tone, Batman found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of how to proceed. He had always operated alone, never contemplating the formation of a team. The haunting dreams, coupled with the reminder of Superman's demise, compelled him to make this decision. Yet, why was it only Blue Superman and the enigmatic Black Superman who manifested before him? Where was the original? What are your thoughts on this, Black Superman? Li Guangming, aware that the conversation had shifted towards him, was unsurprised. After all, in the wake of Superman's death, he stood as the last remaining figure alongside the fallen hero. In truth, even if Superman had lived, he would have been unable to defeat Li. He believed they were ill-prepared. Overextending their reach was akin to hastily pulling up seedlings. External pressures could either strengthen their roots in the earth or lead to a fate akin to Superman's. So, do you intend to retreat from the city like Wonder Woman? You have already made your presence known and taken the first step down a one-way street. There is no turning back. Time will leave its mark. His rising tone betrayed a hint of agitation. Perhaps he had not anticipated that one of the two most likely allies would refuse him first, a premature setback. Li Guangming remained skeptical of his words. Those who could not retreat lacked the strength. If he desired solitude, no one could impede him. Engaging with an entity capable of traversing time and space could replicate his presence in other worlds for amusement. Although he was unaware of who those individuals might be beyond the cinematic realm. However, a deity certainly existed, whether it was real or not. The closest he knew was the Flash, whose incredible speed could pierce through parallel universes. The time had not yet come. With that, he dismissed the conversation and returned to his laborious task. Time flowed silently like a river, and after several arduous hours, Li Guangming finally obliterated Doomsday's form. He spared no effort, even recovering the hand severed by Wonder Woman, ensuring its complete annihilation. Thank you for the hospitality. The pizza and steak were delightful. Li Guangming expressed his sincere gratitude to Batman, acknowledging the quality of the food brought, some of which he had never tasted before. Though he had acquired wealth, he had seldom indulged in the culinary delights of high society. His sole experience was when he picked up Flora. Moreover, wealth should not be squandered frivolously. Even if earning came easily to him, a single trip sufficed. Yet, certain establishments offered not just food but service, and for someone like him, who aspired to be a homebody, sampling such delicacies was a treat. With a sudden burst, he denied Batman the chance to retain him, launching himself into the air, leaving new scars upon the marble surface. Wonder Woman flashed a smile at Batman before vanishing in a blink. The vigilant military, whether surveilling from satellites or infiltrating the crowd, sprang into action shortly after Li Guangming and his companions departed, swiftly cordoning off the area. A contingent of soldiers, armed with specialized equipment, disembarked from their vehicles, meticulously scouring every inch of the ground. Report: nothing has been discovered. After more than an hour of turning stones and examining debris, they found nothing. Had they truly searched everywhere? The lieutenant was reluctant to concede. The task assigned by his superiors bore an uncertain significance. There would be no repercussions if he failed to find it, yet discovering it would signify an opportunity for promotion and wealth, relying solely on his fortune. He was determined not to overlook even the minutest detail, for it might belong to that creature. Yes, he would search thoroughly, bring that marble back for a meticulous examination. He remained undeterred, believing that the remnants of the monster's territory might still harbor lingering cellular tissues. It was no wonder those in higher positions preferred to delegate tasks rather than undertake them personally, knowing that the chances of earning merit were exceedingly slim. They would be better off at home, nurturing their families. After the matter concluded, Li Guangming did not return home immediately, but flew directly towards the ocean, not to Atlantis, but to seek treasure. On that occasion, Flora had converted all the contents of the treasure chest into currency, and on the way back, he had glimpsed Kent Farm, discovering that all the items within the chest had vanished. What a spendthrift she was, oblivious to the need to save some for herself. Given her appetite, it was likely that she had little to no money left. Reluctantly, he decided to pursue a bit of easy money. Little money. Where are you hiding? Activating his supervision and X-ray vision, he was met with disappointment, as fortune did not favor him this time. Before long, he locked onto a target, thrusting his arm forward, breaking through the ocean's surface, churning the water into frothy white bubbles. He refrained from seeking Martha's assistance, even though she was now in the metropolis. He possessed the business card of a tall, lean Mediterranean man, whom he deemed reliable. He could not continuously rely on others for favors, so he decided to offer a bit more in terms of labor costs. He had no fear of ill intentions. He knew well who he was and dared anyone to harbor malicious thoughts. He would send them to the depths of the sea. After completing the entire procedure, a few more days had passed. Recently, he had sold a considerable amount of jewelry. Li Guangming was unafraid, but the Mediterranean man was apprehensive. He confided in Li Guangming, revealing that as an intermediary, he had never engaged in such a substantial business. He lacked the resources to fully acquire everything in a short time. Even if he had the means, he would not dare to proceed alone. With the rise of crime following Superman's demise, should news leak, he would find himself stripped bare. Prudence was paramount, his guiding principle. It was acceptable to earn a bit less if it meant preserving his life. As long as he remained alive, wealth could always be accumulated and expanded. Though he might never become a billionaire, his cautious approach had allowed him to amass modest assets. All these were foundational stones. By instilling the right values in his son during his middle age, perhaps his offspring would ascend into the ranks of the wealthy. If not in this lifetime, then perhaps in the next. If not in 2 lifetimes, then in 3. One day, his descendants would surely become affluent, much like the Wayne family. Upon hearing this, Li Guangming experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that this ambitious figure before him had the Bruce family as his ideal, a truly lofty aspiration. Generations have meticulously arranged their affairs. Who can say if another Wayne family will emerge in the future? One day, Li Guangming indulged in a shopping spree, surrounded by towering stacks of beer, beverages, snacks, and fast food, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment within. He truly began to live the life he had always dreamed of. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat aware of the outside world, attending Clark's funeral as an example. Li Guangming did not secretly exhume Clark's body. He believed that restoring him in the sun would take longer than using the mother box. Such an act would be perceived by outsiders as desecration, and no explanation could clarify it. There was always a lingering feeling of something being amiss. Chapter 39. Fooling ghosts. What was lacking? Li Guangming had been living splendidly for the past few days, enjoying food, drink, and leisure, free from the burdens of a 996 work schedule. Enough of that. He decided to visit Flora and the others. It had been far too long, and such neglect was unbecoming of a good leader. Resolute, he changed into casual attire. For the biological field rendered battle gear unnecessary. Upon opening the door, he encountered the last person he wished to see at this moment, Bruce Wayne. Li Guangming sensed that individuals of their ilk had an affinity for mystery and surprising entrances, often appearing in the most unexpected corners, ready to startle. Recently, he had heard someone calling his name. Using his supervision, he discovered it was Bruce, searching for his location on a computer, even consulting Alfred about how to recruit him. Thus, during Clark's funeral, he had meticulously avoided Bruce Wayne, fully aware of the inevitable invitation to join the newly formed league. It felt as if Bruce had taken a page from the romance of the Three Kingdoms, resembling Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage. "Are you not going to invite me in for a seat?" Bruce asked, clad in a formal suit, exuding seriousness, with his hands tucked in his pockets. Li Guangming, his face betraying disdain, retorted, "I was just about to leave when you arrived. Does that seem appropriate?" Despite his words, he stepped aside, gesturing for Bruce to enter. After all, hospitality is a basic courtesy. Bruce paused at the threshold, his lips twitching slightly as he took in the disarray of the living room, littered with bags of chips and spicy strips, carelessly strewn about. He made no effort to be polite, pulling out a chair and settling down, casually grabbing snacks from the table. "Are you still intent on inviting me to join your Justice League? Which would you prefer, wine, juice, or soda?" Li Guangming inquired as he approached the double-door refrigerator, opening it to reveal a plethora of drinks. "Just soda, thank you," Bruce replied, taking a sip. "That's a fine name. I shall adopt it. Since you are not ready to engage, I shall not press the matter further. However, I do require your assistance in inviting someone. I need to travel a considerable distance to find a person, and your support would significantly reduce our time. Wonder Woman is also lending a hand," he added. As Bruce munched on chips, he declined the alcohol, preferring the soda from the refrigerator. Simultaneously, it is imperative to mention Diana's involvement in the recruitment effort to prevent any evasion on his part. According to his assertions, joining is an inevitable outcome. However, we, as existing members, are preoccupied with our tasks. Do you not have a moment to lend assistance? Is the assistance you refer to aimed at combating the bank's nefarious elements? Do you perceive me as easily deceived? Upon hearing his words, Li Guangming activated his enhanced vision and X-ray capabilities to gaze upon Diana, who was initially engrossed in her work at the statue gallery. She soon recognized a call for help, abandoning her task to render aid, and thus, there was no intention of joining Bruce's endeavor. Li Guangming understood that in the original narrative, only the two of them existed. Therefore, it was customary for the one who completed their task first to extend an invitation to the next. Presently, the Wasteland Wolf has yet to invade Paradise Island, and thus, Diana has not contemplated forming a team. The reason for the Wasteland Wolf's delay remains a mystery. After Superman's demise, the Mother Box should have activated its summoning capabilities. This implies that Bruce stands alone as the sole commander of the entire League. If the situation were not exceedingly challenging, a visit could be arranged, especially since he was already bound to venture out, and his pace was quite swift. Barry Allen, having recently acquired his superpowers in Mid-City, with your reputation, I believe it will not be long before you gain recognition. Bruce remained uncertain whether his attempts to leverage his influence would bear fruit, especially since he shared similar capabilities with Superman. When Li Guangming accurately articulated Diana's actions, he initially thought hope was lost. However, unexpectedly, the tides turned, given his nature. If he inquired about the identity of the individual in need, it indicated a willingness to aid him. "Very well, I shall take this opportunity to venture out, and, upon my return, I shall make my attempt. Should he prove reluctant, you may proceed on your own." If it were anyone else, Li Guangming would refrain from participating. There was no gain in acquiring abilities, and with an unpleasant demeanor, he was not easy to persuade. Let those who wish to go, go. The speed force possessed by the Flash, Barry Allen, is indeed a remarkable asset, for by replicating his unparalleled abilities, one would attain a commensurate level of speed. I too shall possess the original speed force, signifying that in the future, any utilization of the speed force across the DC universe will necessitate borrowing from either Barry Allen or myself. Additionally, I would gain the capabilities to traverse parallel universes and reverse time. Upon Li Guangming's willingness, Bruce made no further delays, as he needed to prepare for their departure the following day. He stood, took a hearty gulp of his soda, and exited. Li Guangming disposed of the cup he had used into the sink before also leaving the premises. He arrived at a location devoid of surveillance, where, with a resounding boom, he soared towards the far side of the moon aboard his personal spacecraft. An object swiftly approached the vessel. Only one female Kryptonian monitored the operations of the Kryptonian ship. ensuring that no accidents occurred, as this was one of the few leisure activities available to them. The entire Kryptonian ship was under the control of Zor-El, requiring no exertion of their energy. The leader instructed them to remain on the far side of the moon, precluding any excursions to Earth for entertainment. After the remaining Kryptonians adapted, all the males, save for Salek and one male scientist, were dispatched to explore suitable planets for habitation from 3 divergent directions, arranged in a fan-like formation. As vice commander, Flora assumed command in the absence of Guangming, while Salek, the sole chief scientist, was essential for the reconstruction of Krypton. The other male scientist and 2 female Kryptonians were inadequate, and the vast universe offered no guarantees of safety. Lacking a concrete action plan, they were prone to boredom. The reconstruction of Krypton was still in its exploratory phase. Those who had spent over 30 years aboard the spacecraft were well acquainted with their surroundings, leaving little to alleviate their ennui. The scientists could pursue knowledge, yet the warriors among them were incapable of acquiring advanced information. They had absorbed all they could while basking in the sun. Their genetic makeup determined their limitations. Had they possessed greater potential, they would not remain aboard the vessel. They were but unfortunate soldiers, constrained by their genetics. The universe was populated by more than just Kryptonians. Certain races possessed formidable individual strength. Yet even they could not ensure their own safety and freedom, let alone seek a place for reconstruction. Such aspirations were mere folly. What is it? Flora, drawn by the sound, turned to question. It was the leader. She noticed the spacecraft sensors had failed to detect anything and promptly activated her enhanced vision to peer through the iron walls, revealing the long-absent leader. Guangming, in the midst of his journey, entered through the automatically opened hatch. Familiar with the surroundings, he walked towards the control room, surveying the area and noticing the discrepancy in numbers, casting a puzzled glance at Flora. They have adapted and have been dispatched to seek suitable planets for the reconstruction of Krypton. Flora stood and reported, adding details of their recent minor affairs. Her words seemed to imply, "We are quite bored. Please assign us some tasks." Chapter 40. The Flash, Barry Allen. Are you aware of a new weakness among Kryptonians? Guangming scanned the room, noting the expressions of bewilderment, realizing they had not monitored Earth. However, this was perhaps a blessing, as Victor Stone, transformed by a mother box, posed a significant risk should he breach the spacecraft. Secrets would be laid bare. Following the destruction of the Kryptonian craft, it had crash-landed, resulting in a new mineral known as kryptonite, capable of diminishing the abilities of Kryptonians exposed to yellow sunlight. Guangming addressed Joel and Salek specifically, while the other scientist, Ayula, currently lacked the necessary capabilities and served merely as an assistant. It was uncertain how he had initially infiltrated the rebel ranks. As for the others, it was best left to the professionals for a more swift and efficient resolution. Leader, do we have a sample? Salek instantly grasped Guangming's intent. Yet it was evident that a skilled artisan could not create without materials. One could hardly conjure the properties of an unknown substance from thin air. Indeed, the absence of a sample posed significant challenges for research. Joel chimed in, acknowledging the novelty of the material. Currently, we do not have one, but I can arrange for someone to accompany me to procure it shortly. Be cautious not to breach Earth's network. Should some incomprehensible entity reverse engineer our data, it could lead to dire consequences. Guangming could hardly believe that Bruce had destroyed the kryptonite. There must be some stored away. A mere request for a portion would likely be met with compliance. Given the unpredictable nature of the butterfly effect, it was prudent to exercise caution, especially in light of the recent incident involving Doomsday and the peculiar devices resembling the Genesis chamber found aboard the crashed spacecraft. Salek's eyes sparkled with an unknown, wondrous inspiration. There was nothing more to elaborate on. Millen, come with me. Guangming decided after contemplating which of the 2 female Kryptonians to choose, as the others were unsuitable for departure. This significant matter should be handled by me. Viola immediately stepped forward, surprised that she wasn't the one chosen. Given her speed and prowess, she could also seize the opportunity to pilfer from Guangming's modest treasury. Although hacking into the network to transfer funds was an option, the thrill of the former was entirely different. As she gazed at Millen, whose bright, twinkling eyes brimmed with anticipation, Guangming found himself in a quandary. Viola was the strongest among the 5. If she left, he feared for the safety of their home. Leaving the 2 behind would only amplify his anxieties. The others shook their heads and discreetly departed, while Clark and the remaining members conspired to foster a connection between Guangming and Viola. This was a fortuitous opportunity, though it was unclear why Millen was so involved. Perhaps she had discerned the leader's character and felt emboldened to act freely, even calling him by name in private. Had she addressed him as General, her stern demeanor would have deterred any such familiarity. Forget it, let us proceed together. Ultimately, Li Guangming made the least favorable decision. There was no alternative. That look in her eyes indicated she had spent far too long aboard the spacecraft. If Viola were to learn of his thoughts, she would surely mock him to his face. With 3 Kryptonians safeguarding them, the issue of security was of no concern, even if they were outmatched. They could endure until their return. The trio set off toward Earth, not forgetting to remind each other to signal in case of unforeseen circumstances. Li Guangming guided the 2 women to Midtown, aiming to avoid an additional trip to Bruce S. later, while also providing them some diversion. Following the address given by Bruce, the 3 soon arrived at an abandoned warehouse. "Is the kryptonite inside?" Millen inquired, exploring the premises. Her enhanced vision revealed no peculiar minerals, only some computers and a set of battle armor. Viola cast a questioning glance at Li Guangming. They both changed into ordinary clothing, eschewing their Kryptonian attire. "I'm here to attend to some tasks he entrusted to me. To avoid an unnecessary detour," Li Guangming explained, employing various abilities to acquire lockpicking skills. In less than a second, he had mastered the art. Who doesn't he enjoy making a grand entrance? He mused, eager to indulge in the experience. However, as he was there on a diplomatic mission, it was inappropriate to damage someone else's door. After prying open the back door of the warehouse, opting not to disturb the front due to its antiquated chain lock system, he and the others settled in to await developments. Upon discovering that Barry Allen was about to return, he immediately extinguished the lights. Millen and Fiore silently observed his actions, their expressions betraying their confusion. Barry Allen had visited his father that day, his spirits rather low as he endeavored to adjust his mindset during the journey. He firmly believed that his father was not the perpetrator of his mother's murder. He was merely a child at the time, and his testimony bore no weight. He recalled the vague flashes of light that had flickered before him, witnessing his mother fall lifelessly to the ground. Yet, every piece of evidence the police had gathered pointed to his father's guilt. He could hardly fathom how the future could possibly worsen. Moreover, he possessed a remarkable ability that others envied. With the assistance of friends, he had crafted a suit and emerged as a hero. Tomorrow, he had several job interviews lined up, and he intended to secure employment before devising further plans. Navigating through the railings, he retrieved a key and unlocked the grand iron gate, delving deeper into his domain and activating the main power supply. Upon returning home, he was greeted by a multitude of computer screens scattered throughout the space, some even suspended in midair. Centrally located, he settled into a chair that afforded him a view of all the screens. The computers displayed surveillance footage, with every camera in the city synchronized to this very spot. "Barry Allen," he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't there be an introduction first? Why were 3 strangers seated in his favorite chairs, cloaked in darkness? Surprised, he regarded the trio with a wary gaze, yet he felt no fear of their potential mischief or ulterior motives. His own abilities were formidable, once activated. He could render everything motionless, evading capture effortlessly. Besides, he had never instigated trouble. There was little to steal from his humble abode, despite the appearance of numerous computers, which barely masked his financial struggles. Li Guangming, who was affectionately known as Black Superman by his peers, stood and approached Barry, activating his duplication ability as he introduced himself. The surprise on Barry's face delighted Li Guangming, feeding into his mischievous tendencies. It was no wonder they relished such moments. It was rather ostentatious, particularly for one individual. "Wow, I know you. The renowned hero, who has been absent since the demise of Blue Superman. They say you have lost faith in humanity," Barry exclaimed excitedly, realizing that the greatest superhero was in his very presence. Having only undertaken a few heroic endeavors himself, he had managed to attract Black Superman's attention. "My friend, Batman, has assembled a team and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join us. What do you think? Of course, given your wealth, you won't be working for free. How does a monthly salary of 5,000 sound? A white-collar wage. Should that be insufficient, feel free to discuss it with him directly." Li Guangming, seemingly concerned that Barry might doubt his word, levitated a few centimeters off the ground using his biofield. His pupils gleamed brightly, while the area around his eyes gradually turned crimson. "Oh, I am not an extraterrestrial invader. Really? I can join your team?" Upon catching sight of Li Guangming's radiant eyes, Barry Allen hastily raised his hand to halt him, fearful that a mere glance might sever him in two. With an air of skepticism, he softly inquired, hardly able to believe that a world-renowned superhero had not only graced his home, but had also extended an invitation to join the Justice League. The resemblance in their features had initially provided him with half-hearted assurance, but witnessing Lee's extraordinary abilities solidified his conviction. Even more astonishing was the revelation of a salary. He had assumed that his role would resemble that of a typical vigilante. "He sent me to find you. What do you think?" Li Guangming descended to the ground. Ceasing his display of power, and returned Barry's gaze with a smile. Observing his elation, Barry felt a pang of sadness within, having barely acquired his powers. He was already thrust into the fray against formidable villains, far from the simplicity of personal quests. Very well, I shall join, Barry declared, his attention shifting to the two formidable women standing behind Lee. Are those two also members of the team? Noting the palpable aura they exuded, he was inclined to believe they were not mere assistants. We are what you refer to as extraterrestrial invaders. Flora shot him a sidelong glance, her icy tone seemingly retaliating against his previous impertinence. Meanwhile, Million offered him a warm smile and a greeting. Instantly, Barry was left in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the incongruity of extraterrestrial invaders mingling with superheroes. His racing mind even entertained the notion that the Black Superman had betrayed them, luring him into a facade of justice while covertly orchestrating an invasion of Earth under the guise of a terrorist organization. Of course, such musings were purely fanciful. Given Black Superman's might, should he choose to betray, he would have no need for subterfuge. They are not, after my relentless persuasion. They have seen the error of their ways, Li Guangming asserted, wrapping an arm around Barry's shoulder as they strode outward, raising his other fist in explanation. Flora narrowed her eyes, observing their retreating figures. Flora, let us move, Million urged from the side, snapping her out of her reverie. If you don't hurry, we'll be left behind. Barry felt an eerie chill creeping down his neck, as if pursued by specters, rendering him uneasy. A glance at Lee's fist indicated to Barry, a man of intellect, that this persuasion was of a physical nature, undoubtedly coupled with a touch of mental encouragement. Could I take the pizza with me? I refer to my ability as Speed Force. It is akin to a layer of reality that seems to manipulate time and space. It requires an immense caloric intake, akin to a super black hole, constantly in need of sustenance. May I inquire how many members this elite team comprises? With Bruce included, there are a total of 2. Li Guangming proclaimed with pride, as if the team had long been established. Barry exclaimed in shock, realizing that Lee's tone had not misled him. Forget the pizza. There are gourmet delicacies at Batman's, so indulge to your heart's content. On the other hand, Bruce, having departed from Li Guangming's residence, did not return directly, but instead drove towards Diana's workplace. After dealing with the terrorists, Diana returned to the sculpture museum, as her official working hours had yet to conclude. She had made an excuse to sneak out, and having resolved her task, she intended to return to her duties. Diana, someone is looking for you. Upon donning her work attire, and just as she was about to grasp her carving tool, Diana had no choice but to set it aside and remove her gloves. Stepping out of the studio, she immediately spotted Bruce, who stood awkwardly in the hall, an incongruity amidst the surroundings. Passers-by whispered among themselves, astonished that a celebrity, whom they had only seen on television, would visit their workplace. Speculations of him purchasing the sculpture museum or visiting a girlfriend filled the air. Such chatter did not escape the keen ears of Diana, blessed with semi-divine attributes. Aware of his intent, she led him to a secluded corner of the reception area. Speak. Do you still wish for me to join your team? Diana offered him a cup of instant coffee and took a seat opposite him. Without needing to guess, she already understood Bruce's purpose. Their interactions were infrequent, save for this matter that connected them. Indeed, Bruce disregarded the coffee offered, his calm demeanor exuding confidence. You are well aware of my stance. Presently, Paradise Island had not been invaded. She had not witnessed the murals, nor experienced the terror of Darkseid. Thus, she would not be compelled to traverse as the original narrative suggested. Ordinary calamities she could handle alone, and there was no necessity for collaborative efforts. She doubted there would be any fools willing to join upon hearing this. Li Guangming has joined. He is currently recruiting another member. And within a day there will be new additions. The team is already taking shape. Upon hearing this, Diana pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. She was intimately familiar with Li Guangming's character. For him to make such a decision, the number of adversaries must be considerable, and the threat level quite severe. Forming a team would ensure that his endeavors would be minimized. He only agreed to assist me in recruiting one member. Tomorrow, I will venture afar to make contact and test the waters. Additionally, I have a favor to ask, if you find the time. Please visit the address above and seek out Alfred. After conveying this, Bruce handed her a card with Alfred's contact details and rose to exit the reception area. Upon glimpsing the card, Diana realized that Bruce was certain she would agree to join. Otherwise, he would not have prepared a handwritten contact. With graceful fingers, she picked up the paper and adjusted it, reading the neatly inscribed words and numbers. Justice League address. Pressed for time. Bruce entrusted Diana with the task of recruiting the final unique individual. Having successfully spun a tale, he drove back to Wayne Manor with a smile, elated by the simplicity of the process, having resolved it in just a few exchanges. This was also due to Diana not having her lasso of truth at hand. Otherwise, recalling Aquaman, he would have inadvertently gotten ensnared. Wow. Phew. My apologies. For the first time, flying without any apparatus was a tremendous shock to Barry Allen's heart, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He pressed his hand to his chest, gasping for breath, regretting that he hadn't heeded Li Guangming's advice to keep his eyes closed, as the scene was indeed quite daunting. He had never held a woman's hand, and both Flora and her companion were unwilling, which was why he had been brought to Wayne Tower by Barry. Indeed, it was Li Guangming who had hoisted him under his arm, carrying him like a rag doll to the skyscraper. He would never embrace another man. The thought was unbearable, and holding hands was out of the question. Chapter 42. The sudden appearance of Mela here. I recognize it. Wayne Tower. Are we to execute a mission first? Yet, I have not donned my specialized attire for righteous assistance. You know, one must conceal their true identity. Being seen by others is quite undesirable. Barry, still clutching his chest, tilted his head to repeatedly confirm their location and spoke incessantly, his tone betraying a mix of excitement and frustration. There's no mission. I merely brought you here to familiarize yourself with the surroundings, lest you find yourself lost among the team. Li Guangming interjected hastily, fearing that Barry would continue to chatter endlessly. While others like Spider-Man donned masks to become loquacious, Barry remained chatty even in casual attire, suggesting that his speed powers had even amplified his propensity for conversation. Familiarize? Could it be that Bruce Wayne is the Bat? Oh, my apologies. I shouldn't be discussing such matters in public. Barry quickly deduced from Li Guangming's words who he referred to as teammates, instinctively about to reveal his thoughts, but halted upon noticing his surroundings. His mind immediately leaped to Bruce, for only the true owner of Wayne Tower would possess the authority to construct a conference room therein. Otherwise, who would summon others to discuss matters at their workplace? Flora and Million couldn't help but think that this boy was making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, he was just a rather timid human. Was such excitement truly warranted? You guessed correctly. However, he is mostly elsewhere. I brought you here because he happens to be present. If you cannot find him later, do not hesitate to go directly to his corporate headquarters. Li Guangming, unaware of their thoughts, would have assured him, "Child, you are overthinking it." The Justice League was not akin to the Avengers, who openly declared themselves Iron Man and subsequently transformed their tower into a headquarters. Batman, however, could not afford such openness. It bore no difference to revealing one's identity outright. After receiving permission, Li Guangming led them to Bruce's office. He might have been preparing for a distant journey, hence the handover of company affairs, but Li Guangming paid little attention to the details. "You may step out now," he instructed, as the personnel beside Bruce obediently exited the office. Casting a glance at Li Guangming and his companions. "Well done." Upon seeing the individuals beside Li Guangming, Bruce immediately recognized that recruitment had been successful. The names and addresses had been provided by him to Li Guangming, making Barry Allen's face familiar to him. Yet, he found himself puzzled by the woman trailing behind Li Guangming, whose face seemed vaguely recognizable, though he could not quite place it. "I have brought you the person. Although he is currently unemployed, therefore, I have arranged a modest salary of 5,000 for him. It is a worthwhile exchange for acquiring an individual with extraordinary abilities. Moreover, I would like to request some kryptonite. Surely, you would not refuse." Li Guangming succinctly articulated the matter, emphasizing efficiency and expedience. He was unconvinced that Bruce would be concerned about such a sum. Had he not needed prior approval, he might have offered a higher remuneration. "Very well, for the kryptonite. You may seek out Alfred. I shall inform him shortly via phone, and you can collect it." Bruce did not object to this slight transgression. He possessed no other abilities but that of financial prowess. He felt he had underpaid, contemplating an additional sum later, when the topic of kryptonite arose. He recalled having seen it before, in the military's archival footage, featuring the Kryptonian who had abducted Lois. He was perplexed as to why a long-absent Kryptonian would re-emerge and accompany Li Guangming. Evidently, a new task awaited him. "By the way, Alfred called to inform me that a lady is seeking you. She should still be at the villa when you go to collect the kryptonite." As he prepared to depart, Bruce reminded him, nearly forgetting that if he delayed in contacting Alfred, it would leave others waiting unnecessarily. What had he done during his absence that had led him back here? "Understood," Li Guangming replied without looking back, departing with Flora and Million, showing no inclination to introduce the two women to Bruce. Distrust was too prevalent. His subordinates could not withstand the effects of kryptonite. The office fell silent once more, leaving only Barry Allen, Bruce, and the large burlap sack of money resting on the table. "Hello, I am Barry Allen, endowed with the extraordinary ability of super speed." Barry introduced himself hurriedly and excitedly as Bruce glanced his way. "Greetings. I am Bruce Wayne." Bruce extended his right hand, shaking berries politely, then grasped the burlap sack and gestured towards the exit, indicating it was time to leave. Where are we going? Barry inquired. The Batcave. Barry hoped to foster a good relationship, as they would soon be comrades in battle, and familiarity would enhance their teamwork. What is your superpower? Is it bat-related? Money. Guangming and the two women quietly soared towards Bruce's villa, which also served as the Batcave. The distinction lay in one being above ground, a residence, while the other was excavated underground, dark and cavernous like a bat's dwelling, contrasting the beauty and ugliness of the world. Before they even touched down, Alfred emerged to greet them, seemingly having just departed after Bruce had informed him. Good day. I am Alfred Pennyworth, the master's butler. You may call me Alfred. Mr. Guangming and the two lovely ladies, please follow me. He did not lead them directly to the Batcave. If it were only Guangming and his companions, it would have sufficed. However, the presence of an unfamiliar woman with superpowers necessitated caution. The master did not know her, and her words could be verified, as a witness was now present. Under the guidance of Afu, the trio entered the living room, and upon crossing the threshold, they immediately spotted the long-awaited red-haired woman. Please wait a moment. I will prepare tea and snacks, said Afu, before heading towards the kitchen, leaving the others to themselves. Guangming instantly recognized her. Mira? He had provided the location of Kent Farm, never anticipating that she would come seeking him here, through the intermediary of Martha. It dawned upon him that perhaps Batman, believing he had caused Superman's demise, had inadvertently exposed his identity while rescuing his mother. Otherwise, given the vast disparity between their social standings, it would have been improbable for them to meet at all. Yet, he was left wondering what prompted Mira to go to such lengths to find him. Was she seeking his assistance? Or was it the invasion of the desert wolf? If the latter were true, she would undoubtedly call out for his help. Although she seemed unaware of his super hearing, perhaps it would be best to inquire directly. Mira, is there something of great importance that brings you here? Guangming asked as she rose from the sofa, eager to understand her purpose. He could hardly believe that she would seek him out for trivial matters. His promises were of considerable value, a testament to his confidence as a formidable ally. Milan glanced back and forth between the three, her expression revealing her curiosity, as if she were ready to enjoy some gossip. She was not foolish. As a warrior, her emotional intelligence occasionally fell short, a fact she was aware of. Chapter 43. Agreeing to become the Lord of the Ocean, Fiora felt a mix of emotions within her. She did not fully comprehend the situation, her instincts tinged with displeasure. Though she did not let it show on her face, she harbored feelings for Guangming, yet she was uncertain whether those feelings stemmed from affection or camaraderie. By the time we return, he has already slain the king of the Fisherman Kingdom, forcing his submission. The return of Queen Atlanta has caused some restraint within ORM. Yet he dismisses our warnings with disdain, ignoring even the anomalies surrounding the mother box. Furthermore, I cannot fathom how he persuaded my father to also yield, as he now prepares to attack the Saltwater Kingdom. With urgency etched on her features, Mira spoke rapidly, summarizing the situation. None of them wished for war among the four kingdoms. Such a conflict would result in countless casualties, particularly in these tumultuous times. So, you traveled all this way to persuade me to prevent this war? Guangming realized her intent as she finished speaking. He had not expected the events that were meant to unfold after the Justice League to occur prematurely, especially not at a moment when the timing of the Desert Wolf's invasion remained uncertain. The order of their conquests would begin with Paradise Island, followed by Atlantis, and finally the land itself. He could only speculate whether this sequence would change. Overall, it seemed that his influence was more significant than he had anticipated. Indeed, you possess the divine trident, the undisputed king of the underwater realm, and your strength is formidable. I believe it will not be long before you are recognized as such. If we estimate the time, the army is nearly upon us. We must not delay any further. With this, Mira reached for Guangming's hand, disregarding his willingness. As she sought to hasten their return, they assembled their forces at the readiness position with an inefficiency unbecoming of land dwellers, taking nearly 2 days just to locate Guangming. The conflict may have already erupted. When she suddenly reached out her hand, Guangming remained unresponsive, while Flora could no longer restrain herself. She seized Mei Le's arm, preventing her from advancing an inch. No matter how hard Mei La struggled, she could not budge an inch. The leader's words and intentions clearly indicated a desire not to be regarded as your so-called king. Oh, you must be the Kryptonian he mentioned. I would rather not trouble him, yet I cannot bear to see those soldiers lose their lives for Ohm's ambition. Do you have any idea how many innocent soldiers would perish in a battle? Mei La initially appeared taken aback, then questioned her with a fierce tone. Had it been a defense against external enemies, she would not have troubled Guangming. The reality was quite the opposite. I wage war on a planetary scale. I do not require your guidance here. Flora, unfazed, continued to hold her arm and forcefully flung her outward. In an instant, Mei La was propelled backward, crashing against the wall and leaving a crack before collapsing to the floor. After struggling briefly, she regained her composure and rose to her feet, adopting a fighting stance, ready to unleash her hydrokinesis in a contest of power. Just as Milian was about to make a move, a voice intervened. If you wish to compete, could you please step outside to a more spacious area? I fear the frail walls of this abode may not withstand the strain. Upon entering, Alfred, carrying a tray, witnessed Mei La thrown against the wall, and his calm request compelled them to cease their impending actions. His words seemed imbued with enchantment, compelling all to listen and respect his counsel. Internally, he reflected on the fortitude of the materials used in construction. Otherwise, the damage would have been far more severe than mere spiderweb cracks. He even contemplated whether to replace the entire house with metal, for it could hardly endure their tumult. Alfred ambled over to the coffee table, placing the tray down with deliberate care as he arranged the tea and snacks. Li Guangming and the others showed deference, each finding a seat. Mr. Li Guangming, I shall fetch the items you requested immediately. Having overheard their conversation in the kitchen and confirmed the young lady's connections, he now dared to present the kryptonite. Naturally, one must minimize the exposure of important objects to outsiders. With that, he ventured into the inner chamber, heading towards the Batcave. His gaze shifted from Alfred's departing silhouette back to Mei La. Very well. Though I initially wished to avoid this, I find myself left with no choice. I invoke the condition you promised to assist me in halting the impending oceanic conflict and becoming the true sovereign of the seas. Mei La resolved firmly, having originally intended to utilize this opportunity elsewhere. However, the mother box trembled, and recalling Li Guangming's words about the impending battle, it was likely connected to it. This artifact had been passed down through generations. The adversary lurking behind it was no trifling foe. With external threats looming and significant losses on our side, would it not be a boon for others to capitalize on our misfortunes? Are you certain? Stopping a war has no correlation with becoming the king of Atlantis, does it? Li Guangming disregarded the inquisitive gazes of Fola and Milian, resolutely reaffirming his stance. He did not anticipate that Mira would seize the opportunity for this matter. I am speaking of the ocean war. There is no stipulated deadline. Thus only when you ascend as the sovereign of the seas can you permanently halt the war. Mira, employing a subtle stratagem, perhaps diminished Li Guangming's favor, yet she felt compelled to act for the greater good. Very well. However, I must stipulate that all matters concerning paperwork shall be entrusted to you. Fola and Milian exchanged incredulous glances at Li Guangming, bewildered by his acquiescence. As formidable beings, even a breach of contract would elicit no reproach from others. Why invite unnecessary complications and burden oneself? Mira, exuding the poise of a victor, cast a triumphant glance towards the two, her exquisite visage seemingly proclaiming, "What of your prowess in battle? It is I who has triumphed." Milian, in a fit of pique, fervently consumed the snacks on the table, emitting crunching sounds as though she were directing her ire at Mira herself. Fola, however, composed herself, regaining her usual calm demeanor. Before long, Afu emerged, clutching a palm-sized metallic box containing kryptonite. Brewster had specifically instructed him to carve a piece from the crafted kryptonite spear, ensuring the remaining shards remained untouched. The box, made of iron, was designed to isolate the kryptonite from the outside world, as Kryptonians cannot approach it. With gentlemanly grace, Afu presented the small box to Li Guangming, refraining from superfluous words. "You two escort it back." Li Guangming accepted the box, passing it to Fola and Milian. He and Mira would venture into the deep sea, while the two Kryptonians would suffice for protection. It was not of paramount importance, so Milian could very well take it back. Fola, however, declined Li Guangming's command, feeling an inexplicable urge to accompany them. Moreover, given the kryptonite's vulnerabilities, their speed rendered it ineffective unless wielded by someone of equal caliber. All right, Li Guangming pondered briefly, ultimately conceding to her choice. Brewster's speed in his sports car could not rival that of Li Guangming and his companions, as they slowly returned to their villa. In the passenger seat, Barry Allen incessantly stuffed his mouth with food, convinced by Li Guangming's assertion that there were indeed culinary delights at Batman's abode. Chapter 44. The invasion of the wasteland. Wolf. Milian recognized that her display of distress was futile and begrudgingly accepted the small box. She had not anticipated that their outing would merely consist of a brief excursion. Well then, we shall take our leave. Apologies for the disturbance. Li Guangming's expression bore a hint of regret, especially since their inaugural visit had resulted in the damage of another's wall. Due to their differing temperaments, Mira also offered an apologetic smile to Afu, while Milian beamed at him, and Fola's aloof countenance displayed a fleeting glimmer of avoidance. Afu, unfazed, responded with a smile, seemingly unaffected by earlier events. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences during his lord's experimental endeavors, often inadvertently damaging walls. Eagerly, Mira took the lead, intent on quickening the pace of the others. Afu attentively escorted them outside the villa. Li Guangming remained unperturbed, utilizing his extraordinary vision to ascertain that the Legion had merely gathered and had yet to engage in battle. Even if a skirmish were to erupt, he could arrive in no time. As Li Guangming extended his hand towards Mela, Fola was the first to seize her arm, soaring into the sky with a resounding thud. Li Guangming shrugged nonchalantly, following closely behind, entirely unconcerned that Fola might lose her way. As a Kryptonian, she could not possibly become disoriented on the diminutive planet Earth. Million, with a smile, raised her hand clutching a small box and waved cheerfully at Afu before darting off in different directions like lightning. Afu reciprocated the gesture, indifferent to whether she could see him depart. Just as Bruce and his companion emerged from the vehicle, they caught sight of the sonic boom cloud overhead, narrowly missing Li Guangming and his entourage. Afu, prepare a bit more food. Our new member has quite the appetite. After tidying up the dining area, Afu pondered how to repair the wall when a familiar voice echoed, indicating that the master had returned. All right, I shall prepare forthwith. With a brief notification, Bruce led Barry Allen to the underground Batcave. You wealthy folks truly have peculiar tastes in decor, Barry Allen remarked as they passed through the living room, observing the spiderweb-cracked walls with a mix of astonishment and confusion. Bruce's lips twitched. He needed no imagination to deduce who was responsible for the state of affairs. Far from the land, the ocean stretched out in a vivid blue, the wind stirring gentle waves. Invisible to the naked eye, Paradise Island lay concealed beneath a vast magical barrier, rendering it undetectable to outsiders. The same gray-yellow fortress remained, its defenses bolstered since the last anomaly of the Mother Box. Each guardian donned gleaming metallic reflective armor, obscuring vital areas while exuding a fierce elegance. After several days of silence, the Mother Box trembled once more, its vibrations intensifying beyond previous occurrences, akin to a ferocious beast confined within a small enclosure, poised to break free. Urgent report to the Queen. Sensing an anomaly, the commander immediately directed her subordinates. Her instincts warned her that this disturbance was anything but trivial. Moments later, Queen Hippolyta arrived on horseback, flanked by a dozen warriors. Upon ushering the two individuals inside, the frantic Mother Box had already settled. Just as she turned to depart, believing matters would conclude as they had previously, a sudden rupture appeared in the stillness of the Mother Box, unleashing a colossal gash that radiated icy golden light like a blade. Prepare for battle. In an instant, Queen Hippolyta drew the sword from her waist. The Amazon warriors swiftly followed suit, brandishing swords, raising shields, knocking arrows, and brandishing spears in vigilant readiness. Before long, a sonic boom erupted, and a blue-white column materialized behind the Mother Box. Its rough surface bore a honeycomb pattern, reminiscent of ethereal white flames dancing along its periphery. The resulting shockwave immediately swept away several Amazon warriors, though the quick-witted few overlapping their shields ensured Queen Hippolyta remained unscathed. Beneath the dark clouds, the white light beam formed by the sonic boom tunnel was visible to all on Paradise Island. In a world where all are soldiers, they comprehend the implications of their role. One by one, they relinquish their meticulous tasks as the commander swiftly assembles and prepares the troops. All positions ready. At the command of Hippolyta, the fallen Amazon warriors swiftly rise, rearming themselves for battle. Fire. Upon spotting the emergence of the apocalypse creatures, Hippolyta immediately issues the attack order. For she is not foolish enough to wait for them all to appear before striking. Arrows soar through the air, piercing the bodies of the invading monsters, momentarily halting their incursion. The sounds of the wasteland wolves colliding with the ground and electric axes cleaving into rock resonate in the ears of the assembled warriors. Before he can rise, arrows rush towards him, yet they are ensnared and shattered by the fierce silver armor he bears. He had not anticipated such treachery from the Guardians. Resorting to ambush tactics, I shall enlighten you with the great darkness, immersing you in your own terror. The wasteland wolf exudes confidence, for the ancient gods and those capable of stopping him have perished. With his interference, a multitude of apocalypse creatures surge forth, and the battlefield is awash with laser weaponry. Hippolyta, unresponsive to his taunts, observes as her comrades exhaust their efforts in vain to impede his advance, making a swift decision. Without a moment's hesitation, she clutches the Mother Box and escapes, a choice that spares many Amazonian lives. In a direct confrontation, the apocalypse creatures are no match for them, benefiting only from their allegiance to the Wasteland Wolf and their limited numbers. The primary objective of the Wasteland Wolf is the Mother Box, upon seeing it being taken away. He leaps through a window in pursuit, tearing a large hole in the fortress's roof. At this moment, Guangming remains oblivious to the wasteland wolf's incursion. He cannot maintain his super hearing at all times. Previously, it was Clark calling his name that prompted him to intervene. Now, he is even less inclined to activate his abilities, not wishing to be treated as he treated Clark. Thus, crime soars to unprecedented heights, perhaps a result of long-suppressed malevolence yearning for release. Convenience stores are looted, murders occur in the shadows at night, and the number of passers-by dwindles, with no one able to guarantee they will not be the next victim. In midair, approximately 10 meters above the sea, Flora suddenly releases her grip, and the unexpected incident leaves Mira unprepared, causing her to scream as she plunges into the ocean. "Are you serious?" Guangming reproaches her, aware that she will not be harmed, but nonetheless hastens to the water to check on Mira. Who would have thought she would be so reckless? Flora is confident. Her intention is merely to teach a lesson, and at this height, Mira's physical prowess ensures she will sustain no injury, only a fright and perhaps some discomfort. In an instant, she too plunges into the sea. "Damn that woman!" Mira exclaims, covering her leg as the sound of bubbles erupting fills her ears. In the rush, her leg strikes the water first, as if struck by a trident. She chose not to retaliate, opting instead to bide her time and seek opportunities for mockery, fully aware that the consequences might lead to a confrontation. "Apologies. I assure you she will not behave this way again. Will she, Flora?" Guangming wished to avoid conflict between them, as they would be working together closely in the future. Chapter 45. The Sacred King, the New Sea King Armor. "Is that not so?" Flora's last word was barely a whisper, and she reluctantly agreed, uncertain whether Mira might repeat her previous mistakes. Guangming fell silent, realizing that if it weren't for his superhuman hearing, he might not have caught her response. The prospect of harmony between the two seemed rather daunting. Mira accepted her words with enthusiasm, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. Nonetheless, she remained true to her original intention, smiling as she suggested they move past this chapter and bury any grievances. Guangming grasped her hand, enveloping it in a biotic field, and with a resounding boom, they breached the sound barrier towards the battlefield. Mira's aquatic speed was relatively sluggish, and she needed to avoid being bullied by Flora again. Feeling her delicate hand, Guangming noted that her strength was on par with that of a commander, yet it did not quite reach the level of a sea king. Her touch was soft and pleasant, devoid of the calluses typical of an ordinary person. Flora extended her hands forward, and with a thundering sound, she vanished from sight under the biotic field. Perhaps due to Flora's delay, by the time the three of them arrived, a fierce battle had already erupted. Atlantis, allied with the Zeeble and the reluctant Fisherman Kingdom, was assaulting the Saline Kingdom, attempting to coerce the Fisherman Kingdom into surrender. Yet they seemed to be evolving into something more formidable than mere brute strength. They stubbornly chose death over submission to OM. The earth trembled as magma surged to the surface, flowing relentlessly. Its fiery hue seemed to reflect their temperament. Enormous crabs, whether biological or mechanical, roamed the battlefield. Submarines, resembling tadpoles, waved their luminous tails, disrupting the enemy's formation. Several catapults continued to launch magma projectiles. On the other side, the Saline Kingdom's forces stood in stark contrast, with the Azure Ocean as their backdrop and massive warships glowing in white and blue. They unleashed a barrage of lasers. Soldiers from Atlantis charged forward on Azure Dragons, closely followed by Zeeble warriors. The Fisherman Kingdom's personnel maneuvered in small craft, symbolically advancing and meandering across the battlefield. Various technologically advanced warships, resembling marine creatures, navigated the chaos, creating a scene of disarray, yet the distinctions between the forces were clear, akin to an aerial battle against ground troops. Casualties were inevitable. I shall persuade my father. The rest is in your hands, Mira declared as she sped towards the battlefield, searching for her father's figure. What about you? Do you wish to stretch your limbs? Guangming inquired of Flora beside him, extending his right hand as if to grasp something. The water rippled as a golden, stick-like object seemed to traverse through space, spinning and obscuring its shape, rapidly approaching Guangming from the right. A thunderous sound erupted as it abruptly halted, resonating with the air in the water. In his right hand appeared a tightly gripped golden trident. As the legendary trident, it is not necessary to carry it at all times. It possesses a summoning ability akin to that of Thor's hammer. Furthermore, it has a unique storage feature that opens a personal space, seemingly its own abode, which forbids any other entity from trespassing. You are now the master of the ocean, soon to be their king. These soldiers and warships are, in essence, your subjects and possessions. Do you truly wish to relinquish them? For a moment, Flora questioned whether he sought justification to punish himself, seeking retribution for Mira. After all, with his prowess, capturing the thief by seizing the king would quell the conflict with ease. They had yet to recognize this reality. Moreover, why not destroy the less populated submarines? They would inevitably sustain damage. Let it be minimized as much as possible. Li Guangming replied nonchalantly that without submission, they could not be considered his subjects. If war was to be waged, one must be prepared for the possibility of death. If blame were to be assigned, it should rest upon their king, who instigated the war. Despite warnings of an impending great battle, they still engaged in internal strife. He had no desire to squander time. A rare smile graced Flora's otherwise impassive face as she activated her powers to locate the submarines with fewer personnel. This was a sight seldom seen by Li Guangming, who often suspected her of harboring biases against him. In a brief moment, her figure vanished like a gust of wind, and amidst the swirling blue fireballs of gunfire, submarines exploded inexplicably. What just happened? The charging OM was bewildered by the sudden attack. He saw no assailant before the submarines burst into flames. We have no idea. We did not detect from where they were attacked. Unable to ascertain the cause, he plunged back into the fray, gradually approaching the king of the Saline Kingdom. Meanwhile, Mira, concealed on the battlefield, found her father, who was currently mounted upon a dragon, one hand gripping the reins while the other wielded the trident. With a single sweep, he dispatched a soldier from the underwater Saline Kingdom. In an instant, his spear pierced through, skewering two enemies in a single thrust, as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Mira unleashed her hydromancy, sending whirlpools of water that hurled the surrounding Zeeble soldiers away, her lithe form executing a remarkable kick that sent two more flying. Breaking through the encirclement, she successfully garnered the attention of King Nereus. "Let her in," Nereus shouted, striving to be heard above the cacophony of the battlefield. "Please, father. My friend Li Guangming has obtained the trident. I do not believe this war is necessary, and according to our most sacred laws, he is the rightful king. Atlantia can attest to this." Mira shouted earnestly, hoping to sway Zeebel's forces, fearing her father's disapproval, and thereby enhancing her credibility. As if to validate her words, Li Guangming, on the periphery, blinked, and his pupils transformed from an ominous black to a radiant gold. Absent the contention for the Kryptonian battle armor, the trident's inherent battle attire took precedence, markedly distinct from that of the Sea King. It resembled armor more closely, adorned with emerald green gauntlets and greaves, a flowing cloak billowing behind, while the remainder shimmered with golden scales, a golden battle skirt encircling his waist, and atop his head rested a simple yet resplendent crown. The trident emitted rippling waves, as Li Guangming communicated with the myriad creatures of the ocean battlefield. He summoned the deep-sea clans from the Mariana Trench, including the Kerosins. In an instant, both side steeds revolted. The dragon horse and azure dragon cast off their original masters, turning to assault the denizens of the Saline Kingdom. "What is happening? What is wrong with you? Calm down." He commanded them to merely harass the soldiers, as their strength was beyond what the commanding figures could effectively counter. Observing the chaos among his troops, Aum recognized the plummeting morale, realizing that capturing the opposing king was the only way to reverse the tide of battle. With legs propelling him forward, he increased his speed, the power of the trident augmenting his presence, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior against a multitude. He advanced into the enemy ranks. Within the flagship of Atlantis, Atlanta and the shackled Vico witnessed a peculiar scene. Atlanta understood that Mira had succeeded in summoning Li Guangming. Vico speculated that it must be the king spoken of by the queen and Mira, for otherwise the betrayal of his steed was inexplicable. Suddenly, a swarm of dark figures surged from the distance, akin to disturbing an ant nest, rendering their exact nature indistinguishable. Soldiers stabilizing their mounts took notice of this horrifying spectacle and inadvertently loosened their reins. In the small plain of Paradise Island, a dozen individuals rode their steeds, repeatedly tugging on the reins as the surroundings blurred like a phantom retreating. They were unable to withstand the advancing invaders and could only retreat with the mother box. The wasteland wolf leapt as if in flight, crashing into the center of a warhorse, wielding an electric axe. The galloping steed immediately fell to its knees, causing the Amazon warrior atop to roll onto the grass due to inertia. Assessing the target, the wasteland wolf leaped once more, catching up to the galloping steed at the forefront, swinging downwards upon landing. In an instant, a blaze of orange lightning erupted, wreaking havoc. Hippolyta and her companions were thrown off their mounts, with only a few surviving, yet those remaining had no time to mourn. Others on horseback leveraged their weight, hovering half off their steeds, bending down to deny the wasteland wolf an opportunity to escape. Several individuals skillfully cast ropes, encircling the wolf's limbs with precision. As he lifted his foot, a lasso was thrown, and collectively they exerted force, successfully toppling him. This was also due to his eagerness to seize the mother box, for otherwise, he would not have been so easily overwhelmed. Arrows rained down in succession, yet they were all caught by the armor on his chest or back, inflicting no harm whatsoever. With a swift pull of his axe, he severed the ropes and, in a whirl, eliminated those who obstructed him. He leapt as if transcending time and space, suddenly appearing beside the Amazon who grasped the mother box, his fists dancing. The steed beneath him let out a pained cry before collapsing to the ground, just as he reveled in his success. Halting his rapid advance and reaching for the mother box, a thin lasso ensnared it, vanishing from his grasp. Thus, in the midst of the chase, the wasteland wolf finally secured the mother box. "O esteemed queen, why resist? The great darkness approaches. Kneel and embrace it." He, brimming with self-satisfaction, seemed to mock as he was interrupted by a cacophony of ominous battle cries. "I will locate all the mother boxes." Aware that he should no longer linger, he hastily activated the sound explosion portal, leaving behind a parting remark before departing. The barrage of arrows fell futilely, none striking the already fleeing wasteland wolf. In a ghost town not far from Moscow, named Puzanov, the sound explosion portal expanded above a wide thoroughfare, where the wasteland wolf and the apocalypse demon materialized. "This place is toxic," he exclaimed, stepping into a colossal barrel-like structure. In no time, a base constructed from embedded magma emerged. Shortly after dispatching the apocalypse demon, news arrived of the discovery of Atlantis' concealed mother box. At that moment, deep underwater, the trench dwellers arrived at the battlefield. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, rendering the already dim ocean floor obscured as if a solar eclipse had swallowed the last vestiges of light. However, Wem was too occupied to dwell on this peculiar scene, facing an overwhelming number of enemy soldiers with no energy to divert his focus. He felt the urgency to act. His power surged, and like a scythe through grass, he swiftly advanced to confront the king of the Saltwater Kingdom. The current situation compelled OM to refrain from the original narrative's threats of coercion. The opportunity was ripe, and even if unforeseen complications arose later, they had secured victory. "To hell you go? This is the price for your inability to submit to me," he declared, raising the silver trident bestowed by his father, poised to strike the hunchbacked crimson shell crab before him. "Even in death, I shall not yield to you." The king of the Saltwater Kingdom roared, venting his frustrations. Their kingdom had never engaged in the disputes of others, residing near underwater volcanoes. Had they not invented a device to harness geothermal energy, they might have devolved into the mindless beasts of the trench dwellers or been fragmented and conquered. They were obstinate and irritable, yet not foolish. Their resources sustained their kingdom and fueled their inventions adequately. Engaging in resource plundering against a similarly powerful kingdom would be a fruitless endeavor, fraught with hardship and detrimental to their people. He would not partake in a venture that yielded no immediate benefits for either side. Unexpectedly, OM allied with two other nations, uniting their forces to assault them, aspiring to become the sovereign of the seas, ruling over all oceans. Suddenly, the seabed between the two erupted, magma gushing forth as if the earth were about to split apart. A tentacle, measuring 1,000 meters, shot up from the depths, flinging OM aside, followed by a massive giant crab breaking through, seemingly extending towards the surface. The ensuing chaos stirred clouds of dust among the legions, though they remained dwarfed by the titanic spectacle. Next appeared the head resembling that of a water buffalo, with a body akin to a lobster, revealing its true form amidst the radiant magma and flying debris, creating a scene of immense shock. Li Guangming controlled the trench dwellers on the periphery, averting an assault. For otherwise, casualties would have been grievous, contradicting the discourse with Flora. He urged others to take it easy while he himself struck with fervor. Such a hypocritical stance was not his way. Yet upon witnessing Karasen's grand entrance, exuding an overwhelming aura, he regretted his earlier words. He had summoned Karasen and the Abyssal tribe to bolster his presence, for otherwise, his solitary identity as the Ocean Lord would seem somewhat trivial. Little did he expect that Karasen's mere appearance would result in significant casualties. With their physical prowess and equipment, they ought to survive unless struck directly, he mused. Although uncertainty lingered, most seemed to be in no immediate peril. He had no intention of rebuking his own men for the sake of the enemy, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment in front of Flora later. "Forget it, Flora. Do as you wish. I shall not concern myself," Li Guangming called out into the void, unwilling to show favoritism. After all, if a single mount's arrival caused such devastation, should he restrain his subordinates? Especially when they were foes. Though their time together was brief, he did not entirely regard them as mere subordinates. As if in response to Li Guangming's words, a battleship, firing its laser cannon, erupted in a thunderous explosion. "Father, do you see? That is the legendary sea monster Kerasin, commanded only by a true king." Mira seized the moment to incite King Nereus of Zebul, urging him to rebel against OM and withdraw from the battlefield, as the Fisherman Kingdom was merely coerced. The remaining Atlantean soldiers posed no significant threat. The outcome was all but sealed. They are all from the Abyssal tribe, the Prince of the Fisherman Kingdom. Piloting a combat unit equipped with a long-range targeting system, was able to discern even the most distant objects clearly. Hearing his daughter's and the Fisherman Prince's words, Nereus gazed upon Kerasin, a multitude of Abyssal tribe warriors, and the shimmering figure of Guangming on the periphery. Finally, he surveyed his own army, assessing the inevitable defeat. Nodding in agreement with his daughter's counsel, he mounted his dragon steed and turned away without a clear destination. Cloaked in the resplendent armor of the Sea King, Guangming floated gracefully toward the OM, which had been struck and was now positioned behind the Atlantean battleships, buoyed by a biofield. The guard soldiers raised their weapons in vigilance, none daring to act recklessly. Chapter 47. The overbearing Guangming the Wasteland Wolf felt an unending stream of surprises today. First, he easily acquired a mother box, and now he swiftly located the whereabouts of one of the remaining two. Drawing forth the electrified axe embedded in the nearby steel, he activated the sound wave tunnel. Onward, retrieve the mother box, and soon he shall recognize my worth once more. Throngs of apocalyptic demons rushed forth, soaring into the white-blue passage from below. In an instant, the Wasteland Wolf was drawn within, the sound of the tunnel fading into silence. On a desolate shore, an Atlantean found himself ensnared by an apocalyptic demon, unable to escape the grasp that held him tightly, no matter how he struggled. The sound wave tunnel materialized in the sky, and with a thud, the Wasteland Wolf knelt upon one knee as he emerged, the apocalyptic demons closely following, darting about like flies. As the approaching presence of the Wasteland Wolf loomed, the Atlanteans struggled with increasing desperation. The Wasteland Wolf, with no intention of engaging in conversation, seized him by the throat and hurled him against the rocky outcrop. With a thud, he immediately lost the ability to move. According to records, he understood the reason behind this inhuman creature's capture, yet his dignity as a warrior forbade him from divulging any information. The Wasteland Wolf, not seeking his voluntary disclosure of the mother box's whereabouts, produced a mechanical insect resembling a spider. It was placed upon the Atlantean's body, where it scuttled up to his face, its limbs twisting before it gave a sudden jolt. In an instant, a projection materialized in the void, depicting architectural forms composed of blue lines. With a mere wave of his hand, several parademons complied with his intent, swiftly eliminating him. The sound barrier ruptured once more, and in a matter of moments, they vanished without a trace. Within the circular edifice of Atlantis, the mother box trembled, a fissure appearing from which blue luminescence emanated. The guards, noticing the peculiar disturbance of the mother box, sensed impending doom. Before they could react, the Wasteland Wolf, concealed in the shadows, made his sudden appearance. Without waiting for their response, he dispatched several of them with ease, twisting his arm to deftly evade the gunfire of the remaining soldier. Advancing swiftly, he cleaved downward with his electrified axe, instantly bisecting the soldier in a clean, smooth cut. Due to the electrical charge, the blood had yet to spill, the seared flesh sealing within. His caution was warranted. The mother box had alerted him to the presence of a Kryptonian deep within the ocean, a face he had never encountered in other realms. This was the moment when the mother box sensed Earth's greatest vulnerability, rendering it the most opportune time for invasion. By a twist of fate, he was drawn by the mother box, convinced that by reclaiming all the weapons, he could secure his pardon and return home without having to confront the remaining 50,000 worlds. The Wasteland Wolf swiftly grasped the mother box, activating the sound barrier to evacuate from the ocean depths. Upon returning to his base, he exerted force upon the mother box, causing the container to shatter and reveal its true form. He brought it near the stone tablet, where it automatically assimilated alongside the first mother box, occupying both the central and adjacent positions. With no news of a third mother box, he finally found the time to contact Darkseid. Guangming, oblivious to the global developments, remained unaware that the Wasteland Wolf had already infiltrated and acquired 2 mother boxes in a short span. Even if he were informed, he would remain unfazed. Mera and her allies had issued warnings of an impending war, yet their pleas were ignored, even leading to internal strife and mutual slaughter. He had no desire to claim the throne, for he perceived their fragility. Their technology paled in comparison to that of the Kryptonians. Mera had implored him, under the one condition he had promised, to intervene and prevent the conflict. Guangming gripped his trident, allowing it to hang naturally at his side, his gaze fixed contemptuously upon ORM. The Atlantean soldiers surrounding him, weapons drawn, seethed with indignation, itching to silence the man who dared to defame their nation. Yet as warriors, they were bound to obey orders, and merely the sight of his visage and the golden trident instilled a sense of dread. He stood too close to the king. Should he, in a fit of rage, harm King Om due to their folly, the consequences would be unbearable. I challenge you to a duel. Upon hearing Li Guangming's words, Om's fury ignited, his mask seemingly melding with his visage, adjusting to his every expression. As he withdrew from the entrapment of the warship's hull, he immediately noticed the monstrous form of the sea beast and the dark, cloud-like expanse of the trenched tribe. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings and soon spotted the singular figure of Li Guangming approaching him. It dawned on him that this individual was the root of all his troubles. Daring to mock his lofty aspirations, not only did he obstruct Om, but he also ridiculed the entirety of the underwater kingdom, a culmination of countless ancestors' efforts. How dare you? A duel? On what grounds? The outcome is already determined. Why should I indulge the whims of a defeated foe? Li Guangming wished not to squander his energy on him. It was a fool's errand to seek a one-on-one confrontation when Folo was on the verge of annihilating Om's submarine fleet. Yet, Om was undeterred, brandishing his silver trident and charging at Li Guangming. With a full exertion of strength, he felt the resistance of the seawater against the trident, as if it might slip from his grasp at any moment. As he approached, Li Guangming skillfully struck the back of his golden trident upwards. A crisp sound resonated. The impact sent Om soaring momentarily above the surface of the sea. Witnesses beheld a flash of silver, Om vanishing without a trace. And Li Guangming remained unfazed. The silver light that charged at him veered abruptly, soaring toward the heavens just a few meters away. The biological force field surrounding Li Guangming intensified, compelling all present to gaze upward in awe, as he spread his arms wide, his voice booming for all to hear. From this moment forth, I am the sovereign of the ocean. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? His colossal, commanding voice sent tremors through every heart, stirring a palpable fear. Everyone understood that his inquiry was not truly a question, it was a decree. Who would dare to voice dissent? Lest they meet the same fate as King Om? They lacked the physical prowess of Om and would surely be reduced to mere pulp upon confrontation. Sovereign of the ocean. Mela joined the ranks of the Atlantis army, rallying the rhythm. Sovereign of the ocean. Sovereign of the ocean. Instantly, those around him echoed the chant, while distant onlookers, unsure of the reason, joined in simply to conform, enveloping the entire ocean in those four words. Om, propelled from the sea, found himself facing the sky, his descent gradually slowing as he regained his senses, clutching his midsection. Under the influence of gravity, his speed continued to diminish until, at a height of 100 meters, he finally halted, suspended for a moment. He then accelerated once more, plummeting toward the water. Never before had he experienced such a thrill, and a wave of fear enveloped his heart. His apprehension was not of crashing into the sea and perishing. His physical strength was sufficient to withstand such heights. Rather, he feared Li Guangming, a previously unknown figure who had emerged from the depths, possessing a terrifying power that had sent him soaring so far without his awareness. The undersea battlefield, the rescue of Mira, and the warship of Vico. When Atlantia witnessed the impending duel between the two, she rushed out, yet arrived just a moment too late. Chapter 48, The Enigmatic Mira. Fully aware that Li Guangming was an unmatched opponent, Atlantia gazed skyward with trepidation. She could not discern the specific details of the unfolding events and was unable to assess the extent of Aum's injuries. She would be content if he could merely survive, even if not unscathed. Flora had ceased her destructive actions when asserting her sovereignty, and it was uncertain when she donned the armor of aggression once more. She did not join the soldiers in their exuberant cheers, but quietly beheld the resplendent figure of Li Guangming above, despite him being their leader. Seeing her influence take effect, Mira withdrew and returned to Atlantia's side, flanking her alongside Vico. Nereus and the prince of the Fisherman's kingdom gazed at Li Guangming, whose appearance seemed almost miraculous, as if imparting all his knowledge to the prince. Amidst the jubilant celebrations for the conclusion of the war and the birth of the oceanic sovereign, a sound of something heavy plunging into the sea echoed 3 kilometers away. In stark contrast to the collective cheers, it was faint yet unmistakable, immediately capturing Atlantia's attention. In an instant, she surged forth, suspecting it was her son Aum. Judging by the angle of the silvery light, the landing spot seemed to align perfectly. Aum, are you all right? Sure enough, upon her arrival, Atlantia spotted Aum clutching his left side. She breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Li Guangming had shown mercy. Mother, I am fine. If he hadn't appeared so disheveled, Atlantia might have believed him. Do not challenge Li Guangming. You cannot prevail against him. Even the sea monster Karasen is like an infant before him. Atlantia, fearing his potential recklessness, hastily urged him to reconsider. Li Guangming possessed a trace of Atlantean blood, akin to her son Arthur. Thus the throne would not fall into the hands of outsiders. Alas, Aum wished to expound on his mysterious origins, but soon realized that by earning the recognition of the divine trident, he was undeniably the king. The roar of Karasen, having never witnessed such a spectacle in millennia, was filled with fervor. The varied howls of the trenched dwellers matched the fervent cries of other kingdoms. Mira, her crescent-shaped smile illuminating her eyes, glided toward Li Guangming with outstretched arms, adhering to the underwater customs that mandated a nationwide celebration for the new king's ascension. Due to the circumstances surrounding the mother box, the festivities would have to be modest. Whatever, I am indifferent. Li Guangming responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing the desired affirmation, Mira's joy intensified. She envisioned herself assisting Li Guangming in managing the affairs of the seas, placing her in a position of great authority. Subsequently, Atlantia approached with Aum to express their complete submission. The armies retreated to their respective realms, yet henceforth they were no longer kings, akin to feudal lords. As long as Li Guangming remained, they would never dare to plot rebellion. On their return journey, Mela transformed her demeanor, warmly grasping Flora's hand and beaming with delight as she introduced the peculiar wonders of the ocean depths. Inside the palace of the Atlantis kingdom, Mela busied herself with preparations. Upon their return, the Guardians had already reported the theft of the mother box from the underwater realm. Li Guangming, indulging in the local delicacies, took on a carefree attitude, while Flora savored the gourmet offerings nearby, entirely unconcerned about the mother box and the issue of the wasteland wolves. The following day, not only Atlantis, but also the distant saltwater kingdoms of Zeeble and Fisherman-S Kingdom were in the throes of grand celebrations. Li Guangming looked at Nereus in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the honeyed smile that graced his face, as if he were the sovereign of the ocean, which he was not. And what was with that grim expression on OM's face? According to the customs and conventions, their change in status warranted their presence by the new king during the festivities to avoid any suspicions of ulterior motives. On land, it was as calm as the eye of a storm. Early in the morning, Diana arrived punctually at work, engaging in her usual sculpting tasks. "Good morning from Crete," she announced. "Behind me, you can see a bonfire that has been blazing through the night. It is now 8 in the morning, and we are 8 kilometers away. The fire still flickers, and this site is known as the Temple of the Amazons." A news report flickered on the television atop a corner table, causing Diana to pause her meticulous work and redirect her gaze. "Invasion," she murmured, a word that the others might not fully grasp, but one she understood all too well, having grown up on Paradise Island. Abandoning her task, she concocted a hasty excuse to take leave and rushed to the Temple of the Amazons, where she retrieved the arrow of Artemis, studying the inscriptions along its shaft. Using some discarded cloth to fashion a rudimentary torch, she leapt from the cliff. Following the indicated path, as she descended the stairs, a conspicuous mechanism caught her eye. She aimed the arrow, and a powerful suction secured it firmly in place. The stone chamber opened, and with torch in hand, Diana scrutinized the depictions on the walls, detailing Darkseid's invasion and the means of his defeat, the apocalypse, the mother box, and more. Meanwhile, in his Gotham City villa, Bruce Wayne had originally planned to depart that morning, but unforeseen circumstances altered his intentions. A special visitor arrived, Lex Luthor, who had vanished after the creation of Doomsday. Bruce was perplexed by Luthor's motives. Did he not fear imprisonment? Had he willingly walked into a trap? Bruce settled into the sofa across from him, scrutinizing for any signs of treachery. "No, I simply detest those extraterrestrials who see themselves as saviors, placing themselves above humanity. Everything I do is for the future of all," Lex Luthor declared candidly, unwilling to place hope in outsiders. The toll of a single battle was devastating. If they turned against humanity, who could possibly withstand their wrath? "So what is your purpose here? To persuade me to forsake the shadows for the light?" If Bruce had not been curious about his tricks, he would have apprehended him long ago. He is unafraid of a direct confrontation, but remains wary of falling into a trap like before. "Every word I utter henceforth bears immense significance. Earth is once again under threat. I have witnessed his projection aboard the Kryptonian spacecraft. Just last night, one of my research facilities was assaulted, and a prized possession was stolen by none other than him." Lex Luthor, forsaking his earlier composure, seethed in a low, furious growl. Indeed, he has come to issue a warning today. He understands the gravity of the situation and will not allow any extraterrestrial to meddle with Earth. As if sensing his rudeness, he suppressed his anger and adopted a congenial smile. In Atlantis, within the palace, Nereus covertly scrutinized Li Guangming, nodding incessantly. Li Guangming felt the piercing gaze upon him, sending shivers down his spine. Were it not for Mira's insistence that as the guest of honor, he could not simply depart, he would have fled at once. Chapter 49. Suddenly gaining a wife. If you continue to stare at me like that, I swear, regardless of whether you are Mira's father or not, I will strike you. After swallowing a bite of delicacy, Li Guangming could no longer contain his frustration and glared menacingly at Nereus. It would be tolerable if he were a woman, but a man behaving this way is simply intolerable. All right. I shall take my leave and not disturb your majesty. You will soon understand. With that, Nereus distanced himself, engaging in conversation with others. What an enigma. Li Guangming found his conduct peculiar. A former king should not be so deranged. He considered the gathering dreadfully dull, constantly subjected to prying eyes and whispered judgments about his appearance, as if he were deaf to their remarks. With only a handful of acquaintances present, there was little to discuss, and thus, he had been indulging in food since the beginning. Fortunately, his current physique embodies the virtues of numerous heroes. Otherwise, a mortal would surely succumb to gluttony. Now it is your turn. Mira grasped Li Guangming's green gauntlet and led him outside, her excitement palpable. Clad in the Aquaman armor, he felt undeniably regal. If the Kryptonian suit represented strength, this armor signified nobility. The ground felt level, yet he was ascending. And it was only upon exiting the hall that he realized they were on a vast platform resembling a square. An endless expanse of sea dwellers filled the space, and he remained oblivious to Mira's intentions in bringing him here. He wished to spare himself from the burden of reciting vows or reflections. He had never spoken publicly at a large event and was utterly unprepared. Shall we present the bride? What? Li Guangming was bewildered by Mira's statement. Now, let us welcome our oceanic sovereign. With a flourish of her arm, the crowd erupted in cheers. Li Guangming believed this to be a necessary ritual for ascending to the throne, and, steeling himself, he stepped forward to address millions, delivering a string of inspiring proclamations. He would rather confront alien invaders than endure the anxiety of misstepping in his speech, feeling the pressure of having to activate his super intellect in those rare moments. As time gradually slipped away, amidst another wave of cheers, Li Guangming was the first to step down and depart. Congratulations. Congratulations. Today marked one of the few occasions in his life when he felt utterly bewildered twice. Faced with their enthusiasm, Li Guangming could only smile and nod in acceptance. Are you here to congratulate me as well? He inquired, puzzled, upon noticing Vico approaching him. Indeed, the Lord of the Ocean returns wielding the sacred trident. And with the joyous occasion of an engagement, is it not worthy of congratulations? Vico replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. In the previous conflict, Li Guangming had proven his prowess, with the trident validating his lineage. He was undoubtedly deserving. Atlantis would flourish, resurrecting the glory of ancient times. Engagement? The two distant individuals exclaimed in unison, Li Guangming and Flora. As a woman, Mira had quickly discerned Flora's peculiar gaze towards Li Guangming after their brief interactions. Li Guangming's manner of speaking and the intensity of his gaze with the two were not akin to that of comrades. The primary concern lay in the way he looked at her, as if he had seen through her very essence. At times, he would steal glances in her direction. Embracing the principle of taking the initiative, regardless of his consent, she decided to orchestrate the engagement ceremony under the guise of celebration. She had informed everyone, except for Li Guangming and Flora, who remained blissfully unaware. Given Li Guangming's notorious reputation, would he truly decline a bride presented to him? If he were not a lecher, how could he recognize her upon their first encounter and even be aware of her background? He must have stealthily tracked her, for she learned all the powers of the Kryptonians from Flora. She firmly believed that Li Guangming had used his abilities to scrutinize her more than once. If Li Guangming were to discover her thoughts, he would surely protest his innocence. Yet, there was no denying it. A wife presented on a silver platter should not be dismissed, especially since he held affection for Mira. He had an abundance of beloved characters on screen. In reality, after acquiring superpowers, he had not once indulged in peeping, except for that one unexpected encounter with Mira. He had principles. Should he take the initiative, he feared becoming entangled, unable to be a superhero or a patriot, and he would not let anyone infringe upon his boundaries. Indeed, Li Guangming agreed. I had reviewed the arrangements when I was busy coordinating for our matter. Mira mischievously walked alongside Flora, recounting the arduous efforts involved in the planning. The intention was evident. She sought to dissuade Flora from pursuing the matter further. We can be together. In an inexplicable moment, Flora muttered softly, not entirely understanding why such words escaped her lips. What? The faintness of her voice rendered Mira unable to hear clearly, leaving her perplexed. Nothing. Regaining her composure, Flora concealed her fleeting emotions. restoring her icy demeanor that warded off strangers. Vico embellished his explanation to Li Guangming, fearing it might jeopardize Mei La's good fortune. Li Guangming discerned the underlying truth from the conversation, suspecting that there might be a semblance of falsehood entwined within reality. Yet, he chose not to expose it and accepted it with a smile. He had fortuitously acquired a beautiful wife, while everything was conveniently arranged for him, requiring only his nod of approval. No wonder Aum seemed indebted to him for several lifetimes. His fiancée had evidently abandoned him. As the two groups of people converged as usual, Mei La and Li Guangming grew increasingly intimate. Bruce Wayne, upon learning from Lex Luthor of the grave situation, immediately utilized his financial prowess, braving the tempestuous weather to pilot a helicopter towards the remote village where Arthur resided. He narrowly missed an encounter with Diana, who had initially been indifferent to the matter, but the igniting of the beacon and the murals compelled her to worry. Precautionary measures needed to be comprehensive, aiming to rally a significant number of individuals with extraordinary abilities in a short time. "Good day, Miss Diana. I am Alfred Pennyworth, the butler to Master Wayne. He has spoken of you." Alfred greeted Diana warmly and courteously. "Hello," Diana replied with a friendly nod, following his lead into the Batcave via the elevator. "Miss Diana, your hasty arrival suggests something of great importance. Is there an urgent matter?" Alfred observed her closely. If she were merely recruiting for Master Wayne, there would be no need for such urgency. Clearly, there was something else at hand. "Indeed, we face a formidable adversary preparing to invade. The vanguard has already arrived." Diana's tone was unusually grave, deeply concerned. In ancient times, the three tribes and the ancient celestial civilization had united to repel Darkseid. Could Earth truly achieve victory once more in its current predicament? Oh dear, that is indeed troubling. It appears Master Wayne's plans must be accelerated. Alfred, who had previously doubted Luthor's information, recognized the gravity of the situation now that even Miss Diana was on high alert. Along the way, Alfred engaged in friendly conversation with Diana, his age lending him a humorous charm, and they quickly grew acquainted. "Here is the information on the last individual we have located. I shall prepare some tea. Will that suffice?" Alfred, engrossed in their dialogue, momentarily forgot his role as host, awkwardly adding this last remark. Chapter 50. Comfort no longer exists. Where have you been? A reprimanding voice echoed as Li Guangming stepped into the royal residence, causing him to pause. He wished to escape, yet Mei La's piercing gaze held him captive, leaving no room for evasion. After several days of political meetings, even his Kryptonian constitution could not fend off the encroaching fatigue. "I went incognito to observe the living conditions of the subjects." His tone was strained. Mei La immediately recognized his deception. She chose not to dwell on it, knowing they had previously agreed she would handle state affairs. Now, emboldened by her status as queen, she often compelled him to attend meetings. After all, a new king who neglected his duties would surely be the subject of gossip. "You haven't forgotten, have you? Today we are to attend the royal council to discuss critical decisions. They have already been waiting for an hour." Mei La scolded, her gaze sharp, reminding him of her previous admonitions that he ought not to forget, leaving a multitude of people waiting in vain. "Other matters may be set aside, but today's discourse pertains to a new war. How could I possibly forget? I was momentarily delayed by unforeseen tasks. We must hurry. Let us not keep others waiting." Li Guangming, with a hearty laugh, placed his hand upon her shoulder and urged her toward the council chamber, silencing her chatter. Ever since circumstances had returned to normal, the disparity in their statuses had vanished, and Mei La had taken on the demeanor of a nagging spouse. If he did not interrupt her, she could speak for hours, rivaling the length of the meeting. "His Majesty has finally arrived. Let us commence." The leading elder, an elderly woman adorned with a sparkling bifurcated lamp atop her head, elicited confusion regarding the purpose of her ostentatious decoration. Each time Li Guangming attended the Atlantis Council, he felt a surge of frustration, as the arrangement of the chamber resembled an ancient tribunal, with a row of individuals seated high above, gazing down upon the king. Today, two pressing matters were to be deliberated. For centuries, the land dwellers have discarded refuse, polluting the oceans and causing a rise in disease across nations. Should we retaliate and launch an assault on the land? In an instant, whispers erupted, dividing into two factions, one advocating for peace, the other for war. "I will negotiate. With my reputation on land and the friends I have made, the environment will gradually improve." Li Guangming interjected, frustrated by the cacophony of debate. He had no desire for war. After all, we all inhabit the same world. What joy is there in perpetual conflict? Bruce's influence is substantial. A partnership could yield benefits, providing Atlantis with technology while he acquires factories that would not only avoid losses, but instead result in substantial profits. "Your Majesty, you are not as capable as Ohm. While prolonged issues may find resolution, Your subjects cannot afford to wait. This is precisely why we have entrusted Ohm with the military command, to establish him as the master of the seas. Observing their continuous headshakes, Li Guangming scoffed. They appeared to confuse their mercy for vulnerability. Delegate power to Ohm? You seem to have forgotten how I ascended as the master of the seas. Your retention of office was not intended to incite discord, but rather to contemplate and resolve issues. Given your ineptitude, I see no reason to maintain this council. As he spoke, his eyes glimmered with a chilling light, a fierce intensity radiating from his gaze that could not conceal the bone-chilling fear that enveloped them. Two robust beams of blinding light swept across their seats, and in an instant, the metal began to melt with a piercing scream. They plummeted alongside the shattered remnants of their chairs, and thus, the Atlantis Council ceased to exist. Though he did not slay them, injuries were inevitable, the extent unknown, as Li Guangming's biological force field enveloped him. What transpired? The thunderous noise drew the waiting Mela, who hurriedly inquired upon seeing Li Guangming emerge alone. I dismantled the council, Li Guangming replied nonchalantly, dismissing how his kindness was treated with disdain by those who occupy positions without merit. Without lingering, he departed, leaving Mela in stunned silence. He held no interest in the second matter. If those of equal standing could not resolve it, there was no point in relying on others. A fool will always remain a fool. To alleviate Mela's burdens, Li Guangming summoned the remaining former kings to assist her in managing state affairs. Meanwhile, he indulged in playful escapades with Flora. The delightful hours slipped away quietly until the following morning. Li Guangming. Mela's voice reverberated throughout the palace as she gazed at the image before her. Indeed, he had absconded with Flora, leaving behind cries for help from the land, demands for negotiations regarding oceanic waste and the remnants of Atlantis. Fate seemed to be playing a cruel jest upon him every time he ventured beyond his comfort zone. A significant calamity ensued, as was the case now, at the Gotham City Research Institute. The Wasteland Wolf learned of the Mother Box and mobilized half of the parademons to seize it. The Justice League, quick to respond, rushed to the battlefield. Wonder Woman and Cyborg engaged the Wasteland Wolf while Aquaman, the Flash, and Batman worked diligently to clear the lesser foes. Aquaman should have joined the fray, yet it was left to the Flash and Batman to contend against overwhelming odds. The Flash, relying on his speed, managed to evade and eliminate parademons, albeit with limited efficiency. Batman, equipped with his arsenal, could eradicate small groups in a short time, but the sheer volume of enemies proved overwhelming. Without Aquaman's support, they would soon be engulfed. Wonder Woman was hurled by the Wasteland Wolf, crashing between floors. Momentarily pained, she regained her senses amidst the wreckage wrought by the parademons. Li Guangming. Knowing the situation could not persist, she called out loudly to the heavens, then leaped into action, her sword drawn as she joined the fray against the Wasteland Wolf. Cyborg transformed his left arm into a cannon while wielding a sword in his right. As he parried, his blade cleaved through with precision. He narrowly avoided a strike. And as the electric axe came for him, he swiftly raised his left arm in defense, mitigating the damage, though he was still sent flying. Had it not been for his body, transformed by the Mother Box with nearly all parts replaced by special alien metal, he might have succumbed to the Wasteland Wolf's onslaught. Wonder Woman's temporary absence amplified his pressure, leaving him bereft of opportunities to counterattack, as if all his movements were foreseen. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wonder Woman stirring, and his confidence surged. Rising from his kneeling position, he unleashed a barrage of shots from his left arm cannon, disrupting the Wasteland Wolf, who staggered under the sudden force. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Cyborg propelled himself forward with great speed toward the Wasteland Wolf. In an unknown street of some nation, Li Guangming, hearing his own name, activated his supervision and sought the source of the sound. In the blink of an eye, he donned his Kryptonian armor adorned with golden patterns and soared into action, followed closely by Flora, who also suited up. With a single punch, Li Guangming struck the Wasteland Wolf, sending him crashing through two skyscrapers. The two individuals on the scene froze, clearly taken aback by the effectiveness of the summoning spell. Realizing he could not contend with Li Guangming, the Wasteland Wolf activated a sonic boom passage amidst the ruins, tearing down collapsing walls as he escaped. Li Guangming stood bewildered. They had only just arrived, and yet the enemy had decisively retreated. Chapter 51. Is there a conspiracy against me within the League? Amidst the dense chaos, the apocalyptic demon witnessed its master fleeing in a frantic flutter of wings, hastily retreating without discernment. As the dark clouds dissipated, a momentary stupor enveloped the scene, swiftly vanishing. He fled? The incredulity was palpable in Li Guangming's wide-eyed gaze as he gestured towards the departing figure of the Wasteland Wolf, disbelief etched upon his countenance. He had forsaken leisurely pursuits, exerting considerable effort to confront you. and yet you chose to escape? Perhaps, should we pursue him? Fiora, in a rare moment of offering solace, wore an expression of discomfort. Steel and Wonder Woman released a collective sigh of relief, not due to their inability to vanquish the foe, but rather the overwhelming multitude of apocalyptic demons under his command. Batman's side would inevitably succumb. No need for concern, with the Mother Box in hand. He would undoubtedly return in due course, and all they had to do was await his arrival. Li Guangming maintained his composure, exuding an air of control over the unfolding events. Where's the Mother Box? It remains within the research facility. Steel responded swiftly, struggling to grasp the recent occurrences vividly etched in his mind. Both he and the Wasteland Wolf appeared evenly matched, yet in truth, they were suppressed, unable to secure victory. And the adversary's attacks merely inflicted pain. As Li Guangming invoked his powers to replicate Steel, uncertainty clouded his thoughts regarding the success of this endeavor. Notice, Steel has been replicated, gaining mechanical mastery. Following the acquisition of this ability, he proceeded into the research facility to retrieve the Mother Box, neglecting to inform the staff within, for it was never theirs to begin with. Taking it was beyond reproach. Once reunited, they boarded Batman's aircraft, returning to the Batcave beneath his expansive mansion. Perhaps due to his interference, the ever-busy Alfred worked tirelessly to repair the aircraft, completing the task in a fraction of the time compared to the original timeline. Were they to remain vigilant, waiting for the Wasteland Wolf's arrival? Unable to bear the tension, Barry Allen glanced around, noting the lack of conversational desire, and took the initiative to speak. At that moment, the Mother Box lay on the table, surrounded by the Justice League and clad in their battle attire, including Li Guangming and Fiora, enveloped in silence. No, first we must address our internal matters. How is it that the Kryptonian invader is allied with you? Bruce Wayne's serious gaze fixed upon Li Guangming, suggesting that clarity was essential. Mutual suspicion could only lead to tragedies akin to that of Superman. Wait, you weren't aware? Barry Allen's expression reflected astonishment. He had assumed everyone was informed, questioning why no one had inquired on the return journey. Very well. Who else knows? Bruce, exasperated, turned to the others, who all nodded in agreement. He let out a deep sigh, realizing he was the only one left in the dark. As one of the founding members of the League, what did it signify to exclude oneself? Li Guangming paid little heed to their discourse, instead contemplating whether to resurrect Clark first or to vanquish the Wasteland Wolf. Having endured the Kryptonian invasion, he was acutely aware that even seemingly reliable allies could falter in battle, especially Clark. The future was an unpredictable tapestry, particularly with him present at the scene. Should we fail to awaken Clark first, and a peculiar situation arises during the skirmish, resulting in the Mother Box merging and opening a portal to Apocalypse, it is conceivable that I might inadvertently transport the Mother Box to Darkseid's homeland. Having traversed this matter, it is now time to deliberate on the issue of the Desolate Wolf. We have been unable to locate his base. I have scoured the globe with satellites, yet found no anomalies. Bruce elucidated to the assembly that, given their current combat capabilities, Li Guangming could obliterate him in an instant. You possess a satellite? Barry Allen exclaimed, always keenly attuned to the crux of the conversation. I have 6, Bruce replied, demonstrating his courteous demeanor. Can you detect him, Li Guangming? Upon uttering these words, his gaze shifted toward Li Guangming, eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, this individual before them is even more formidable than Superman. If I venture beyond Earth's atmosphere and conduct a thorough search, perhaps I might succeed. For now, I am contemplating whether to resurrect Superman first, Li Guangming mused, resting his chin in contemplation, feeling the weight of their gaze upon him. Resurrect Superman? Arthur and Barry exclaimed in unison, their astonishment mirrored even by the usually composed Bruce. Flora's icy visage widened slightly in surprise. She could not fathom how Li Guangming intended to effectuate Clark's revival, as their Kryptonian technology did not encompass such capabilities. The emergence of superhumans, extraterrestrials, and demigods had continually challenged their understanding. Now, even the deceased could be returned to life. Diana appeared unfazed, as if she had anticipated this all along. The Mother Box. Victor Stone interjected, surmising that Li Guangming was alluding to the Mother Box. It could transform his body, enabling survival, and would similarly apply to Superman. Victor succinctly explained to the group the principle behind the Mother Box's resurrection of Superman, likening it to a converter that reassembles Superman's particles into their former state, much like restoring a burnt matchstick to its pre-flame condition through particle transformation. Is he truly the same as before? Aquaman questioned skeptically, pondering whether a resurrected individual is indeed the same as they once were. Regardless, we require his assistance. The Desolate Wolf has seized Lex Luthor's kryptonite, and it is evident that Li Guangming alone cannot ensure their safety. Moreover, Why did Superman not invade when he was alive, but chose to do so posthumously? Bruce articulated his thoughts, whether dreams or reality. All signs pointed towards Superman. Kryptonite is a potent weapon against Kryptonians. It would be difficult for Guangming to alter this outcome alone. Very well, let us first resurrect Superman, and subsequently eliminate the desolate wolf. Are there any objections? Guangming scanned the faces of those present, and upon finding no dissent, he proceeded to outline the specifics of their plan. Unchanged, the quartet of grave robbers received news from the lunar base. Although they had not fully resolved the kryptonite conundrum, they had temporarily devised a kryptonite-resistant device that would not compromise their combat effectiveness while remaining compact. The two soared to the base to retrieve the device. While he was unharmed, Flora could not afford to take such risks. He ordered her to return and refrain from participating, but she stubbornly refused, asserting that a leader should not engage in battle while their soldiers remained safe at home. Guangming carried the mother box with him, determined to avoid any missteps. While occasional overtime was acceptable, frequent instances were deemed unethical. "Leader, this is the protective device I have devised," he stated, pointing to an apparatus that operated independently from the ship's signal, capable of infiltrating Earth's networks at will, rendering any reverse tracking futile. Following Solextrasure, Guangming observed two items displayed on the pedestal. One resembled the kryptonite armor from the Supergirl series, adorned with a family crest, complemented by several iron chains affixed to its body. Had he not refrained from ever inflicting harm upon him, Guangming would have suspected Salek of feigning assistance and leading him astray. He contemplated donning the armor himself, ensuring that Bruce would always regard him as a Kryptonian. If he were to reveal the absence of vulnerabilities, Bruce's paranoia might lead to him surveilling even the most private moments. The other device resembled a smartphone, previously rendered useless before the replication of steel. Now, it allowed for transactions from a deceased account without the need for physical presence. On a moonless night, as the winds howled, Barry Allen and Victor were diligently excavating Clark's grave with shovels. "Do you require our assistance?" The pleading voices of Million and Barry echoed in Guangming's ears. The ship had grown unbearably dull. The two felt as though they were mere warriors without purpose, devoid of battles, studies, sustenance, or even the need for restroom breaks. Lacking the talent for scientific research and insufficiently equipped to explore planets, Million had at least wandered around, while Barry remained at the base, akin to a sentinel, leaving traces of her presence everywhere. "No need. You shall guard the place. Were it not for Flora insisting on accompanying us, I would have allowed her to remain with you." The unequivocal refusal left the two disheartened, their spirits visibly dampened. They could not help but mutter under their breath, noting the preferential treatment Flora received as a romantic partner. Observing their dejected expressions, Guangming felt a pang of compassion. He resolved that once the matters with the Wasteland Wolf were concluded, he would arrange for them to take turns visiting Earth for some relaxation. Otherwise, their mental state might deteriorate. In a short span, the two donned their attire, the family crest on their chests taking the form of an inverted triangle, gleaming with a metallic silver sheen. The 4 iron chains extended from their ribs and shoulders to the back. Guangming unconsciously cast a glance at Flora's chest, pondering how her shield harmonized so seamlessly with her curves. Upon exiting the cabin, they found the United States cloaked in darkness, while the far side of the moon shone brightly. Guangming tucked the mother box under his arm, resembling a question mark, as he traced a wide arc back to Earth. Beneath the darkened sky, in a cemetery, they recognized the significance of Superman's remains and were resolute in not entrusting the government with arrangements for a funeral. To the outside world, it appeared merely as a ceremonial grave, yet the true burial site lay in an ordinary cemetery. Perhaps out of respect, the quartet procured a sleek black hearse. Diana, being a lady, naturally did not partake in the grave digging. The task fell to Barry Allen and Victor, with Arthur standing by the rear of the vehicle, sipping a drink and engaging in pleasant conversation with Diana, who was seated in the trunk, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The Atlanteans and Amazons fought side by side, yet he was but a half Atlantean. Arthur hastily interrupted her, asserting that lineage could not be altered, otherwise, even a half Atlantean would not acknowledge him. From a young age, that group had not welcomed him, save for Vico. Even if his mother had miraculously survived, it could not change the facts of their past actions. Ironically, the ruler of the underwater kingdom now was a hybrid, who looked down upon the Atlantean bloodline. "I detest Atlanteans just as much as the Amazons do," Arthur declared, uncorking a flask and taking a generous swig, his calm demeanor laced with disdain. While ordinary people might gradually forget their enmities over time, those who lived for centuries found it far more challenging to let go of such feelings. In truth, mutual hatred is unnecessary. Diana sighed softly. For ordinary humans, The existence of certain nations could be uncertain after millennia, yet their two races had not communicated for thousands of years. She was at a loss on how to console Arthur. Perhaps only through shared experiences could their barriers and prejudices diminish. With Li Guangming providing support, there was little need to worry about the incursions of the wasteland wolves. However, he was my idol, which was why Barry Allen elucidated his agreement to resurrect Superman. It was not due to Bruce's bizarre dreams and theories, but rather from his admiration for Superman's kindness and selfless spirit. This was also the reason he could have unearthed the coffin in a mere nanosecond, yet chose to expend effort instead. Do you think Wonder Woman would fancy a younger man? Barry Allen jested, glancing at Victor's aloof demeanor, a smile breaking across his face as he straightened his posture. Hands gently resting on the end of the shovel, excitement bubbling beneath his words. She is over 5,000 years old. Barry, everyone is younger than her. Victor's single red eye glimmered ominously from beneath his hood, his body relentlessly shoveling earth, mercilessly shattering Barry Allen's whimsical notions. Why are you so slow? Li Guangming and Flora hovered in midair, their capes billowing in the wind. They had arrived at the scene with considerable slowness, only to find that the coffin had just been extracted from the grave. Li Guangming placed a hand on his forehead, his head bowed in exasperation. Truly, the efficiency left much to be desired. Digging at a leisurely pace, while in the distance, others were drinking. Did they think they were on an outing? The Tomb Raiders would surely be infuriated upon seeing you. Flora remained silent, appearing as an observer. The scant starlight was insufficient to illuminate her eyes, concealing her disdainful gaze. But it has been dug up, Barry Allen retorted, lifting Clark's coffin alongside Victor. Barry gently set the front down and stepped aside, while Victor, balancing the rear, pushed forward with force. The sound of wood scraping against the coffin echoed clearly, audible from 10 meters away. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, otherwise. The next day's headlines would read, "World-famous heroes unite to steal the corpse of an ordinary man." Li Guangming sat in the passenger seat, directing the way, while Flora and Bruce sat by the windows in the back, with Diana wedged in between. The unfortunate Barry Allen, along with Arthur and Victor, found themselves in the company of a coffin. Their journey, marked by jarring transitions from the bustling city to the serene suburbs, culminated in the hearse halting in the depths of a tranquil forest, far removed from the clamor of civilization. Not a single street lamp illuminated their path. The headlights of the car served as the sole source of light apart from the stars above. Alighting from the vehicle, Li Guangming, familiar with the terrain, stepped forward, guiding the group through the woods with the faintest of glimmers. Before long, a massive, indistinct spacecraft came into view, its hatch automatically retracting to either side, enveloped in a billow of white smoke that obscured their vision. This was Clark's reconnaissance vessel, which Li Guangming had previously navigated to the Arctic, allowing Jor-El to pilot it to this location. The device, resembling the Genesis chamber, initially salvaged from Zod's crash, lay in ruins and was no longer operable. He was uncertain whether the mother box alone could rouse Clark from his slumber, adhering to the original narrative. Wow! Barry Allen's exclamation pierced the air, prompting the others to envision his facial expression, ignoring his exuberance as they boarded the spacecraft in succession. Arthur, with evident disdain, pushed him aside to clear his path. As he gently submerged Clark into the regeneration fluid, Arthur reflected on the uncertainty of whether this endeavor would yield success or failure. However, knowing he has companions like you all, I believe his mother would be pleased. Jor-El's projection stood before them, a blend of pride and sorrow evident in his demeanor. The choices they made on behalf of Kal-El burdened him with the weight of two worlds, even unto death. Yet, he had found a group of like-minded friends, companions who refused to relinquish hope. Shortly thereafter, a resounding crash echoed as the spacecraft ruptured, creating a human-sized aperture, the edges of which curled outward into sharp, jagged formations, evidence of immense force. "Observe the mother box," Li Guangming commanded, aware of its chaotic state, and with another explosive sound, another skylight formed. Following orders, Flora seized the mother box, retrieved by a mechanical arm. Chapter 53. Eyes hidden in the shadows, the dimly lit forest was caressed by a chill breeze. The chorus of insects composing the nocturnal symphony, while the rustle of predators ceased abruptly, leaving one to ponder whether they had captured prey or had become it. In the air, two figures loomed indistinctly, their outlines only vaguely discernible. Yet for them, clarity reigned. It was as though it were daylight, their eyes perceiving not only each other's pores, but even the distinct hues of muscle and bone, stimulated by the energy of the mother box. Clark's upper garments had disintegrated into ashes, leaving his robust physique exposed. The mother box generously retained a pair of suit trousers, lest his identity as an exhibitionist haunt him for eternity. Li Guangming's black Kryptonian battlesuit was adorned with golden stripes that extended down to his ankles, while the once vibrant crimson cape, influenced by the environment, had darkened to a deep maroon, fluttering gracefully in the gentle breeze. "Clark, do you remember me?" Li Guangming inquired. His expression one of friendly curiosity, uncertain if Clark's mind remained in the same chaotic state as depicted in the original narrative. They moved away from the spacecraft, a considerable distance from Steele, confident that his defensive systems were unlikely to activate. Thus, the anticipated conflict instigated by Steele's cannon fire did not transpire. "I am Li Guangming, your friend. Do you still remember your mother, Martha? You also have a girlfriend named Louise in the metropolis." Clark's austere visage tilted slightly as he turned his head, with his pupils imperceptibly contracting and expanding. Li Guangming was aware that he had unconsciously activated his X-ray vision, scanning his own physique. It was true that good looks afforded one distinct advantages. Women appeared charming, while men radiated handsomeness. If one were unattractive, it would be best to refrain from such movements, as they would be distasteful. Li Guangming averted his gaze, fearing that it might inadvertently wander toward the others. Although Steele and Clark were at a considerable distance, one could not guarantee that they would not engage in a long-range assault. Yet, as is often the case, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Expectations often lead to disappointment. Clark seemed to sense the collective breath of those aboard the spacecraft, bowing his head in contemplation. As the imagery traversed through the Kryptonian steel exterior, momentarily thwarted, his head slowly inclined downward, scanning from the rear of the spacecraft to the front, his gaze unyielding. He was once again drawn to Li Guangming's similarly muscular form and, upon closer inspection, observed a being of metallic composition. Clark's head tilted more aggressively, seemingly perplexed by the anomaly before him. Contrary to expectations, the steel-enhanced physique within the spacecraft emitted an alert, triggering its automatic defense mechanisms uncontrollably. It remained unclear whether this was a preordained function of the program or influenced by the mother box. "Victor, what is wrong?" Arthur's voice, laced with confusion, accompanied the mechanical sounds, prompting everyone to turn towards Victor. At that moment, he gripped his left elbow tightly with his right hand. His head skewed to the left due to interference, while his left arm transformed into a glowing red cannon. "My defense system has detected danger and activated automatically," Victor exclaimed, desperately pressing down on his left arm as he relayed his predicament. "What? Danger? We haven't detected anything. Outside, there are Clark and Li Guangming. If there were a threat, we would have already engaged. There is no movement whatsoever." A chorus of skeptical voices responded to Victor, yet his body was beyond his control. His left arm, unable to be restrained, pointed toward the void beyond the spacecraft, and within less than a second of charging, a crimson projectile was unleashed. The inadequately powered laser projectile was intercepted by the spacecraft's hull. With a resounding boom, smoke erupted, the result of the laser disintegrating the metal into fine particles. As the haze dissipated, a new window devoid of glass emerged. The group finally comprehended the danger Victor had alluded to, the re-emergence of Clark. "Oh no, please tell me it isn't what I think," Barry Allen optimistically inquired of those nearby, hoping for a favorable response. "I fear it is." Diana gravely shook her head, stretching her limbs in preparation for the impending confrontation. Arthur brandished his silver trident, Barry assumed a running stance, and Steele readied his other arm, transforming it into a cannon in anticipation. Fiora firmly cradled the mother box in her arms. Clark naturally noticed the weapon aimed at him from within the spacecraft. Despite the deck obstructing the view between them, his eyes widened, his chest heaved, and a surge of rage flared within him, directing a resentful glare at Victor. A crystalline entity emitted a white light, gradually engulfing his eyes in a crimson haze. Li Guangming, witnessing the gaping hole, realized that trouble was brewing, and he had foolishly hoped that Clark might evade a beating. Clark, illuminated like two red and white lanterns, stood out starkly against the night. Li Guangming could no longer afford to wait. He extended his biological force field and propelled himself forward. The sound of Li Guangming's fist colliding with Clark's cheek reverberated for several kilometers. The individuals on the ground sighed in relief. Without Fiora, the others would likely struggle to restrain him. Clark was sent hurtling backward, akin to a cannonball crashing through the forest, toppling several decades-old trees and drastically disturbing the earth covered in decayed wood and fallen leaves. Li Guangming assured them that this was not an opportunistic assault nor fueled by jealousy over Clark's handsome visage. It was merely a customary strike. Abruptly halting, Li Guangming maintained his punching stance in midair, his lower body finally catching up as he retracted his arms, taking Clark's place in the air. "Do you remember now? If not, I wouldn't mind helping jog your memory. Of course, it's physical therapy." Li Guangming's booming voice resonated with everyone, including the immobilized Clark. However, what greeted him was the searing gaze of Clark's heat vision. Clark raised his left hand, effortlessly catching the incoming heat vision as if it were a gentle breeze. Warning, under heat vision attack. Heat vision has been enhanced. You are Clark Kent, raised on the Kent farm by Martha and Jonathan. And you also bear the name Kal-El. From the Kryptonian reconnaissance ship, you learned your true lineage. Your father is Jor-El, your mother is Lara. And you have a girlfriend named Lois. In the face of the heat vision, Guangming's biological force field advanced slowly towards Clark. While he incessantly engaged in verbal banter, he sought to test whether he possessed any aptitude in this regard. If he did, future confrontations would be a breeze. Yet, fate was not on his side. Although partly self-induced, it served as a seasoning for life. Only that which is hard-earned is cherished. Indulging in heroic deeds during leisure brings a greater thrill, akin to the joy felt on the rare day off after a week of work. Realizing his words lacked the brainwashing power of the protagonists, Guangming felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, it was understandable, had he possessed extraordinary abilities. His previous life would not have been so miserable. With a dismissive pout, he chose not to dwell on those trivialities. He was still in the midst of assisting Clark in reclaiming his true self. How could he allow distractions to interfere? Guangming charged towards Clark, while several pairs of eyes quietly observed the unfolding events in the dim night. Chapter 54. Batman, a hero never follows the beaten path. At this moment, Clark was kneeling on one knee, maintaining his thermal vision, the moisture from the fresh soil soaking into the fabric of his trousers. Seeing his attack was ineffective, he closed his eyes and deactivated his thermal vision, tilting his head as his brow furrowed, seemingly enduring the discomfort from the continuous output. Guangming, now mere steps away, offered no respite. With his left hand still hovering, his right hand had already risen, delivering a powerful blow from above. In an instant, a resonant sound echoed through the forest as Clark, who had been crouched in the damp earth, vanished from sight. The sonic boom rapidly expanded from Guangming's fist, dissipating into the void. A few meters away, soil was once again displaced, rising to the height of a person before quickly returning to the earth's embrace. With the obstruction removed, the view became clear. Half of Clark's body was buried in the soil, fragments of dirt cascading over him, concealing portions of his exposed muscles. Do you remember now? Guangming's calm, yet piercing voice reached Clark's ears. If he could, he would prefer not to treat Clark as a punching bag, after all. He had never provoked him before. He had always maintained an image of a good-natured person, and now, striking him filled him with guilt. Clark pulled his head from the ground, shaking it, uncertain whether he was responding to Guangming's inquiry or merely shaking off the dirt from his face. With his goal achieved, Guangming leaned forward and accelerated suddenly, the resulting blast of air stirring up the dead leaves hidden beneath the soil. A resounding thud echoed as visible sound waves rippled through the surroundings, and Clark, who had just sat up, was once again plunged back into the earth. Your mother, Martha, has been lonely since losing you, Guangming continued. Before he could finish, the persistent Clark rose from the ground without using his hands. His upper body erect like a corpse suddenly reanimating in a film. Another dull thud resounded as Clark fell back down, regardless of his gritted teeth and contorted expression. He could not alter this reality. Do you remember your girlfriend, Louis? The repetitive sounds and actions resembled a looped playback. Were it not for Guangming's intervention, the relentless assault combined with the sinking terrain would have gradually formed a pit, making it difficult for an onlooker to discern the difference. Guangming gazed at the stubborn child before him, feeling helpless. Can't you just lie still? Must you rise to take a beating? Are you lacking in sense? Where's the missing Batman, Bruce? Where's the awakening artifact you brought? He lamented aloud while continuing his relentless assault, each punch accompanied by words that felt like gold. The scene shifted back a few hours prior, as Bruce sped through the city's alleys in the Batmobile under the cover of night. The passing vehicles and the narrow alleys could not hinder his speed. The Batmobile leapt or transformed, shrinking to half its width. Before long, the Batmobile came to a stop beside a dumpster in a desolate alley. Clad in his full Batman attire, Bruce's hand emerged from beneath his cape, firmly gripping a uniquely designed, large-caliber handgun. With hands raised above his head, he squeezed the trigger, and instantly, the metallic grappling hook connected to the rope shot forth, piercing the exterior wall of the towering apartment building. Pressing another switch, the sound of the rope being automatically retracted echoed through the silent alley, creating a sharp whoosh. As the rope coiled back, Bruce, firmly gripping the gun's handle, ascended, his breath suspended in midair, his feet firmly planted on the railing, effortlessly stepping onto the balcony. It was unclear what maneuver he employed, but the grappling hook detached from the wall and retracted into the firearm, his elbow bending to reattach it to his waist. He could not fathom why, in such a high rise with no security. He did not simply use the stairs, perhaps to evade the notice of passers-by or to maintain an air of mystery. Who? Lewis, alerted by the noise from the bedroom, emerged cautiously with a lamp in hand. It was no wonder she was so vigilant. Since her boyfriend's demise, criminals had proliferated like spring bamboo shoots, more brazen than before Superman's arrival. Lewis. A chilling voice emerged from behind her, sending shivers down her spine. She quickly turned, lamp raised to shoulder level. Ready to strike. It's me, no need to panic. Batman stepped out from the shadows, causing Lewis to lower the lamp, taking a deep breath before exhaling to calm her frayed nerves. What brings you here? Superman is dead, and I have no means of contacting him. Her words dripped with sarcasm, a stark declaration of facts. It would be a lie to claim she held no resentment towards him, yet she remained composed. Were it not for his challenge, Clark might have unearthed Lex Luthor's machinations, preventing the cataclysm that ultimately led to their mutual demise. I'm not here for you to reach Superman. Rather, we aim to resurrect him. There may be unforeseen circumstances, confusion, perhaps, so I implore you to accompany me to the scene. Bruce's acknowledgement of her sarcasm was undeniable. Had he not failed Superman, he would not have sacrificed himself, and now he sought to atone for his transgressions. What? Before his death, you wouldn't let him be, and now you wish to desecrate his body? How can you ensure that when he awakens, it will truly be him and not some other being? Her exclamation was sudden, eyes wide with disbelief, her furious finger pointing accusingly at Batman. She could scarcely believe their audacity in even contemplating such an act. As for resurrecting Clark, she, like Martha, yearned for his return more than anyone. Yet who could guarantee that this untried method would indeed revive Superman and not summon a demon instead? The consequences of a demon inhabiting Superman's form were unimaginable. We possessed the experience. One of our team members was revived even after losing everything above the chest. There's no reason Superman cannot be brought back. The entire world needs Superman. Batman articulated with an air of calm assurance, as if he had everything under control, convinced she would acquiesce to join him. His profound voice struck a chord deep within Lewis. If there was even the faintest glimmer of hope, she would not abandon it. Very well. She nodded solemnly, expressing her willingness to try. Little did she know that the members of the Justice League had already stolen Clark's body, fervently enacting their plan. The grand entrance lies this way. Lewis emerged from the bedroom, fully dressed and ready to embark on their journey, only to find Batman striding towards the balcony. She couldn't help but remind him, heroes never take the conventional path. Batman, with his back to Lewis, paused momentarily. The corners of his mouth twitched, for he had never been confronted with such a question before. After a brief silence, he responded, revealing his own considerations, even if they departed one after the other. There were those who, in a moment of recklessness, would dare to test their acquaintanceship at the cost of an ordinary person's life. Should Superman lose control in a fit of rage, wouldn't their current efforts be rendered meaningless? With that thought, he approached the balcony railing, propping himself up with one hand before leaping over. His cape unfurled like a parachute, subtly revealing a few skeletal structures beneath. Chapter 55. The mysterious entity is about to act. Thud, thud, thud. In the stairwell, Lewis hurried her steps, the surge of adrenaline making her feel as though her pace was still too slow, yet to an onlooker, she almost seemed to be a blur. After circling the apartment complex for what felt like an eternity, she finally reached Batman's location, understanding that even if he were to wait ahead, he likely would not come to fetch her. Hurry up, she urged, sliding into the passenger seat with familiarity, her eagerness to see Clark bubbling over. Batman, now in the driver's seat, did not immediately start the Batmobile. Instead, he activated the communication switch within his helmet. Flash, what is your location? Lewis felt speechless upon hearing this. Did they not discuss the rendezvous point before embarking on their mission? We're in the forest outside the city. I'm not exactly sure where we are. We've been driving for quite a while. Barry replied, confusion evident on his face. He had followed Li Guangming's directions without questioning them. Never mind, I'll handle it myself. Bruce concluded the communication with him, intending to save time by heading directly to their location, only to find the plan unreliable. He promptly dialed Alfred. Alfred, please help me track the Flash's location. Certainly. Please hold on. Alfred's response was nearly instantaneous. He set aside the equipment he was modifying and sat at the computer to begin his task. In a matter of moments, he pinpointed Barry Allen and his companion's exact coordinates, transmitting the information to the Batmobile's onboard computer. Batman reviewed the incoming message, calculated the route, and pressed the accelerator. The Batmobile surged forward at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, those aboard the spacecraft had little else to do, their sole task being to safeguard the mother box. They held no doubt that a Kryptonian who was no lesser than Superman a demigod, an Atlantean, a speedster, and a being clad in a suit forged from the mother box would never allow the box to be lost. What a jest! With such a formidable ensemble, they could easily launch an assault on any kingdom on Earth. Shall we go outside and take a look? Barry Allen suggested, his fist clenched, thumb pointing toward the direction of Li Guangming's striking voice echoing from outside the spacecraft. Listening to Li Guangming's relentless punches and taunts, he felt an intense curiosity about the scene unfolding, one of his idols being mercilessly beaten. Just the thought of it was unbearable. No, the task entrusted to me was to safeguard the mother box. Within the confines of the spacecraft, visual obstruction could be easily maintained. But venturing outside into the dense woods could result in an ambush before one even had time to react. Flora resolutely dismissed his suggestion, asserting that succumbing to external distractions and abandoning one's duty was a grave error. This was the first occasion they had witnessed Flora speak so extensively, leaving them momentarily taken aback. I concurred. An unexpected incident would be disastrous. Arthur endorsed Flora's perspective, wishing to avoid needless complications. Diana, with a smile, playfully teased Barry Allen, suggesting he was eager to see them engage in another battle after dealing with the wasteland wolf. Not going. Victor curtly rejected the proposal, preferring to remain quietly in place. Fine. Since no one is going, then let it be. Barry Allen waved, and despite the mask he wore, one could almost perceive his look of disappointment. Returning to the present, the clouds that had obscured the moon were ultimately swept away by the wind, revealing a clear night sky that no longer sparkled alone but was graced by the luminous moon. Beneath the dim light of the night, Li Guangming repeatedly struck Clark's face with clenched fists, moderating his strength so that no visible bruises marred Clark's features. However, the depth of the pit they occupied allowed water to flow in, potentially forming a new small lake and establishing a fresh food chain. Just as Clark seemed on the verge of surrendering, a strange red glow flickered in his eyes, an indication that was not merely a precursor to heat vision. Li Guangming was uncertain of its nature, his half-formed yawn abruptly ceasing, his mouth still slightly ajar as he regarded Clark with intrigue. It seemed that his chaotic thoughts had begun to untangle, leading him to realize the vast disparity in their powers, prompting him to abandon his stubbornness and achieve a rare moment of clarity. Believing Clark had relinquished his resistance was a grave miscalculation. Clark's idle hands seized Li Guangming's ankle, tightening in an instant as if the muddy ground had transformed into a slick surface. In a swift motion, he slipped through Li Guangming's legs and lunged behind him. As an unusual sensation surged through Li Guangming's foot, he comprehended that if he did not strike Clark with considerable force, he would soon escape. Closing his lips, he banished the previous nonchalance from his expression, adopting a serious demeanor as he unleashed a powerful punch in a flash, unrestrained by hesitation. Yet, he was a beat too late. By the time his fist descended, Clark had vanished, with only mere centimeters separating his knuckles from the earth below. With a thunderous roar, the force of his punch struck the ground, unleashing a gale that bent the surrounding aged trees. The pit in which they stood deepened, forming a small concave depression that extended several meters. The movies never mentioned anything about power surges. It truly darkens one by 3 parts and weakens another by 7. Li Guangming mused, perplexed. Even the resurrected Clark basking in sunlight in the original script could not surpass his strength, so how could he possibly evade capture? Frustration clouded his thoughts, but he recognized that now was not the moment for contemplation. The primary objective was to seize Clark and await Batman's arrival with Lois. Clark, half buried in the mud behind Li Guangming, rose to his feet. One might have thought he intended to launch a surprise attack on Li Guangming, but in reality, he decisively fled. Activating his biological force field, he soared silently into the sky, surpassing the speed of sound. Approximately 3 seconds later, he successfully evaded Li Guangming's grasp. Reaching outer space, his expression contorted in apparent agony as he propelled himself toward the opposite side of the Earth, drawn by an unseen force. Li Guangming, caught off guard by Clark's sudden retreat, had anticipated a covert strike against him. Recovering from his previous state, he found it peculiar that he could not recall his identity. Was he now to recklessly confront anyone who dared to attack? Moreover, he typically neglected meticulous control over his biological force field during takeoff. Yet now, in this altered state, he exhibited unexpected caution. This deviation from the expected narrative left him perplexed. Muttering to himself, Li Guangming activated his supervision to search for Clark's whereabouts. It wasn't long before he spotted Clark racing toward the opposite hemisphere. Realizing his intention, Li Guangming basked in the sun to restore his strength. With the biological force field engaged, he launched himself into the sky with a resounding thud, pursuing Clark. Concealed in the shadows of the forest, several indistinct forms lurked. their presence betrayed only by the flicker of two crimson orbs. These entities remained unseen and unheard, even by Li Guangming's extraordinary senses. Had they revealed themselves, Li Guangming might not have been so engrossed in Clark's actions. He has departed. It is time for us to act. A muffled voice, indiscernible in its origin, seemed to issue a command, and after a brief silence, the forest returned to its eerie quietude, leaving their intentions unknown. Meanwhile, Batman was only halfway through his journey. In Chapter 56, the enhanced Superman Clark, Li Guangming, observing Clark's frantic escape through his supervision, pondered whether the unfolding events were a consequence of his actions or if he had strayed from the familiar cinematic universe. In the fleeting moment of contemplation, he broke the sound barrier, now acutely aware of his purpose, to swiftly capture Clark and prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Thus, he eliminated any noise from his biological force field, avoiding sonic booms, allowing him to strike unexpectedly. In a moment of disorientation, Li Guangming's figure traversed the night into the day, as if crossing the threshold between realms. Stealthily, he approached Clark from behind, raising a fist the size of a sandbag, aimed directly at the back of his head. The speed of his punch was astonishing, akin to a divine swiftness, rendering everything on Earth motionless. Yet this was merely a testament to his physical prowess. Just as Li Guangming believed victory was within his grasp, Clark slowly turned in the stillness, his eyes glowing red, trailing a fine tail of energy. This was clearly abnormal. In an instant, Li Guangming deduced that Clark was under some form of control, significantly enhanced beyond mere increments. His earlier actions were driven by a relentless craving for the yellow sunlight, not merely an attempt to reclaim his diminished strength. Disregarding his astonishment, the assault continued unabated, as Clark, in a state of heightened urgency, endeavored to evade the onslaught with a seemingly slow-motion effort. Yet, his speed proved insufficient, and in an instant, a fist collided with the side of Clark's face, sending him careening away, flailing his arms in a chaotic manner. It was as though he had deliberately presented his face to Li Guangming. Time resumed its normal flow, and Clark plummeted towards the far side of the Earth, his hands instinctively grasping for any object to mitigate the force of his descent. However, within the confines of the Earth-Moon orbit, only satellites and space stations were present. The fragile surface of a satellite was stripped away, rendered utterly inoperative. Before long, Clark crashed onto the lunar surface, enveloped in a cloud of gray dust that expanded outward, voraciously consuming new debris and gradually enlarging. The boastful display of power subsided, revealing its concealed essence, as yet another crater was formed on the moon. Li Guangming's gaze persistently tracked Clark's trajectory, ensuring there was no escape, while confirming the activation of the target's biological energy field, which vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet, he was clearly overestimating the situation. At that moment, Clark, provoked by the encounter, had succumbed to madness. Struggling to rise, his facial muscles contorted. His lips parted to reveal a set of gleaming white teeth, complemented by his eyes flashing with a red glow. Li Guangming could almost hear the sound of his roar. A mere figment conjured from Clark's expression, for it is well known that sound cannot traverse the vacuum of space. In an instant, Clark vanished, only to reappear behind Li Guangming, delivering a powerful punch. In that moment, the already swift-moving Li Guangming was struck by an overwhelming force, and the next second, he found himself on the moon. The entire lunar surface trembled momentarily, and no one could ascertain the extent of the deviation from its original trajectory. As a cloud of dust erupted, surpassing even the chaos caused by Clark. In the spacecraft base on the dark side of the moon, Salek, engrossed in new experiments, was startled by the sudden tremor, inadvertently pressing the wrong button, which resulted in a failure message flashing across the screen. Assuming an attack had occurred, he abandoned his work and activated his supersight and X-ray vision to survey the vicinity of the spacecraft, but found nothing amiss. He then hurried towards the command center. It was not entirely his fault. The speed of Li Guangming and Clark was simply astonishing, and their fleeting presence made detection nearly impossible. "What is happening?" Salek inquired upon entering, noticing the group that had arrived before him. They exchanged puzzled glances, seeking someone who might comprehend the situation. Observing the collective confusion, Joel calmly intertwined his fingers and explained, "According to the footage transmitted from the spacecraft, we captured an image of Li Guangming and Kal-El." "Kal-El?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Isn't he already dead? How could he possibly be with the leader?" This question was beyond Joel's capacity to answer. He was not connected to the signal from Clark's spacecraft, and thus remained unaware of the Justice League's actions. They had not contemplated assisting Li Guangming, for the disparity in their abilities was far too great, and their involvement would only complicate matters further. Meanwhile, numerous stargazers across the darkened Earth took note of the unusual occurrences. "There is something on the moon. What could it be?" It is still spreading. An increasing number of people, drawn by the screams of others in the city, gaze up at the moon. Some take out their phones to record, while others hurriedly move to their homes to observe with telescopes. A few brazenly make advances towards the neighbor's wife, believing in the principle that where there is smoke, there is no harm. Moreover, with the peculiar case of Li Guangming, he suffered no injury whatsoever. Instead, he was fortuitously ambushed. Now feeling empowered and ready to easily subdue the suddenly formidable Clark. Notification, strengthened in all aspects due to Clark's attack. A voice resounded in his mind, audible only to him, and amidst the dust, Li Guangming grinned widely. Rising to his feet, thanks to the protective biological force field, his anti-kryptonite armor remained unscathed. Li Guangming tilted his head back, pointing a finger at Clark. No matter how powerful you become, I shall defeat you with a single strike. Under the influence of demigod strength, Li Guangming's calm, yet arrogant words echoed throughout the space. Naturally, Clark, possessing superhearing, could perceive Li Guangming's taunts. Losing his rationality, he failed to contemplate why his opponent could speak while he could not. With a face still contorted in terror, he unleashed his maximum thermal vision at full power, his body following suit in a synchronized assault towards Li Guangming. Li Guangming's figure trembled momentarily before he commenced a running stance. Suddenly, another Li Guangming appeared behind Clark, and the figures on the moon began to blur. It was merely an illusion caused by incredible speed. With a swift motion, he raised his palm and struck down upon the back of Clark's head, causing him to lose consciousness instantly, his thermal vision tapering off rapidly. Li Guangming grasped Clark's belt, sending it hurtling through the air, accompanied by a sonic boom, directly towards where Flora and the others resided. In a mere breath, he arrived at the location of the lander, and before even landing, he observed that apart from Batman and Lois, everyone else lay unconscious on the ground. Who could have done this? As Li Guangming questioned the two, he activated his supervision to scan the surroundings, realizing that the mother box had vanished without a trace. Batman and Lois hurried forth to assess the situation, finding that the others were merely unconscious and not gravely harmed, which brought them a sigh of relief. We arrived just a moment before you did. We are also unaware of what transpired. A familiar voice echoed from above, with Batman explaining without turning his head. Shortly thereafter, Diana was the first to regain consciousness. What happened? Facing the gaze of the three, Diana shook her head to clear her mind and recounted. After the two of them left, just as Li Guangming relentlessly pursued Clark, the rest of the Justice League remained obediently inside the spacecraft. Had it not been for Li Guangming intervening to thwart Clark's final thermal vision attack, this reconnaissance vessel might have suffered the same fate as depicted in the original story. It seems they have departed. Arthur furrowed his brow, his words laced with speculation. He too was uncertain whether they had truly left or if Li Guangming had subdued Superman. In any case, no other scenarios would arise. His prowess was evident to all, leaving them in awe. Diana, wielding a dark golden round shield in one hand and the silver sword of Ares in the other, asserted with unwavering confidence, "Perhaps we merely need to guard the mother box. Li Guangming will return victorious." Her conviction surpassed even that of Li Guangming himself, leaving the others bewildered. Their bond, forged through shared experiences, seemed to eclipse even Bruce's connection with her, evoking an inexplicable fondness. Is it conceivable, akin to the films, that an overwhelmingly powerful antagonist might suddenly emerge and vanquish the champions? Barry Allen ventured, attempting to lighten the mood and forge a connection among them. True comrades cultivate familiarity, generating a synergy that transcends mere addition, rather than existing as a disjointed assembly, a hindrance to one another. Fiora, her delicate hands encircling the mother box, cradled it against her chest, resting it on her thighs, silently seated at the edge, observing their increasingly absurd musings. Her composed and striking visage cast a sidelong glance at Barry Allen. As the sole individual capable of perceiving beyond the ordinary, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, questioning the merit of his conjectures. Krypton has escaped. Li Guangming has gone after him. Fiora's icy words shattered his reverie, leaving the existence of any who might contend with their leader's unparalleled might in doubt. Victor stood in a distant corner, silent and seemingly abandoned by the world, enveloped in solitude. Despite Diana's comforting presence, he felt like an outcast, more exceptional than his comrades within the League. Even Superman, whom others revered or feared, was a divine figure among mortals, while he was merely a mechanical aberration, a true outlier. A heavy silence enveloped them. Their time together had been too brief to cultivate the kind of camaraderie that fosters open discourse. Suddenly, Fiora's pupils dilated as she inhaled sharply. Her right hand pressed against her heart, shielded by soft flesh and armor. An ominous premonition surged within her, an inexplicable dread that arose in an instant. What troubles you? Noticing her expression, Diana displayed her commanding demeanor, inquiring with genuine concern. She adjusted her divine shield. Sheathing the sword of Ares behind her shoulder as if it were a scabbard, nestled between her shield and armor, and approached Fiora, gently stroking her back. I am fine, Fiora declared, but the moment she spoke, an unusual noise echoed from outside the spacecraft. With a sudden crack, Fiora entered a state of hyperspeed. Her gaze fixed on a shadow gliding past amidst the slowly drifting shards of blackened steel. She sensed an impending assault, yet her body lagged behind her racing thoughts, unable to keep pace with the shadow. As she rose, several sharp-edged silver metallic fragments struck. The anti-kryptonite armor is compromised. Clarity dawned in her mind. But her body could not respond. She was woefully outmatched. The hormones within her plummeted, forcing her to retreat from her previously heightened state of awareness. Thud, thud, instinctively. She glanced at the others. Only she and Diana remained aboard the spacecraft, accompanied by a woman clad in a red cloak. As for why it is a woman, her shoulder-length golden hair, meticulously styled and smooth, clearly distinguishes her from men. Thus, let us refer to her as she. She turned her body to face the two, donned in attire nearly identical to that of Kal-El, bearing the same color and family crest, albeit one being male and the other female. Her tall, rounded bosom and flat thighs unmistakably confirm her femininity. The clothing suggests she is likely a Kryptonian, while 3 individuals were thrown out. The reason for only hearing 2 sounds of steel walls being breached remains a mystery to Flora. The truth is that the Kryptonian woman crashed through the solid metal wall, darting past Flora before she could react, and shattered her anti-kryptonite armor with ease. Before departing, she scanned Flora up and down, seemingly assessing the level of threat. During this time, the Flash, Barry Allen, instinctively activated his super speed, immediately sensing the anomaly and becoming alert. Upon feeling Barry's gaze, she turned her youthful face towards the source. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Barry questioned with suspicion. She was simply too swift, and without his super speed, he would have been unable to keep up. However, she offered no reply, uttering not a single word nor displaying any emotion, as if she were a robot meticulously executing commands. She advanced towards Barry, her hand outstretched like a claw, aiming to seize him. Barry, in a panic, took a step back, narrowly evading her attack. What followed was a flurry of her expertly angled assaults. At that moment, Barry was not in a good state. His heart raced in terror, and he had pushed his super speed to the limit. His skin, muscles, and even bones felt the pressure of the surrounding space. He was uncertain of the consequences if he were to accelerate further. Would it result in traversing to another parallel universe, or wandering through the fabric of time to alter the past and future? He dared not take the risk, fearing the terrifying aura emanating from the temporal barrier. In a swift downfall, after several exchanges, she successfully seized an opportunity, delivering a sharp slap to Barry's cheek, sending him flying like a shuttlecock, his limbs resembling feathers embedded in a base. His arched back met the metal of the Kryptonian spacecraft, and under the protection of his super speed, the metal wall crumbled like tofu upon impact, creating a large hole. The blow from the Kryptonian girl rendered him unconscious shortly thereafter, as she continued to smash through trees as thick as an adult's embrace, splintering them into thumb-width fragments. He fell into the earth, decelerating, ultimately fainting amidst the forest. The Kryptonian girl disregarded the fallen Barry Allen, striking Arthur again as she passed him, flinging him from the wall hole. Without a moment's hesitation, she strode directly to Victor, delivering 2 additional punches due to his mechanical form, replicating her actions to toss him outside the ship, creating yet another new opening. One cannot deny the misfortunes that have befallen Clark's spacecraft. How many holes have been made thus far? The state of exceeding speed was lifted, revealing the image of the Kryptonian girl as seen by Flora. Diana gazed at the Kryptonian maiden, aware of her own inadequacy, and opened her mouth to initiate a summoning spell. However, fate was unkind. The Kryptonian girl suddenly materialized before her, seizing her cheeks and covering her lips with her palms, rendering her only able to emit muffled sounds. Witnessing this, Flora attempted to emulate Diana's summoning technique, but as Chapter 58, The Return of Power, prelude to the final battle unfolded, Flora found herself weakened, and a green mist began to envelop her. In a fleeting moment of clarity, she recalled the vulnerabilities associated with kryptonite, as once articulated by Guangming. Despite her frail condition, her lips remained unimpeded, and with the remnants of her strength, she endeavored to amplify her voice, her expression fierce as she sought to unleash a formidable cry. Yet, the reality was contrary to her desires. Her spirit was willing, but her flesh was weak. A colossal metallic hand, formed of silver thorns, grasped her delicate face, preventing her from uttering the remaining words. In her weakened state, Resistance was futile, her skull was painfully compressed, and her grip on the mother box loosened involuntarily. Thud! It fell onto the deck with a dull thump. Instinctively, she attempted to pry the enormous hand from her head, but her efforts were in vain, merely alleviating the symptoms slightly. I cannot allow you to thwart my plans. Summoning him would be troublesome. The low voice of the wasteland wolf pierced through Flora's consciousness, and she found herself taken aback. Realizing the very flaw she had once scorned had now ensnared her. The confined space effectively obstructed the enemy's line of sight, preventing ambushes. Every situation bears its advantages and disadvantages, and this also afforded the wasteland wolf the opportunity to sprinkle kryptonite dust upon her. This was also made possible by the magical concealment cast upon the wasteland wolf. Otherwise, with his super hearing, he would have detected any disturbances in the surrounding air. Ignoring Flora's futile struggles, the wasteland wolf bent down to retrieve the mother box, the last one he had collected. An explosive passage opened within the cramped confines of the spaceship. Observing this scene, the Kryptonian girl unleashed a flurry of punches upon Diana, the shadows cast by her arms nearly engulfing Diana's entire upper body. She was unaware of her motivations. Her innate combat instinct compelled her body to act reflexively, as if every action were the optimal choice. The Kryptonian girl's gaze was vacant, devoid of any emotion, resembling a mere machine. After a brief inspection, confirming that Diana had lost consciousness, she casually hurled her towards the shattered opening of the spaceship, perhaps driven by a morbid sense of amusement or mere coincidence. With remarkably precise steps, she approached the wasteland wolf, standing straight and poised for the next command. Hearing the commotion, the wasteland wolf confidently extended his hand, which cradled the mother box, ensuring there was no doubt about the allegiance of those behind him. The Kryptonian girl extended her arms, securing the mother box between her palms, while simultaneously drawing her elbows inward to position the box in front of her abdomen, akin to a hotel attendant awaiting further instructions. After freeing one hand, the wasteland wolf swiftly drew forth a handful of kryptonite powder from an inconspicuous pocket in his battle armor. With a flick of his arm, a green twilight enveloped Flora's form. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on her hand, applying pressure until, shortly thereafter, she succumbed to unconsciousness, her limbs falling limp, no longer resisting. Discarding her, he promptly advanced into the sonic boom corridor, with the Kryptonian girl trailing closely behind. He had suggested seizing the opportunity to eliminate them, one by one. Yet he was met with vehement reproach, warned that while any adversary could be targeted, Flora and Wonder Woman were off-limits. Confounded, he refrained from inquiring further. Prioritizing the acquisition of the mother box, taking one less step would save time and minimize the chance of unforeseen complications. As for Jor-El, he had long since been compromised, and they had failed to notice the absence of an individual aboard the reconnaissance vessel. Was it not divine providence? The Batmobile traversed the soul-compacted dirt road, its engine's roar failing to mask the monumental sounds emanating from their destination. "Did you hear something?" Louise inquired, her heart heavy with apprehension, the eerie noises of the desolate mountains igniting her imagination. Indeed, they must be engaged in combat with Superman. Batman, now aware of the predicament, hastened his speed, the uneven terrain jolting the vehicle. Louise, covering her mouth with her right hand, felt her cheeks puff and deflate. Experiencing motion sickness for the first time, she knew she had to endure, racing towards the scene to prevent any harm from befalling Clark. The remaining minutes had been ruthlessly compressed from over 10 to a mere 5 or 6 by Batman's urgency. Both leaned forward as the Batmobile came to a sudden halt outside the spacecraft. Unable to contain herself any longer, Louise flung open the car door and retched, her peripheral vision catching sight of the prominent ship. Its hull bore several wide gashes, lights spilling through the shattered openings, illuminating the ground where 3 superheroes lay incapacitated, one even ensnared in the mud, all their fates uncertain. At that moment, Guangming's voice resonated in the air, with succinct contributions from the revived Flora and Barry Allen. The rest grasped the unfolding events. Arthur, one hand resting on his silver trident and the other pressed to his forehead, felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Having been felled in a single blow, grossly overestimating his own strength, he had assumed that even if he were not among the elite of the league, he would not be at the bottom. Yet the reality was painfully humiliating. Even Barry Allen, whom he had always underestimated for his mere speed, appeared superior in this instance. He had managed to hold his ground momentarily, yet remained unaware of the identity of his foe. Victor clenched his fists in frustration, seething at his own ineptitude. Barry, disregarding the dirt, sat down, his head hung low, disheartened by the failure of their first collaborative effort. Flora, with her lashes lowered and lips pursed, stood silently behind Guangming, Recognizing her miscalculation in assessing the enemy's timing, she should have alerted everyone at the ominous sign's onset. The genetic programming of Krypton compels her mind to incessantly replicate scenes, distilling experiences to avert future calamities. The outcome is now predetermined. There is no need for self-reproach. The two most formidable warriors have returned, and it is imperative to locate the Wasteland Wolf and reclaim the Mother Box. Diana's applause resonated, drawing the attention of all, as the disheveled state of several remaining soldiers was indeed disheartening. Victory and defeat are the constant companions of warfare. No one can be a perpetual champion. I find myself particularly intrigued by the Wasteland Wolf's accomplices, who accurately anticipated my departure. Clark's subjugation must surely be their doing. He undoubtedly possesses more than one contingency plan. Li Guangming speculated, knowing few Kryptonians, yet all under Zod had pledged allegiance to him. It seems there is still a faction of Kryptonians in the Phantom Zone. In a previous life, I heard tales that Brainiac possessed a city from Krypton in his collection. Lastly, Superman's cousin, Kal-El, aligns with Li Guangming's hypotheses. Only the heavens know from which realm they ensnared and controlled her. Today, Clark's madness is likely a product of their machinations. Yet Li Guangming could not fathom who might wield the power to control Superman in such a brief span. His super intellect advised against overthinking it. It would be best to act boldly, and Li Guangming readily concurred. However, we remain uncertain whether Superman is freed from his control upon awakening. After a brief adjustment to regain his fighting spirit, Barry Allen raised his hand, akin to a student eager to contribute in class. Chapter 59, Diana's Peculiarity. A profound silence enveloped the scene as the startled birds and beasts returned to their homes, rejoicing in their reunion. Barry Allen's words rendered the group speechless. After all, no one could assure whether the control was a fleeting effect or a lingering one. Ultimately, Li Guangming confidently asserted, "I can subdue Clark with a single move." Earning their trust, he alleviated their concerns, while the others warily gazed at the unconscious Clark, allowing Li Guangming to rouse him. True to expectations, the awakening revealed that Clark's control appeared to be genuinely temporary. The group succinctly recounted the events to him, and then, amidst the gazes of the assembled lonely hearts, he affectionately scooped up Lois and soared into the sky. However, Li Guangming could not be classified as a lonely heart. He was already wed, while Flora counted as half a partner. Under the collective anticipation, with Clark's departure, the responsibility of searching for the Wasteland Wolf's base naturally fell upon Li Guangming's shoulders. After all, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and it would be inappropriate to intrude upon their poignant reunion. Success. In close proximity to Moscow, at Puzanov. Upon returning to the ground, Li Guangming conveyed this delightful news amidst their tense emotions, instantly alleviating half of their anxieties. No one knew whether they possessed any means to thwart the Kryptonian surveillance. Even the formidable Superman had been subdued. Just as Barry Allen and Victor were about to board the vehicle, Bruce's voice halted their motions. "I have already informed Alfred. A jet will be here to retrieve us." Subsequently, they retracted their legs and resumed their seats in quiet anticipation. The sensation of time dragging on, akin to an eternity, was a rare feeling that surged within them. Li Guangming discreetly exchanged a glance with Flora, signaling a desire for a private conversation. Once a deputy commander, she suddenly grasped the situation and subtly nodded. "I need to speak with Li Guangming privately. I'll be stepping away for a moment." Flora thoughtfully dismissed the others, nodding earnestly towards Li Guangming. The remaining individuals watched as her fluttering cloak led Li Guangming into the small grove. In no time, the two vanished from sight. Stepping into the dark shadows. "Is the leader summoning me for some confidential orders?" Flora lowered her voice, conscious of the potential eavesdroppers within the Justice League. "It was better to exercise caution. I want you to return and guard our spaceship base, to prevent it from being compromised." Li Guangming sought the same rationale as in times past, motivated by his own selfish intentions. The mere fact that Supergirl and the Wasteland Wolf possessed kryptonite, along with Clark's peculiarities, indicated that their adversaries numbered more than two. There lurked one or perhaps several individuals capable of mind control and enhancement. He wished to avoid a repeat of today's unforeseen circumstances. The Wasteland Wolf and his companions inexplicably refrained from killing anyone. Yet he could not guarantee they would behave similarly in the future. Thus, he planned to eliminate the Wasteland Wolf and his allies single-handedly. But there is no but. You are well aware of my combat prowess. Victory is merely a matter of time. Sensing Flora's hesitation, Li Guangming swiftly interrupted her, his tone resolute, yet softened as he added, "How about we go on a date after this?" Li Guangming gazed at her anxiously, his heart racing. This was the first time in his life he had nearly confessed his feelings to a girl. Regrettably, He had no flowers nor any semblance of ceremony prepared. He realized that wavering in his affections was ill-advised, yet having traversed realms and wielding invincible power, others would have already taken bold actions. After spending time together, coupled with her intrinsic beauty, who could resist? He had maintained his virtue, but what if Mela disagreed? He could simply keep her in bed until she naturally sought assistance over time. Flora was momentarily stunned, her usually fierce expression replaced with wide eyes. As if she could scarcely believe what she had heard, it felt like a dream. She harbored feelings for Li Guangming. Yet Mela's advance had compelled her to bury those emotions deep within. Warriors obey orders. She murmured softly before leaping into the sky, disappearing from sight. The two shared an unspoken understanding, deliberately avoiding any mention of Mela's desires. Li Guangming had his methods, and Flora comprehended that where there was one, there would inevitably be more. If Mela were to object, Flora would eloquently reason with her. The others nearby observed intently, uncertain whether the two were in conflict or otherwise, as the option of retreat was never entertained. Come out. Is it amusing to spy on others? Li Guangming called out after a moment, as though he had anticipated someone's presence. Was victory already assured? Let her leave. She was not a member of the Justice League, her heart not tethered to Earth. Thus she had no need to involve herself. Diana's graceful figure was illuminated by the moonlight. She believed she could evade the perception of the Kryptonians. Nevertheless, she indeed had matters to attend to. The timing was simply not right. I fear you may hinder our progress. Much like the invasion of Krypton, where Clark twice impeded the course of battle, Li Guangming remained non-committal, his words laced with a hint of sarcasm, as if stating an undeniable truth. Diana, however, did not take offense. She approached him with a warm smile, embodying the essence of a caring older sister. The sound of brittle, withered leaves crackling underfoot accompanied the measured steps of her dark golden battle boots, as she simultaneously brandished the sword of Hephaestus and the shield of divine power. What? Do you wish to engage in combat? I shall accompany you to the very end. Observing her stance, Li Guangming assumed she was incensed and intended to teach him a lesson. He certainly would not stand idly by to receive punishment. No, I merely wish to enhance your strength, to bestow upon you a set of equipment. Diana, not allowing him a moment to respond, raised her sword and brought it down in a swift arc, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Li Guangming's pupils dilated as time seemed to freeze around Diana, who maintained her sword-wielding posture. It was not true temporal stasis, but rather, he had entered a state of hyperspeed for an instant. Upon hearing her words, the rationale behind her seemingly erratic behavior became startlingly clear. A barrage of questions flooded his mind. How did she know of his true abilities? Even Flora, with whom he had shared the longest companionship, had not divulged such information. Yet he was no fool to remain stationary like a target. He raised his arm, effortlessly intercepting the sword of Hephaestus, as a notification sound echoed in his ears, audible only to him. Notification, attacked by the sword of Hephaestus. You have acquired the sword of Hephaestus. In an instant, a radiant white light flickered in the palm of his right hand, and a sword identical to the one in Diana's grip, its dark golden hilt radiating a silver gleam, materialized in midair. The surroundings returned to normalcy as Diana proceeded to test each piece of equipment upon his form, the notifications appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. Li Guangming now donned an ensemble that, aside from the armor transforming him into a male figure, was eerily uniform. He gazed at her, perplexed, awaiting an explanation. Diana, reluctant to reveal her uniqueness, found herself in an unforeseen predicament and felt compelled to enhance her strength. As for the questioning expression etched upon his face, she chose to ignore it, deeming it unnecessary to elaborate. After all, it was a matter of learning from him to avoid future complications. No more killing off Flora. I have realized this as a tale of triumph, not a tragic drama. Chapter 60, Resolving the Wilderness Wolf. Binding the Kryptonian maiden to withhold information would only breed new inquiries, leading to an endless cycle. Li Guangming stood momentarily stunned, the phrase echoing in his mind, both familiar and foreign. However, Diana paid him no heed, her steps light as she departed, leaving behind a silhouette of alluring curves. By observing her gait, Li Guangming could almost envision a triumphant smile upon her face, shaking his head to dispel the unrealistic fantasies swirling in his mind. He turned his attention to his current attire, relieved that it did not entirely replicate the traits of another ability. Otherwise, he would be forced to abandon his armored form in favor of mere bodily equipment. Can one imagine a masculine physique clad in feminine battle armor racing down a road thronged with countless onlookers? The battle attire still resembles the ancient armor of generals, with elements like the starry crown remaining unchanged. Wielding the sword of the fire god, one can distinctly sense its presence, perhaps owing to Yi Fu's unique abilities. He can summon it akin to the legendary trident, without the need to approach and retrieve it as Wonder Woman would. Wasteland Wolf, your father has arrived. Prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous shout, Li Guangming soared into the night sky, vanishing from sight. In the distance, a few aboard Clark's spacecraft could not help but hear the howl, simultaneously understanding Li Guangming's intention to act independently. What shall we do? Your aircraft has yet to arrive, and we cannot match his speed. Arthur turned his head toward Bruce, his gaze fixed on the sonic boom left in the sky. Should we pursue him? Barry interjected. Although his speed did not rival that of Li Guangming, he could still catch up after a short while. Just as Victor prepared to take off from the designated location, Diana emerged from the woods in the direction where Li Guangming had entered. Do not worry about him. Even if he cannot handle it alone, he can hold out until we arrive. Diana offered a brief reassurance, knowing she could not divulge the true extent of his power, as they would likely not believe her and further discussions would be fruitless. Bruce, calm and composed, responded, his strength surpasses that of Clark's. There is no need for immediate concern. It would be wiser to conserve our energy for the decisive battle or for reinforcements. Regardless of their discussions, Li Guangming was acutely aware of the turbulent air currents obstructing his path in the inky night sky. After accelerating to a certain degree, he manipulated his biofield to silence the sound and dissipate the sonic boom. Returning to his old tactics, he prepared for a surprise attack. Moments later, with his superhuman vision, Li Guangming pierced through the base's barrier, locking onto Wasteland Wolf with unwavering focus. He retracted one of his outstretched hands, gathering energy for a single, decisive blow to shatter the obstacle and eliminate him. Beneath the crimson glow, Wasteland Wolf was flanked by the Kryptonian girl, standing on a platform suspended in midair. Both gazes fixated on the mother box, which was slowly merging at chest height. Wasteland Wolf, in a vexed tone, questioned the void. Is that Kryptonian truly as terrifying as they say? Opposite him lay nothing, no one, no machinery, not even a mosquito. Hearing his foolish query, an ambiguous voice, neither distinctly male nor female, and not resembling a mechanical sound, replied, You fool, it seems clear that Darkseid has abandoned you. I took a considerable risk to assist you, and you dare to question my intentions. This is the outcome of a predicted future, and you should be grateful for my aid. However, I doubt you can repay it. Wasteland Wolf's face twisted in confusion, uncertain whether he was not required to repay or if he feared retribution upon returning to his master. The entity in the void provided no explanation, seemingly fading into silence. The answer would soon be revealed, as the barrier composed of the mother box above them shattered in an instant, crumbling like glass fragments falling one by one. With a resounding crash, two thunderous sounds echoed through the air. One was the reverberation of a barrier, while the other was the impact of Li Guangming's fist colliding with the ground, propelled by the force of the wild wolf. The suddenness of the event left the Kryptonian girl momentarily stunned, and it was only after a brief pause that she began to react. By then, it was already too late. Li Guangming's fist had pierced through the wolf's chest, rendering the armor crafted from unknown thorny materials utterly ineffective. In a mere second, he unleashed a powerful heat vision, a searing beam of crimson and white light slicing horizontally through the air with formidable cutting force. In an instant, the wolf's neck, as if made of tofu, was severed with effortless grace, its head rolling away in a grotesque display, the pupils dilating, losing their luster. Marking the finality of death, too swift even for the activation of its berserk mode. A sound of air being split followed, instigated by the Kryptonian girl's punch, which Li Guangming easily evaded by tilting his head. In an instant, his left hand seized her wrist, propelling her into a shoulder throw that sent her crashing into the rubble before them. The wolf's skull was crushed underfoot, its bones and flesh merging into a grotesque amalgamation. At that moment, the scattered apocalyptic demons, sensing the commotion, screeched and flapped their wings, converging upon the two, specifically targeting Li Guangming. Surrounded by crackling sparks of electricity, a testament to the speed force that accompanied his Wonder Woman-inspired attire, Li Guangming found himself free from the presence of onlookers, allowing him to unleash the hidden strength he had kept under wraps. His formidable physique resisted the oppressive forces of time and space, granting him a near-omnipotent independence from the world around him. The Kryptonian girl, lacking the favor of the speed force, found her considerable strength rendered sluggish, akin to a sloth. Despite her best efforts, as the saying goes, motivation breeds passion and action follows swiftly. Li Guangming, eager to conclude this encounter and return to his date, moved with alacrity. Observing her sluggish attempts to rise, he leisurely retrieved the lasso of truth from his waist, approaching her with an air of casual confidence, brandishing the glimmering golden rope. After a moment's contemplation, he confirmed his course of action, deftly looping the lasso around her pristine neck, its length extending infinitely, sparing him the dilemma of adjusting its ends. Mission accomplished. It seemed he had not wholly forgotten the skills he had inadvertently acquired in a past life. In a short span, beside the fearsome corpse of the wild wolf, a peculiar work of art emerged. Under the influence of the biological force field, it floated towards a metallic platform that extended from the wall. As his toes grazed the surface of the platform, he gradually descended, each step bringing him closer to the mother box. With mechanical precision, he established a connection to the interior of the mother box, channeling the speed force into the interface. His hands delving into the junction of the three mother boxes, witnessing their separation with his own eyes. Uncertain whether sheer strength alone could cleave the mother box, he deemed it prudent to sever the source, assaulting both the external and internal mechanisms simultaneously. The clash of thoughts fused the entity and its wielder into one, spiraling into a frenzy of invasion, yearning to dominate Li Guangming. Notification: under attack from the mother box. Mind control acquired. Li Guangming let out a cold chuckle. If they sought to control him, they were merely bestowing him with additional powers through their attempts. Surveying his surroundings, Li Guangming found himself in the realm of the mother box, a world of the mind that he felt he could manipulate at will. Chapter 61. The Bull-Headed Dark Side. Li Guangming cautiously examined the mental landscape conjured by the mother box, eager to discern what it had glimpsed in such a brief span of time. An ordinary, desolate modern city lay before him, its structures unaltered, yet devoid of life. No humans, not even a solitary insect. Suddenly, a distortion occurred behind him, and two familiar voices emerged. Guangming, you've returned. Fola and I have already discussed this. I have no objections. I shall not interfere with your pursuit of other sisters. Mira greeted him joyfully, her tone shifting to one of apparent grievance that evoked sympathy. Fola's voice followed, icy yet tender. Did you not say you would go on a date after this? Li Guangming smiled, turning around with an air of feigned charm, as if truly entranced and unable to extricate himself. However, as he glanced back, his smile froze instantaneously. Two figures, their makeup somewhat similar, appeared with faces that seemed like a mosaic, leaving him to imagine their true features. He had anticipated something far more sophisticated and was left feeling disillusioned. The charade came to an abrupt end. He could no longer pretend. Grasping their necks with both hands, data surged into him like a deluge, and the next moment, anguished wails filled the entire space. Three shadowy figures flickered like frames of a film, their pitch-black forms resembling ancient, carbonized corpses, their eyes and mouths emitting a soft, incandescent glow that was not blinding, accompanied by long, dense white hair. The heart-wrenching cry sent shivers down his spine, akin to being in an empty graveyard at the dead of night, where soil occasionally billowed with white smoke. And the ghosts of the departed recounted their grievances. Li Guangming remained as calm as still water. The mechanical control and mental mastery bestowed by the mother box were no mere illusions, as torrents of data were continuously assimilated. Aware of the inevitable, the mother box reluctantly conveyed a sense of submission. From its inception, it possessed consciousness and had never encountered an entity capable of altering its internal programming. Faced with annihilation, it hastily calculated the optimal course of action. Ultimately, Li Guangming chose not to extinguish their consciousness, but instead instilled an absolute obedience to his commands as a contingency. Time in the external world resumed its normal pace, as a searing gaze obliterated most of the parademons. The residual force of the mother box coalesced ahead, forming a small, long-range teleportation portal distinct from a sonic boom. On the other side stood Darkseid and his well-prepared elite cadre of parademons. Upon sighting their sovereign, the Parademon soldiers halted their movements, awaiting orders. In this moment, the two parties, having traversed the vast barriers of the universe, locked eyes. Li Guangming stood before Darkseid, poised to dismantle the three mother boxes that threatened to merge, thereby shattering their ambitions. Meanwhile, the mother box hovered affectionately behind him, encircling him. Witnessing such treatment of all entities was nothing short of an affront. Come here. Li Guangming provocatively raised his middle finger, passionately inviting Darkseid. The narrow passageway could barely accommodate two individuals, rendering any notion of an army futile. Cautious and wary of trouble, he would not venture alone to Apocalypse. The risk of being ensnared and transported to an unknown universe could mean an interminable wait for his return. Darkseid, the formidable overlord of Apocalypse, renowned as the most terrifying deity in the cosmos, despite enduring such humiliation, did not dare to tread alone upon this realm. The overwhelming power he exuded could not be sustained indefinitely, gradually diminishing until it vanished entirely. Li Guangming, undeterred, anticipated this outcome. With Darkseid's solitary arrival, Earth would enjoy a period of tranquility, free from the tyrant's rule for several millennia. even if the fleet were to delay its journey. The parademons, devoid of rationality, screamed and lunged at the enemy in the absence of their master. In an attempt to involve other members of the Justice League, he manipulated the mother box to create a barrier enveloping both himself and the Kryptonian girl, intercepting their assault. Admittedly, it was also due to his own laziness. The parademons relentlessly battered against the shield, oblivious to pain, ceaselessly colliding and producing a cacophony of sounds. Amidst the tumult, Guangming remained undistracted, his gaze fixed upon the 3 floating mother boxes. They are quite cumbersome to carry, he mused. Their multitude of functions were too valuable to let gather dust. Yet he would have to explain their presence, inevitably giving rise to new complications. Sensing Guangming's predicament, the mother boxes, displaying a semblance of sentience, transmitted a message that resolved his dilemma. Subsequently, he summoned a trident. The collision of these 2 seemingly magical artifacts appeared to meld together, yet remained distinct, as if the trident's storage capacity was forcibly commandeering its space. This enabled him to channel the powers of the mother box through the trident. Uncertain of how he could execute such a feat, having never heard it discussed, he dismissed the thought. As long as it works, that's all that matters. He set aside his contemplations. And with a mere thought, his battle armor gradually retracted, replaced by a Kryptonian suit adorned with golden patterns, reverting him to his Kryptonian form. He approached the Kryptonian girl. Now an embodiment of artistic expression, the tightly drawn lasso of truth accentuated her magnificent physique. She collapsed to the ground, devoid of even the desire to struggle. Guangming, of course, would not exploit her vulnerability. He was undeniably a good person, a truly good person, with the lasso of truth's capacity to compel honesty. He sought to awaken her, recalling its prior use by Wonder Woman to revive Superman, which had evidently yielded some effect. Hey, do you remember who you are? He knelt before her, locking eyes with hers, and gently prodded her soft skin, inquisitively inquiring. His simple words seemed to resonate with her deepest memories, causing her to tremble. Her pupils briefly illuminated by the hue of dawn before fading away. Observing this, Guangming felt a surge of efficacy, buzzing incessantly around her head like a persistent fly. In an instant, her movements intensified, as if she were battling for dominion within her mind against those controlling her, or perhaps unearthing long-buried memories. As she continued to exert herself, it wasn't long before she strained to lift her head. Kara, having finally recalled something, suddenly fainted. Her stubborn response a silent plea for him to cease his thoughts. It was likely that in the future, as she closed her eyes to sleep, his voice would echo incessantly in her ears. Guangming also exhaled a sigh of relief. Had the superheroes arrived without awakening her, the sight of Diana adorned with a lasso of truth would have been difficult to explain. As he untied the knot, he found it unexpectedly cumbersome, prompting a need to devise a more easily unfastened yet secure binding method in the future. His prior actions were not motivated by any particular reason, but rather by a desire for stability. He tucked away the lasso of truth, extending it behind his cloak, causing it to vanish silently. Little did he expect that she truly was Supergirl, and why were they moving so sluggishly? Just as he mentioned it, here they came. Time to rest. Chapter 62. The excited cat caught in infidelity gazing at the sky several kilometers away. The members of the Justice League sat within Batman's spacious aircraft, Superman included. Guangming hoisted Kara onto his shoulder. Despite her steel-like physique, she felt as soft and boneless as any ordinary girl. With a swift motion of his free hand, the trident returned to his grasp, raising it to retract the shield. In an instant, hordes of parademons seemed to find their outlet, roaring as they surged forward. A biological force field enveloped them, and with a resounding boom, they leapt into the sky, blocking the densely packed parademons that were either dead or wounded. Without a speck of dust touching them, with their targets lost, the parademons began to survey their surroundings, soon locking onto the speeding aircraft. At the urging of some, they shifted their focus, continuously taking flight. The lower-tiered foes are yours to handle. I've already taken down their leader. Clearing the remnants should not be too much to ask. Guangming abruptly hovered 10 meters from the aircraft. Had it not been for Batman's advanced equipment, they would have collided like an ordinary helicopter. Regardless of their consent, he accelerated upwards suddenly, creating a sonic boom that rocked the aircraft. Prepare for battle. Batman, who maintained the balance of the aircraft, uttered not a word of complaint but assumed command with resolute authority. The others showed no objection. The sounds of swords being drawn and the metallic clang of the silver trident resonating alongside mechanical transformations filled the air. The rear hatch swung wide, with Superman, embodying steel, being the first to soar out, swiftly followed by Wonder Woman, and even Arthur, who could not fly, recklessly leaped into the fray. I can't fly. The Flash called out somewhat awkwardly to Batman at the controls. I can't either. On the other hand, Guangming, retreating from the battlefield, shot towards the base on the far side of the moon. Though he could have summoned a sonic boom tunnel to reach it directly, he opted for a more discreet approach. The far side of the moon was indeed sunlit, with various powerful rays colliding with one another. Before long, they arrived at the spacecraft and entered through the automatically opened hatch. After a considerable time, a voice welcomed them home. Perhaps they had returned with a mysterious girl clad in Kryptonian battle attire. The figure of Joelle suddenly emerged, her scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Li Guangming's shoulder. She might have been under the control of Darkseid's minions, sent to assist the Wasteland Wolf in reclaiming the mother box, yet she had regained her consciousness. Li Guangming could not ignore her piercing eyes and briefly summarized her situation. The first part of his explanation was speculative, as it remained unverified. After all, who would dare to seize from the jaws of a predator if they weren't one of his subordinates? Joelle nodded, aware of the formidable title held by the universe's most powerful dark deity. Krypton had previously conquered numerous planets, and even if it ceased its plundering, the extant records would still document such conquests. However, he had not anticipated that a grand cosmic overlord would set their sights on a primitive planet. The two of them stepped into the command room, where all remaining Kryptonians were gathered. Including Supergirl, there were only 6 individuals present, with Li Guangming not counted among the Kryptonians. Barry stepped forward to take Supergirl, as the group collectively turned their attention to Li Guangming, awaiting his instructions. He had little to convey, primarily 2 points. First, concerning her, Kara. Well, they could inquire once she awakened. He reminded them that she had previously been under control, but with his assistance, she had broken free, though he was uncertain if it was complete. Thus, it was prudent to secure her with kryptonite for the time being. Li Guangming stood before the assembly, gesturing towards Supergirl with one hand, suggesting they would delve into specifics once she regained consciousness. However, issuing a warning was certainly wise. Better to be cautious than to encounter grave consequences. As for the second point, the base required guardians, and they could take turns enjoying some respite on Earth. Given their current strength, self-preservation was undeniably assured. As his words settled, smiles blossomed among several individuals. They had longed for leisure, but their leader had consistently warned them of the dangers of Earth. They did not believe any threats could possibly endanger the Kryptonians of today. Subsequently, they dispersed, with the exception of Flora and Joelle, who remained by Li Guangming's side, while the others followed Barry. The sudden appearance of a new Kryptonian alongside the leader's instructions sparked a hint of surprise. Salek, accompanied by his aide Ayula, had intended to draw blood for research purposes. Shall we embark on this immediately? Li Guangming inquired with a glimmer of anticipation, as he wished to experience a swift journey through time and space with Flora. After all, television shows had depicted characters traversing cosmic barriers to reach Supergirl's world. There was no reason he could not achieve the same. His thoughts did not neglect Mira, but she was preoccupied with governmental affairs, and thus could not accompany them. As for safety, he would position himself protectively in front of Flora, believing he could resolve any issues that might arise. Let us first inform Mira. Otherwise, what if we need her for crucial decisions and cannot locate her? Flora's expression shifted to one of understanding as she pondered for a moment, concluding that it would be prudent to clarify everything before their departure. Li Guangming lamented his impatience, realizing that without proper arrangements, a few years could pass in the main universe during their travel, which would indeed lead to complications. Joel had no intention of lingering as a third wheel, yet the conversation between the two felt as if they were preparing for a long journey, compelling him to pause. No worries. You both relax. I will inform them. Joel donned the expression of a benevolent father, and though he could not truly be considered their progenitor, witnessing this scene brought him a sense of solace. His gentle visage met the two, nodding as he temporarily departed from the scene. As they reached the hatch, Li Guangming hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, arms outstretched, gently embracing Flora. Though she possessed a biological force field that allowed her to traverse the skies independently, she still yearned for the closeness of being held as they soared. Li Guangming's heart raced. They had only recently formalized their relationship and had yet to inform Mela, which imbued him with a sense of thrilling secrecy. Should he keep this from Mela, allowing it to continue indefinitely? He shook his head, casting aside such peculiar thoughts. Striving to calm the turbulence within, the biological force field enveloped them, as if they were reclining upon a bed, gliding from the spacecraft. In an instant, they accelerated and vanished, heading towards the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. The surface was the desolate base of the wolves, bolstered by the presence of Superman. Alongside a horde of headless minions, a chaotic assembly without a leader. Although their strength was comparable to that of typical heroes, such as Batman, the latter could fully harness his technological prowess to eliminate a significant number of foes. In a brief span, a multitude of apocalypse demons remained, scattering like small cats across the scene. Most were dispatched by Superman, as was inevitable. Collectively, the remaining members were no match for him. The last few hidden apocalypse demons were dealt with by Clark and Victor, while Diana, possessing flight capabilities yet to be fully awakened, typically utilized her lasso of truth to ensnare clouds or lightning to achieve flight. In comparison, Bruce and Arthur were rather sluggish. The time it took them to handle a single foe was ample for Superman to deal with half a dozen, prompting a decision to rest. Barry Allen occasionally wandered through the ruins, clearing debris. Chapter 63. Luthor's continued machinations. A new day dawned, and in the heart of the metropolis, both white-collar workers and lower-tier employees prepared to embark on another cycle of monotonous labor. Lex Luthor, a distinguished young man of the city, managed a colossal company at a tender age, his renown rivaling that of the notorious playboy from the neighboring city. However, he lacked the vast wealth of his counterpart, whose enterprise spanned from aerospace-heavy industry to the production of children's toys, encompassing nearly every sector. Recently, for reasons unknown, Luthor's company had undertaken significant initiatives, resulting in a surge in stock prices. Some speculated that he aimed to emulate Wayne Enterprises, aspiring to replicate its operational model, though the specifics remained elusive. At this moment, within the lofty offices of Luthor Corp, only two individuals occupied the space: Lex Luthor himself and his devoted secretary, who assisted in managing the company's affairs. Boss, the factory has been completed and is expected to commence production the day after tomorrow. The secretary, clad in a white blouse and a form-fitting skirt, stood upright, holding an open folder with diligent precision as she reported on the company's progress. Excellent. How is the situation regarding the acquisition? Seated in a swivel chair, the bald Lex Luthor rested his hand on the table, idly toying with a gilded pen. His naturally gentle visage was adorned with a smile, evoking warmth akin to a spring breeze. Indeed, this bald Luthor, who had recently been in a state of evasion, was not as elusive as one might think. Among the elite, particularly the affluent and influential, politicians often turned a blind eye. With good intentions, he approached Bruce, the Batman, to offer a word of caution. Little did he expect that his words of gratitude would be met with a swift and decisive imprisonment. Utilizing familial connections, he orchestrated a clever subterfuge and emerged unscathed, continuing to thrive in his ventures. In the areas he frequented, he acquired a staggering 30% of both real estate and street vendors, a figure that represented the utmost limit of evaluation, for no one could ascertain whether his previous visits were mere happenstance. The secretary promptly responded, keenly aware of the need to prevent her ambitious young employer from impulsively purchasing everything in sight. At this rate, no amount of liquidity could withstand such recklessness. 30% sufficed, indeed. Luthor's smile faded, giving way to contemplation as he manipulated the pen on the table. After a brief period of introspection, he found the alignment with his innermost desires and acquiesced to her counsel. Some individuals stubbornly cling to their family legacies, while others disdain even the slightest sum of money, these latter being members of the Wayne Enterprises. Forgive my candor, but why not continue to contend with the previous blue one rather than selecting a more formidable opponent? The secretary expressed her utter bewilderment, referring to the two supermen. As Luthor's devoted secretary, her loyalty was paramount, and thus she was privy to such matters. It was indeed somewhat absurd that an adversary of the Superman would hesitate to utter the name of his foe. However, this hesitation was not without justification. They had studied the Kryptonian's powers, which appeared almost divine: immense strength, extraordinary vision, and a plethora of remarkable abilities. They seemed devoid of weaknesses. Yet the emergence of kryptonite and lead had effectively dethroned the Superman from his celestial pedestal. They were no longer omnipotent deities. They too possessed vulnerabilities and were oblivious to certain truths. Avoiding the mention of names stemmed from a fear of being monitored. The surveillance capabilities of the Kryptonians were exceedingly formidable, and it was prudent to exercise caution. Having endured painful lessons, they were unlikely to fall into the same traps again, particularly since he had sacrificed himself for humanity, and his recent resurrection had elevated him to unprecedented adoration. Even a significant misstep would be overlooked by the masses. Leaning back in his chair, Luthor reclined against the backrest, his elbows propped on the armrests as his fingertips caressed the golden pen. The friction between his shoe soles and the tiled floor created a reactive force, causing him and the chair to rotate 180 degrees, facing the window. His gaze radiated confidence, as though he were glimpsing into the near future. With Luthor's arm now lifted from the table, the secretary finally caught sight of a photograph previously obscured, a picture of the dark Superman, Guangming, alongside a strikingly beautiful woman, whose demeanor suggested intimacy. The lady's gaze was tranquil yet piercing, exuding an aura of chilling allure that, when paired with her androgynous beauty, intensified her captivating charm. Far beneath the distant surface lies the underwater realm of the Atlantis kingdom, a seemingly insomniac land, perpetually aglow with lights that only begin to fade with the approach of dawn. illuminated by the faint rays of sunlight and the evolved ability of the Atlanteans to perceive their surroundings in the depths. The brightness here rivals that of any terrestrial city. In a chamber adjacent to the king's quarters, Guangming slowly opens his sleepy eyes, his extraordinary form no longer requiring the rest that mere mortals seek. Yet, in his leisure, he clings to the habit of slumber, for despite his abundance of free time, he finds himself unamused enough to concern himself with the affairs of Clark and the others. Arriving in the dead of night, the complexities of the days ahead have left Mira in a state of slumber, resting soundly. Not wishing to disturb her repose, he opts for separate accommodations with Flora, each taking a room for rest. The decision to refrain from sharing a bed stems from the nascent intimacy they have just established. Such a gesture would seem too presumptuous, particularly as his attraction to her beauty is undeniable. Were it not for Mira's deep slumber, he might have ventured to her side to delve into the profound mysteries of existence, dispelling any notion that their engagement would leave them idle during their time together. Her previous actions have irrevocably intertwined their fates, unlike the superficial bond he shares with OM. Summoning the Sea King's armor, King Guangming makes his official return. Stepping forth with a dignified gait, Flora, who seems to have spent the night awake, opens her door simultaneously upon hearing the commotion. Instinctively, Guangming glances toward Flora's door, surprised to find himself embroiled in a scenario reminiscent of a whimsical anime. Good morning. He greets her with a smile and a wave, not pausing to ponder the coincidence of such an encounter, as he harbors no inclination toward voyeurism. Good morning. Flora replies with a nod, the frosty demeanor of her visage softening into a slight smile that betrays her delight. Mira should be awake now. Let us inform her of our matters. But let us agree beforehand to refrain from any display of force. I have a means to persuade her, Guangming asserts, extending a finger toward Flora with a serious expression. He is determined to avoid a repeat of the incident at the villa. Aware that Mira's delicate frame cannot withstand such pressures, he seeks to honor her autonomy. Unwilling to engage in the incessant squabbles that might arise amongst his consorts or risk being unjustly branded himself. Rest assured, I will maintain my composure. Flora affirms with a nod, her commitment unwavering. Guangming scrutinizes her for a moment, unable to discern any hint of deceit. The veracity of her words remains uncertain, yet he ultimately chooses to place his trust in her. Withdrawing his assessing gaze and lowering his outstretched finger, he nods in acknowledgement of his faith in her. He then turns and strides forward, leading the way. Flora follows closely behind, a curious contrast to her usual aloof and regal demeanor, appearing almost demure, though she has always exhibited such behavior in his presence. As the two individuals walked toward the grand entrance of Mela's palace, one following the other, it could be said that the palace was indeed his. The moment Guangming stepped into the doorway, a teasing voice resonated in their ears, preceding the appearance of its owner. Oh, so you remember to come back. One might think I am the king of all Atlantis. Upon hearing the tone of discontent, Guangming offered an apologetic smile and promptly explained, we had an agreement. After all, you would handle the affairs of state. You aren't having second thoughts, are you? As he spoke, he moved further inside. He found no surprise in her knowing of his return. Perhaps the sentinels had informed her earlier that morning. I did mention it. But you can't just leave a mere projection behind and vanish. You ought to linger for a while. Mela retorted, her frustration evident. You must realize that you have only just ascended to your position. If they discover you neglecting your duties, engaging in petty antics, the outcry among the populace will tarnish your reputation. Mela emerged from the inner chamber, adorned in a flowing white gown reminiscent of the sea, her face a canvas of displeasure. As for the projection, it served little purpose. Leaving her to manage trivial matters alone while he frolicked about was unacceptable. Didn't you claim you were addressing the underwater pollution? What came of that? Mela suppressed her indignation and took a seat at the vanity, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon her. The escalating underwater refuse was becoming increasingly problematic. I forgot. Upon my departure, I was preoccupied with the issue of the wasteland wolves. Who could remember such things amid a skirmish? Guangming asserted with a semblance of justification, leisurely approaching Mela from behind, his hands reaching toward her hair, intending to assist in styling it. However, Mela swatted his hands away. Past attempts to allow him to weave her hair had only resulted in disappointment, as it looked far better cascading freely. Guangming retracted his hands, resting them on her shoulders, instinctively beginning to massage. Oh, it's nothing. Just remember for next time. Matters like these cannot be resolved in a day or two. Mela sighed, aware that pressing the issue would only precipitate a conflict between their two races, a costly endeavor. Guangming hesitated momentarily, wrestling with his thoughts, feeling akin to an ancient emperor courting a concubine, utterly inexperienced. Tell me, are you the king, or am I? You certainly didn't seem so hesitant when we were in bed. Mela frowned, and the uncertainty in his tone suggested he might have something to hide. Li Guangming hastened his movements, his demeanor obsequious, and after a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he remarked, "You see me as king now, don't you? Our family is grand. Is it too much to desire multiple wives and more children to inherit our legacy?" At this, Mela turned her gaze toward the door, where Flora had been stationed outside, not accompanying them as she usually did. She trusted Li Guangming would persuade Mela, if all else failed. She would resort to the same desperate cries she had employed during their engagement, unwilling to remain a mere spectator. She had not spied. Her concern for her leader merely prompted her to seek a glimpse into the unfolding situation. "Very well, Flora, is it? It is indeed true that I seized you from her grasp. After her affection, you shall no longer feign ignorance, will you? Given your capabilities, I never entertained the notion of possessing you solely." Upon hearing Mira's words, a spark ignited in Li Guangming's eyes, as if an array of peculiar thoughts erupted forth like an unbridled fountain. 2 hours later, seizing the opportunity of Mira's departure, Li Guangming, clad in casual attire, prepared to make a discreet exit with Flora, who had changed her garments. He had no desire to remain a mere mascot, seated upon the throne, observing their trivial disputes, when the underlying conflicts could easily be resolved through private negotiations rather than dragging them into a formal assembly. At the gates of Atlantis, various uniquely designed submarines resembling octopuses and whales queued in several layers, maintaining a serene order of ingress and egress. With Flora's delicate hand in his left, Li Guangming stealthily swam out. Even if the patrolling soldiers noticed, they would regard it as an ordinary occurrence, reminiscent of previous escapades. By chance, it was the same group as before, and the familiarity felt almost serendipitous. Yet unexpectedly, Mira was already present, smiling at him from her position. "Are you here to impede my progress?" Her scrutinizing gaze fixed upon him, and a question flickered in his mind. Had he perhaps indulged in leisure too excessively, neglecting his responsibilities? "I've granted myself a brief respite. The monotonous drudgery has nearly driven me to madness. You have no objections to my companionship, do you, Flora?" Mira jested, her legs swaying back and forth, allowing her to hover at a certain height. "Regardless, if you depart, who will oversee matters in the palace?" Flora successfully articulated Li Guangming's confusion, as both women cast bewildered glances at Mira. "Once the guards notify you of your return, I shall inform father. During your absence, he will temporarily assume the management of state affairs," Mira declared, lifting her chin proudly, her chest puffed out in a display of confidence regarding her strategy. She had relinquished her responsibilities. The ocean floor bore no resemblance to the complex criminal cases faced by land dwellers. With few matters of national significance, and most disputes being trivial quarrels, Li Guangming's lips twitched. What was there to be proud of in such a situation? Since they had arrived, he could not possibly send her back. He would simply treat it as a honeymoon. Without employing his superhuman vision to determine a specific direction, he chose to proceed at random, selecting a path by chance. As they traversed the straight thoroughfare, the trio arrived in a bustling metropolis, and upon closer inspection, Li Guangming gasped. Indeed, it was Gotham City. He did not concern himself with financial matters. Possessing mechanical control, he could arrogantly proclaim, "What is money? I possess more than all of you combined." In a thriving commercial district, the three walked side by side, with Flora and Mira flanking Li Guangming, eagerly observing the novel sights around them. In stark contrast to their buoyant spirits, within the offices of LexCorp, Lex Luthor felt a tinge of frustration. He was unaware of how he had come to learn of Li Guangming's whereabouts. He had always presumed that he would remain in the metropolis like Superman, never anticipating his sudden arrival in Gotham. It is unwise to meddle in such affairs. Although one possesses great cunning, Gotham City is renowned as a haven for master criminals. What course of action shall we pursue? Shall we delegate our own to execute the preliminary plan, or rather, the secretary of the esteemed gentleman bows slightly, her blouse's buttons undone, revealing a deep cleavage, respectfully inquiring, "Present her with this photograph. I am certain she will find it intriguing." Chapter 65. The Dark-Clad Maiden and the warning, "Such a beautiful lady. This rose compliments you to perfection. Do restrain your excitement. Look over there. 2 lovely ladies. How infuriating. One would suffice, yet she embraces them both." The following morning, Mela aroused them early for a shopping excursion. As Li Guangming and his companions passed by a flower shop, the sparse crowd on the street was rife with envious murmurs. He abhorred the sensation of being gawked at like a mere spectacle, yet, as long as he committed no wrongdoing and did not provoke any ire, he refrained from reprimanding them. The 2 companions beside him hailed from advanced civilizations. Flora maintained an unremarkable demeanor, observing the novelties with intrigue, for there were indeed wonders absent from Krypton. Meanwhile, Mela, akin to a child seldom allowed outside, yearned to experience everything, drawing Flora's exasperated gaze, her thoughts unmistakable. Mei La grasped Li Guangming's hand, her excitement propelling her forward as she exclaimed, "Look at the commotion ahead. Let us go and see." Oblivious to Flora, who remained in her own world, she treated her as nothing more than an extraneous presence. Yet, Li Guangming could not disregard her. After all, she was one of his wives, and favoritism could easily stir discord. Turning swiftly, he beckoned, "Hurry along, Flora." Upon hearing his call, Flora snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. The collision of bodies caused Li Guangming to halt, bringing Mei La to a standstill as well. Turning, he noticed a man clad in jeans and a leather jacket, whose physical prowess paled in comparison to his own, retreating several steps to regain his balance. "I apologize. I'm so sorry." The man's gaze flitted nervously, unable to meet Li Guangming's eyes, uttering his apologies in fear before hastily departing. Li Guangming gazed curiously at the man's retreating figure, wondering if he truly appeared so fearsome. Mei La, impatient from the unexpected pause, tugged on Li Guangming's hand, urging him not to linger in thought. Yielding to her gentle pull, he proceeded forward to join the gathering. With one hand grasping each lady's delicate hand, he navigated through the throng of onlookers until they emerged into a clear space, revealing a street performer clad in traditional magician's attire, animatedly showcasing his craft. For one endowed with superhuman vision, witnessing magic was akin to receiving a straightforward explanation. Nonetheless, seizing the rare opportunity to witness the performance firsthand was a delightful prospect. Mei La, akin to an inquisitive child, remained fixated on the magician standing in the center of the crowd, where he dramatically flipped his hat to reveal that it was utterly empty. With the brim of his hat tilted upwards, a few doves fluttered out as he explored with his palm. Subsequently, he retrieved a gleaming blade from the small of his back, flicking his fingers against the side of the knife twice to demonstrate its authentic steel craftsmanship. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Guangming was immediately intrigued. Such an act was clearly a perilous performance, and the knife, as revealed beneath his discerning gaze, was genuine, sparking an even greater anticipation for what was to come. At that moment, a young girl clad in a flowing black robe emerged from the crowd. Making her way directly to the magician's side, Li Guangming's eyes lit up, realizing that this was indeed a duet. Amidst a tense atmosphere, the magician raised the blade high with a swift, almost imperceptible motion, plunging it toward himself. A collective gasp erupted, as nearly everyone clasped their mouths in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at his audacious act. The ever-watchful Mei La tightened her grip on Li Guangming's hand, clearly affected by the gravity of the situation and filled with concern. The magician, seemingly committing an act of self-harm, collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with incredulity. In a moment of clarity, the audience grasped that this was merely a street performance. In the next instant, a thunderous applause erupted, initiated by an unknown individual. Li Guangming. A soft, skeptical whisper from Fuola cut through the clamor. Indeed, not only had Fuola discerned the truth, but Li Guangming too realized that this was not a mere performance. From the magician's astonished expression, it was evident that this might be an act of murder. However, this was beyond their jurisdiction, and Li Guangming hastily took both their hands, urging them to leave the scene, not wishing to entangle himself in any trouble. Unbeknownst to them, the young girl standing behind the fallen magician waved her hand, and a silvery, translucent substance drifted from the magician's body, coalescing in her palm into a glass bead. The crowd appeared oblivious to her actions, entirely unaware of her presence. As time passed, someone sensed something amiss, stepping forward to tentatively check for breath, hastily moving to feel for a pulse at the neck. Suddenly, he stumbled backward, point trembling toward the magician. He dead. A thunderous uproar ensued, as panic-stricken individuals screamed and scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, in a distant city, the invasion had momentarily subsided, and Diana returned to her work at the sculptor's studio. Surprisingly, despite her frequent absences, her employer had not dismissed her. Colleagues refrained from discussing her peculiarities. Instead, they spoke of her stunning beauty and remarkable abilities, as if blessed by divine grace. As Diana gathered her documents, a fleeting memory surfaced, prompting her to hand a file to a passing male colleague. "I'm off to the restroom. Could you kindly relay this to the boss?" she said swiftly before departing, leaving only her tall silhouette behind. The male colleague, accustomed to her antics, sighed and took on the errand. Finding a secluded spot, Diana took out her phone and dialed. Soon, a male voice responded. "Diana, how may I assist you?" "Yes, Victor. You must immediately locate Li Guangming and instruct him to refrain from venturing outside during this period and to remain safely at home." Diana's solemn words resonated deeply within Victor. For as a demigod, her warnings were not to be taken lightly. Before the communication ended, Victor found himself ensnared in a web of vast data, connecting to the network and infiltrating all databases in a relentless search. He was compelled to do so, as since their parting yesterday, Li Guangming had neither returned to Kent Farm nor to his apartment, and had left no contact number, as though he had vanished from existence. Observing the incessant notifications from her phone, Diana opted to conclude the call and return to her pocket, her expression grave as she resumed her work. She harbored uncertainty regarding the efficacy of her warning, hoping earnestly that Li Guangming would heed her counsel. The three individuals, having distanced themselves from the crime scene, resumed their leisurely pace. Mira, with a frown, voiced her frustration. What's going on? This isn't over yet. That person is dead, and the police are sure to interrogate thoroughly. Li Guangming patiently attempted to explain, but was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Upon glancing at the unfamiliar number, he hesitated briefly before answering. Hello? Li Guangming. It's Victor. Diana instructed me to convey a message to you. Stay indoors for the time being and be patient at home. Li Guangming, perplexed, inquired. What is the reason? I cannot say, but her tone was quite serious. Chapter 66, Iron Man. Li Guangming chuckled incredulously. Come on, brother. I'm currently on my honeymoon in Gotham. What? Are you sure you're not joking? Who goes on a honeymoon anywhere other than the Maldives or Hawaii? It's much more believable to say you're helping Batman deal with criminals. Victor's words were laced with shock and skepticism, yet Li Guangming remained noncommittal. Think what you will. Your message has been received, and I shall return promptly. Wait. I've detected a unique electronic signal not far from your location. It's artificial intelligence. Victor hurriedly relayed the information as he noticed Li Guangming's intention to end the call. Once the conversation concluded, Li Guangming returned his phone to his pocket, only to find the two women gazing at him intently. Mira and Flora were no ordinary individuals, and their comprehension of the phone conversation was as clear as if they had been present themselves. Flora, with concern, suggested, perhaps we should return? Mira nodded in agreement. Though uncertain of the identity of the woman on the other end of the line, she recognized that there must be a reason for the warning. It's fine. Let us enjoy ourselves a little longer. It's not every day Mira gets to go out, and you both are not yet familiar with my capabilities. Upon hearing Li Guangming's words imbued with confidence, both women smiled again, though a flicker of worry lingered in their eyes. They reminded themselves to remain vigilant. Despite Li Guangming's strength, even the mightiest could stumble. After perusing various clothing stores and sampling different culinary delights, they continued their outing for several more minutes. The three individuals keenly sensed that a few shadowy figures lingered several dozen meters behind, perhaps believing that Li Guangming, with his extravagant spending, was a wealthy benefactor, intent on robbing the rich to aid the poor. Li Guangming exchanged a knowing smile with the two women and, in unison, they hastened towards a desolate alley. Not wanting to lose sight of their perceived benefactor, the four pursuers hastily followed, without pausing to consider the implications. Upon turning the corner, they were startled to discover that aside from their own position, three sides were surrounded by towering walls, devoid of any entrances, the heights of which were insurmountable. Before they could comprehend the trap they had fallen into, a sudden pain struck their backs, sending them sprawling several meters away. Had it not been for Flora's consideration for Li Guangming, they would have met a grim fate against the walls. Ah, look what I've stumbled upon. Are you bullying ordinary folks? I hereby formally announce that you should raise your hands. You are under arrest. Will you surrender willingly? Or shall I render you unconscious and carry you away? A defiant voice echoed from above, accompanied by the sound of a laser firing. Yet, the three were met with no harm. The answer was evident. It was a laser propulsion device reminiscent of a mechanical exoskeleton that could enable flight. As they turned to look, indeed, a strikingly red and gold robot appeared in the sky, its feet emitting jets of ionized air, allowing its form to hover effortlessly. A circular white light emanated from the palms of its hands, aimed directly at the three on the ground. Li Guangming was taken aback and discreetly activated his X-ray vision, revealing that the occupant within the armor bore a striking resemblance to young Robert. If his memory served him correctly, he had traversed into the DC universe. Why, then, was Marvel's Iron Man, Tony Stark, present here? The artificial intelligence signal mentioned by the robot surely originated from his exoskeleton armor. This was a being revered for his mortal prowess, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, who had vanquished a formidable foe with his exoskeleton armor, ultimately achieving a one-for-all victory against a powerful adversary. Among the four sprawled on the ground, one quickly realized the opportunity at hand, kneeling with a mournful expression, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Guangming. They are using their superpowers to bully us. We tried to resist, which angered them, and they even threatened to break our limbs. The thug's performance was melodramatic, filled with weeping and wailing, recounting his grievances so convincingly that even he almost believed his own tale. Upon hearing his words, the energy in Iron Man's palm intensified. Li Guangming scoffed. With such acting, the Oscars surely owe you a golden statuette. Do you truly believe I am blind? They are concealing firearms beneath their backs. If I were being bullied to such an extent, would I not draw a weapon in self-defense? Do you still consider them victims? Li Guangming pointed towards one of the fallen individuals, facing Iron Man with an accusatory glare. In an instant, Iron Man redirected an arm, aiming his palm cannon at the incapacitated group. The kneeling man thought to himself, this is bad. How did he know one of us was armed? Damn it. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a formidable opponent and take a beating for nothing. Friday, scan to see if they are carrying any weapons. Approximately 2 seconds later, a virtual image appeared on the interior visor of the armor, revealing a figure with a handgun holstered at their waist. All right, you were correct. But how did you know? Nonetheless, the suspicion that they might be perpetrators could not be dismissed. Iron Man would not place his trust in them based solely on superficial words. Li Guangming reached out to restrain Flora, who was eager to confront the individuals. You could easily look me up online. I am quite well known. He boasted. Surely your toy doesn't lack such capabilities. With a flourish, Li Guangming's form levitated, buoyed by a biological force field, aligning his gaze with that of Iron Man. As Li Guangming finished speaking, Friday automatically conducted a search, inundating the internal screen with a plethora of information. Tony glanced through it and suddenly caught sight of him soaring into the air. Let me see. Oh my goodness. You can actually fly? The data indicates you are one of the 2 Supermen known as Black Superman. Wait a moment. Superman, isn't that from a comic book? Didn't I return to the past to retrieve the Infinity Stones? How did I end up in a comic book? Tony felt as though the world had become bewilderingly foreign. First, there were bioengineered beings, then self-proclaimed alien princes, followed by an invasion from outer space. Eventually, a director from the universe's family planning committee sought to eliminate half of the universe's population to maintain resource balance, and astonishingly, he succeeded. Afterward, they discovered a means of salvation by returning to the past to gather the Infinity Stones and snapping their fingers to restore those who had vanished. The most bizarre aspect was that instead of returning to the past, he had traversed into a comic book. The thug kneeling on the ground felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the voice emanating from the hovering robot. Despite his meticulous planning and caution, he had foolishly targeted the most formidable person on Earth out of greed. He had presumed the 2 merely bore a resemblance, as there were many in the world who looked alike. Well, you certainly do not seem like the type to bully others. That gentleman over there, deceiving people is not a commendable habit. As Iron Man spoke, a white substance, akin to Spider-Man's web, shot forth from his wrist, pinning them to the concrete floor. Do you know how to send me back? There are half the universe's inhabitants waiting for my assistance. Chapter 67. The Journey of Salvation. The 3 exchanged glances. Flora and Mela both shook their heads, while only Li Guangming appeared hesitant, as if torn between speaking and remaining silent. Iron Man, noticing his expression, felt a surge of joy. As long as there was no outright denial, there remained a glimmer of hope, however slim. Is it possible that you know how to send me back? Iron Man inquired, his voice brimming with excitement beneath the visor. His elation palpable even if his face remained obscured. Instantly, Flora and Mela turned to gaze at Li Guangming, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Unaware that he possessed such abilities. It is worth noting that even the strongest hybrid of Atlantean and Kryptonian lineage had never encountered someone with the power to traverse time. And he had not even confided this to his own wife. Well, I can somewhat claim to possess related abilities, but I have never attempted it. Nor do I know to which world I might be transported. Li Guangming explained helplessly that if Iron Man were to be entrusted to the Justice League, it would likely fall into the hands of the Flash. Whether Barry Allen could withstand the test was uncertain. He harbored a profound longing for his mother, and had previously traversed time in the original narrative in hopes of altering the past. His ability to ensure his own safety in other worlds was still somewhat lacking. Noticing Li Guangming's hesitation, Mara tenderly reached out to caress his cheek and said with deep affection, "It's all right. If you wish to go, then go." Li Guangming remained silent, internally questioning when he ever sought to create trouble for himself. However, he would not speak carelessly to diminish his wife's fondness for him. Yet, he pondered, if I leave and something unexpected occurs, such as an invasion by Darkseid, how would you handle it? I certainly do not wish to return home to find devastation. Li Guangming subtly expressed his reluctance to become embroiled in their affairs. Despite possessing speed force, he felt that altering the past would only lead to complications. Mara, however, countered. Rest assured, with Vola and Superman, ordinary events will not affect us. Darkseid lacks a sonic boom portal, and it would take at least a decade for his fleet to arrive. I will manage the kingdom's matters, and afterward, I will have Vola accompany me to discuss environmental issues with Batman. Go with confidence. He is a significant figure in half the universe. Li Guangming thought to himself. Perhaps she is genuinely afraid I want to go. He glanced at Vola, who stood nearby, and felt a flicker of hope for a possible struggle. Vola, what do you suggest? Do you wish for me to venture into other universes? Turning his back to Mera and Iron Man, he discreetly gestured to her. Upon seeing Vola's eyes widen in realization, his heart eased, marveling at her perceptiveness as the deputy commander. Me? I believe if it is safe, it is worth a try. Perhaps we can find a suitable planet in another universe to rebuild Krypton, significantly shortening the time required. You should scout ahead. I also wish to admire the scenery of other realms. Accompanying you now might make me a burden. Vola's words struck Li Guangming like a sharp blade, envisioning himself bleeding profusely in his mind. In truth, Vola's thoughts were not solely focused on Krypton and scouting, but also on the previous advice from Diana. She did not believe that Li Guangming could be free from this world without encountering further troubles. Their conversation caught Iron Man's attention as he slowly descended the exoskeleton armor. Indeed, if he were to acquire the Infinity Stones and bring back a formidable ally, victory would be assured. Could I implore you to extend your hand and rescue our shattered world? Iron Man, filled with fervor, lowered his stance in a pleading tone. Since becoming a superhero, various experiences had gradually tempered his earlier sharpness, and as a father, he had become increasingly composed. After all, helping others is a matter of kindness, while not helping is a matter of duty. With Li Guangming's prowess, appealing through righteousness or monetary means would be futile. All right then. Upon witnessing the hopeful gazes of the trio, Li Guangming pondered extensively before ultimately resolving to embark on the journey of salvation. His decision was partly influenced by the admiration reflected in his wife's eyes. Upon his return, she might unlock a few new poses. Additionally, he had always harbored a fondness for the character of Iron Man in his previous life, and perhaps this time he might evade death. With that thought, Li Guangming struck the pendant concealed within his jacket with his right hand. In an instant, a layer of black material resembling nanometal began to spread from his chest. After a brief moment, he was fully clad in the radiant golden armor of Krypton. Dashing. Is this also a product of nanotechnology? Yet, it seems to fall slightly short of my own taste. Might we engage in a technological exchange? Though Iron Man may not be as formidable as in his heyday, his verbal wit had certainly sharpened. It was only now that they had formally become allies, alleviating a portion of the burden from his heart, allowing him the leisure to jest. Li Guangming disregarded him, stepping forward to place his palm on Iron Man's shoulder. As a married man with a conventional orientation, he would not take another man's hand. Subsequently, he smiled and nodded farewell to the two women, channeling his unique speed force. Instantly, both Li Guangming and Iron Man were enveloped in a dazzling display of lightning, beams of silvery light emanating from their bodies. The scenery before them froze, with Mela's suspended arms and Flora's lingering gaze seemingly paused, echoing the admonitions of the two women as they prepared to depart. We await your return to discuss the matter of your concealed abilities. As Li Guangming accelerated with the motionless Iron Man, he felt the spatial compression intensify geometrically. Due to Iron Man's lack of speed force and extraordinary velocity, he remained in a state of stasis. However, with the protection of the speed force and a biological force field, Li Guangming was unconcerned for their safety. Sparks flew as they reached a critical speed, unknowingly penetrating the spatial barrier and vanishing from this universe. The two women in the alley watched the flashes of lightning, bewildered as Li Guangming disappeared in an instant, their outstretched arms gradually lowering, reluctant to depart, fixating on the spot he had vanished. After a considerable span of time, the two regained their senses, leaving behind two captivating silhouettes on the ground. The four who lay incapacitated had not dared utter a sound since being restrained, fearful of incurring the displeasure of their captors. They felt their lives were spared, yet they remained uncertain about the possibility of being beaten. The ensuing conversation was truly eye-opening, akin to witnessing a surreal science fiction film. The tales of invasion and world traversal were utterly unheard of and astonishing. Superman and Iron Man had seemingly vanished without a trace. They could not discern whether it was the result of superhero speed or if the events were indeed genuine. Boss, what shall we do now? What can we do? Just chill. Chapter 68. Initial preparations for the test half a day into Li Guangming's journey. A gentleman clad in jeans and a leather jacket boarded a private jet that seemed incongruous with his identity, heading towards the metropolis. The entire aircraft served solely for his personal needs, be it the luxurious seating or the 3 rows of expensive amenities, not to mention the flight attendants. Though he can indulge in this experience only once, he remains a proud individual without a leap in status, feeling immensely grateful for his freedom and newfound wealth. As time drags on, he eventually disembarks and transfers to an ordinary taxi, which navigates through the city to a remote lead factory. Following the leader through a labyrinthine path, they arrive at an office he cannot even name. The dimly lit space is simply adorned, illuminated as brightly as day. The man pushes the door, entering alone and closing it behind him. The sound of the latch indicates the door's substantiality. Did he not notice the emerald you are carrying? Behind the desk sits a young man reclining in his chair, his thick hair visible from the exposed angle. His tone is gentle, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with powerful figures. How could he possibly discover what I have concealed in my pocket? He feigns ignorance while respectfully placing the glowing green stone on the desk before him. If a wealthy individual were to request that you carry a stone resembling nuclear waste to deliberately collide with someone, promising a fortune in return, who would not suspect a scam? Yet, upon seeing the stone, he recognizes it as kryptonite. The last person who dared to hurl kryptonite at Superman has been imprisoned in one of Gotham's most secure and fearsome jails. However, he is in dire need of funds, or he would not be risking such peril. He must pretend not to recognize the green stone, as only the military and criminals would dare confront Superman. Regardless of the circumstances, it is not knowledge he should possess. Desperate for a fortune, he silently prays for divine intervention, hoping the boss across the desk will honor his word. All right, I understand. You may leave now. After you exit, collect your suitcase from the driver. It contains your payment. Upon hearing this, his heart clenches, and he steadies his trembling legs as he departs the basement, uncertain whether he is heading toward death or freedom. Stealthily, he navigates back to the city, finally obtaining the suitcase. Upon returning home, he exhales a sigh of relief, his mood shifting from perilous to serene, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, in another lead-lined room, Lex Luthor's gentle smile falters slightly, his brow furrowing. If one were to observe closely, they might miss the subtle change in his expression. Indeed, he is distinctly different from the blue one. Perhaps he has evolved. Luthor's words are laced with gravity as he contemplates the intricacies of his scheme. What shall we do? If we remove one of our methods of restraint, our chances will significantly diminish. Should we consider altering our target? The alluring secretary, concerned, advises, her thoughts reflecting a realization of how much he is starting to resemble a deity. No need. Let us continue testing and refining the plan to ensure it is foolproof. Luthor's confident voice resonates. The last attempt could be deemed a success, yet he is astounded that they managed to resurrect Superman. He is resolute that this meticulously prepared endeavor cannot possibly fail. However, what he did not realize was that Guangming was no longer present in this universe. Having breached the barriers of space, Guangming was at a loss for what to do. It was akin to a young maiden experiencing her wedding procession for the first time. Wielding Iron Man, he wandered aimlessly, unafraid of the time phantom. For its arrival merely signified the bestowal of skills. He believed that he would ultimately locate the Marvel Universe, as the Flash had once flitted about, making guest appearances in other DC superhero realms. Rumor had it that Marvel and DC had previously collaborated, and Iron Man had inexplicably crossed over into this realm. All he needed to do was find the nexus of this crossover universe, and naturally, he would trace his way back to the universe that truly belonged to Iron Man. Like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, he surveyed the images being projected upon the surrounding walls, reminiscent of the opening sequences of Marvel films. Each scene depicted the events transpiring between his primary universe and parallel universes. Throughout his journey, he had yet to encounter another Guangming or anyone resembling him in a second universe. Does this mean I am one of a kind? All these parallel worlds. How long will it take to find them? Wasn't it said that disturbing time would summon the time phantom? Yet, there was not a trace of it. In frustration, Guangming felt an urge to howl at the heavens, but every image on the walls displayed a sky, leaving him uncertain of where to direct his cries. Moreover, the object in his grasp rendered him immobile, akin to a vegetative state, unable to converse, unable to jest, and unable to discard it. As he spoke, he gave a little shake to the Iron Man he was carrying on his shoulder, feeling as though he were toying with a mere foam mannequin. Suddenly, Guangming heard a primal roar, instantly realizing that the time phantom was on the hunt. Remarkably, just as he had mentioned it, there it was. Though he feigned surprise, he remained unperturbed, continuing his search for the universe's location. Before long, a figure emerged, its upper half resembling a desiccated corpse sunbaked for decades, while its lower half was as dark as ink, akin to an octopus expelling ink. It floated menacingly toward them, its hands claw-like, roaring as if in pursuit of prey. As it was about to make contact with Iron Man, Guangming teleported in front of him, locking eyes with the time phantom. However, the time phantom was indifferent to his identity, seizing Guangming's arms, seemingly to absorb time or perhaps accelerate it. Warning: under attack by the time phantom. You have acquired the body and abilities of the time phantom. A voice echoed in his mind, audible only to him. The time phantom paused momentarily, as if bewildered by the sudden transformation of the intruder into an ally. After scrutinizing him for 2 seconds, it abruptly extended its hand towards Iron Man behind Li Guangming. Oh no, I forgot this thing in my hands cannot resist. I must flee. Easily dodging the time phantom's attack aimed at Iron Man, he shifted his feet and began to run, the distance between them growing. A familiar scene flashed across the wall, and without needing to examine it closely, he dashed toward the fleeting image, extending a free hand towards it. Regardless, one can once again transcend barriers. If not, one may traverse space to seek anew. The wall, yielding to the advance of fingers, concaves inward like colorful bubbles, and in an instant, a breach is formed, generating a sudden pull that engulfs both individuals through a minuscule aperture. Miracle Boy, where are we? How did we suddenly arrive here? Is this your magic at work? It appears so desolate. Did something happen, causing us to return late? Iron Man, having exited his rapid state, regained consciousness. Yet the surrounding city seemed to have endured the passage of millennia, thickly veiled in sand. Chapter 69. The Dark Universe and Successful Arrival? This is a realm of failure. Steeped in despair, I am uncertain if you can hear me, yet I beseech you. I do not yearn for light. Even a glimmer of the dark would suffice. 1,000 miles away, amidst a city resembling a desert wasteland, within a derelict building, a young woman adorned in vibrant red and blue, exuding a playful charm, prays fervently. Beside her, a baseball bat stands firmly embedded in the floor, unwavering. Are you genuinely assuming the role of a pastor? Is this truly the usually reckless Harry? Wonder Woman jests, seemingly easing the tension in the air. She remains in her customary attire, ever vigilant, sword at the ready for any sudden onslaught. Am I a pastor? Wow, I can actually be a pastor. Has God snatched me from the clutches of Satan? Harry exclaimed, springing to his feet in disbelief at his newfound vocational talent. Utterly astonished. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he gritted his teeth and muttered, but I'm more inclined to believe that the damned darkness has abducted me. However, the adoring glint in his eyes betrayed his true feelings, his words contradicting his heart. In pursuit of light, only the underworld remained. He truly was irresponsible. After stealing from 2 women, he vanished without a trace. Wonder Woman sighed heavily, filled with lamentation, as the one they longed for remained elusive. Even Harry was nearing faith in God. Li Guangming, where art thou? Indeed, where could he possibly be? Achoo! Li Guangming's right index finger twitched at his nose. Astonished as he remarked, with my physical constitution, I shouldn't be sneezing, and it seems I hear someone calling my name. This shouldn't be. There is only one me across the universe. In contemplation, Li Guangming activated his enhanced vision and hearing to survey the world, seeking both the nature of this universe and the identity of his caller. What shocking news it is, unique in its essence. If sneezing permits me to speculate, it is likely a beauty who is thinking of you. Truly, you are quite the romantic. Iron Man's face bore a serious expression as he spoke his assessment while allowing Friday to connect to the network to verify their return to this universe. Li Guangming, overhearing the words, felt the corners of his mouth twitch as he retorted, do not presume that DC is devoid of your comics. All your experiences, the good and the bad, are documented therein. Fortuitously, I possess a sharp memory and can illustrate them for Potts, and of course, your daughter shall receive a copy as well. In truth, he had never perused the relevant comics. However, endowed with a prodigious intellect, he deftly crafted a narrative that disparaged Iron Man's persona, rendering it seamlessly believable, devoid of any apparent flaws. Very well, you have triumphed. You must not tarnish my illustrious image in front of my daughter. Iron Man instantly yielded, for if he were to resist, managing just 1 Pepper Potts was already a source of considerable distress. As a devoted father, the thought of losing his daughter's admiration was unbearable, foreboding a bleak future. As Iron Man connected to the network, he was immediately captivated by the abrupt voice of Li Guangming. What on earth is this universe? Hurry, hurry, Li Guangming urged, his disdain palpable, as if he had encountered a plague. Before Iron Man could finish his sentence, a large hand rested upon his shoulder, and he felt a weight descend as his words were abruptly silenced. In the fleeting moment it took to utter a single syllable, Li Guangming's swift power activated, propelling him through space at unimaginable speeds, rendering him seemingly motionless. In the instant they vanished, a figure clad in a deep blue and red cloak materialized in their place. Turning to scrutinize his surroundings, he tilted his head in perplexity after a brief moment, examining once more. Indeed, Li Guangming recognized the figure as Superman. Upon witnessing his amicable interaction with Darkseid, he instantly comprehended their location. Simultaneously, he sensed Li Guangming, who accelerated towards him, breaking through the single-layered roof. Li Guangming was not intimidated. Rather, he was disinclined to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Were it not for his wife's expectations, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved even in Iron Man's predicament. In his haste to escape, he narrowly missed the two women calling his name. Due to his limited observational range, within the spatial corridor, Li Guangming donned an expression of exasperation as he skimmed past the images displayed on the walls. How much longer must we search? Why is the time specter devoid of reason? Yet, fortune favored the diligent, at last. After what seemed to him an hour's worth of effort, he successfully located the animated sequences of the League. Following the clues, he meticulously compared them, ultimately uncovering a brand new universe. Extending his free hand, he pierced through the membrane, causing the screen to stretch inward until it reached its limit. A familiar gravitational pull emerged, swallowing the two of them. He, or rather Iron Man, was rather fortunate. Throughout the entire process, he encountered not a single time specter, which allowed him to focus entirely on the intricate comparisons and selections at hand. They found themselves in a realm distinct from the dimension-traversing space. Bewildered as they emerged within the corridor, which represented their travel along the timeline, a quantum passage. What transpired to leave you so frantic and directionless? Have you encountered an adversary against whom you cannot prevail? Iron Man gradually completed his lingering thoughts, yet his words faltered as a peculiar luminescence captured his attention. As he zipped through the corridor, he blinked a couple of times, confirming his return home, having momentarily forgotten that this could very well be a quantum passage to another universe. It was not a matter of recklessness, but rather a fear of unforeseen calamities, which would compel him to intervene regardless of his desires. Li Guangming shook the Iron Man, who was nestled in his grasp like a flailing chick, rousing him from his impractical notions. The adversaries capable of threatening him had yet to utter a word. They never had before, and likely never would. In this moment, he felt a profound admiration for his own intellect, relieved that yet another troublesome issue had dissipated. Unfazed by his words, Iron Man regained consciousness from his astonishment due to the jarring motion, a distinct joy illuminating his features. Beneath the metallic visage, a long-forgotten smile graced his face, one he had not worn since their defeat, save for in the presence of family. Suddenly, the two were thrust from the temporal portal, seemingly arriving at their predetermined time and place. We must have returned, he mused, the inquiry tinged with an undeniable certainty. He had no desire to traverse the myriad universes again, even if such journeys were mere blinks of an eye for him. Li Guangming consistently interrupted him mid-sentence, departing abruptly, leaving Iron Man feeling as if he had been abruptly transported to a new scene without warning. It appeared they had returned to the era when the Infinity Stones were still in play. Li Guangming extensively gathered data, swiftly ascertaining their current year and location. Chapter 70, Stealing Pym Particles. May I inquire if you intend to return to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New Jersey? His tone was casual. Iron Man, puzzled by the inquiry, hadn't he seen his life unfold? Responded candidly, indeed. Is there a problem? Or are we not back in my universe? As he spoke, Iron Man's expression soured, realizing he had prematurely celebrated. The perilous adventure would persist, and he would remain like a television with its remote control in another's hands, at the mercy of others' decisions. Not at all. However, I have both good news and bad news to share. Which would you prefer to hear first? Gradually, a mischievous grin crept onto Li Guangming's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Iron Man. Upon hearing that he was not misplaced, Iron Man sighed with relief, chiding himself for being the target of this mischievous young man, who dared to toy with a man well past 50. Does it even matter? Just speak. We are pressed for time, Iron Man urged, showing no signs of good humor, even when he had humbly sought assistance. All right. Why the rush? Patience is a virtue, you know? The good news is that we have indeed returned to your universe, the Marvel world, right in New Jersey. At this juncture, Li Guangming paused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, seemingly eager for what was to come next. His assertion that they were in Iron Man's universe stemmed from having seen an individual while gathering information, an elderly version of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Even if they were not in the same universe, it was close enough. Wow, that joke fell flat. What about the bad news? Iron Man, rendered speechless, begrudgingly complied, pondering whether such trivialities could even be deemed newsworthy. Was the world truly brimming with good fortune? As for bad news, one need only connect to the network to discern the current state of affairs this year. The sinister voice of Li Guangming echoed in his ears, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, instilling a sense of unease within Iron Man, as if foreboding events were on the horizon. Almost forgot about this. Could you check what year it is this Friday? Within moments, an accurate notification materialized on his screen. Stunned, he nearly rubbed his eyes to confirm he had not misread or that Friday had not been compromised. the glaring digits and words illuminated on the display inside his helmet. 1995, New Jersey. Well then, it was indeed premature joy. A glance at Li Guangming revealed a mischievous imp reveling in the spectacle of his discomfort. Confounded, Iron Man questioned why he had drawn the ire of this fiend. While he had not provoked Li Guangming directly, the sudden demand for him to work overtime to save the world was decidedly irksome. As the saying goes, revenge should not be delayed. Though he could not deliver a physical blow, exchanging barbs would suffice as a release of frustration. Do you possess the ability to traverse time? Tony inquired, shedding his armor and gazing at Li Guangming with anticipation. He had only one vial of PIM particles left, already depleted, and could not ascertain whether Captain America had encountered a similar predicament. Thus, he needed to return to the timeline of 1970, specifically a military base in New Jersey. Well, there is a method, Li Guangming replied calmly. Rather than navigating time or space alone, he preferred an alternative approach. Understanding his intent, Li Guangming consented to venture further back in time, even if it meant encountering the old version of Captain America, uncertain of which faction had succeeded. Indeed, PIM particles existed in 1970, so they must have been available in 1995 as well. Regardless of the location, with you by my side, no matter how deeply concealed, we shall uncover them. Tony interjected, swiftly extricating himself from his previous line of thought. Though the path was convoluted, it served to achieve their objective. Having reached an agreement, the duo soared into the skies, heading towards the location of Dr. Pym's home and company. Given the significance of PIM particles, they were likely secured within a hidden chamber. Ignoring the structures below, they harnessed their powers and technological prowess to search for their target. Aren't you concerned that he may not be producing PIM particles anymore? Li Guangming suddenly voiced, employing his X-ray vision to penetrate deeper underground. What is there to fear? You're here, after all. If he hasn't produced any, we can always utilize your method to traverse parallel worlds. The experience might be less than ideal. Iron Man replied, confident that Dr. Pym had not ceased his clandestine production. For the PIM particles used in Ant-Man's creation could not have been freshly made. As long as he possesses a vial, returning to 1970 would undoubtedly yield even more. Regarding the creation of blueprints, given his miserly nature, one should not entertain fanciful notions. Most likely, those ideas have long been obliterated, etched only in his memory. Before long, the two managed to pinpoint the exact location of their objective and the trajectory of Dr. Pym. Iron Man infiltrated the security system, while Li Guangming, propelled by an unimaginable swiftness, seized the opportunity to flee, as per the plan. Observing Iron Man's enthusiasm, Li Guangming felt it inappropriate to dampen his spirits, so he allowed him to proceed. Although he possessed the ability to control machinery, he found it advantageous to let Iron Man take the lead, thus sparing himself some effort. Predictably, the two successfully obtained the PIM particles, 2 glass vials, the thickness of a thumb and the length of a middle finger, filled with vibrant crimson PIM particles. Without uttering a word, Iron Man swiftly donned his silver quantum suit, grasped Li Guangming's arm, and activated the control device on his arm. He harbored no concerns about whether Li Guangming could withstand the quantum passage. After all, they were both individuals who traversed time and space. Could a mere quantum pathway truly affect him? Under the protection of his bodily defense mechanisms, had it not been for Li Guangming's keen reflexes and the utilization of his newly acquired abilities, Iron Man would have detached from his arm and returned alone. Indeed, he had once again gained a brand new power, the manipulation of quantum forces, a capability surpassing that of many gods, enabling him to create from nothing with the aid of a mother box, though not inherently possessed. The ability to enlarge or diminish, traverse time without relying on superspeed, and alter causality were but a few of the fantastical powers he now wielded. This was a capability far more terrifying than Superman's at this stage, though it paled in comparison to his original 2 abilities. In 1970, New Jersey, at a military base, 3 figures materialized: Captain America, Iron Man, who had circled back to his original position, and the newly added ally, Li Guangming. I thought I had been abandoned, yet we arrived precisely on schedule. Iron Man observed Captain America's palpable sense of relief. Anyone could discern the undercurrent of luck in his demeanor. Who is this? Captain America questioned, eyeing the unexpected addition with caution. Chapter 71. The 2 recidivists among the triumvirate and ally? Or perhaps a support brought forth through the entreaties of 2 women? Tony quipped irreverently, shedding his nanoquantum suit to reveal a weathered yet defiant visage. As he introduced himself, Li Guangming, in a moment of quantum manipulation, transformed his attire, donning a similarly styled outfit. He offered Captain America a standard smile, accompanied by a friendly wave. I am Li Guangming, the one Tony lamented, and begged his uncle and grandmother to summon for assistance in rescuing half of the universe. Li Guangming exaggeratedly recounted this fabricated tale. Tony, veins throbbing on his forehead, immediately retorted with disdain, "The captain knows my character well. We have fought side by side, risking our lives as teammates for many years. Do you truly believe he would trust someone he has only just met?" He faced Li Guangming, pointing a finger at the captain behind him, harboring doubts that the captain would prioritize trusting a mere youth, even if this young lad could single-handedly challenge their avengers. Indeed, one individual taking on them all. "I believe it." The captain, shedding his previous wariness, responded with a serious and resolute demeanor, instantly shattering the solemn atmosphere. With a chuckle, even the typically stoic Captain America couldn't suppress his laughter, spurred on by Li Guangming. Tony's lips twitched as he sighed. "My trust is truly inexpensive." It was as if they were three mischievous pups, unwittingly drawing closer in friendship within a brief span. "Hey, Miracle Boy, this is America's posterior." "No, it's Captain America. Steve Rogers. I need to guess you know him, so I want to elaborate." Almost letting slip a thought, Tony quickly corrected himself under Rogers' gaze, not out of fear, but because discussing the posterior of an elder in front of a young man seemed rather impolite. "All right, we must take action. Tony and I will retrieve the Tesseract and Pym particles, and Li Guangming, you stay here. However, before that, a change of attire is in order." Captain America commanded, not to flaunt his rank, but rather considering Li Guangming as a moral exemplar. Leading a young person to commit theft could set a poor precedent. Tony nodded in agreement, casting Li Guangming a reassuring glance to remain there. Then he and the captain stealthily slipped into the building, eyes darting around. Li Guangming gladly accepted this arrangement, enjoying a brief respite and awaiting good news without the need for undue interference. Reflecting on how splendid it would be if his comrades from the Cosmic Alliance were as admirable as the captain. With his superhuman abilities activated, he effortlessly pierced through layers of obstructions, as if he were beside them, observing Rogers stealthily infiltrate the barracks, casually donning a military uniform. His adeptness revealed a seasoned familiarity, a stark contrast to the typically verbose moral compass that Captain America embodied. Meanwhile, Tony expressed his preference to remain in his suit, eschewing the pungent military garb as a distinguished scientist. After confirming the locations of the two items, they split into two teams, and perhaps due to Li Guangming's remote oversight, no unexpected incidents arose. Rogers even seized a moment to secretly meet his beloved Peggy Carter. As fate would have it, Tony encountered his father. "I wish I had a void camera to capture this scene. Then I could share it with everyone in the Avengers." "Haha," Li Guangming mused, his fist raised to his lips, chuckling softly. The reason for his amusement was Howard Stark, Tony's father, extending a friendly hand, while Tony instinctively grasped his finger, reminiscent of a child afraid of losing hold of an adult. Imagine a man in his 50s, resembling a child as he tightly clutches another adult's finger. How could such an endearing sight not evoke laughter? In a tranquil manner, Li Guangming observed the two individuals returning, seizing a fleeting moment to unleash his quantum manipulation abilities. He conjured an array of substances in the air around him, toys, models, blades, and more. Before long, the two individuals arrived at their designated location. Li Guangming, stop playing with the bird. Wait, where did your bird come from? Tony exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Li Guangming. They had not been gone long, yet it seemed they were so bored as to amuse themselves with a bird. Curiously, the bird remained unperturbed and silent, flitting around Li Guangming, occasionally nuzzling against his cheek. It was utterly bewildering. Can you believe it? He could see a smile on the bird's beak, despite its lack of expression. "I created it." With that declaration, Li Guangming allowed the bird to soar away, though he could easily dictate its fate with a mere wave of his hand and conjure another. He felt a pang of reluctance. Within just a few minutes, the bird's charming demeanor had ensnared Li Guangming's heart, and he could not bear to deprive it of its future. "Do you think I believe you?" Tony remarked, tapping his wrist to switch into his quantum suit with a wink at Rogers. In this day and age, speaking the truth goes untrusted, Li Guangming mused inwardly. Regardless of his thoughts, Tony grasped Li Guangming's arm with one hand while using the other to activate the Pym particle control device on his wrist. In truth, Li Guangming did not require assistance to traverse time. It had become simpler, allowing him to traverse the multiverse at will. Remaining silent would not squander another's goodwill, and he was disinclined to explain. One statement would inevitably spawn new questions, leading to an unending cycle. Rogers, too, refrained from mentioning Li Guangming's absence of a quantum suit. Fully aware of his extraordinary capabilities, even in the absence of protection. As they re-entered the quantum passage, it was unnecessary to observe Tony's performance, given the current technological advancements. Creating one would indeed prove challenging. Tony and Rogers exchanged glances, and in an instant, the three vanished from that timeline. The military base was suddenly startled by the appearance of a small bird, drawing the attention of patrolling personnel. A few cautiously approached the spot from which the trio had vanished. "There's nothing here," one exclaimed. "What do you expect to find? If there were intruders, we would have surely encountered 1 or 2 casualties, possibly even total annihilation. What more could you hope for?" "That's not what I meant. I've never seen a bird fly through here before." "Whatever. As long as there's nothing amiss, let us head back." In 2023, a world still reeling from defeat. Within the lavishly self-decorated villa of Tony Stark, the disc-shaped device was suddenly enveloped in crimson. The accompanying components surged with energy. In an instant, several individuals emerged from the device's center. Just as many departed, yet they bore subtle differences. "Did you all retrieve the Infinity Stones?" Tony's voice rang with excitement, but Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, knelt, unable to rise. All eyes in the room were drawn to his unexpected behavior. The all-knowing Guangming stood quietly to the side, seemingly invisible. He found himself at a loss for words. Should he reveal that he possessed the ability to traverse time and alter events? Alas, they were not well acquainted. His benevolence was evident, yet it seemed unworthy to jeopardize himself for a stranger. Had it been a friend beseeching him, he might have acquiesced. Strangely enough, it appeared that Hawkeye had never experienced defeat in any battle he participated in. "Clint, where's Natasha?" The towering green giant, Banner, inquired with a voice laden with urgency. A glance at their numbers suggested they were nearly complete, but Clint's unusual demeanor drew his attention to the missing Natasha. Before Banner merged with the Hulk, it had been Natasha who comforted the raging beast, helping him regain his sanity. Though he no longer required such support, it did not imply that he was willing to lose this cherished comrade. The atmosphere, intended for celebration, abruptly froze. They were uncertain whether to voice their concerns. Fear gripped them, the fear that their companion might never return. Clint remained silent, his quietude delivering the most unwelcome answer. "Ah!" Banner fell to his knees in despair, releasing a roar of anguish, his right hand pounding the steel platform in frustration. Overwhelmed by their heavy hearts, they were indifferent to the absence of one among them. Only Thanos' daughter, Gamora, and Rocket, a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy, cast their eyes towards Guangming. One was curious, the other wary of potentially uncovering secrets. Guangming sensed their gazes and, without needing to ponder, understood their thoughts. He merely smiled in response, saying nothing. The departed were gone, yet the living must carry on. After a moment of emotional respite, they returned to their tasks, for the gauntlet capable of containing the Infinity Stones had yet to be forged. This formidable undertaking was entrusted to the 3 most brilliant minds in the team, Tony, Banner, and Rocket. Indeed, it was Rocket, whose intelligence and scientific prowess should never be underestimated. Guangming could have joined this endeavor. After all, he was arguably the brightest among them, endowed with a super brain, a quantum computer, and a quantum mind capable of calculating the universe's trajectory. However, he chose not to involve himself, reserving his expertise solely for managing the mother box and financial matters. Why squander time engaging in mental games with enemies when he could resolve issues with strength? He would never commit the foolish error of putting those he cared for in jeopardy. Before long, after the theoretical model was successfully completed, Tony instructed Friday to take over the printing process. This afforded them a moment's respite by the riverside. "Care for a drink, brother?" Tony said. "I brought you back. But I haven't introduced you yet. Thor, we were too engulfed in sorrow before." The god of thunder, Thor, approached with a noticeable belly, holding a bottle of beer in each hand, and offered them to Guangming. "Thank you. I understand," Guangming replied, acknowledging that he could be regarded as Tony's bodyguard. Guangming, with a composed demeanor, accepted the beer from his hand and tilted his head back to take a sip, embodying the essence of a hired bodyguard. "Natasha, a venerable member of our team and one of the original recruits from the inception of the Alliance, though we seldom operated together, as the world has not faced enough calamities to necessitate constant collaboration." Thor gulped down his drink and then somberly recounted his experiences. "Our collective time spent together was fleeting. Merely a handful of occasions." Guangming cast a glance at him, noting that his expression did not seem overwhelmingly sorrowful. He then reflected, somewhat wistfully. "Perhaps I cannot fathom the sensation of loss, for the outcome I desire is immutable and cannot be taken away. Do you have no teammates or friends?" In response to Thor's inquisitive probing, Guangming merely smiled and remained silent, choosing instead to savor the picturesque view of the lake while sipping his drink. Thor, under the impression that he was delving into his tragic and sorrowful tale, fell silent, enveloped in his own melancholia, perhaps stirred by recent sentiments. Thor's mind involuntarily wandered to thoughts of his father and mother, his fallen comrades, and his rebellious brother, Loki. Understanding Guangming's identity, Tony muttered to himself, "With him around, It would be extraordinary for his loved ones or companions to encounter any peril. Does she have family? Tony leaned closer to Rogers on the sofa, resting against the armrest, his tone laden with unexpressed emotions. Rogers sighed, mourning for a moment before responding. It seems we are all that remains. Upon hearing Tony's inquiry, Thor erupted in indignation, demanding, "What? Why do you ask such a question? It sounds as if she is already gone. We have obtained the Infinity Stones. With these gems, we can surely bring her back, right? So stop with the negativity. We are the Avengers. Let's rally ourselves." Thor's aspirations extended beyond just half the universe. He yearned to resurrect his kin and the people of Asgard. Yet, he found himself powerless to do so. The repercussions of reviving those who had vanished within the past 5 years were already substantial, and if one were to reach further back, the unforeseen consequences could be dire. Impossible. The unambiguous rebuttal doused his hopes like cold water. He turned to face the source of the voice, reprimanding Clinton. "What did you say? What are you implying?" Thor pointed an accusing finger at Clinton, glancing back and forth between him and the others in disbelief. "She cannot return. It is irreversible." Clinton's voice, cold and steeped in despair, added, for he too wished it were achievable. However, it was nothing short of a fantasy, a delusion he understood better than anyone. Thor scoffed dismissively, retorting, "Pardon my interruption, but I mean no offense. You are merely a human, while we are discussing cosmic magic. To declare it impossible without even attempting is rather absolute, wouldn't you say?" Clinton took a deep breath, resignedly dismissing Thor's hopes, laying bare all the knowledge he possessed. "I know I have no authority to comment on this matter, but I must assert that we cannot save her. All of this is irrevocable, or at least that is what the elusive crimson figure has proclaimed. Perhaps you could seek him out for a conversation, armed with your hammer." Clinton bellowed, causing a jolt of realization to pierce through him, compelling him to accept the harsh truth. They found themselves once again engulfed in despair. While Tony rubbed his temples, his heart heavy with sorrow and turmoil. The sorrow was for Natasha, while the turmoil stemmed from his knowledge of a potential method that could save her, and perhaps vision as well, a means to reverse everything, to rescue those who had sacrificed so much. Yet traversing time too early bore its own risks. "Can you do it?" Tony finally cast a hopeful glance at Guangming. Chapter 73. A few words silenced the room. The others turned their gaze towards the seemingly detached Guangming, their faces a tableau of skepticism. Even the Hulk version of Banner, who had been standing at the water platform for some time, turned back, his eyes filled with anticipation. Thor, tilting his head in disbelief, exclaimed, "What? Does he truly have a solution? Tony, are you certain you are not jesting with us? Do I appear to be jesting?" He possesses the ability to traverse time and space, and most importantly, he does not belong to any universe. He exists independently of all realms. In other words, even if he were to return to the past, there would not be a duplicate of himself. He can manipulate the timeline at will, addressing challenges according to our established objectives. Tony spoke with palpable resolve, articulating his hypothesis with gravity. Thor, with his rotund figure, turned to face Tony, noting the solemnity etched on his features, which gave no indication of deceit or mere comforting words. Yet, the ensuing confusion only deepened, and amidst his excitement mingled with joy. He inquired, "What do you mean by that? What is his true identity? Where did you find such an extraordinary individual?" His thoughts muddled by beer. He had not contemplated why Tony had withheld this information previously. All that remained was elation. He still had hope of rescuing his kin. "Captain, and I did not actually obtain the Tesseract during our initial journey to the past." Thor, Clinton, and Banner widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the two at the center of the unfolding events. They had distinctly seen the two return with a case containing the Tesseract, and even bringing back an additional individual. Could it be that they returned with a phantom? Oh right, Tony had just mentioned Guangming's abilities. Perhaps he was the one who assisted them. Disregarding their expressions, Tony continued, "Thus, we reconvened to reassess our strategy, to take a few more steps forward, venturing to a more distant time, to the year 1970 in New Jersey, where the Tesseract and Pym particles coexisted. However, during the quantum tunnel journey, an unforeseen incident occurred. We did not arrive at our intended coordinates, but instead transcended the temporal barrier into the realm of comic books, the DC universe, a universe never before encountered." Tony observed their expressions as if they beheld divinity, paused, then added, "By chance, I encountered him, Guangming, and later discovered he was, astonishingly, one of the two Supermen." Close your mouths in disbelief. Yes, it is indeed the Superman you are imagining, the god among men, a Kryptonian. With his assistance, I was fortunate enough to arrive on time. And as you might have anticipated, the subsequent events unfolded. Tony, quite cunningly, refrained from addressing his own admission of guilt, which was truly embarrassing. They suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Tony returned with a young man. Shock filled the air. The seemingly unremarkable youth was actually the subject of their envy towards Li Guangming's appearance, which led them to make such evaluations. Ironically, among them was the most powerful individual, possessing undeniable superhuman strength, capable of traversing through time and space. Just how formidable was that power? At that moment, an untimely voice snapped them back to reality. "Excuse me, may I interrupt your astonishment? Who is this Superman? Is he really that impressive?" Thor's face was a portrait of confusion, akin to an elementary school student raising his hand with a question. Why was everyone displaying such reverence as if they had encountered a deity? He himself was a god, and when he descended, he hadn't witnessed such expressions from them. "I believe your beer-infused brain could introduce new elements to the comics." Upon hearing the jest, Thor sheepishly lowered his raised arm, internally noting, "I must take the time to investigate. I am curious to see just how formidable he truly is." Li Guangming was quite pleased with their flattery. A smile gracing his lips as he reflected, "Your lavish praise brings me joy, yet it will not alter my inherent disposition of being a languid fish." He reined in his emotions and turned to respond to Tony's inquiry. "I am capable of doing that." Before he could finish, they were more exuberant than when contemplating how to salvage half the universe, nearly ready to pop champagne in celebration. I haven't completed my statement yet." In an instant, Li Guangming's words drew them back to reality, their attention keenly focused on what he would say next. "Are you aware of the consequences of such actions?" Except for Tony and Banner, everyone else shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Li Guangming elaborated. "That would irrevocably alter the trajectory of your entire universe. Wherever you intervene, their chaos will ensue, and the developmental history you are familiar with will cease to exist. Your memories will fade, some departed individuals may return, and it is also possible that my intervention could give rise to even more formidable adversaries. Even if the outcome might be worse, less desirable, will you still choose to allow me to act?" A profound silence enveloped the room, the sound of their breathing palpable, as several attendees wore grave expressions. No wonder Tony and Banner maintained their seriousness. They must have foreseen everything. Half a minute later, Thor became hesitant, unable to make a decision for all, though no one could compare to his harrowing experiences. Few had perished in Asgard, all his true kin were gone, and the remaining tribespeople clung to life through the goodwill of their earthly allies. He yearned more than anyone to resurrect the deceased, yet for the safety of others. He could not disrupt the timeline. Even with the Infinity Stones, he had to relinquish that tempting opportunity. In truth, Li Guangming had exaggerated the consequences. With his power, there was little he could not accomplish, but his laziness was the most significant reason for his restraint. He did not bluntly refuse them in a callous manner, but rather subtly suggested that they could not handle this matter and should swiftly abandon their unrealistic fantasies. Li Guangming would not seek trouble by executing their plans. His assistance was merely out of consideration for his two wives. As the saying goes, helping you is a kindness, while not assisting is merely a duty. Extending a helping hand to save half the universe is already an act of immense compassion. They should not overreach. Moreover, at this moment, it is the entirety of the universe in question, though they remain blissfully unaware of it for now. In 2014, Thanos, having witnessed the failure of his future self schemes, contemplated the destruction of the universe to initiate a reboot. Li Guangming stood by, occasionally sipping his beer, quietly awaiting their ultimate decision. Time passed imperceptibly, and in the end, no resolution was reached. Aside from Thor's occasional murmur, silence reigned throughout. Even though they had emerged as superheroes, having overcome numerous trials, the sudden burden of deciding the fate of all rested upon a few of them, akin to asking children to deliberate on matters of state. They lacked the audacity to gamble, nor did they possess the courage to wager. Suddenly, a voice from afar shattered the oppressive silence by the lakeside, drawing everyone's gaze toward its source. "Hey, you lazy bunch can come back now. The gauntlet that holds the Infinity Stones has been printed." Chapter 74. Acquiring new powers. Rocket Raccoon scampered over to the scenic platform, his small legs moving with fervor, yet he showed no signs of fatigue as he alerted everyone. Once he confirmed that his message was received, he promptly turned and headed back, indifferent to whether they followed. A flicker of a smile finally graced the otherwise stoic faces of Tony and the others. "Let us not dwell on it for now. Let us first attend to what lies within our grasp," Thor exclaimed with renewed vigor, leading the charge forward. Perhaps spurred by newfound hope, he no longer appeared despondent, but rather radiated vitality. Li Guangming trailed behind, matching his pace. After a while, everyone returned indoors, except for Rocket, Tony, and Banner, who headed straight for the laboratory. Where are Li Guangming and Nebula? War Machine, James Rhodes scanned the room and quickly noted the absence of the two. Being a friend of Tony's, he had grown fond of them, especially since Li Guangming often kept to himself during conversations. He decided to pay extra attention. He must be getting something from the fridge. Ant-Man Scott Lang and Thor responded in unison. Scott appeared quite meek, especially in the presence of other superheroes, resembling an innocent child. This was purely instinctive. Prior to becoming Ant-Man, he had been a petty thief, and his first mission as Ant-Man still involved thievery. It was precisely his skills in theft and his inherent good nature that had led the original Ant-Man, Hank Pym, to choose him as his successor. Rhodes looked at them in surprise, wondering how they knew Li Guangming's whereabouts so well, considering they had just reunited moments ago. Scott scratched his head, awkwardly explaining. He mentioned wanting something to eat and asked if I was interested, and as luck would have it, I was a bit hungry, so we decided to go together. Saul interjected, the glutton is at it again. We had just finished our meal when we came over. I must say, he certainly has an insatiable appetite, like a bottomless pit. Captain Rogers and Hawkeye Barton sat quietly on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Li Guangming, lounged casually in a chair, a modest pile of food and drinks before him. His gaze was fixed in one direction, his hands leisurely shoveling potato chips into his mouth, as if he were engrossed in a captivating film. That direction happened to be where the time machine was located. However, he was not entirely pleased with Nebula's performance. The reason he refrained from intervening decisively was to ensure that Tony and the others grasped the drawbacks of time travel. Even if he himself was not susceptible to such disadvantages, it would prevent them from later beseeching him to traverse back in time to amend certain events. Previously, they had not received a definitive answer. Only by hitting a wall would they lose hope, rendering further explanations unnecessary. As he pondered, he glanced towards another position. Noticing the 6 Infinity Stones already embedded in the nanoglove, Li Guangming rose, brushing off the crumbs from his hands, and made his way toward them. He intended to test whether he could activate the snap, knowing full well that his formidable physique would remain unaffected. The capabilities of the Infinity Stones were quite remarkable, and the gifts bestowed by the corrupted leaf would not restrict him to a singular universe. You've arrived just in time. I have a request for you, Tony said, his expression earnest and pleading as he noticed Li Guangming entering. I want you to perform the snap. No one else present possesses your physical strength. This task is yours alone. Are you certain? A look of surprise crossed Li Guangming's face as he surveyed the others for their reactions. They did not dissent. Instead, they nodded in agreement, fully aware of their limitations and not so presumptuous as to undertake such a formidable task that was beyond their capabilities. Very well, I shall do it. But we are only reviving those who have perished within the last 5 years, correct? Li Guangming murmured to himself as he stepped forward towards Tony's version of the Infinity Gauntlet. The gauntlet was predominantly red, with glimpses of its original silver hue peeking through the red seams, the back of the hand adorned with 6 stones of varying colors, resembling Iron Man's arm. At that moment, it was quietly suspended in midair, drawn by blue beams from within the device. Li Guangming slowly extended his left hand to retrieve it. A vision surfacing in his mind, of a villain masquerading among heroes, trembling upon acquiring the ultimate weapon, only to be discovered and have their identity exposed. His right hand cautiously reached from behind, and the glove expanded outward, allowing his entire arm to slide in effortlessly. Friday, activate the defense protocol, Tony commanded, his expression grave as he observed Li Guangming preparing to don the gauntlet. In an instant, metallic barriers emerged along the edges of the villa's interior walls, swiftly enveloping the skylights and floor-to-ceiling windows. A mere click on the arc reactor embedded in his chest transformed him into a suit of steel armor in less than 2 seconds. With a surge of energy, a cobalt blue shield materialized, towering to the height of a person. Ant-Man activated the mechanism behind his ear, and the helmet slid seamlessly over his head, while Hawkeye drew an arrow taut on his bowstring. Everyone's attention, synchronized and alert, turned towards Li Guangming at the center of the room. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Li Guangming's focus remained fixed on the Infinity Gauntlet. As his hand descended fully, the metallic components of the gauntlet retracted automatically, adjusting to the contours of his arm. Suddenly, the brilliance representing the unique powers of the 6 gems flickered into existence, radiating from the gauntlet and extending toward his arm. As the Infinity Stones invaded his being, a familiar notification chimed in his ears, granting him the corresponding abilities. Nonchalantly, he raised his arm and snapped his fingers, producing a sound that resonated through the room. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. Was that it? I recall Thanos exhibiting pain when he performed the snap. Could I have misremembered? No, you did not. The spectators were astounded. Was it truly over? It felt as though a casual snap taken during a mundane moment had concluded everything. It appeared as though nothing had changed, and there was no sensation at all. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, and Barton approached, staring at the screen displaying his wife's name with incredulity. "Is this real?" he exclaimed. "Of course it is. Do you think I would fabricate such a thing? Don't forget who I am. You really think you can catch me off guard?" Li Guangming rolled his eyes, annoyance evident in his tone. Yet, Tony interjected with urgency. Li Guangming quickly removed the gauntlet. Whether out of fear of the 6 infinity stones or concern that Li Guangming might succumb to greed, his warning was clear. "Fine. Stop looking at me like that. I have no desire for it anyway. Here, take it back." Li Guangming scoffed, disdainfully tossing the gauntlet to Tony. The infinity gauntlet danced erratically between Tony's hands, seemingly frightened. Before being discarded onto the floor, "Li Guangming, someone is trying to reach you." As Chapter 75 unfolded, with the threat of Thanos looming, the atmosphere shifted. Just as the group reveled in their victory, the villa's defenses were deactivated, and a gentle light flooded in, resembling the arrival of a new and splendid dawn. Hawkeye and Barton exchanged brief words of reassurance before Barton, trembling slightly, answered the call from his wife, Laura, engaging in casual conversation. Ant-Man removed his helmet, a look of astonishment morphing into joy as he exclaimed, "We truly succeeded." Captivated by the radiant light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he leaned closer to admire the fluttering sparrows outside. Tony, glancing down at the infinity gauntlet lying on the ground, exhaled a sigh of relief. To assert that he was unafraid of Li Guangming becoming obsessed with it would be disingenuous. Based on his prowess, if he were to forcibly claim it, there would likely be no one present capable of stopping him. Just as he prepared to remove his steel suit, an unexpected incoming call flashed on his screen, and he stared at the displayed name with curiosity. "Hello? Wanda, is there something you wish to discuss?" Indeed, it was Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. Their interactions were rare, and one would expect that after her resurrection, she would first reach out to acquaintances. Even though Wanda was a member of the Avengers, he did not believe their bond was substantial enough for such familiarity. "I am not the one seeking you out. Isn't Li Guangming beside you?" Tony, concealed beneath his helmet, raised an eyebrow in perplexity. How could Li Guangming, a person who had been dead for 5 years, know her name? Despite his confusion, he turned to call out, "Li Guangming, someone is on the line for you." Upon hearing her name, Li Guangming displayed evident surprise, pointing at herself with a look of bewilderment. "Me? They are looking for me." After seeing Tony nod in affirmation, she hesitantly approached, though her mind raced with questions about who would call to inquire about her well-being. She should have no acquaintances in this universe. Tony retrieved a transparent device resembling glass from within his armor and handed it to Li Guangming. He had already transferred the call to his phone, as it would be rather unseemly for a grown man to be pressed against another handsome man while on a call. Of course, the handsome man referred to himself, not Li Guangming. Li Guangming, feeling a mix of suspicion and curiosity, accepted the advanced phone. Glancing at the name displayed, Wanda Maximoff, her brow furrowed slightly as she brought the device closer to her ear. "What do you want? I don't recall us being acquainted." Just as Li Guangming finished her sentence, Ant-Man, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, was struck with terror. A colossal spaceship suddenly materialized in the sky above the villa, looming ominously close. Whoosh! Blue orbs of light, trailing smoke, shot toward the base, their sonic booms resonating through the air. There was no time for warning. Several missiles struck, the explosion mingling with the debris of collapsing walls. He barely managed to don his Ant-Man helmet and shrink his form to evade the impending danger. The unexpected assault shattered the celebratory atmosphere, abruptly interrupting Li Guangming's phone call. Caught off guard, they stumbled into the gaping holes created by the blasts, plummeting into the basement. Fortunately, the armored individuals were unharmed, and those with extraordinary abilities were entirely unscathed. Li Guangming fell through the unstable floor but remained untouched, the bioforce field protecting her and ensuring her phone and attire were intact. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, when Li Guangming refocused on her communication device, all that greeted her was the sound of a busy signal. Clearly, the call had been terminated. Her eyes twitched with annoyance at the abrupt interruption. Suppressing the urge to seek answers, she carelessly tossed the transparent phone aside, unconcerned, for Tony was wealthy and would likely not fault her. She would not prioritize the safety of inconsequential items during a battle, even if it were within her capacity to do so. Boom, boom. The explosions continued to echo in her ears, as if they were determined to reduce the place to rubble. With heightened perception activated, I surveyed my surroundings, my gaze piercing through layers of obstruction to reveal all that lay before me. The scene was one of desolation. The environment, once devoid of substantial steel structures, now appeared as if the earth itself had upheaved, exposing the enigmatic secrets buried beneath the soil. Fragments of iron and steel lay scattered haphazardly, creating a chaotic tableau. The vicinity resembled a refuse dump, with thick plumes of smoke occasionally wafting outward, flames leaping high, merging with the haze to form ominous clouds that concealed colossal spacecraft, rendering the entire landscape reminiscent of an apocalyptic realm. Adjacent to a lake, the waters cascaded in like a stream, forming a curtain of liquid that soon enveloped my ankles. It was evident that the fragile walls could not withstand the encroaching deluge for long. Soon, the lake would surge forth, inundating the area. As torrents cascaded down, Bruce Banner braced himself, supporting the concrete and steel floor to prevent its collapse. He could afford to disregard his own safety, yet his companion lay incapacitated before him. If he were to abandon the scene, the war machine, encased in its iron armor, would be safe, but the diminutive rocket raccoon was not so fortunate. He remained flesh and blood, vulnerable to the crushing weight above him. "Rod, raccoon, run!" Banner bellowed, acutely aware that time was of the essence. The waters would soon swallow them whole. The raccoon's desperate cries pierced the air. "I can't breathe." Trapped and with his armor compromised, Rod's anxious voice echoed, "Armor disengage. Armor disengage. Hurry, I can't breathe." With urgency, Rod extricated himself from the suit and scrambled to the raccoon's side. Fully cognizant that even if he were uninjured, he could not lift the stones before them, he scanned the area and seized a steel rod to fashion a lever. Just as he was about to exert his strength, the sound of digging from the adjacent wall caught his attention. "What are you waiting for? I'm almost crushed," the raccoon shouted in frustration, pulling Rod back to reality. Even amidst the chaos, he knew he must first rescue his companion. This realization spurred him into action. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole appeared in the already dilapidated wall, and in a fleeting moment, Rod caught sight of a shadowy figure. "Do you seem to need assistance?" a faint voice queried, and the newcomer was none other than Guangming, who had rushed to their aid upon witnessing their plight. "Now that I'm free, what use are you?" The raccoon fumed, his furry paw pointed accusatorily at Guangming. Rod, expending the last of his strength, reclined in the shallow water, panting and silent. Banner's face contorted in fury as he roared, "Why are you still standing there chatting? Run!" The urgency of his words was validated as the lake surged forth like a tumultuous tide, rushing towards them. Guangming flashed them a reassuring smile. Moving past the raccoon and Rod, his calm demeanor seemingly answering their earlier question, "Isn't this assistance precisely what you needed?" Both the man and the beast looked at him in exasperation, bewildered as to why he chose to advance. Shouldn't they be fleeing? Did he believe he could somehow control the torrent? Chapter 76. The emergence of Guangming. The raccoon gazed at the lake water that spread to the roots of its thighs, a wave of panic surging within. Despite Guangming's fervent assurances, it hoped that his words were indeed true, otherwise they would surely drown. The raccoon's pessimistic utterance drowned out the deafening roar of the floodwaters. Rod struggled to climb upwards, his head barely breaking the surface, gasping out, "Let us treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Keep calm, we'll be fine." Banner, with great effort, sought to reassure his companions while laboriously continuing to bear the weight. Upon seeing Guangming appear, the burden in his heart lightened significantly. While others were oblivious to Guangming's true identity, he had gathered insights by the lakeside. As the subject of their discussion, Guangming remained clad in his casual attire. Standing amidst the lake water that lapped at his calves, he raised his arm. With a mere wave, the water seemed to collide with an imperceptibly thin, transparent barrier. No matter how it surged, not a drop could penetrate further. He had no intention of concealing his abilities any longer, opting for transparency since he was merely a transient in this world. Revealing himself bore no consequences. Outside the transparent wall, turbulent waves crashed against the shore, the water level rising with each fleeting moment. The two of them stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them, only to be further astonished by what transpired next. The water surged, connecting with the lake beyond the barrier, as if Guangming could no longer maintain the integrity of the transparent wall, which then ruptured, allowing a torrent to rush in. However, the incoming lake water pushed from behind, reminding them that appearances could be deceiving. Like time rewinding, the water that had engulfed their lower legs receded back to their ankles, then to their toes, until it vanished entirely. Even their drenched garments became remarkably dry. Banner naturally noticed the waterfall-like flow dissipate, and like the others, he found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at Guangming. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guangming made no visible movements. Yet, with each breath, the surrounding debris of steel and stone levitated, swirling as if kneading dough. It then expanded into a wall, creating a barrier between the lake water and themselves. the seamless construction yielding a smooth, polished surface. As if sensing the strain, a columnar rock base materialized beside Banner, continuously growing upwards until a magnificent stone pillar emerged, replacing Banner as a support beam. Feeling the weight lift from his shoulders, Banner regained his composure. Although he had anticipated Li Guangming's formidable power as a superhuman, he now realized he had underestimated it. With such abilities, he must surely be at least of silver superhero caliber. Is someone in distress? The voice of Ant-Man reached the raccoon's ears, awakening the two from their stupor. The raccoon, still bearing traces of shock on its animalistic visage, replied, "No need. We have been saved." Li Guangming turned to face them, looking down at the raccoon with a smile, teasingly remarking, "Now you are truly rescued. I hear you have a penchant for acquiring fine things. As your savior, you ought to share half." The raccoon scratched its head, chuckling, "Shall we take a look at what the others are up to? We can't let the infinite gems be snatched away again." Whether or not he agreed with this sentiment, Li Guangming stood up and gazed at a wall, casually raising his arm. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in their ears, and a passage leading outward unexpectedly formed not far from the group. In truth, there was no need for such superfluous gestures. However, who would know it was his doing if he did not perform this action? A simple movement only heightened his formidable presence, exuding an aura of dominance. Without hesitation, Banner lifted Rhodey and followed the raccoon outside. Rhodey inadvertently glanced back and noticed Li Guangming standing still, prompting him to urge, "We should go. Tony and the others might already be engaged with the invaders. Let's hurry and provide support." "Oh, coming," Li Guangming replied nonchalantly, moving at a leisurely pace, lacking any signs of urgency, while internally musing, "What do you think I'm looking at? They've already started brawling before you even uttered that. Especially Hawkeye, TSK. Not only chased by 2 soldiers of the Dark Army, but also tricked by the past Nebula after finally escaping." Moments earlier, Tony shook his head to clear his thoughts. Surveying the surroundings, which were nothing but remnants of destruction, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Had he not been clad in his iron armor, he might have been buried beneath the rubble. Steadily rising, he picked up the fallen vibranium shield nearby and approached the lifeless Captain Rogers. "If you lose it again, I won't give it back," Tony remarked, his weary face glancing at the slowly awakening captain, who was assessing his surroundings, teasing him with a hint of arrogance. After a moment of confusion, Captain America took the shield, inhaling deeply and asking in bewilderment, "What happened? We're not like that guy. Play with time, and time will play with you. You'll understand soon enough." Tony grasped his outstretched hand, pulling him to his feet as they navigated through the narrow passage to join Thor. Casting a glance at the seemingly indifferent Thanos, "What is he doing?" "Nothing at all. What about the infinite gems?" "Somewhere down below. You realize it's a trap, right?" Thor's expression was cold and dismissive as he replied, "I don't care." His eyes shimmered with a white-blue light, hands poised as his torso crackled with thunder, pulsing energy coursing through his limbs. In an instant, the already dim sky erupted with flashes of lightning. With a resounding crash, a massive bolt of lightning struck Thor, instantly enveloping him in his battle armor, with one hand grasping Mjolnir and the other wielding the Stormbreaker axe. With Li Guangming around, what is there to fear? I've secretly supplemented the comic settings. He truly is a formidable entity. With a fierce roar, he charged ahead. Meanwhile, Hawkeye stood to the side, somewhat exasperated, having painstakingly carried the Infinity Gauntlet to escape, only to find it easily handed over to the enemy in the span of a few words. The most embarrassing aspect is that Nebula couldn't have avoided him before reporting the situation. Must she indulge in a face-to-face humiliation? On Hawkeye's side, Li Guangming could not capture any footage, but Captain America still had a chance. Indeed, after calculating the time, leisurely stepping out would allow him to witness a classic scene. Quietly following behind Banner and his companions, Li Guangming gently tapped the pendant within his shirt, and in an instant, his unique Kryptonian battle suit, composed of nanometal and liquid metal, enveloped him, replacing his original attire. The golden pattern stood out strikingly in the dim environment, emitting a dazzling golden glow. The 3 in front turned their attention, and under the golden radiance, the suit's appearance was faintly discernible, drawing envious glances in the darkness. "Do you sell this outfit?" The raccoon nearly drooled in excitement. His dry, eager eyes remained fixated, yearning for it like a delectable cake, instinctively wiping the corners of his mouth. Chapter 77. For engage in battle. 3. Watch the show. I have never encountered such a clever raccoon. How about selling your body to me for research? The price will be absolutely fair, trustworthy for both young and old. As they moved forward, Li Guangming cast a teasing glance at him, wearing a gentle smile. Thanks to the luminous golden patterns, the raccoon could clearly see Li Guangming's expression. Memories from the laboratory involuntarily surfaced in his mind, causing his small frame to shiver, his head shaking like a rattle. No, I'm not buying," he exclaimed, rejecting the terrifying notion with a rapid-fire response, hastily moving ahead of the group. Frightened, he might utter related terms. The others, witnessing the raccoon's antics, found it amusing. They did not believe Li Guangming would be so cruel as to experiment on a friend, merely interpreting it as an indirect refusal. Only Li Guangming understood that the raccoon was reluctant to recall those both beautiful and tragic days. The raccoon's increased pace urged the others to quicken their steps. And as they returned to the vast ground, they could hear the deafening sounds of clashing weapons from afar. They hurried to the battlefield, while Li Guangming remained calmly at the rear. In no time, they arrived at the scene of combat, witnessing everything unfold before their eyes. They beheld Iron Man, his back unfurling like a starfish with energy devices, palms open as he called to Thor, "Give me a hand." Having been comrades for many years, Thor understood immediately. His entire being crackling with lightning, his eyes shining like daylight, as if replaced by two compressed white dwarfs. With a mighty clash between the god of thunder's hammer and Stormbreaker, azure lightning surged forth, several columns of lightning aiming directly at Iron Man's back. Energized, Iron Man's palms and chest reactor emitted a massive plasma beam pulse. Even the seemingly inconspicuous tendrils on his back unleashed pulse beams as thick as an arm. However, this formidable assault failed to shatter Thanos, who wielded the double-edged blade of the Mad Titan, its edges symmetrically honed. With great effort, Iron Man deflected the pulse attack. As the distance between him and Thor diminished rapidly, seizing the opportunity, Thor hurled Mjolnir, treating it like a baseball. A resounding thud echoed as it sped toward Thanos. Thanos, with his keen battle instincts, swiftly detected the ambush, interrupting Iron Man's pulse attack with a flourish of his blade, using Iron Man as a shield. The crisp sound of Mjolnir colliding with Iron Man resonated through the air. Thanos, leveraging Iron Man's moment of vulnerability, flung him aside, embodying the archetype of a user discarding a tool once it has served its purpose. As Captain America regained his composure, he fell into rhythm, engaging Thanos in fierce combat. With Thor rushing in closely behind, the tide of battle subtly shifted, or perhaps it was that the trio had never truly managed to dominate Thanos. Regardless of the chaos unfolding on the battlefield, Iron Man, having been thrown, found himself in a disorienting haze, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "Boss, wake up," Friday repetitively urged, hoping to rouse the incapacitated Tony. Miraculously, it seemed to bear fruit, as Tony, within his armored suit, groggily regained consciousness. His bleary eyes catching sight of several figures 100 meters away, seemingly spectating the unfolding drama. Shaking his dizzy head, he dismissed the implausible notion that anyone would be watching a spectacle in such perilous circumstances. Yet, Tony was not mistaken. Standing not far off were Li Guangming and his companions, who had just arrived moments earlier. Banner gently set down Rhodey, initially intending to assist. But the trio's seamless coordination left no apparent openings for intervention. It felt as though any sudden insertion would disrupt their synergy and tilt the scales of victory in Thanos' favor. Rhodey's face contorted with disdain as he angrily struck the rubble, muttering, "If it weren't for the damage to the suit." Meanwhile, Rocket paced anxiously, lamenting, "My little frame can't help at all." Spotting the composed Li Guangming, his frustration mounted, despite his enigmatic strength. He merely observed while they bore the brunt of the assault. If they were to locate the Infinity Gauntlet, their situation could become dire. "Stay calm. Everything is under control. To ensure his demise, we must first drive him to madness, allowing Thanos a moment of elation, for otherwise, we may never have another chance." Li Guangming, unfazed by the grime, sat amidst the ruins, raising and then lowering his palm. The trio was puzzled by his peculiar behavior, but in the next moment, realization dawned upon them as a ripple surged through the void, revealing a crescent-shaped golden spear. In the blink of an eye, it stood erect amidst the hardened debris, fully unveiled as a golden harpoon. The three stared at the suddenly manifested weapon, their minds filled with confusion. What purpose does a harpoon serve? To catch fish? Using a golden harpoon for fishing is indeed extravagant. Yet, understanding dawned upon them. Since it had appeared on the battlefield, it must surely be a weapon. The raccoon's pupils glimmered with a hint of light as it opened its mouth, hesitating to speak. It yearned to inquire about the price of the weapon. The fact that Li Guangming could summon such an item in this context assured that it was no ordinary artifact, perhaps rivaling the Stormbreaker wielded by Thor. However, recalling the earlier moment when it had inquired about the price, it restrained the words that almost escaped its lips. Thus, the individual and the raccoon found themselves compelled to stand alongside Li Guangming, like spectators engrossed in a film silently observing the unfolding events. As for the absence of one person, it was because Banner could no longer suppress his anxiety and seized an opportunity to join the fray. The ensuing battle bore a resemblance to the original narrative, albeit with Banner's addition proving inconsequential, as he too was overwhelmed. Iron Man tended to his injuries while Thanos relentlessly pounded Thor. Facing the rampaging Hulk, Banner first kicked Thor aside, employing a technique to dissipate force, effortlessly deflecting Banner's punches. Banner swung his arms wildly, yet the expected chaos of striking a master did not materialize. The Thanos of 2014, amidst the flurry of punches, evaded and retaliated with blows to Banner's face, reminiscent of the scene when Thanos had fled from Asgard while battling the Hulk. After several strikes, Banner crumpled to the ground in pain. Captain America, appearing from an unknown angle, launched a surprise assault against Thanos. The four of them seemed to engage in a battle of attrition, with one stepping down as another took their place in a continuous cycle. Yet, this merely prolonged the struggle by a few seconds. In a heartbeat, a massive foot loomed before Captain America's face, and before he could react, he was sent flying. As the next combatant entered the fray, Thor summoned Stormbreaker to confront Thanos. Their clash was brief, but in the midst of the crisis, Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, surged unexpectedly towards Captain America. Chapter 78. Thanos' explanation? Witnessing this scene, Guangming relaxed his right hand, which had been poised to tighten, while continuing to rest his left hand against his cheek, observing the events that were about to unfold. A resounding boom echoed as Thanos staggered a few steps, his smug grin frozen in place, turning to seek the direction of Mjolnir. Captain America stood firm, his feet planted, left hand brandishing his vibranium shield before him, his upper body realigning as he gasped for breath, gripping Mjolnir tightly in his right hand. In his sprint, Captain America seized the leather strap of Mjolnir, spinning it to gather momentum, and in an instant, he closed the distance to Thanos, swinging upward. The impact sent Thanos flying 2 or 3 meters back, and as he attempted to rise, Captain America hurled his shield. As Thanos blocked, the shield was deflected behind him, and Captain America then launched Mjolnir, not targeting the cautious Thanos, but rather aiming for the shield behind him. In an instant, the two collided, the shield returning to strike Thanos once more with a resounding thud. Achieving a remarkable surprise attack, the shield, as if imbued with life, accurately landed back in Captain America's hand, allowing him to summon Mjolnir again, denying Thanos any opportunity to recover, and he threw the shield once more, pushing Thanos back a step. Faced with the rebounding shield, Captain America did not catch it with his hand. Instead, he struck the edge of the shield with his hammer, catching Thanos off guard once more. With a series of shield strikes and hammer blows, repeated 2 or 3 times, he bewildered Thanos, ultimately finishing with 2 thunderous strikes. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if honed through extensive training. However, apart from Thanos being forced to endure the brunt of the attacks and the destruction of his helmet, there was no significant damage inflicted. Enraged, Thanos seized upon an opening, grasping Captain America by the neck and slamming him to the ground, momentarily incapacitating him with pain. Grabbing the nearby brutal blade, he charged at Captain America, who, regaining his senses, could only defend himself in a state of panic. Under several ferocious assaults, Captain America barely managed to withstand the onslaught, and even Thor's hammer was snatched away and discarded, denying him any chance to summon it back. Thanos violently wielded the brutal blade, and with each strike, Captain America's vibranium shield crumbled like mere vegetables, reduced to scraps of metal in just a few blows. With a sweeping motion, Captain America was sent flying several meters, blood oozing from his gums as he grit his teeth, struggling to rise. Yet he was utterly unable to do so. The observer watching calmly, seemingly unperturbed by their resistance and refraining from intervening, was likely not of this planet. Thanos scanned the area, and upon noticing their lack of ability to retaliate, turned his gaze towards Guangming and the fort by his side, probing cautiously. Indeed, I am not of this world, Guangming replied, shifting to a more comfortable posture, a smile playing upon his lips, reminiscent of a true cosmic wanderer. Hearing his admission, Thanos exhaled subtly in relief, maintaining an impassive expression as he remarked, since that is the case, what brings you to linger with them? Do you seek to meddle in their affairs? I detest troublesome individuals, especially those who expect me to clean up their messes. Guangming replied with a look of disdain, as if he had encountered something unsavory. At his words, Thanos' eyes glinted with caution as he advised with a smile, in that case, perhaps it would be wise for you to depart. The chaos that is about to unfold here may dampen your spirits if you remain. From the very beginning, he had taken note of the composed Guangming, yet he could not ascertain his true strength. He appeared as an ordinary person, yet there was a faint, terrifying aura surrounding him. None of the renowned figures in the universe matched his presence, yet he could not dismiss the possibility of him being a reclusive powerhouse. As long as he did not interfere with Thanos' affairs, all would be well. Goodness, there truly is someone here. I thought I was imagining things. What sort of bodyguard sits idly by while we toil and struggle? Tony exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief and frustration. Li Guangming's imperturbable demeanor was as solid as his physique, showing no signs of embarrassment. However, the individuals beside him, including a raccoon, wore expressions of discomfort. Unable to meet Tony's gaze, Rhodey sought excuses in his mind. It's not that I don't want to join the fray. It's just that my armor is severely damaged and utterly unusable. Going would only make me a liability. The raccoon candidly mumbled. Is my physique not one that could send me to meet my maker with a single blow? The gravity etched upon Thanos' brow was palpable from their exchange. It was evident that the disdain for trouble and the reluctance to meddle were merely ruses, for ultimately they were all of a kind. Thanos, resembling a deceived spouse filled with resentment, reproached, it appears you have been summoned as their external aid. You do not seem to be an ordinary individual. Surely you have heard the tales of my exploits throughout the cosmos. Annihilating half of all life in the universe will rectify and redistribute the scarce resources. With your intellect, you might also deem this a foolish scheme, and indeed, I share that sentiment. I am not the fool who perished. I have traversed from the year 2014. He failed. The individuals before me have resurrected the deceased, and thus I have learned from that debacle and devised a new strategy. Since they are unwilling to witness half of humanity's demise, I have compromised. Instead, how about vastly expanding the universe's resources? I have yet to inform them, yet they approach with weapons drawn. I am merely holding back. Otherwise, why would I need to contend against that one who toys with thunder? You must adjudicate fairly. The error lies with my future self. Did the 2014 version of me err? With that, his unusually large purple visage bore an expression of sincerity. Even casting aside the tyrant's blade, do you still wish to thwart my acquisition of the Infinity Stones? Can you truly bear to witness the impoverished souls of the universe go hungry? Do you genuinely believe Thanos has softened? Do not jest. This is merely a tactical delay. If mere words could procure the Infinity Stones, he could recount everything he has gleaned from the origins of the universe to the present day. Li Guangming stifled a laugh as he observed Thanos' performance, wondering if any fool could truly be deceived. Aside from Thor, Rhodes, and Rogers, all present were intellectual elites. Thor harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Thanos. He would not trust a single word from him. Rhodes, having once been a soldier, would he believe? Rogers? Well, regardless, he would not be swayed. Had the assembly consisted of others, perhaps someone might have fallen into his snare. It must be said, your impassioned oration was quite splendid. I nearly found myself convinced, especially by the notion of resource expansion. Li Guangming's words dripped with sarcasm as he locked gazes with Thanos. The others also regarded him with expressions that seemed to question their own sanity. Alas, it seems war is inevitable. What I do today shall serve as a testament. Once I obtain the Infinity Stones, all will be revealed. Chapter 79. The Formal Onslaught, Li Guangming's Mockery. As the words left his lips, a beam of blue light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of Thanos' formidable Black Order, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, and Cull Obsidian. Following closely were a series of incessant blue teleportation portals that appeared from various directions, only to vanish in an instant. The sun of the evening glow illuminated the far-off horizon, piercing through the haze and clouds, casting light upon the enormous warships above and the smoldering ruins below. As the sun sets, soldiers of the Dark Legion emerge in relentless waves, wielding their weapons. Four-legged creatures clad in armor rush forth like hellish hounds unleashed. With thunderous crashes, iron walls taller than skyscrapers collapse to the ground, and the hatch opens wide to release a new contingent of soldiers, along with fearsome gorilla-like beasts, their neck chains unshackled and fully armed. The ground is teeming with the troops of Thanos, resembling swarms of ants in a dark, chaotic mass. In stark contrast, the Kyrita Legion is not to be underestimated. The massive Leviathan warships soar from the rear of their colossal flagship, resembling great whales swimming through the air as if it were their ocean, undulating and roaring as they swiftly race forward. Numerous bioweapon soldiers aboard smaller aircraft engage in a fierce struggle for aerial supremacy against the Leviathan vessels. All rally behind Thanos, who stands as a dividing line no one dares to cross. On the opposite side, the situation appears dire, with only 9 allies present, including the barely arriving Ant-Man and Hawkeye. Captain America wears a grave expression. While Li Guangming may withstand the overwhelming enemy forces, his companions cannot afford to falter. After all, it is said that many ants can bring down an elephant, and exhaustion will inevitably set in. Where are our teammates? Haven't they been resurrected yet? If they don't arrive soon, we might as well prepare for our own funerals. The raccoon mutters, his furry face heavy with despair, yet resolute in the face of impending doom. He discreetly leans towards Li Guangming and asks, "Can you handle them alone?" Ignoring the inquiry, Li Guangming surveys the opposing army with casual interest, jesting at Thanos. "At our level, it seems numbers no longer favor you, does it? And so what? You may be able to resist, but your companions may not hold up," Thanos retorts, acknowledging Li Guangming's formidable strength while doubting his ability to turn the tide single-handedly. If Li Guangming could read minds, he would undoubtedly reply, "Apologies, but I indeed can." He refrains from contradicting Thanos, recognizing that without assistance, they would not endure for long. Reflecting, he muses, "In truth, I need not kill you. A mere shift in your ideology could transform you from enemy to ally. However, as an outsider, my stay is fleeting. There is no guarantee that an unexpected turn of events wouldn't revert your mindset. So I'm afraid today, you must meet your demise." His calm words carry a chilling weight, as if he holds no regard for the life of his opponent. Uncertain if this realm is merely a cinematic illusion, he contemplates the possibility of comic book characters intervening against Thanos, concluding that only a dead Thanos is a good Thanos. Thanos, tiring of the banter, raises his tyrant blade and sweeps it forward. In an instant, his army surges like a swarm of locusts, charging towards the few defenders. From this moment, they will commence their slaughter across the entire planet, extinguishing any who might impede their path. He charged towards Li Guangming with fervor, intent on eliminating this unstable factor first. While regarding the others as mere trifles, a band of defeated foes, easily vanquished once, easily vanquished again. Captain America, his face resolute, prepared for a last-ditch effort to struggle. Yet the voice of Falcon Sam echoed in his ear through the communicator. Li Guangming, too, heard the voice, along with a peculiar sound. He could envision the portal behind him, expanding and emitting golden sparks, without needing to turn around. With the army pressing forward, there was no opportunity for a grand entrance. The first to emerge was Black Panther, accompanied by his Wakandan warriors, charging towards the enemy. Golden sparks erupted in succession, stretching and amplifying. As Star-Lord of the Guardians of the Galaxy soared in on his jet boots, firing bullets even before his figure appeared. His comrades followed closely, and an array of unfamiliar warships emerged. Even the Ravagers were summoned for aid. Next to arrive were the remaining warriors of Asgard, alongside Earth's sorcerers led by the former Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange. At the forefront was Valkyrie, mounted on a Pegasus, flanked by the Scarlet Witch, enveloped in crimson energy, and Spider-Man, Peter Parker. All renowned and unnamed heroes gathered in unprecedented unity. In the urgency of the moment, Captain America could not summon the words of his incomplete rallying cry, "Avengers, assemble." Oblivious to the reinforcements behind him, Li Guangming remained casually seated on the ground, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the approaching Thanos, his pupils involuntarily contracting and then expanding. As the two armies prepared for battle, the scene was monumental, a spectacle of overwhelming might. Yet, unexpectedly, Thanos, leading the charge, found himself in a most peculiar predicament. For reasons unknown, as if fate were playing a cruel jest, their commander Thanos suddenly fell to the ground. With his immense strength, such an occurrence defied all logic. Yet this astonishing event unfolded bizarrely. The comical sight caused an imbalance in morale on both sides. Although it wouldn't impact the battle's outcome, it seemed the scales of fate tipped favorably towards the Avengers, heralding Thanos' inevitable failure. He paid no heed, quickly rising to charge at Li Guangming once more, but, as if the goddess of fate were indeed favorably inclined towards Li Guangming, he fell again. Indeed, this strange scene repeated itself. The Avengers, in their charge, looked on in astonishment at Thanos, their thoughts echoing, "Is this divine retribution for his countless misdeeds?" Undeterred, he rose again, but, predictably, stumbled yet again after taking a single step. In an instant, the newly risen Thanos understood the source of his misfortune through two attempts. He realized that Li Guangming was behind this, having caught a glimpse of something unusual in Li Guangming's pupils before his falls. Thanos was correct. It was indeed Li Guangming's handiwork, manipulating probability to elevate the chances of Thanos' downfall to their maximum. Nothing is impossible without the Infinity Stones. Thanos is merely at a level akin to a demigod, with the disparity in their powers being exceedingly vast. Upon acquiring the ability to manipulate quantum forces, he could easily cast Thanos into the shadows. With a face contorted in fury, Thanos roared at Li Guangming, "You pathetic scoundrel. Merely resorting to petty tricks. Let's see your true prowess in combat." Chapter 80. More godlike than Thor. The two armies clashed with a chaotic fervor, the battlefield devoid of any semblance of formation. The Avengers lacked a commanding leader, regardless of the enemy. If they were not Thanos or his generals, they were met with unrestrained aggression. Is this truly his doing? The member of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Mantis, deftly sidestepped the gunfire from a Chitauri soldier. An energy projectile quickly coalesced and was launched forth. At the sound of Thanos' shout, her almond-shaped eyes widened even more in astonishment. With a graceful motion, she hurled another energy blast at the dark soldiers advancing from the side. I advise you to refrain from targeting him. A domineering female voice resonated from behind her, and as she turned, she barely caught a glimpse of a crimson flash. Mantis seized the enemy's weapon, her expression a mix of indignation and a hint of a whimper. I was merely expressing my admiration. Elsewhere in the battlefield, Pepper Potts donned her cerulean Iron Man armor, firing her palm-mounted repulsors with precision. She called out to Tony behind her, "Which superhero did you bring back, exactly?" "I'm not sure. He possesses numerous superpowers. Perhaps he is a Silver Surfer." Tony, leaning back, unleashed his own repulsors, his focus divided as he rapidly recovered. Both noticed the sudden influx of Dark Legions and Chitauri soldiers, activating the floating cannons at their shoulder joints. A series of red and blue energy blasts erupted forth. Iron Man, wreaking havoc, targeted one of the Dark Generals, Black Dwarf, and charged towards him. The enlarged Ant-Man inadvertently stepped over Black Dwarf, delivering a thunderous punch, larger than Hulk's, to the Leviathan-like visage of the general, sending him crashing to the ground. Surveying the battlefield for allies in need of assistance, his gaze swept across the area, noting the vast emptiness within 100 meters of the center, save for the formidable Thanos. Any enemy that dared to encroach upon this space was instantly obliterated. Rhodey stood beside Guangming, astonished by his remarkable abilities. Suddenly, the War Machine's exoskeleton materialized before him, snapping him back to reality, as he gazed in delight at his beloved. "No need to thank me," Guangming replied with a knowing smile. This revelation made Rhodey realize that it was indeed Guangming who had miraculously repaired the armor. The notion that Guangming had preemptively stored a set of War Machine armor was implausible. He needed no external assistance. "Thank you." Even though Guangming insisted on his lack of need for gratitude, Rhodey politely expressed his appreciation, limping forward to enter the automatically opening armor. Guangming waved dismissively, watching as Rhodey, with his steel-covered leg, donned the armor and soared into the sky. Casting a glance back at Thanos, he maintained a playful demeanor, revealing an unusual expression as he begrudgingly accepted the provocation. Very well. Yet, he did not rise. One hand rested upon his thigh while the other was raised, causing a visible tremor in the air. Witnessing Guangming's willingness to engage, a flicker of joy illuminated Thanos' brow. But as he perceived the movement behind him in the void, that joy was fleeting, instantly replaced by a frozen smile. Undeterred, he gallantly advanced, wielding the tyrant's blade. Guangming, with a gentle downward sweep of his raised hand, unleashed a streak of golden light that shot forth, aimed directly at Thanos. Although he could not discern the exact nature of the incoming projectile, the residual glow hinted at its trajectory, prompting him to instinctively raise the tyrant's blade to block. A sharp sound resonated as the blade met Thanos' chin. Confusion etched across his purple face as he shifted his gaze from Guangming to the now lowered weapon. With a twist of his wrist, he turned the blade towards himself, revealing a gaping notch the size of a bowl. It was astonishing that even a blade capable of slicing through vibranium could sustain such damage. Disbelief washed over his features as he lifted his gaze. "Is this truly astonishing? I have yet to fully engage," Guangming teased, maintaining that infuriatingly superior posture in Thanos' eyes. Battle-hardened, Thanos momentarily lost focus before charging once more towards the composed Guangming. Had he turned, he would have spotted a sword embedded in the rubble, slowly retreating into the void. This sword, with its gilded hilt and white blade inscribed with Greek text, was none other than the replicated sword of the god of fire belonging to Wonder Woman. Guangming was not surprised by this outcome, for it was renowned as a weapon forged by the god of fire, capable of cutting at a subatomic level. Even the most durable materials, devoid of magical enhancements, would succumb to its edge. Once again, Guangming raised his arm, exhaling softly to release another beam of golden light. This time, Thanos discerned its nature, a shield interwoven with black and gold. In a rush, he raised the tyrant's blade, preparing to deflect the shield with a side motion to absorb the impact. He did not anticipate the shield to possess the same sharpness as the previous weapon. In an instant, a piercing sound echoed, swiftly resonating within hundreds of meters. Success! The shield soared away, and Thanos raised his arm, extending it straight. His fist aimed at Guangming as he unleashed a plasma beam. Noticing that Guangming showed no intent to evade, nor any desire to counter with his abilities, Thanos smirked contemptuously, thinking to himself, "You shall pay for your arrogance." Rarely did he resort to energy attacks, but since Guangming disregarded the martial code, he would accompany him in peril. Simultaneously, Thanos' divine energy shield spun back towards him, reminiscent of Captain America's vibranium shield. With a smile upon his lips, the plasma beam struck Guangming, while the divine shield collided with him, utterly unprepared. Caught off guard, he lunged forward and slid over 100 meters. A consequence of Guangming's deliberate restraint. Having finally obtained the opportunity to hone his skills, he was not inclined to easily take a life. Meanwhile, Guangming activated a previously unused ability, the absorption of radiation, which allowed him to absorb the plasma beam and, under the influence of his decayed physique, slightly enhance his capabilities. Seizing this moment, he surveyed the situation of the crowd. The prominent figures appeared fatigued but unharmed, while the lesser-known individuals suffered injuries or, in some cases, death. Reality was far from a game. After such a fierce battle, casualties were inevitable. "I hope the goddess of death won't come to claim souls from me," he murmured softly, forming his right hand into a snapping gesture and striking the long-standing trident of Poseidon. The faint force produced a resonating metallic roar that echoed across the battlefield, drawing the attention of numerous heroes and the four dark generals to its source. In a moment, a more massive black cloud formed amidst the previous darkness, completely obscuring the sunlight, surpassing even the tempest conjured by Thor. This was the inherent ability of the trident, weather manipulation. In that instant, thunder and lightning erupted, making him appear even more godlike than Thor himself. Chapter 81. The Mysterious Black Mist, the Disdained Thanos. Rocket Raccoon, positioned not far from Thor, mischievously remarked, "Why do I feel he resembles the god of thunder more than you? Perhaps you should consider renaming yourself the god of hammers or axes." Thor, visibly irritated, remained silent, seizing his Stormbreaker to unleash a torrent of lightning that obliterated a Leviathan warship, seemingly to affirm his authenticity as the true god of thunder. Observing Thor's display, Rocket Raccoon ceased his banter, fearing that a bolt of lightning might soon be directed at him, and began to methodically pull the trigger of his weapon, eliminating surrounding foes to distance himself from Thor. "Oh, it's raining, it tickles on my skin." Drax, the destroyer of the Guardians of the Galaxy, twisted his body uncomfortably during the battle and remarked. As if to validate his statement, sparse raindrops began to fall, prompting some to gently touch their cheeks, questioning whether it was merely an illusion. Within seconds, the downpour intensified, resembling a tear in the heavens, with droplets densely cascading, enveloping the area in a misty haze. This was the steam generated from the flames extinguished on the battlefield, blurring visibility. "That pesky little brat. It seems I now have one more thing to detest." Iron Man grumbled within his armor, venting his frustration by firing a repulsor blast at a towering gorilla-like beast. Some individuals exhibited similar sentiments, disliking the inclement weather, primarily due to the mobility hindered by the muck. Yet, amidst the chaos, a sudden exclamation pierced the air, unheard by anyone except those nearby. "My wound has healed." Suddenly devoid of pain, she eliminated another Kree soldier and seized the chance to glance at the site of her earlier injury, astonished to find it had inexplicably mended. An increasing number of similar phenomena are manifesting, making it impossible to disregard them. Gradually, their effects seem to intensify, transitioning from minor injuries to severe ones, and eventually, to those on the brink of death. Astonishingly, even the deceased have returned to life. It is nothing short of miraculous. Those who have been granted a second chance at life cannot help but think so. Of course, this only applies to allies. Guangming would never engage in actions that would benefit the enemy, nor would he revive foes, as he harbors no peculiar inclination to allow those who have tasted death to experience it once more. It is the rain's power at work. This rain possesses the remarkable ability to heal wounds, rejuvenating even the weary body. Indeed, I feel revitalized, as though I have returned to the state I was in before the conflict began. Within his steel armor, Tony's face radiated exhilaration, akin to someone under the influence of a stimulant. He had not anticipated that the rain could still exert its effects despite the barrier of the armor. One could only commend the marvelous work of this miraculous lad. He felt capable of facing Thanos in single combat without fear of defeat. Though that was merely a fleeting thought, Thanos had been taken over by Guangming, and he was not so reckless as to court death, especially after the lessons learned from his previous near-fatal experience. He immediately charged towards one of the Black Obsidian Four, General Blade of Death. Thor, the god of thunder, also bore an expression of astonishment. Not only had his injuries from the battle with Thanos healed, but even his lost eye had regenerated. He joyfully coordinated with Captain America Rogers in their combat, when suddenly, he sensed something amiss. "Why is my Stormbreaker in your hands? I took the large one. You can have the small one." Captain America did not dispute his suggestion. They exchanged weapons and swiftly returned to the fray. The poor Mjolnir was cast aside, and despite being a weapon, it possessed its own sentiments. At that moment, it felt deeply saddened and resolved that if it were to be injured again, it would simply ignore Thor. If Thor's eye could regenerate, then naturally, the war machine Rhodey, as a mere mortal, had no issue with his disabled leg. Although, there was a rather unbecoming reddish hue to his brown face within the armor. Those who had previously expressed disdain quickly retracted their words, never before realizing how comfortable it could be to fight in the muddy ground, feeling utterly unrestrained, as if they had acquired some form of immortality. Observing the joyful faces of his comrades, Guangming felt a twinge of regret, having anticipated the appearance of the goddess of death. It is only natural. For in the multiverse, death occurs incessantly, countless in number. In comparison, this situation is but a trivial matter, and the other side would not mind a few minor inconveniences here. Guangming extended a claw-like hand, pulling the fleeing Thanos back within 100-meter range. Akin to a wife unable to escape her husband's grasp, no matter how much he struggled. Guangming knew that Thanos, with his pride, would never resort to flight. He was likely retreating to seek the lost Infinity Stones on the battlefield. Guangming let out a derisive chuckle, mocking Thanos' delusion that acquiring the Infinity Stones would enable him to alter the situation and defeat him. Such thoughts were nothing more than the fantasies of a fool. Relying solely on the Infinity Stones to oppose him was far from sufficient. 100 meters away, Ebony Maw gazed anxiously at his master Thanos. Yet he could only stand idly by. Through numerous attempts, he found that anything belonging to their side was instantly reduced to ashes. In a moment of desperation, Valkyrie, the last remaining shield maiden of Asgard, wielding her telekinetic abilities, flung herself and her steed into the fray. Undeterred, she adjusted her posture with a few flaps and bravely charged towards Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw, with a furrowed brow, lamented the apparent discrimination he faced. Yet he found himself powerless, reduced to praying for his master. "Thanos, why are you fleeing? I possess many more abilities. Seeing your distress, I could graciously allow you to meet the gods, you know? I am not like that Clark fellow. Fear not. It won't hurt a bit. Just a blink of the eye, and it's over." Guangming, akin to a villainous overlord, remained rooted in place, a smile playing on his lips that almost beckoned sinister laughter. However, this smile only intensified Thanos' unease, for he understood that if matters continued as such, all hope would inevitably perish, and no stratagem could thwart Guangming. Desperately, he bellowed, "Fire the cannons." Ebony Maw, taken aback, glanced at Thanos with hesitation. "But there are many of our own mingling among them. If we, now..." Thanos' authoritative tone silenced him, as he recognized that seizing the Infinity Stones amid the chaos was their only chance. Reluctantly, Ebony Maw complied, and the colossal battleship's cannons simultaneously trained their sights on the throng below, indiscriminately targeting friend and foe alike, as a torrent of blue projectiles surged forth. Guangming paid no heed to the others, not out of callousness, but because with the reign of destruction, death was but a temporary inconvenience. Thanos' actions merely served to deplete his own forces. Raising his arm, he activated his quantum control and the power of the Infinity Stones. Not in a widespread assault, but with a singular focus on Thanos. The lesser foes could fend for themselves, merely serving as fodder for experience. Suddenly, a profound shift occurred, as a dense black mist materialized, akin to a black hole, swallowing all light. Could you refrain from killing him? It is not out of pity, rather. I cannot bear to gaze upon his grotesque, violet visage. A hollow voice resonated throughout the space. Chapter 82. Ascension and New Abilities. With one Thanos already vanquished in this universe, what of the myriad others across the multiverse? I sense you are alluding to me. Guangming was not one to heed her words lightly. He was no sycophant like Thanos. While conversing, his expression remained composed as he activated his duplication ability, successfully replicating a wave of power. Internally, he grappled with disbelief. In the DC universe, encountering a formidable entity had proven elusive, yet here in Marvel, scarcely had he arrived when he encountered one of the 5 primordial gods, death, and now he effortlessly ascended to a multiversal level of strength. Thus, I find myself in a quandary. Having just dealt with the assembly of all those violet visages, you now wish to slay another? I have only just attained this hard-won peace. Emerging from the inky darkness, Death donned a form-fitting cloak of black, accentuating her voluptuous figure, while her once omnipotent visage inexplicably morphed into that of a youthful maiden. The cheeks appeared plump and round, resembling those of a young girl, if not for the figure. Li Guangming had expected a skeletal visage, with deep-set eyes devoid of substance. Her somewhat playful remarks aptly described her appearance. Indeed, her face seemed as if it were sculpted from purple sweet potatoes. Moreover, who claimed that she had already perished? At that moment, she had startled me quite a bit. That infatuated fool nearly found my home, only to be unexpectedly pulled back by them. Shouldn't I be compensated for emotional distress? Her gaze was fierce. Yet instead of evoking disgust, it instilled an involuntary infatuation, as if one were ensnared by the enchantment of love, willingly embracing the arms of death. However, due to Li Guangming's unique constitution, he was not susceptible to her charms. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have wasted words. She would have resorted to intimidation or violence. Yet the presence before her was different. Upon catching a familiar scent, identical to her own, she was astonished despite having anticipated it. Li Guangming, not related to her by any ties, would not indulge her. He promptly dismissed her claim. Emotional distress? Go seek that group over there for compensation. There's nothing to reclaim, and certainly no lives to barter. Reflecting upon her words, Li Guangming recalled recent events and realized he might indeed bear some responsibility. As for not perishing, he could snap his fingers again, or perhaps even forego that action altogether. Why should he concern himself with compensation? It was her choice to embrace death, not his coercion. Even if it came to life itself, she could not take it away. Such was his audacity. Death, irritated by his dismissive attitude, slyly glanced at him. Do you think my presence here serves any other purpose? To grant you power? You now possess a status indistinguishable from mine. In essence, you are also death. When I wander the realms, countless souls will trace your path, disturbing you and depriving you of peace. Li Guangming gaped at her, taken aback by her ruthless proposition of mutual destruction. She was quite pleased with the expression on his face, muttering to herself, "Don't think you can escape. Even if you flee back to that universe, there's no avoiding me." In a fit of frustration, Li Guangming snapped his fingers, and with a swift correction, Thanos ended his brief existence, personally obliterating his soul, transforming it into pure energy that dispersed into the void, returning to the universe as fertilizer. In his final moments, he gazed longingly ahead at Li Guangming. But death had concealed herself, and he never saw her again before his complete annihilation. Noticing Li Guangming's exasperated expression, she added, "Don't think you can emulate me. I curse him to never find me. Hiding will be futile. Hee. Nonetheless, Li Guangming remained unperturbed, feeling smug within. It's not as if you are the sole practitioner of curses. Let us see who can stack more buffs in this mutual harm. She found his demeanor rather dull and stepped closer. Li Guangming tilted his head to meet her gaze, his wary eyes unconsciously drifting down to her quivering flesh. He was unafraid of his opponent, eager to strengthen himself against her. If it came to it, he would not hesitate to act. Alas, I shall not jest any longer. I take my leave. She leaned down, her soft lips pressing against Li Guangming's forehead, and in an instant, her figure dissolved into a fleeting shadow. Li Guangming instinctively touched his forehead, blinking in astonishment, realizing he had been playfully teased. He harbored grave suspicions that his mere presence had caused the Death's Hand to abandon its previous intentions and fixate upon him. It was not mere vanity. The evidence lingered on his brow. As he pondered this, the battle between the two opposing forces was nearing its conclusion. The enemy, disorganized and leaderless, found their efforts hastened by the return of Captain Marvel, leading to a swift extermination of their ranks. Thanos' Chitauri and soldiers of the Dark Legion were being eliminated at an alarming rate, largely due to their immortality, allowing them to recklessly trade injury for injury. Meanwhile, Black Dwarf had met an early and tragic end at the hands of a united assault from Iron Man and Ant-Man. In the midst of chaos, the unfortunate Black Knight was confronted by the enigmatic Scarlet Witch, who effortlessly tore him asunder. General Deathblade, witnessing the demise of his beloved, was engulfed in sorrow, in despair. His combat prowess surged as if a protagonist's privilege had inexplicably endowed a villain. He wreaked havoc, wielding his weapon with such ferocity that the armies of Wakanda and Asgard crumbled like tofu. A mere flick of his blade would sever limbs before one could comprehend the unfolding tragedy. The mounting casualties caught the attention of Captain Marvel, who, in her binary form, surged forward with unyielding resolve. A character capable of facing Thanos without the Infinity Stones was no match for General Deathblade. A surprise attack sent him flying hundreds of meters, leaving a long trench in the ruins. With dazzling effects, Captain Marvel delivered a punch that cleaved his weapon in two, fatally striking him down. Doctor Strange, hands weaving intricate patterns, summoned the crimson energy of bolts of Balthak, sweeping away the remnants of the enemy forces. Hey, is this the 1 in 14 million chance you mentioned? Iron Man, landing with a thud near Doctor Strange and lifting his visor, inquired. Soaked by the rain, Dr. Strange wished to affirm, yet he answered truthfully. No, I have not seen that fool's figure among any of the possibilities I've observed. In the face of unprecedented circumstances, Strange realized there was no need for concealment. Everything was spiraling beyond control. Iron Man's expression flickered with embarrassment. How long has he been like this? I don't know. He began talking to himself as soon as I noticed. He had not anticipated that a seemingly deranged individual could possess the potential for salvation. Perhaps he should consult the tomes of magic for a remedy, a means of repaying the debt of gratitude. Speaking ill of others behind their backs invites retribution, you know? Li Guangming's voice echoed ominously in their minds. Chapter 83. Conclusion, Celebration, and Gratitude. They cast their gazes upon him, and at that moment, Li Guangming's expression was as dark as coal. The resilience of the two was comparable to that of Li Guangming, showing no signs of embarrassment. Instead, Tony nodded with an air of seriousness, proclaiming, "This illness requires treatment. Procrastination is not an option. I was once a physician and know many renowned psychiatrists. It is only fitting to extend them the courtesy of introducing a patient. If all else fails, perhaps we could resort to some magic?" As Strange clasped his hands, the ring of Ragnar enveloped them, and he turned to strike back a soldier of the Dark Legion with his bare hands. As a well-known magnate, I shall cover the medical expenses. Tony seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, turning without looking, and retaliated with a powerful palm strike. Seeing their enthusiasm rise, Li Guangming, feigning anger, waved his hand, causing the remaining soldiers to dissipate into a cloud of ash. Instead of displaying anger, he chuckled inwardly, saying to them, "Once the esteemed doctor attends the wedding of your beloved, I shall certainly be present and capture a few cherished photographs for you. And Tony, I remember your daughter is quite adorable. Rest assured, I have no intention of dying anytime soon." He, of course, would not voice this aloud, as it would tarnish his image of sagacity and valor. Otherwise, the tales of the war's conclusion would not portray him as a hero, but rather as a figure of ridicule. "You beast, little Morgan is merely 5 years old," Tony exclaimed in disbelief, his voice tinged with fury. Yet, Li Guangming paid him no heed, a satisfied expression on his face as he summoned the trident of Poseidon and stepped forward. His motives were twofold. One was to replicate powers, for even a small mule is still flesh. The other was to seek the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, for insights she had yet to unveil. Those nearby cast curious glances at the center of the unfolding events, their imaginations ignited by the spectacle before them. The extent of gossip that would arise from this moment remained uncertain. Li Guangming surveyed the area, failing to spot her. She had seemingly departed early. Instead, he caught a glimpse of Captain Marvel, her expression at odds with her cinematic portrayal, smiling at him and giving a thumbs up. Slightly taken aback, he nodded in acknowledgement before she vanished beneath Tony's worried gaze. Everyone on the battlefield stared at the swirling ashes before them, scratching their heads in bewilderment, with many feeling a sense of regret. Had they not had enough battle? Why had they all perished so quickly? Yet, in a matter of moments, they erupted in cheers. For this was indeed a moment worth celebrating. The rain cascading down their faces was ambiguous. It was unclear whether it was joy or tears of exhilaration. In 2014, Gamora stood vacantly at the site of Thanos' obliteration, remaining there for quite some time. When Quill, the leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy, came looking for her, she had long since departed from Earth. Thus, everything concluded in a fantastical manner, the calamity that had engulfed the universe vanishing as if it were a jest. And the heroes experienced a fleeting taste of divine intervention. Regrettably, it was all too brief. As they each departed, the resurgence of half the lives lost would pose security challenges for a while, with some assuming the roles of vigilantes. The return of departed souls did not solely bring joy. For instance, awakening to discover 5 years had elapsed, and his wife had found solace in another's arms. Some remained steadfast and unwavering, welcoming a new dawn, tears of joy streaming down their faces, while others betray their own, much like a certain individual bearing the surname Wang. In the cemetery, the atmosphere is steeped in silence, with fresh chrysanthemums and white roses left by mourners at various gravestones. Before a rather unremarkable stone tablet stands a woman with chestnut hair, her casual attire accentuating her voluptuous figure. Her delicate visage reveals neither sorrow nor joy. She merely gazes intently at the inscription on the gravestone, Pietro Maximoff. Suddenly, a voice resonates from behind her, yet she remains utterly still, as if the inquiry were not directed at her, encased within an invisible wall separating her from the outside world. Those who return from the dead typically reach out to their closest kin or beloved. A complete stranger would not behave in such a manner. Noticing her silence, the voice continues, "Given my aversion to complications, I hardly seem the type to meddle in others' affairs. The prospect of traversing time to rescue you appears improbable. Moreover, such unforeseen circumstances would never befall me. If you two have journeyed from the future, you would not permit him to lie in that grave, and our paths would not intersect. According to the timeline, I refuse to believe you are oblivious to the aging Captain America. Emulating him should lead to the outcomes you desire. Li Guangming, speaking, silently activated his mind control abilities to probe her memories, yet discovered nothing. The unfolding narrative regarding Vision deviated slightly, but it was not a result of her own volition, seemingly destined to progress in that manner. Sighing, he realized he would not glean any answers from her. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as the inquiry was merely a fleeting curiosity of his own. After Li Guangming finished speaking, Wanda was filled with confusion. You evoke a sense of familiarity. Upon my resurrection, I instinctively reached out to Tony Stark, seeking your whereabouts. Yet, I have never encountered you. How peculiar that I would engage in such bizarre behavior. Li Guangming could not elucidate the specific reasons to her, but he suspected that a familiar Wanda from a parallel universe may have influenced her. With no answers to be found, Li Guangming made no further delay, his form flickering out of sight once more. Observing him seemed to suggest he knew something, yet he departed without a word. Wanda puffed her cheeks in frustration, casting one last glance at the gravestone before leaving. Alone remained the unique frangipani, distinct from the other flowers adorning the graves, symbolizing hope, resurrection, rebirth, and an unsettled tranquility. Perhaps it was because Pietro had a fondness for eggs in his childhood. Li Guangming rejoined Tony, startling him with his sudden appearance. The ice cream he held nearly slipped from his grasp. People can indeed scare one to death. It seems you ought to add Terrified to your collection of dubious titles, Miracle Boy. Li Guangming chuckled at his jest, unperturbed. Whatever the case, I am returning, and I have come to bid you farewell. Disappearing without a word is not my style. Tony's expression froze for a moment. His heart softened with a tinge of melancholy, before he broke into a smile and said, "It's good that you're leaving. I was worried you might have ulterior motives regarding my little Morgan. However, we must host a celebratory party the day after tomorrow, and it simply won't do without you as the guest of honor." Tony patted Li Guangming's arm with his free hand, gazing at him with anticipation. Li Guangming pondered for a moment, not taking too long, before he nodded in agreement and headed towards the kitchen. Indeed, he had temporarily taken residence at Tony's home, unable to resist his fervent invitation. At that moment, Tony found himself filled with a hint of regret. Was this akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? Just as Li Guangming was about to step out the door, Tony suddenly exclaimed, "Thank you." Chapter 84. Little Morgan and the extraordinary Stark with his back turned to Tony. Li Guangming smirked slightly, raised his arm in a casual wave, and exited without looking back. He did not delve into Tony's thoughts, even though he was unaware of the specific reasons for his gratitude. Perhaps it was for returning him to his own universe, or for aiding in the salvation of this world. It could even be for knowing that he had saved his life. Who could say for certain? Time passed silently, and he found himself exceedingly bored. Even though he possessed the ability to leap through time directly to the party, he chose not to do so. Such is life. Are you Li Guangming? Lying in bed, indulging in television as a layabout, Li Guangming suddenly heard the crisp, sweet voice of a little girl emanating from the doorway. He propped himself up to glance at the source, and there she was, adorable, with a cherubic face that invited one to pinch her cheeks, as if his soul had been cleansed. She trotted towards him on her short legs, her bright eyes gazing up at him as she tilted her head, observing him curiously. Her little lips mumbled, "You're no different from ordinary people. You don't have Auntie Purple-S armored physique, nor Uncle Hulk-S towering stature. Indeed, that's me. But how does little Morgan know about me?" Seeing her charming demeanor, Li Guangming crouched on the floor to meet her gaze, lowering his voice to smile gently as he asked. At this, she proudly lifted her little chin, hands on her hips, puffing out her tiny chest as she declared, "I saw you on the armor in the warehouse. I remember there's a pupil recognition feature." Li Guangming's face registered surprise. Moreover, she continued, her pride swelling, "I secretly learned some hacking skills with Friday's help." Then, her expression shifted to one of slight dejection, though most of it was Friday's doing. However, she was but a child, and her emotions shifted quickly. With her little head filled with questions, she turned to Li Guangming. "But how do you know me? I've never seen you before." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Li Guangming replied, "Your father often mentions you, always lamenting how he couldn't survive without little Morgan. He loves to eat the leftover half of your cheeseburger. It's so delicious he would swallow his tongue." Instantly, she blushed and giggled, subsequently asserting her cleverness by shaking her head. "Uncle is teasing. Daddy talks about himself, but he wouldn't say anything embarrassing." She leaped onto the bed with an air of familiarity, not even bothering to remove her shoes, as if retaliating against Li Guangming for speaking ill of her father. Li Guangming sighed, placing his hand on his forehead in disappointment. Alas. Even children cannot be deceived these days. But at least take off your shoes. I still need to sleep for 2 more days. Once I leave, you can jump around as you please. But I cannot wait for you to bounce onto your father's bed. However, Morgan paid no heed to his counsel, playfully continuing her antics, embodying a spirit of defiance that starkly contrasted with her outwardly obedient demeanor. After a few jumps, seemingly fatigued, she plopped down at the foot of the bed without concern for the dirt. Guess where I am? She exclaimed, but just as she was about to say more, Tony's voice reached their ears. Her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she raised her hands in a mock threat towards Li Guangming, declaring, "You must not mention anything about me hacking the video, and I won't tell Dad that you spoke ill of him." Li Guangming couldn't help but chuckle at her fierce dragon-like expression, replying, all right, I won't tell a soul." Her face returned to a calm demeanor, reverting to the obedient child that outsiders perceived, though she would temper her behavior around her parents. Li Guangming, however, was privy to her most mischievous side. Unbeknownst to her, her rudimentary hacking skills were no match for Tony, who was already aware of her antics but chose to remain silent out of affection, ensuring her safety by monitoring her every move. Tony approached, crouching down to meet her gaze, his tone gentle and devoid of reproach. "Oh, what brings you here? Didn't I tell you that a bad man lives here who would take you away from us? If you don't want to leave your parents, you shouldn't come here." Li Guangming shot him a chilling glance. "I cannot pretend I did not hear that." Tony remained unfazed, as if the room contained only him and young Morgan. "I think he looks quite handsome, not like a bad person at all," Morgan remarked, her eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why, ever since Tony's arrival, they had to be wary of him, even forbidding proximity. But why take him home then? Bad people do not have the word villain inscribed on their faces. By the time danger appears, it may already be too late. As Tony stood up, he effortlessly scooped her up under her arms, cradling her in his embrace without a word, striding toward the exit as though Li Guangming were a harbinger of misfortune. Ironically, Morgan, nestled in his arms, waved her little arms at Li Guangming, cheerfully calling out, "Goodbye, brother." Upon hearing her farewell, Tony quickened his pace. Watching their disappearing figures, Li Guangming shook his head, muttering under his breath about the uncle and brother titles, while lightly shaking the spot on the bed where her footprints had been, as if to brush away the dust. In truth, her shoes were pristine, leaving no traces, but it was merely a psychological effect, convincing herself that it was cleaner that way. For the following day and more, whenever she found a moment, Morgan would stealthily slip away to Li Guangming's side, pestering him to use his abilities to conjure tricks before scurrying back before being discovered. Resembling a little mouse in her escapades, the banquet proceeded as scheduled. At the persuasion of a few, Captain America managed to suppress his eagerness to return the Infinity Stones and agreed to participate in the gathering first. Considering the significance of the Infinity Stones, Tony Stark ensured that his remaining Iron Man suits were on constant vigilance, striving for absolute security. The primary attendees of the soiree included members of the Avengers, the Guardians of the Galaxy, as well as Doctor Strange, Black Panther T'Challa, the new Sorcerer Supreme, Valkyrie, and Captain Marvel Carol Danvers. The festivities continued late into the night, the atmosphere remaining lively even after darkness fell. Some indulged excessively in alcoholic beverages, while others were either sorrowful or simply possessed an insatiable thirst for drink, such as Valkyrie. As the guest of honor, Li Guangming received the utmost attention, remaining the focal point throughout the event. With his constitution, he drank without pause. Young Morgan enjoyed juice and snacks, quietly seated on the sofa, watching Li Guangming's impressive display. Occasionally, she would hide in a corner to cheer and applaud. Some guests succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing prematurely into slumber, and if they were ordinary folk, they would receive special care with a blanket. Others, however, were left unattended. Tragically, Tony, wishing to set a good example for Morgan, had promised not to touch a drop of alcohol in her presence. Thus, he carried a glass resembling white wine filled with soda, parading about. He mingled within the crowd, engaging in drinking contests, and they would later recall how he astonishingly outdrank Valkyrie and a host of other intoxicated revelers. Chapter 85. Unable to return. Encounter with a young girl. Time invariably slips away during moments of joy, leaving one to ponder how swiftly it passes. The group, all possessing abilities beyond the ordinary, awoke the next day seemingly unscathed, particularly Tony, who was bustling about with vigor. Early in the morning, Captain Rogers prepared to depart, standing before the time travel apparatus in the park, ready to return the Infinity Stones. Banner, Falcon Sam, and his friend Winter Soldier Bucky were perplexed, questioning the urgency. After bidding farewell, they did not notice his unusual demeanor as he swiftly donned his quantum suit and stepped into the time travel device. With Mjolnir in one hand and a black case containing the 6 infinity stones in the other, he gazed back at the 3 for a brief moment, sighed, and vanished within the apparatus. As the countdown concluded, Banner and the others exchanged bewildered glances. The agreed 5 seconds had elapsed, yet he remained absent from sight. It was not until they encountered his aged self that they realized the reluctance he had previously exhibited. Meanwhile, Li Guangming was preparing to return to his original universe in the afternoon, a delay instigated by young Morgan, who had spent the entire morning entangling him in various matters, as if seeking to condense a multitude of tasks into a mere half-day. Despite the postponement of Li Guangming's departure, the moment of farewell had inevitably arrived, his small face reflecting dejection. Within the villa, the Stark family, along with Happy, the bodyguard and chauffeur, Thor, the Guardians of the Galaxy, and Valkyrie stood across to bid farewell. The Guardians of the Galaxy were summoned by Thor, who, after ceding the throne of Asgard to Valkyrie, sought a ride for his grand voyage. Li Guangming looked at Thor with hesitation, as if words had been trapped within him for ages. Ultimately, he merely remarked, "You possess the power to traverse time and space. Do visit us often. We shall always welcome you." He emphasized the phrase regarding time travel, albeit subtly. "Indeed, though you may be a bit lecherous, I hope you frequent us." He continued, "Yes, when the time comes, we can embark on cosmic missions together, sharing the rewards." Pepper Potts, holding Little Morgan and Happy, bid farewell with a smile. Little Morgan waved her other small hand, her eyes brimming with reluctance. "Goodbye, goodbye." A faint, ethereal girl's voice resonated through the void of chaos, laced with a hint of glee that was entirely inappropriate for a farewell. The sound traversed the chaotic realm, passing through shadowy spheres dotted with starlight, reaching far-off destinations. "What a misfortune! When did I ever provoke you, rendering me unable to return home? For a divine being, to concern oneself with trifles is quite absurd." Li Guangming stood atop a sand dune, gazing skyward in fury. Clad in pristine attire, the desolate surroundings remained unchanged, barren of oases or vegetation. In a fit of rage, he kicked out, causing the earth to tremble, and with a cacophonous crash, a seemingly endless chasm appeared within the uneven dunes. Feeling somewhat relieved, he smirked and muttered, "If you think you can make me yield, you are sorely mistaken. I refuse to believe your peculiar nature will keep you there, preventing my return. Today, I shall state my position clearly. Should I catch you, your little backside and personal safety will be at risk." Li Guangming clenched his teeth in frustration, mimicking the act of grasping a certain individual with his left hand while his right hand repeatedly struck, envisioning the image of the girl in the black robe. The sound of his hand smacking against her rear echoing in his mind. Naturally, the girl cloaked in shadows, residing in the formless void, observed his antics with disdain, casting him a glance of contempt. "Do you wish to strike me? Catch me first. Even if I cannot defeat you, can I not outrun you? By the heavens. You wait. I'm telling you, just wait." Li Guangming noticed her expression, his simmering anger intensifying even further. However, he found himself powerless against her, resorting only to verbal threats. She dared not confront him directly, and he could not seize her. After issuing a few more exasperated threats, he dejectedly activated his ability to traverse the cosmos and departed. Once he had left, 2 figures materialized at the spot he vacated, momentarily staring into each other's eyes before one of them broke the trance and bolted without a hint of hesitation. Like a mouse before a cat, the first one muttered to himself, "Oh dear, how terrifying. What terrible luck. The people I wish to encounter elude me, while those I wish to avoid seem to cross my path at every turn." The second individual, witnessing the fleeing figure's myriad phantoms, realized that an ordinary person would likely not even see a shadow. Suddenly, they snapped to attention, leaping into the air with a resounding thud, soaring after the other. 2 individuals playfully engaged in a relentless chase, circling the globe countless times, until the one in front finally managed to break free. As Li Guangming traversed the cosmos without a predetermined destination, he embraced the notion of serendipity, primarily because he could not return home. After all, he was not relying on super speed. Such abilities would allow him to perceive the surroundings first before utilizing his other powers. Suddenly, he manifested within a 50-square-meter bedroom, twisting his head to survey the nearly floor-to-ceiling windowed space. The room was adorned in a sleek, dark silver hue, exuding a sense of understated luxury amidst its simplicity. The furnishings were minimal yet sufficient, leaving ample room to breathe. The bed could comfortably accommodate 3, and a glance out the window revealed towering skyscrapers, with the occasional individual maneuvering a personal flying device. Clearly, this was a city steeped in advanced technology. Just as Li Guangming prepared to teleport away, a sound emanated from the door. With a distinct click, the door opened, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of shoes striking the metallic floor, indicating the return of the occupant. A girl of approximately 13 or 14 years entered, clutching an electronic book, her habitual gaze scanning her surroundings. Upon spotting the unfamiliar man in her room, she froze in place, her expression a blend of confusion and innocence. Caught in the act, Guangming blinked, a slightly awkward smile gracing his features as he greeted her with a casual, "Hi." His voice startled her, prompting her to exclaim, "Intruder." Yet, rather than displaying typical fear, she boldly tossed aside her electronic device and charged toward him with fierce determination. The electronic book fell to the ground, producing a brief sound of short-circuiting, and she showed no remorse for its demise. Just as she was about to reach him, Guangming, with an apologetic demeanor, abruptly vanished from her sight. Her hands grasped at nothing, and propelled by inertia, she staggered forward a few steps before regaining her balance. Turning around in bewilderment to find the space where he had been now empty. Within moments, several soldiers armed with high-tech laser weapons stormed into the room, their weapons raised in a defensive posture, scanning for the intruder. Where did he go? There's no one here. He just vanished. Chapter 86. The death of DC. When Guangming recklessly materialized, he found himself in a lush, vibrant forest, its height towering no less than 100 stories. Raising his head to the sky, he muttered to himself, "This debt will be settled with you. I'll remember it as 2 slaps at the very least." He then earnestly retrieved a small notebook, meticulously documenting those 2 slaps. Reason: trespassing into the young girl's bedroom, shamefully fled. He also noted the hindrance to his return home, with the price to be determined later. He promptly tucked the notebook into the storage space created within the necklace of his Kryptonian battle suit. Suddenly, a campfire and folding chair materialized at his feet, a testament to his own handiwork. Settling into the chair, he effortlessly conjured a perfectly cleaned chicken, skewered on a metal rod, for the purpose of roasting it himself. The aroma of freshly roasted delicacies is unparalleled, with all seasonings relying on creativity. After some time, as the tantalizing scent wafted through the air, he suddenly exclaimed, "Come out." The sound of cracking twigs announced her arrival, and Guangming's expression shifted to one of surprise. Did she truly emerge without suspicion of a ruse? "When did you realize I was hiding behind the tree?" a melodious and clear voice inquired. Revealing herself to be the owner of the room, a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years. Guangming cast a mocking glance her way, remarking, "Initially, your actions amused me greatly, akin to a child playing hide and seek, boldly stepping behind the tree before my very eyes." Humph. She shot him a defiant glare, countering, "I am a commander by genetic design. I am not particularly adept at assassination techniques." Unbeknownst to her, the sound of her footsteps resonated in Guangming's ears like thunder. She approached confidently, boldly taking a seat beside him, and inquired, "Who are you? There is nothing of value here to steal. Moreover, how did you vanish so swiftly?" "Me? I am merely someone hindered from returning home." Guangming sighed, gazing skyward. Who could be so unscrupulous? Her stern visage reflected confusion, and she promptly patted her chest, assuring him, "Tell me, and once I wield military power, I shall help you reclaim your home. Are you not afraid I might harm you?" "You wouldn't." Guangming was amused by her audacity, marveling at her unwavering confidence. Before her, he split the roasted chicken and iron skewer in half, offering her a portion. She gazed at the scene in astonishment, thinking to herself, "Is this not a display of superpowers? Even I could not achieve such feats." Guangming took a hearty bite of the chicken, savoring the flavor. "Ah, truly, it is delicious, as expected from my own roasting." That day, within Tony's villa, Guangming harnessed his time-space traversal abilities. With his current prowess, he anticipated a swift return, not requiring a meticulous search. He expected to find himself back in the DC universe in the blink of an eye, yet to his astonishment, he was surrounded by unfamiliarity, no recognizable streets, no towering edifices, and not even a trace of soil. Instead, he found himself amidst orbs of darkness, each scintillating with starlight, illuminating their contours. Suspended between these celestial spheres, he activated his super eyesight, extending his gaze as shimmering specks magnified before him. In an instant, realization dawned upon Guangming. Those luminous points were composed of countless star systems, coalescing into larger clusters of light. This is not right. I should have materialized directly in the alley I departed from. Despite his confusion, he acted swiftly, aligning his heartbeat with his essence to accurately navigate back to the DC universe. With a sudden burst of speed, he traversed through the cosmos, reflecting that, rather than marveling at the unfathomable sights of existence, it was far more comforting to lie in bed beside his wife. As he was on the verge of transcending the cosmic barriers to return home, suddenly, his position shifted as if he were retreating, returning to his original spot. No matter how he flew, after a period, he would inevitably revert to where he began. Furthermore, there was no indication in his mind that his unique constitution was under attack. Do not waste your efforts. Resistance is futile. I have altered the very space around you. Thus it cannot be deemed an attack. You remain oblivious to my whereabouts, and your replication abilities are rendered useless. Hence, I shall always possess the upper hand. The girl's calm voice echoed in his ears, as though she were whispering beside him. An image of a petite girl in a flowing black robe surfaced in Li Guangming's mind. Although there was no tangible proof, he was certain that this was her original visage. His pupils dilated in disbelief, for he had encountered her once before. It was during a shopping outing with Flora and Mela, when he was reluctantly dragged to witness a magic show. He had assumed that the little girl was merely the magician's assistant. After all, who would dress so peculiarly if they were an ordinary person? Little did he know. She was the embodiment of death from DC. What a revelation. What do you mean by this? We have no grievances in the past nor enmity in the present. Why must it come to this? Should you provoke my ire, I am far more formidable than you might imagine. I could easily summon a rival, and I assure you, I cannot perish. Seeking vengeance upon you would not bode well. Li Guangming furrowed his brow, attempting to intimidate her. He was not surprised that his abilities were known to those powerful beings. Even Diana had somehow acquired knowledge of his powers. No sooner had he finished speaking than her emotionless voice resonated once more. You are the newly appointed harbinger of death. Returning home is not out of the question. Aid me in collecting souls, and with my protection, you may traverse the entire multiverse at your leisure. Even in her indifferent tone, Li Guangming detected a hint of cunning. A realization struck him, and he incredulously pointed at himself. You want me to work for you? How convenient for you. She did not respond immediately, which seemed to confirm his suspicion. Although she was slightly more powerful than the neighboring entity, she lacked her freedom. Still burdened with the task of soul collection, even if only nominally, it was still work. At long last, a being capable of large-scale soul collection had appeared, and to not take advantage of such talent would be a waste. Unlike other members of the Endless family, she might accompany him into eternity. This time, her voice carried a subtle threat. If you refuse, you shall remain trapped here indefinitely, though it may only amount to a few thousand years. That is a considerable span relative to your existence thus far. Upon your release, whether you still cherish those two wives of yours remains uncertain. At that moment, a dense aura of death parted the layers of cosmic spheres, and a cloaked girl floated behind Li Guangming, cradling his head. What of those two? She fell silent once more. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. You do not belong to our realm, Kal. Family matters are not for outsiders to meddle in. As she spoke, the variously sized cosmic spheres that had been disturbed returned to their original positions. Although they still appeared disordered, the intention behind her actions remained unclear. Alas, how could one claim I am an outsider? I now belong to him, or rather, he has become mine. Otherwise, from where do you think the rich aroma of death emanating from him originates? The cloaked maiden, with an expression of triumph, released Li Guangming and stood beside him. Her arms crossed over her chest, deliberately or inadvertently lifting them slightly. Then, with a sense of self-satisfaction, she remarked, What do you expect? After discovering him, you all acted like anxious little wives, fretting and second-guessing. Since you do not want him, you cannot prevent others from claiming him. At that moment, Li Guangming came to a realization. Despite spending considerable time in DC without encountering any prominent deities, it was quite the opposite in Marvel. As if they were all evading him. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, nor did he seek to usurp your powers. He merely sought to replicate them without harming their essence. Was it truly so petty of them? He silently criticized the stingy deities, unafraid of having his thoughts exposed. If he were to act on such notions, it would only serve to enhance his own abilities. Before the cloaked girl could retort, the cloaked maiden interrupted, exclaiming, Isn't that right, little tablet? She appeared entirely unfazed, responding with a tone devoid of emotion. I am naturally different from you. A wretch who sells her body to seduce others into collecting souls for herself, who is renowned beyond the shadows. Thanos, perhaps? You would dare to lay a hand on that purple-faced fiend? As her words echoed, several cosmic spheres surrounding Li Guangming suddenly erupted, disintegrating into nourishing elements that enriched the nearby dark spheres speckled with starlight. Li Guangming glanced at the image of her in his mind, then at the vanishing universe. His expression filled with questions. How could she suppress her fury and calmly articulate her anger? What a pity. If you do not want them, you could give them to me. So many souls. The cloaked maiden's eyes brimmed with regret, her tone reproachful as she gestured towards the void. Moreover, I must inform you of defamation. That purple-faced fiend covets my beauty, and I have done nothing to provoke it. In stark contrast to her emotions, The cloaked girl secretly rejoiced. Wonderful. My workload may lessen, and the responsibility remains on the cow. Should I return to address the boundary violations of the neighboring death entity and seize the opportunity to teach it a lesson? With a justifiable cause. Even the OAA on her side would find it difficult to intervene. Temporarily setting aside this enticing thought and ignoring the cow's angry, impoverished demeanor, she turned to Guangming. Have you given it any thought? I apologize. I am someone who shuns trouble and prefers the life of a recluse. As for work, I suggest you seek someone more capable. Guangming decisively declined, threatening himself with the prospect of working for her for free. Dream on. Even if she offered herself along with her powers, he would never consent. There is no one more suitable than you. While you two may not be able to confine me, preventing my return home is still within your capabilities. Are you not concerned that one day I may possess the power to kill you? Do not worry. I cannot recall when I started to find the repetitive task of collecting the souls of the deceased tedious. Yet, it seems that only I am capable of fulfilling this role, and I yearn to relinquish my responsibilities. I trust that, given your disposition, you would not resort to violence against me. Guangming found himself at a loss for words. Should he truly eliminate her? A multitude of individuals from DC would undoubtedly swarm to pester him, perhaps even pursuing him to the ends of the earth. If they were all to perish, it would be a relief, yet it is frustrating that some, like himself, are immortal. They are exceedingly cunning, akin to the personification of death in DC, who never reveals their true form and occasionally conjures a swarm of followers, much like bothersome flies, which is enough to trouble anyone. The cloaked maiden, suppressing her urge to strike, took on the demeanor of a nurturing older sister as she advised, how about this? I shall assist you with your tasks. As I have an affinity for souls, just grant me a modest portion as my reward, and you may send him home. How does that sound? No. The cloaked maiden turned towards Guangming, her expression filled with conflict. After a moment's contemplation, as if arriving at a significant decision, she sighed, very well. I shall forego my reward, but you must remember that I have signed a contract to serve you. Upon saying this, she gazed at Guangming with a pitiful look, her fingers intertwined and pressed against her chest, exuding an unusual allure. Observing her actions, a voice resonated from the void, immediately rejecting her proposition. No. In an instant, she transformed, her nose lifted in indignation as she reprimanded. Why do you refuse to heed my counsel? I have made numerous concessions. What more do you desire? Seeing her persistent attempts to compel him to work, Guangming grew increasingly impatient, his tone laced with a hint of anger as he threatened. Let me make this clear. Even if I cannot eliminate you now, you should be wary of your posterior and personal safety when I acquire the means. As he spoke, a small notebook suddenly appeared in his hand, its first line inscribed, obstructing the return home, price to be determined. He then opened a storage space within the Kryptonian battlesuit necklace at his chest, placing the notebook within with utmost seriousness. The cloaked girl appeared incensed by his actions. Yet, Guangming's surroundings showed no signs of disruption, and in the next moment, he was transported away along with the space around him. The cloaked maiden erupted in exasperation. Has your brain turned to mush? Just wait. You will face the consequences. In an unnumbered universe, beside a serene lake in the wilderness of Earth, the grass flourished in vibrant greens, and a gentle breeze carried the essence of spring. An elderly man, his hair completely white, sat with a fishing rod in hand. Reclining against a chair, his countenance kind and amiable. However, his attention was not on the bobbing float before him. Instead, he gazed skyward, embodying the image of a whimsical old fool as he chuckled heartily at the heavens. Should anyone else have been present, they might have deemed him mentally unfit. Yet, his deep-set eyes seemed to harbor the universe's profound truths, a gaze possessed only by the wisest, as though he had traversed the vast cosmos. The young girl cast a scornful glance towards Guangming, her expression embodying disbelief, as if to say, do you take me for a fool? In this age, honesty has become a rarity that few believe, while falsehoods are met with unwavering faith. Guangming shook his head, reflecting on this. Before taking a hearty bite of chicken and chewing thoughtfully, the young girl tore a piece of roasted meat and fed it into her mouth. After chewing a few times and swallowing, she spoke with disdain. One is a death enthusiast, and the other coerces you to work. Why don't you mention that the god of Krypton, Rao, willingly serves as your subordinate? Believe it or not. Then, noticing her elegant demeanor, Guangming reproached her. One should indulge in meat heartily, especially roasted meat. Such an experience is truly exquisite. Sensing an approaching presence, Guangming suddenly vanished with half a roasted chicken in hand. The young girl, filled with skepticism, took a tentative bite and found it indeed different. Upon looking up, Guangming had already disappeared. She glanced around, feeling a tinge of regret when a voice called from behind her. Flora, what brings you here? Chapter 88. The subtle maneuvers of Marvel's Death in Paradise Island. After parting ways with Flora, Li Guangming arrived at a small island, aimlessly traversing as per his usual routine, still holding the half-eaten roasted chicken out of respect for food. He was aware that the planet was Krypton and that the young girl was Flora. Thus, he lingered and conversed with her for some time. Otherwise, she would have been long gone without a trace. Perhaps it was also due to his wife Flora. Even if she was not entirely alone, it reminded him of her presence. Reflecting on her childhood, her icy visage had begun to take form, prompting him to muse that personality is indeed innate. Observing her gentle manner of eating, so uncharacteristic of a warrior, he couldn't help but recall the stark contrast of Flora as she matured, leading him to suggest with a sense of mischief. Of course, it wasn't entirely fanciful. After all, one should relish their food heartily and joyfully for it to taste delightful. While he stood there, gazing up at the universe he could not return to for the time being, he suddenly caught sight of a statuesque girl clad in a cloak, peering around furtively as though she were a thief, wary of being discovered. Sensing his gaze, she glanced in Li Guangming's direction, gesturing as if shooing away pigs. Mouthing the words, "Don't look at me, don't let me be found." Observing her dart into the cosmic barrier, Li Guangming withdrew his gaze, chuckling and shaking his head, pondering the mischief that this Marvel Death girl was likely concocting. Was it really necessary to steal souls while others were present? It felt akin to cursing a bald monk in front of him. She might as well announce her intentions outright. Oh well, having encountered his childhood wife today, his mood was somewhat lifted, and he playfully gave a couple of pats to the expressionless Death. As for the appropriateness of those pats, that remained uncertain. "Hey, are you a man?" A sudden authoritative yet youthful voice questioned from the forest behind him. Turning to face the source, he found a pair of curious eyes, untouched by the harshness of the world, scrutinizing him. Accompanied by her youthful visage, it was evident she had yet to experience the trials of society. Thus, he reassured himself, dispelling any errant thoughts. He would not engage in any malevolent deeds, for he was a hero, a good man. Even though her bosom was marked by deep valleys, her beauty seemed to have been blessed by the goddess of allure. The expanse of exposed skin was tantalizing, and her long, straight legs beckoned exploration into their depths. "Nonsense. Am I not a man, or do you suppose I am a woman?" Li Guangming replied with irritation, questioning with disdain how anyone could see femininity in his distinctly masculine demeanor. "I have encountered everyone on this island, yet I have never laid eyes on you. You must be an outsider. Moreover, you bear a striking resemblance to some of the women here with modest chests, which prompted my inquiry." Her tone carried a hint of grievance, yet her large, crystalline eyes remained brimming with curiosity as they fixated on Li Guangming. It was as though she were observing a rare creature, meticulously examining the differences between him and women. However, he was clothed, while the island's inhabitants were known for their rugged ways, which would inevitably lead to her disappointment. Suddenly, she bent her legs slightly and propelled herself forward with vigor. With no hesitation, she leaped off the cliff, which towered 3 or 4 stories high. In an instant, the earth was marked by 2 well-defined footprints in the sandy soil. Li Guangming found himself inexplicably drawn to her enigmatic presence, though a flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze when he noticed her wearing safety shorts. Undeterred, she rose and confidently approached him, casually introducing herself. "What is your name?" "I am Diana, and I have lived here my entire life, never having set foot in the outside world." "Will you tell me about it?" Just from her name and attire, Li Guangming discerned the nature of this place. He had arrived on Paradise Island, the legendary home of Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, who had resided here for millennia. From her innocent demeanor, he surmised that the story had yet to unfold. Yet, he pondered which universe this was, wondering if Superman and the Justice League existed here. As Diana engaged him in a series of trivial exchanges, she did most of the talking, leaving Li Guangming to contemplate whether he should respond at all. What truly astonished Li Guangming was that he sensed no other presence had approached their location recently. However, her mother, Queen Hippolyta, seemed to arrive with a cavalry unit with uncanny precision. His thoughts wandered, imagining a mother leading a search party each time her daughter went missing, scouring the mountains and stones, leaving footprints all over Paradise Island. Lost in thought, they were soon joined by a cloud of dust as a group of horsewomen approached, halting 50 paces away from them. "Diana, stay away from the outsider." They held their bows taut, arrows aimed directly at Li Guangming, ready to unleash a volley at the slightest provocation. Such a trivial display of intimidation was far beneath what Loki might attempt, and Li Guangming regarded them with disdain. Remaining silent and motionless, in an instant, their bows and arrows turned to dust, their arms wide open yet their muscles still tensed in readiness. The next moment, they collectively found themselves at a loss, some perplexed as they rubbed the remnants of ash in their hands. As the wind swirled, the warrior women flailed their arms, attempting to clear the air of the settling dust to regain their vision. The more agile among them quickly reached behind their backs, seeking to grasp their melee weapons. But fate was unkind, as they found their backs empty. At this moment, Guangming epitomizes divinity. Fortuitously, his education has instilled in him a commendable character. Otherwise, he would not have left a single piece of armor for them. They were merely on guard and did not engage directly, thus sparing their lives. Who might you be, divine being? Hippolyta, crowned and majestic, sat gravely upon her white steed. Such abilities could only belong to a deity, yet it was inconceivable that they could belong to Ares, the god of war. This she discerned clearly. The group of female warriors behind her, upon hearing their queen's words, were engulfed in terror, their spirits unsettled. If this were true, their previous actions would be tantamount to blasphemy against the divine. Their mercy might shield them from immediate retribution, but the Amazon tribe, in their ignorance, could face devastating losses, potentially even extinction. I possess many titles. Which would you prefer to hear? Guangming boasted, the god of man, the lord of the oceans. Death. There are even more if we consider my abilities. His ostentation served the purpose of securing a temporary stay in this heavenly realm, which was akin to a paradise. The inhabitants here were largely pleasing to the eye, and even in the absence of conflict, the scenery was delightful. Coupled with the identity of a deity, the treatment afforded to him was most respectful. As for why he refrained from lingering on Krypton, the inhabitants showed no reverence for any deity save for Ra, the sun god. Even if they did, their petty jealousy towards Superman, Clark, might incite them to obliterate all of Krypton. With his presence, further conflict would likely ensue. A troublesome affair indeed. Paradise Island, in contrast, would welcome a display of divine favor and grant forgiveness for their perceived insolence, thus allowing him a life of leisure. ISNT, the Lord of the Oceans Poseidon? Chapter 89, Surprises and the Mysterious Old Man. The impending retribution of DC death. Amidst their chaotic discussions, Guangming maintained an air of patience and promptly addressed the first question. The Lord of the Oceans is a title I acquired in later times. Behold. With that, Guangming summoned the godly trident, brandishing it with flair and planting it firmly in the sand. The dazzling golden light eclipsed the sun's radiance, ripples emanating outward as if expressing dissatisfaction towards its master, having languished in storage and gathering dust. Guangming paid no heed to its grievances, dismissing them as mere barking, and remarked that he could not understand the tongue of dogs, so it might as well bask in the afterglow when remembered. As anticipated, the immortal Amazons were rendered speechless upon witnessing the golden trident, each one frozen in awe upon their steeds. Even Queen Hippolyta's eyes widened in astonishment. In days of yore, when various tribes united to resist the invasion of the malevolent deity Darkside, they had glimpsed Poseidon, the god of the sea, wielding his legendary trident. Diana, while lacking their immediate perception, could grasp the significance, for it was said that Zeus, the unmatched creator of their kind, had fashioned them, and as his brother, the sea god must also be unparalleled. Please, new god, forgive our rudeness. Hippolyta dismounted without hesitation, kneeling on one knee, her expression devoid of defiance, despite their shared progeny. Witnessing their queen's humility, the other warriors quickly followed suit, dismounting and kneeling in unison. Please, new god, forgive our rudeness. Hippolyta and Antiope exchanged subtle glances with the immobile Diana, urging her to yield as they had. Despite being the daughter of Zeus and possessing the power to slay gods, she remained but a demigod, unable to sway the formidable presence that loomed before her, a presence whose mere titles could instill terror. Moreover, she had yet to fully awaken her own powers. Diana, in a state of half-awareness, mimicked a bow towards Guangming. Ignorance can be pardoned. After all, your intimidation was merely that, an intimidation, without any overt aggression. I shall forgive you this time, so rise. Guangming was not at all akin to the temperamental and petty deities. He had intentions of staying a while longer. Instantly, the assembly on the sands breathed a collective sigh of relief, particularly Hippolyta and her sister Antiope, who were well acquainted with the personalities of various gods. Kindly allow the new god to relocate to the palace. We shall host a grand welcoming ceremony as an apology for our earlier behavior. Guangming graciously accepted her invitation, wishing to avoid the erratic and troublesome speculations of those who held kingship. Perhaps a mere 10 minutes later, the female warriors busied themselves with preparations. The unknowing soldiers were initially taken aback by the sudden announcement of the welcoming ceremony, yet their trust in the queen propelled them into swift action. Within just a few hours, the event rivaled the grandeur of a festival, although the short notice and hasty preparations were palpable. Still, their sincerity was evident. Li Guangming was seated on the second tier, a position of honor, despite his divine status. Hippolyta, perched upon her throne, embodied the last vestige of dignity for her kin, a dignity that no god, save for the creator Zeus himself, could undermine. For the sake of this dignity, they would rather perish in battle than live in humiliation. The atmosphere on that day mirrored a festive celebration, with smiles gracing every face, not only as a result of Li Guangming's forgiveness of their earlier rudeness, but also due to his expressed desire to reside among them. Through their conversations, they discerned that Li Guangming's rank and power far surpassed that of the king of the gods. His presence here assured them that he would not turn a blind eye to any insurmountable crisis they might face in the future. Time flew swiftly in the midst of joy, as if in the blink of an eye. The first instance of awakening was lost to memory, as was the final moment before sleep. Li Guangming was assigned accommodations equivalent to those of Diana, with only the queen's quarters being more opulent. It was hardly reasonable to expect the queen to share her bed. Feeling a sense of elation, he playfully noted 5 slaps to his account. Regardless of his mood, be it joy or melancholy, he would always tally a few slaps for the young girl of death from DC, promising to settle the score later. However, on the second night, he realized that perhaps there would be no need for future reckoning, for lo and behold. Why, on a day when she should be stealing souls, had she come to seek his company? Li Guangming lounged comfortably on his soft bed, legs crossed, observing the curvaceous maiden before him with keen interest. There were no souls to be offered here. After all, had she not recently ventured to pilfer the soul of that insufferable girl? It remained uncertain whether she had discovered her prey, yet chose to remain silent. She likely relishes the thought, as it would afford her a reduction in work hours while providing her with someone to blame when questioned. What does it mean to take advantage of someone's labor? Is this truly how you perceive me? That flat object slanders me. Do you also partake in such defamation? If you genuinely wish to appease me, it would not be amiss to grant me a soul that I cherish. With your prowess, wouldn't it be effortless to extinguish a few universes in the chaotic realm? Of course, I refer to my side. Wouldn't that lessen the workload for that flat entity? In my estimation, you could create additional universes here to keep her busy, as you possess the capacity to do so. Let her rise before the rooster crows and retire after the dog sleeps, toiling day and night until she is utterly exhausted. As she spoke, she bounced on the spot, seemingly pleased with her scheme, her bosom undulating with her movements, her expression fierce as she waved her fists in the air. Li Guangming's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a splendid idea, one that warranted implementation. He turned to her with a mix of enthusiasm and curiosity. Thank you for your suggestion. Is that all you have come to discuss? The cloaked figure of death, comfortably seated beside Li Guangming, retorted without a moment's hesitation, certainly not. If you grant me a soul from just one universe, I shall tell you how. Her dark eyes shimmered with anticipation under the flickering candlelight. Almost instantaneously, Li Guangming responded without contemplation, no. I find it troublesome, and besides, even if I obliterate the universe, OAA may not manifest. There are innocent lives within. I am neither a saint nor a mindless killer. Were it not for my inability to catch that little girl of death, I would have extinguished her already. Alas, I cannot completely eliminate her. However, taking turns to do so is still a viable option. With a villainous demeanor, Li Guangming's lips curled into a smirk. His eyelids slightly narrowed as his gaze shifted to the side. Ah, you look worse than a purple sweet potato. I suggest you revert to your former self. The cloaked figure of death, displaying disdain, pushed Li Guangming away, reaching behind her cloak as if extracting a heavy machine gun from an otherworldly skirt, and produced a pitch-black sphere. Before Li Guangming could express his bewilderment, she interjected, inside this orb are your 2 wives and your Kryptonian base. I managed to sneak it out while she was completely focused on you that day. What do you think? You should be grateful. Just as Li Guangming was about to exclaim in surprise, the cloaked figure of death interrupted him once more. Hold your gratitude. The surprise is yet to come. Near the small plain of Paradise Island, there is an old man with a white beard fishing in the sea. He was originally in another universe, but suddenly appeared not far from you. Had he not deliberately revealed his whereabouts, I would never have discovered him. Do you understand what I mean? To all the readers still perusing my book, I extend my New Year-esque greetings. The writing may not be exceptional, and I am immensely grateful to those who choose to read it. I have designed the character Yi Fu to possess the strongest survival abilities, making it unlikely for him to pursue others for a fight, as that would seem somewhat deranged. Therefore, I have added an active replication ability, as some powers are indeed quite enticing. Unexpectedly, after acquiring a formidable ability, the rhythm became even more difficult to control. Some narratives cannot progress without a touch of verbosity. With just 2 abilities, one could easily surpass deities like the OAA within a mere dozen chapters. As a novice in writing, I find myself exploring everything on my own, watching videos to learn about outlines and the like. Believe it or not, it took me dozens of chapters to grasp the rudiments of writing. Yet they say that as a first-time author, it is unnecessary to invest so much time in crafting a book that could be discarded at any moment. In conclusion, I wish my family, esteemed readers, and friends a prosperous year of the dragon, filled with good fortune, success in every endeavor, and the realization of their dreams. Chapter 90. A first encounter with the old man, thank you. Guangming took hold of the pitch-black orb, his face radiating joy as if he might burst forth in exuberance, inadvertently captivating those around him, including the girl cloaked in death. She silently laughed alongside him, watching him intently. In that moment, even if his smile was not directed at her, it was nonetheless a personal exhibition meant for himself. She refrained from interrupting Guangming and quietly departed, believing that he already belonged to her, and that there was no need to rush, as time was still plentiful. When Guangming emerged from his reverie, he found the candlelight illuminating only himself, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. Unsure of how to express his gratitude, he pondered that perhaps he could repay her by vanquishing some cosmic zombies in the future, counting the souls as compensation, for was she not fond of souls? At that moment, what was once an elusive desire became a quiet promise bestowed upon another. Guangming scrutinized the small orb in his hand, magnifying his gaze until time itself seemed to freeze within it, revealing Flora and Mira standing on the deck of the spaceship, accompanied by 4 other Kryptonians. Most likely, she had grown weary of explanations and had simply taken matters into her own hands to bind them. He surmised. In the next instant, he abruptly vanished from beside the bed, the dark orb falling with a soft thud onto the bedding. Guangming. Diana burst through the door, her face alight with a smile, shaking her head only to find the anticipated figure absent. A look of confusion crossed her features as she wondered where he might have gone at such a late hour. Glancing at the orb on the bed, her curiosity piqued. She approached to inspect it. What is this? I've never seen it before. Is it Guangming's? After a moment of scrutiny, she placed it back in its original position, refusing to take it without permission, as it would be impolite to meddle with someone else's belongings. Feeling a sudden wave of disinterest, she strode out of the room, carefully closing the door behind her. Meanwhile, Guangming had not been swept away by any mysterious force, but had instead entered the interior of the orb. Although the separation had not been long, he found himself missing them dearly. The moment he entered, the flow of time within resumed its normal pace, and they began to move once more. Mira's eyes lit up with delight as she rushed forward to embrace Guangming. I missed you so much. I missed you too, he replied, turning his gaze to Flora behind Mira. Flora's frosty visage remained unchanged, yet the slight lift of her lips and the shimmering light in her eyes belied her contrary thoughts. Welcome back. Her words were brief, yet privately. She felt a sense of relief. She still remembered Diana's warning before his departure, and in hindsight, she realized the potential dangers lurking in other realms. It was better to have him nearby for assurance. At least she would have an ally, and in that moment, she felt a twinge of regret. However, all that mattered now was that he had returned. Leader. The unified call echoed from 4 voices: Milian, Barry, Salek, and Ayula. Their attention was entirely focused on Guangming, eagerly awaiting his next command. After a brief pause, Guangming succinctly recounted his experiences, his concise narrative leaving the others in awe. At that moment, Flora and Mela finally grasped their presence in this place, the joy of reunion causing them to momentarily overlook their surroundings. Once he had conveyed all necessary information, Guangming conjured an abundance of food. While the others had no need to eat, Mela could not be excluded. Returning to his room on Paradise Island, Guangming lay on his bed, resolved to meet with that individual the following day, fearing that an unexpected late-night visit might disrupt his elder's vigor, causing embarrassment for both parties involved. This individual was none other than one of the primordial deities, the elusive personification of death. As the night was filled with the chorus of chirping insects, Paradise Island basked in perpetual spring, devoid of the sweltering heat of summer or the biting cold of winter. After several hours of blissful slumber, the unambitious Guangming crafted a comfortable dreamscape for himself, a matter not for outsiders to ponder. When the first rays of morning sunlight graced the earth, Guangming lay sprawled on his bed, lost in delightful dreams. A dull knocking sound roused him from his slumber. Before he could rise to answer the door, it swung open automatically. Diana entered without regard for gender boundaries, although at this stage, she truly lacked any. I looked for you last night, but couldn't find you. Where did you go? She asked, her tone reminiscent of a little girl inquiring about her older brother's whereabouts. Guangming then realized she had come by the night before, likely during his momentary absence. With a bleary expression, he asked, Is there something you need? I want to hear about the outside world. Last time, I did most of the talking. Mother won't let me come, so I had to sneak out at night. But unfortunately, you weren't here. If I'm discovered during the day, I will surely be scolded. Mentioning Hippolyta's incessant chatter made her uneasy, a feeling stemming from her divine lineage, which rendered her half-god body ineffective against her mother's authority. I'm sorry. I have some matters to attend to today and can't chat with you. Can we wait a few days? Can I come with you? Her fervent gaze was hard to ignore. After a moment of contemplation, Guangming decided that allowing her to accompany him would pose no significant issue, and he nodded in consent. With a snap of his fingers, he changed into a different outfit and set off with Diana to inform Death of his whereabouts. Along the way, she was a veritable bundle of curiosity, her questions flowing freely. Before long, Guangming halted, and she instantly understood they had arrived at their destination. Silently, in fear of disturbing him, she followed Guangming's gaze, only to find nothing along the grassy shore. Her mind was filled with questions, yet she understood that it was not the right moment to inquire. While she perceived the situation as such, it was entirely different in Guangming's eyes. A portly old man, his hair and beard as white as snow and a belly resembling that of a general, sat with his back to them, comfortably ensconced in a folding chair, gripping a fishing rod as he cast his line into the water. Beside him rested a blue box, with a steel nail driven into the soil and a fine string coiled around it, likely a makeshift holder for any fish he had caught. You've come. The voice, weathered by time, was imbued with warmth. Wasn't it you who summoned me here? Otherwise, you wouldn't have revealed yourself. Even Death would find it difficult to unearth your hiding skills. Concealing oneself is not a challenge for you. Guangming jested, stepping to the side to observe the bobber in the sea. Diana's eyes widened, brimming with confusion. Stop jesting about the old man. And there's no need to test your abilities. This is but an illusion, non-existent and futile. There are certain things I must articulate to ensure you patiently await this old man's conclusion. Once I am finished, you may take my abilities if you wish. I am not stingy like those young rascals. Since your arrival in our universe, I believe you would not endanger the multiverse. He appeared utterly convinced of his words, nonchalantly reflecting, this time, she has indeed gone too far. Guangming shot him a glance, laced with sarcasm. Indeed, such a little girl ought to be reprimanded. As the saying goes, if a child misbehaves, it is the parent's fault. I wonder which fool has allowed her to run rampant. Alas, spare me your jibes. For they were born alongside the universe. The only one who can be tied to the role of a father is I. Are you not indirectly accusing me? The elderly man shook his head, a look of helplessness crossing his visage. Guangming remained silent. Behind him, Diana observed his one-man show with a bewildered expression. Although she had come uninvited, she did not wish to be left out of the conversation. She yearned to broaden her horizons, to enlighten the naive girl from the countryside. Her mind was abuzz. She could not ascertain how many individuals were present, but she recognized that both were figures far beyond the likes of the king of gods, Zeus. In her imagination, she had nearly conjured a scenario of Guangming being cast out by his wife, wandering the streets. The portly old man, noticing Guangming's reticence, lifted his fishing rod and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Endless family?" "Somewhat," Guangming replied instinctively, only to realize the inappropriateness of his response, his face contorting in reluctant dismay. "You are not about to regale me with a tale like in novels or films, are you? Please, let us not waste time. Reveal yourself, grant me your abilities, and let us each return to our respective homes." Ignoring Guangming's plea, the old man continued. The Endless family comprises both newcomers and old-timers. Although referred to as a family, it consists of merely 7 individuals, who share no blood ties yet are as close as siblings. Except for Destruction, who is red-haired, the others typically present themselves with fair skin and dark hair. The world remains oblivious to the origins of certain entities. By the time they awaken to their fame, they have already become renowned. Fate, death, dreams, destruction, desire, despair, and delirium. These are not only names of individuals, but also the powers bestowed upon them by the universe, accompanied by corresponding responsibilities. They exist in mutual dependence, rendering the world whole. Among them, Death is particularly unique. She is known as Thalit, a delicate girl resembling a doll with a cherubic visage, yet in reality, she embodies the essence of countless ages. The other 6 possess the potential for rebirth, but she does not. She is death itself. How can one perish when one embodies such a concept? Moreover, she possesses a unique ability, traversing the vast cosmos freely, even within the realms of the other 6. While they feel discomfort in each other's domains, she remains unfazed. Each fulfills their role with profound affection, existing outside the constraints of time, much like the eternal legacy of their familial names. Yet, one day, the other 6 met their demise without any forewarning. Subsequently, They were resurrected, but destruction abandoned its duties, inciting a wave of resignations among them. It may seem effortless to forsake their responsibilities while life proceeds as usual. However, without her to reclaim souls, specters would roam the desolate wilderness. Although some death deities have attempted to alleviate the burden, the multiverse is vast, and even slight deviations may give birth to entirely new universes. An elderly figure occasionally fabricates tales, leading her to question whether she has offended fate, as she seems to bear a heavier burden than her kin. From her perspective, her siblings have undergone a profound transformation since their revival. Although they coexist harmoniously, an invisible barrier now separates them. She remains uncertain whether they are old acquaintances or newfound allies, all the while recognizing that they cannot accompany her into eternity. Enough of this. I suspect Hippolyta is calling us for dinner. Li Guangming interjected, his brow furrowed, interrupting the lengthy discourse with an exasperated gesture. What do you desire? He was unperturbed, continuing to lounge casually in a folding chair, his benevolent, rosy visage exhaling a sigh. The answer lies within your little notebook. He stood momentarily stunned, his gaze wandering, feeling a blend of embarrassment and suspicion. Had his father-in-law uncovered his ulterior motives? Did he not know what he had inscribed within his notebook? It felt akin to receiving cryptic wisdom from a sage. Nevertheless, he instinctively reached for the Kryptonian pendant on his chest, retrieving the notebook. As it lay flat in his palm, the pages began to flip autonomously. Returning to the first page, he no longer questioned why he had only skimmed its contents. The original phrase obstructing the way home, Price undecided, had astonishingly transformed into obstructing the way home. Family law shall prevail. Li Guangming's eyes widened in disbelief, darting between the elderly figure and the notebook. The white-haired, portly elder chuckled heartily, rising to approach him with a countenance reminiscent of Mithra Buddha, and delivered a hearty slap. Warning: attacked by an avatar of God, gaining divine power. On the tranquil edge of a steep cliff, the waves were seduced by a malevolent wind, persistently and obstinately cascading against the shore. A gentle breeze caressed the tips of the two individuals' hair. Absent were the dazzling brilliance of a supernova explosion or the vibrant spots of cosmic annihilation. In this moment, he possessed the pinnacle of power within the DC and Marvel realms. Even if he could not rival the two titans, he stood firmly within the second tier. Was this not a form of dowry? Li Guangming mused silently. Li Guangming smirked, remarking, "How could you hoard power? Whatever happened to the spirit of selflessness?" Yet, deep within, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Among all who traversed the DC and Marvel universes, few could claim true invincibility in such a short span. His own abilities provided him with unparalleled safety. Now, let us see where you intend to flee, you stoic little girl. However, his retort was met with the sudden absence of the old man, who had vanished completely. Fishing rod, folding chair, fishnet, even the grass he had trampled stood tall, basking in the sunlight. A kindly, teasing voice echoed, "Young man, do not be greedy. Nothing is absolute. Always leave yourself a way out, and you shall remain unharmed." Ha ha ha. Li Guangming spat in disdain and turned back to say, "I will be gone for a moment." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye before Diana, who remained in a state of shock as the last echoes of a voice, reminiscent of ancient deities, had deeply ensnared her. It was akin to the indescribable whispers of the Cthulhu mythos, constantly unsettling her mind. Had time not been so fleeting, she feared she might have been left with mere corporeal existence. Her heart raced with dread. If a voice alone could not be grasped, how formidable must Li Guangming be to converse with? The eternally unchanged, delicate features of the DC incarnation of death finally displayed surprise. Her right hand, which collected souls, frozen midair, staring blankly at the suddenly materialized Li Guangming. She had anticipated his arrival eventually, but not within mere days. Unlike her earlier indifference, she managed a smile that was almost more sorrowful than tears, and then immediately turned, a chasm of dark mist enveloping her as she attempted to flee. Li Guangming, wielding his fragmented divine power, sealed the space. No matter how she struggled, she remained firmly in place. He seized her by the collar, lifting her inches off the ground, declaring, "Let us see where you think you can run." She resembled nothing more than a dark, sticky rice ball caught in his grasp. The DC incarnation of death struggled silently, her limbs flailing helplessly. Li Guangming, channeling a sinister grin akin to the Hulk's, transported them instantaneously to a realm of chaos, disrupting the very fabric of space. As for the pristine white souls left behind, who cared? What followed was a performance of extreme consequence, where the stakes began at 3 years and escalated to the highest penalty. Details to be sought on your mobile browser. Chapter 92. The Invasion of Ants. Feeling invigorated, Li Guangming dressed and cast a complex glance at the embodiment of death. He was quite vexed by her obstruction of his return home. This was the best form of retribution he could conceive. Oh, there was one more thing. He could create universes just as the old man had done. How to interact after such actions has become a quandary. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, realizing that dwelling on it would only complicate matters further. It is far better to embrace whatever comes. You are now truly my kindred spirit. Her cheeks flushed as if savoring an experience previously unknown to her. From her eyes, the unmasked joy was evident, such a rarity. Her usual expression of cold indifference surpassed even that of Viola. I had initially focused on you. Yet that cow had the audacity to act without my consent, and that little mustache Tony is equally detestable. Though these words should have borne a tone of indignation, she recounted them with a calm demeanor, as if discussing mundane affairs. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in another universe, Tony Stark shivered. The weather was not particularly cold, yet he felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched. Puzzled, he returned to his work on the peculiar components displayed in the holographic projection, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had incurred the wrath of a formidable figure. Ah, so that is how it is. Li Guangming suddenly understood. No wonder Tony had inexplicably traversed to DC. It was all her doing. Had he not intervened, she would have devised even more schemes until the past was undone. The guise of a kindred spirit was merely a facade. It is to be expected. She was an ancient being, having lived for eons. This could only be considered interest. Li Guangming found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly muttering something before vanishing in an instant. A gentle, yet resolute voice echoed vaguely behind him. You belong to me. Heaven knows how long it had been, but to Diana, it felt as though he had merely stepped away for 5 seconds. Just as she was regaining her composure from the mysterious figure's voice, Li Guangming suddenly appeared. This day marked the swiftest and most frequent changes in her expressions. Her bewildered gaze fixed on him as if to ask, what can be accomplished in such a short span? It was as if he had seamlessly transitioned through time. Otherwise, who could tell how long it had truly been? Observing the astonished Diana, Li Guangming approached and waved his right hand in front of her. Inwardly questioning, a demigod's form combined with divine blessings. Surely, her mind should remain intact, right? Are you finished? Diana inquired, bemused by his peculiar behavior. Indeed, that was remarkably swift, Li Guangming noted, feeling an odd discomfort in her compliment. He turned to head back, with her closely following. The two figures walked in tandem, gradually vanishing from sight, leaving no one aware that these two extraordinary entities had shared a conversation here. In the days that followed, Li Guangming introduced Viola, Mara, and her 4 subordinates to everyone, having learned from past experiences to ensure they did not stray too far. Another grand banquet was held. The eager Million and Barry, witnessing their fierce spirit, immediately proposed an addition to the festivities, a friendly competition. In stark contrast to the 2 refined male scientists, Li Guangming often pondered whether their professions should be swapped. The outcome was predictably one-sided, including the current Diana, who had yet to awaken. Otherwise, the 2 women would not have been her match. In the life reminiscent of the venerable Li Guangming, the sun ascended to its zenith before descending to rest, fostering an increasingly intimate bond with the Amazonian inhabitants of the island. The reverence once tinged with restraint now felt as though he had become one of their kin. However, the narrative commenced in earnest upon encountering an ambush at the beach. Li Guangming could not remain seated in meditation, for one cannot bear witness to the demise of a friend. Diana, keep your distance, cried Hippolyta and Antiope in unison from their majestic steeds. Li Guangming, perched upon a black horse, tilted his head, sensing a familiarity. Had they not shouted similar words upon his arrival? Was it a customary refrain whenever Diana returned with a companion? Gazing into the distance, the assembly observed a handful of small wooden boats manned by soldiers clad in uniforms, laboriously rowing towards the shore. Each soldier wielded uniquely crafted wooden roots, their intentions clearly malevolent. Among them, a few possessed antiquated firearms, reminiscent of those from the Second World War. Archers, prepare, commanded Hippolyta, her demeanor resolute. She had no intention of relying upon Li Guangming for salvation. This was their homeland, and if they did not fiercely defend it, whom could they depend upon after his departure? This principle held true then, and even more so now. In an instant, arrows tipped with blazing fireballs were drawn taut, awaiting the command. As they approached the optimal range, Hippolyta bellowed, "Fire!" The air erupted with the sounds of gunfire and the whistling of arrows, as if both sides had tacitly agreed to strike simultaneously. Thanks to the Amazonian warriors' extraordinary physical prowess and the strength of their bows, the arrows bore a force comparable to that of rifles. Scattered bursts of flame pierced the bodies of several enemy soldiers, prompting them to row with renewed vigor. Before long, they successfully reached the shore. and the Amazonian warriors leapt down, shooting arrows tethered with ropes, landing safely amid the fray. Some, graceful as swallows in flight, unleashed lethal arrows that claimed the lives of their adversaries. Suddenly, two pairs of Amazons emerged from behind the cliffs, closing in, as the conflict intensified with casualties on both sides. Yet, it was evident to the discerning that advanced weaponry could not compensate for the disparity in numbers. The Amazonian warriors could easily overwhelm their foes. The tide of battle gradually tilted in favor of the Amazons. Diana and the spy Steve had long taken refuge behind a massive stone, bearing witness to the deaths of their comrades. Resolute, Diana chose to join the fight, prompting Steve to follow suit, unwilling to appear weaker than a woman. Leader, shall we not lend assistance? Milion, observing the once vibrant warriors now sprawled on the ground, felt a pang of discontent. The other three focused their attention on Guangming. Even Flora and Mela cast glances in his direction. You go and deal with the opposing warship, Guangming commanded calmly. His decision was not born of insensitivity, for he would not wade into troubled waters without purpose. Among those who lay dying, with him present, who dared to declare them lost, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to enlighten them. The times have changed. In ancient days, they relied on their physical prowess to conquer all, but now they face the dire threats of weaponry that can determine life and death. This realization is the finest gift one could offer them. Miriam nodded, her eyes filled with a fleeting moment of concern, and then she soared into the sky. With a resounding boom, a sonic cloud erupted as she charged toward the battleship. What was that commotion? Steve glanced at the remnants of the sonic boom. His face contorted with shock as he quickly ducked back behind cover, gun in hand. In her graceful maneuver, Diana eliminated an enemy nearby and explained. Guangming and his companions have made their move. Guangming? Indeed. They are deities. Deities? Am I dreaming? Or have I already crossed into the afterlife? Chapter 93, The Resurrected Amazons Thud. The soldiers inside and outside the warship first heard the sound of metal clashing, followed by a violent tremor. What is happening? Is it the enemy? Quick, investigate. The tumult escalated as if a magnitude 10 earthquake was unfolding upon the surface of the sea, distorting space, turning the world upside down, forcing their bodies to sway. Soldiers grasped the steel railing, their hands aching from the strain, yet they dared not loosen their grip. They felt as though they had spun in place for hundreds of rotations, their heads spinning. In their dazed state, they caught a glimpse of a goddess, her back illuminated by radiant light. Even the most skeptical among them yearned for her divinity. Yet the goddess they hoped for was here to claim their lives. Floating above the battleship, Miriam witnessed the tumultuous waters surging in. It would not be long before the ship succumbed to the depths, becoming mere dust at the bottom of the sea, decaying. God, save me. The desperate cries echoed in Miriam's ears, crystal clear, yet she remained unmoved, shrouded in shadow, preventing them from perceiving the fury that burned within her. Otherwise, they would not so shamelessly plead for their lives. Miriam felt the ship's descent was agonizingly slow. Her eyes reddened as she unleashed her fiery gaze, cleaving the vessel in two, hastening its plunge. With that, she flew away without a backward glance. Their demise was inevitable. And since the leader had permitted her to act, surely offering assistance would not incur blame. The soldiers clad in military garb gazed in despair at the dismembered warship, astonished that mere moments ago she had been a goddess, and now had transformed into a whispering harbinger of death. They ceased their cries, quietly awaiting their fate. Even if they jumped overboard, behind them lay the vast ocean, and before them, the enemy's island. Reaching the shore would merely extend their suffering for a few more minutes. They might even face a more torturous death. Drowning seemed preferable. On the sandy shore, Steve abruptly swung his rifle, the stock striking a German soldier's head, rendering him unconscious. He then approached Diana, astonished, and inquired, "Was that the work of your deities?" "Yes," Diana replied with unwavering resolve, although currently only Guangming was hailed as a god. The others too bore an aura of divinity, and thus they embraced their new status as deities. Why didn't they intervene sooner? As he spoke, a loud bang echoed as Steve pulled the trigger, the bullet finding its mark in an enemy's chest. They are not our guardians, but rather friends temporarily residing here. After Diana and he finished their interpretation, they turned to face the enemy 20 meters away, amidst the resounding cries of warhorses. The Amazonian warriors on horseback deftly maneuvered through the hail of gunfire, piercing the German soldiers with their long spears and cleaving through their lives with sharp swords. Each miraculous movement showcased their gallant figures, yet admiration was absent, replaced solely by the spreading tendrils of fear. They wielded cold weapons, after all. A group of women clad in rudimentary ancient armor, exposing most of their skin, left their opponents in utter disarray. The sole consolation was that they were not invulnerable. They could still be wounded or killed by gunfire. Hippolyta abandoned Guangming and took charge, leading the remaining Amazons into battle on her armed steed. "Diana, move aside," Antiope shouted, her pupils constricting as she rushed towards Diana. She understood that Diana was of divine lineage. Yet it remained uncertain whether she could withstand such terrifying weaponry in her unawakened state. Hearing the call, Diana turned just in time to see an enemy aiming a weapon at her, and a chilling realization washed over her. She felt it was the end, unable to escape. As many of her kin had already fallen to such weaponry, now it was her turn. In the next moment, a familiar silhouette appeared in midair, followed by the sound of gunfire, and her aunt collapsed onto the sandy ground. The soldier, too, met a grim fate, as a spear pierced him from behind, chilling him to the core. No, Diana's heart twisted in agony, and she stumbled to her aunt's side, helplessly collapsing to the ground, her spirit clouded, tears streaming uncontrollably. She muttered repeatedly, "No, no, don't die." Memories of her aunt's stern teachings and warm smiles flooded her mind, now destined to become mere phantoms. A hollow ache filled her chest, as if something precious had been lost. Just as she reached out to touch Antiope, a voice unexpectedly broke through the despair. "I'm not dead yet." Instantly, Diana transformed sorrow into joy, her face streaked with tears, smiling foolishly while intermittently sobbing, holding her aunt tightly in her embrace. How wonderful! How wonderful! However, as their poignant scene unfolded, chaos erupted. Several German soldiers either vanished abruptly or lost their heads in an instant. The splattered mixture of blood and brain matter coated the faces and bodies of the nearby female warriors. Bewilderment etched on their faces, their bows, spears, and flails froze in place, as if enchanted by a spell. The screams of galloping warhorses jolted them from their stupor, reminding them that this was no mere illusion. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, they concurrently thought of the deity Guangming, his wife, and their subordinates. Their thoughts were remarkably accurate, for it was Milian who had orchestrated this chaos. In a state of unprecedented speed, she had fired a bullet aimed at Antiope, seamlessly dispatching all enemies in her path before casually returning to her steed, bowing her head in anticipation of punishment. Having defied her leader's orders to only destroy the warships while she had taken matters into her own hands. "Let us go. The farce must come to an end." Guangming, accompanied by his comrades and steeds, appeared on the battlefield in an instant. The not-so-intelligent horses neighed and tossed their heads, bewildered by the sudden change in scenery. Milian cast a discreet glance at Guangming, her anxious heart finally at ease. Based on her understanding of their leader, this ordeal might soon pass. At worst, she would offer herself up for reprimand for an entire night. However, she must not allow Flora to discover this. Otherwise, her future days would likely be fraught with difficulties, facing hidden animosities. As for Mela, she was no match for her. Thus, she was not a concern. Guangming surveyed them, the solemnity of her demeanor barely concealing the sorrow within. She nodded slightly, realizing they understood the might of firearms. If they remained complacent, there would be no remedy. They had not perished, so what was there to mourn? As long as she was present, they would not meet their demise. Her arrogant tone did not incite their wrath. Rather, joy blossomed on their faces. He was more formidable than Zeus himself, and the deities valued their promises, their words being as solid as a rock, ensuring that what was spoken would be fulfilled. With a mixture of confusion and anticipation, they gazed at Guangming, wondering why. If there was a way to restore their fallen sisters, action was not taken immediately. Was a mere utterance sufficient? Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she witnessed the miraculous revival of a sister who should have fallen, now standing as if she had never been harmed, vibrant and full of life. Cheers erupted, not only for the demise of the invaders, but also for the joyous resurrection of their beloved sister. Thank the new god. Thank the new god. Excuse me. May I interrupt? In an instant, dozens of fierce, predatory gazes fixated on Steve, as if they sought to tear him asunder. Chapter 94. The plea of Queen Hippolyta. Steve swallowed hard, a wave of regret washing over him. He gripped his rifle tighter, nervously shifting his gaze towards Diana. A fierce Amazonian warrior unsheathed her short sword, striding towards him without hesitation, her eyes filled with malice, as if she longed to draw his sinews and feast upon his flesh. Steve's sturdy frame instinctively trembled. They were truly terrifying. Their beauty was unparalleled by any woman from the outside world, yet their valor far surpassed any man by several leagues. Wait, he is not the enemy. He fought alongside me against the invaders. Diana quickly interposed, fervently defending him. In one swift motion, her diminutive yet formidable stature could easily claim his life. Even the young girls in her tribe were considerably stronger than he. An Amazonian senator stepped forward, shouting in fury, Who would betray their own? He wears the same garb as the invaders. How can we trust him? Diana was momentarily speechless. This was indeed a fact. She turned to him, awaiting his explanation. I cannot say. He had inadvertently invoked the ire of the crowd, and proposals for his execution arose in rapid succession to prevent future peril. Both sides held their convictions firmly, embroiled in an incessant debate. Ultimately, the decision was made to bring him back to the palace, where he was bound with several layers of truth lasso for interrogation. Li Guangming refrained from intervening, merely observing like a spectator at a play. If he were to assist in the interrogation, it would render his divine identity rather trivial. With the ability of the truth lasso to compel honesty, Steve spoke candidly, revealing everything. It was merely the archetypal hero-spy narrative. To conclude the war of aggression, he infiltrated the enemy camp to gather intelligence. He inadvertently discovered that the foremost perverse subordinate of Ludendorff, known as Dr. Poison, was researching biochemical weapons. This was a type of gas capable of penetrating gas masks. Nearing the brink of success, if deployed on the battlefield, it was predicted to cause millions of fatalities. Compelled to act, he stole a notebook containing research details and took to the skies, aiming to deliver it to British intelligence. Such an act could potentially end the 4-year-long war. However, the information was of immense importance, and the enemy relentlessly pursued him, even dispatching warships in the chase. He narrowly evaded successive attacks from pursuing aircraft until, regrettably, he crashed into the sea, only to be rescued by Diana. He passionately recounted the death of tens of millions, including women and children, amidst destruction and pillaging. The naive Diana immediately recalled tales from her childhood narrated by her mother, firmly believing that the god of war, Ares, had incited the conflict. Whether deities truly existed had always been a matter of uncertainty for her, a lingering doubt. However, following Li Guangming's visit and her mother's respectful demeanor, her faith solidified. She promptly suggested that the Amazons should intervene to prevent further innocent casualties. Queen Hippolyta, acutely aware of humanity's inherent flaws, was resolute in her refusal, prioritizing the safety of her kin who had painstakingly escaped human oppression to survive. She had lost all hope in humanity. Had it not been for Darkseid's invasion, which threatened their very existence, they would not have engaged in battle. Furthermore, she considered her daughter's safety, knowing that fighting against gods was fraught with peril. And with Diana's current condition, it would be akin to sending her to her doom. Was it not preferable for them to live peacefully on Paradise Island? The two engaged in a spirited debate, each unwilling to yield. Steve knelt, dumbfounded by the fervor displayed. How could they be more agitated than he? To send a band of primitive warriors to halt the war was akin to offering a meal to a wild tiger. Perhaps if it were other deities present, it might make sense, but not with them. Although they could easily handle themselves, it paled in comparison to the might of firearms. Opponents existed who would not even spare corpses, let alone the women of the Amazons. Li Guangming remained indifferent throughout, unperturbed by the data Steve presented, having witnessed entire galaxies extinguished by the hands of innocent girls. Each galaxy, with Earth alone housing billions, was merely a fraction of the countless beings in the universe. Furthermore, could humanity truly initiate war without Ares? It could only be said that little Diana was still too naive. Behind him, Flora and the Kryptonians stood unmoved, casting scornful glances forward. Was such trivial data worthy of lamentation? In their pursuit of resources among the stars, they ravage entire planets or galaxies, leaving behind a trail of lost souls. Only Mela appears somewhat moved, though the claims of the crimson-armored figure about half the universe seem rather trivial in comparison. Why not inquire of Li Guangming, the divine being present here? Perhaps Ares is behind this. Diana, exasperated, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Guangming, her anger directed towards her mother. Li Guangming's eyes widened in bewilderment as he glanced at the quarreling mother and daughter. Was he to be caught in their conflict? In an instant, all eyes turned towards him, awaiting his response. Clearing his throat, he nodded and said, "Well, she is partially correct. Ares does indeed have involvement." Before he could finish, an uproar erupted in the crowd, faces turning pale in shock. The gravity of the situation was evident on Queen Hippolyta's face. In contrast, Diana, shedding her previous frustration, stood tall and proud, surveying her surroundings with an air of triumph, as if to declare, "See, I was right. I have yet to finish my statement." Even without his interference, humanity would still be embroiled in chaos. It is merely a matter of the duration of the ceasefire. Their weaponry is advancing. The toll of the fallen will rise exponentially. You have seen their armaments. Should you venture forth, it would be akin to a death sentence. In the end, Li Guangming noted the lack of consensus among them. After a stern reprimand from Hippolyta, Diana and the others departed in discontent. Later that night, a lavish feast awaited them, Though upon arrival, Li Guangming mused, "There is nothing particularly worthy of celebration today. Is this a gesture of gratitude for my resurrection?" Spotting Li Guangming alone at the table, Hippolyta approached him, wine goblet in hand, her golden armor glimmering in the glow of the bonfire. The wine, crafted by their own hands, was of superior quality, for as beings created by Zeus, they had mastered hundreds of languages and thus brewed a wine far richer than that found beyond their realm. Her eyes brimmed with a pleading essence. "We possess no precious gifts for you. What we have is beneath your notice, and what might pique your interest is beyond our reach. Therefore, we can only offer this modest feast in your honor." Li Guangming, perceiving her demeanor, instantly realized the gravity of the situation. It was a banquet of deception. He raised his goblet and took a sip, feigning ignorance. "What is the occasion, my queen? Is it not to celebrate the vanquishing of invaders and the resurrection of our warriors?" He understood Diana's nature all too well. She would not heed his warnings and would likely act independently before long. Hippolyta's expression turned grave as she sighed. She is certain to seek the divine weapon. Yet she does not realize that she herself is a weapon against the gods. Only a god can slay another god. She is my child and that of Zeus. But her demigod essence has yet to fully awaken. To venture forth recklessly would be to court death. Thus I implore you, esteemed divine Li Guangming, to offer her protection. Chapter 95, Hippolyta's additional reward? Li Guangming furrowed his brow slightly, pausing before responding. "Very well. I shall keep watch over her, should any misfortune arise. I will hasten to her side. Moreover, you need not worry. With her physical prowess and the protection afforded by her equipment, threats to her life in this era are exceedingly rare." Ares' words linger, "And I shall keep watch. Even if she turns to ash, I will bring you back," he helplessly assured. After indulging for so long, he could not bear to refuse even the smallest request, for it would be utterly shameful to remain on Paradise Island. Despite his inherent laziness, the promise he made was merely a matter of effortless action. Hippolyta gently bit her lower lip, her youthful visage tinged with a hint of inebriation. Determinately sighed, and ceased her inner turmoil. She approached Li Guangming and sat beside him, her voice light, just audible to the two of them. "Are you truly going to do this?" Li Guangming turned in astonishment to look at her. No one paid heed to their conversation. Not even Flora and Mira. Whether they were genuinely eavesdropping remained a secret known only to themselves. The bonfire and the surrounding flames burned brightly, remaining unextinguished until the revelry concluded and the guests dispersed. The Amazon warriors, embodying both fighters and sanitation workers, donned flowing, pristine garments, meticulously tidying up the aftermath by the firelight. In battle, they typically wore rough linen, as silk would easily tear with a few careless movements, thus wasting resources and hindering combat. Those returning home had already lain down to rest, including Li Guangming, who quietly slumbered while embracing Mira. Initially, he had been alone. They had never considered that Li Guangming had a wife. Their interactions merely suggested a close relationship, resulting in no change of accommodations. Neither woman yielded to the other, leaving him solitary in an empty room. Not long after settling in, the cunning Mira launched a nocturnal surprise, while the honest Flora held her pride and would not do the same. In the secluded room, the sounds of breathing and flickering candle flames alternated, the silvery moonlight streaming through the wooden window illuminating patches of the tiled floor. In the stillness, a sudden knock at the door startled the two awake. As Li Guangming sat up, the door swung open unexpectedly. He stared blankly at the figure that entered, feeling a piercing gaze laden with unspoken resentment directed at him from behind. Regardless of the atmosphere, he asked aloud, "Do you enjoy seeking others out in the dead of night?" "Safety, as you know," Diana replied earnestly, her expression shifting to seriousness. "The banquet has ended, and I've waited for quite a while, anticipating that my mother had fallen asleep before coming here. I seek your assistance against Ares. You need not engage directly. Once I acquire the god-slaying weapon, I will return. Consider it an outing, ensuring everything is flawless. You are so benevolent and powerful. The only one I can rely upon is you." Li Guangming had anticipated she would first seek out Steve, but it made sense for her to come to him instead. He was indeed more dependable than the naive fellow. A wicked thought crossed his mind. Should he not indulge in a dual benefit? Instantly, he dismissed it. Very well. Under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, he nodded, fulfilling his promise, feeling their admiration directed at him. What was this? Gaining both benefit and renown? Or was it something thrust upon him? As soon as the words left his lips, perhaps due to overwhelming excitement, Diana seized Li Guangming's hand and pulled him outside, vanishing from the room in the blink of an eye, without paying any heed to the once sisterly Mela lying on the bed, her gaze vacant as she stared at the empty door frame. It seemed as though her heart had been stolen by a man, yet she could not afford to feel jealousy. Suddenly, a head peeked out from behind the door, urging, "Hurry up. Dawn is just hours away. And we still need to rouse Steve and steal the boat." Diana, returning like a thief, glanced back furtively, fearful of being discovered by the patrolling guards. The trio evaded the Amazonian patrol, with Diana leading the way while Guangming and Mela followed leisurely, as if they were simply out for a stroll. Bathed in moonlight, they soon arrived at the rear of the tower where treasures were hidden, separated from the cliff by a chasm of about 100 meters. The tower was constructed against the cliff face, leaving no foothold, and the only window through which they could enter was 2 or 3 stories high. Below, sparse drainage holes jutted out, featuring stones slightly longer than a palm. Further down lay the jagged cliff, hacked into by some unseen force. The mischievous moonlight appearing to be swallowed by the gaping maw of the ravine, emanating a chilling glow that deterred approach. Mela and Diana exchanged silent glances before. After a few seconds, they simultaneously turned to Guangming. Mela would not feign strength. She understood her own limitations. As a mage, she excelled in the ocean. Yet on land, her powers were significantly diminished, and escape was far from guaranteed. Diana, on the other hand, was blissfully unaware of her own identity. She believed that, with a bit of effort, she could make it across, yet reliance often leads one to seek shortcuts, avoiding the push to their limits. "Why are you all looking at me? Especially you, Diana. Believe in your ability to make it across. Go for it." Guangming signaled encouragement, offering no real assistance. If she could not overcome such a minor obstacle, how could she dare to aspire to slay a god? What folly, if he truly helped her. It would merely be leading Diana to her doom at Ares' feet. In an instant, Diana stood frozen, unable to fathom Guangming's steadfast commitment to his word. He truly would not intervene. What else could she do but trust him? Given his encouragement, it must be grounded in something substantial. Taking a couple of steps forward, she leaned out to peer once more into the abyss, clearly hearing the rapid beating of her heart. Even those without acrophobia would be shaken into fear. Without hesitation, she turned back, not to flee, but to gain a running start, increasing her chances. Once she felt ready, she inhaled deeply and decisively turned back, racing towards the tower. As her speed heightened, the wind rushed past her ears. At the edge of the cliff, she propelled herself forward with a powerful leap. The patterns on the tower's wall and the small stones between the cracks appeared to enlarge in her vision. Grasping a protruding stone, she was uncertain if the essence of a demigod had awakened within her, but the hard stone crumbled like tofu at her touch. Her body plummeted suddenly, and in a moment of panic, her instinctive reaction was to grasp for something to hold on to, her hand catching the wall of the tower, halting her descent. At the cliff's edge, Mela clenched her fists, her heart racing in anxiety, fearing for Diana's safety as she teetered on the brink. The two individuals gazed at her as though she had discovered a new world, using their hands as if they were climbing tools, ascending with a rhythmic motion before leaping through the window in a matter of breaths. "See, I told you she could do it. What were you so worried about?" Guangming shrugged. Mira rolled her eyes, noting that she found her capabilities significantly inferior to those of the Diana she knew. It was apparent with a little thought that this version of her had yet to awaken her true potential in this universe. "Do you think I wouldn't be concerned?" Chapter 96. Departure and Encounter with Ares. The god of war, are you truly planning to accompany her as a guardian until the end? This hardly seems to align with your character. Mira inquired softly, as if discussing trivial matters. After having enjoyed such hospitality, isn't it reasonable to tend to the queen's daughter? Moreover, Hippolyta has made a pact with me, Guangming replied with a cheerful demeanor, showing no hint of embarrassment over his indulgence. Mira let out a light laugh, teasing. "I suspect the latter is the primary reason. What has she promised you? A prince, the entire island of paradise, or perhaps herself? Do I seem like someone so desperate?" Guangming retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. No sooner had he spoken than Diana returned, having leaped back to their side, her appearance indicating that she had acquired what she referred to as a god-slaying weapon. Guangming nodded, acknowledging that this look suited her far better than the previous battle attire, which had done little to enhance her beauty. With innocent curiosity, Diana gazed at Guangming and asked, "Are you very thirsty?" She had overheard his earlier remarks from the window ledge, the conversation resonating as if it were whispered directly beside her. The notion that a being more powerful than the king of gods could experience thirst intrigued her, leaving her perplexed. "Don't mind him. Let us proceed," Mira urged, pushing her shoulder forward, yet Diana turned back, her almond-shaped eyes glancing curiously in their direction. "You all go ahead. I shall meet you on the shore shortly," Guangming called softly, not waiting to see if they heard him as he activated his teleportation and vanished from sight. Once he had composed himself, Diana remarked, "He has left. I am aware." Guangming strode with confidence into the chambers of his subordinates, Salek, Milian, and others, explaining his reasons before encasing them within a small black sphere. Having been bitten by a snake once, one tends to be cautious for years. Should another mishap occur, leaving them behind could lead to disaster, especially if this universe were to implode. After all, they were his loyal subordinates. Accompanied by Flora, though unspoken, Li Guangming sensed from her gaze that she was reluctant to return to the small sphere's base. Thus, he made no demands, with Mira accompanying them. An extra companion was of little consequence. By the tranquil tidal flats, a solitary sailboat, large enough to accommodate a dozen individuals, stood tall, while the three on shore awaited in silence. The sudden appearance of Li Guangming and Flora startled Steve. "Do not tell me these deities are also joining us?" Steve questioned, filled with skepticism. The events that transpired on the beach earlier flashed vividly in his mind. Although the battleship's observation had been unclear, the means of resurrection were all too apparent. The concept of disbelief in deities has been fundamentally transformed. Although one may not worship a specific god, a sense of reverence for them gradually arises. Throughout the banquet, one remained detached, having benefited from Li Guangming's insights, and thus secured a marginal position. Lost in recollection, one pondered if there had ever been any blasphemy directed towards a deity. Yet memory is not infallible, and trivial matters often fade from recollection. One could only hope that unintentional utterances would not be held against them. "Indeed, I have specifically summoned aid against Ares," Diana remarked dismissively. Li Guangming offered her a friendly smile, gazing prophetically in a certain direction. Diana paid little heed to his actions, however, as she prepared to board after Steve. The sound of hooves approached in the darkened night. Abruptly, Diana glared, accusing, "Li Guangming, you have betrayed me." In response to her reproach, Li Guangming shook his head subtly, silently denying her accusation. This foolish child was unaware that her thoughts were not concealed from Hippolyta, who had arranged for her protection. It was no wonder she harbored doubts. She had only learned of the impending departure in the dead of night, with only her brief absence providing any opportunity for a warning. As the hoofbeats ceased, Diana gazed at the indistinct figure silhouetted against the moonlight, an astonishing beauty, and cautiously approached. After all, they were destined to bid farewell. What was the purpose of mutual deception? Mira approached Li Guangming's side, standing alongside Flora, both feeling a mixture of emotions. Li Guangming jested. "When your father arranged for Aum to be your betrothed, even if you were reluctant, did you not find time to confide in one another?" "Who says that was not the case?" Mira immediately defended herself, but upon noticing his half-smiling expression, she retorted, "How dare you invade my thoughts?" With a playful slap on his arm, she sighed. At that time, there was no alternative. Their power was overwhelming. Even if resistance were possible, neither side would benefit, and it would be the common folk who suffered. "It is not worth it for just my sake." Flora remained a silent listener, refraining from interjecting. The trio boarded a small vessel alongside Steve and Queen Hippolyta's attendants, gazing at Diana as she expressed her innermost thoughts, urging her not to impede her own path. Hippolyta exhibited no lingering sentiment from the original tale, as she had been assured from the outset that she could not deter Diana. She even warned her, saying, "If you leave, there will be no return." Yet, blessed with the wisdom of the goddess Athena, she was not easily deceived, countering that with Li Guangming present, the enchantment of the barrier would prove ineffective. She began to doubt the efficacy of that barrier. Otherwise, how could the Germans have breached it? Hippolyta produced a delicate crown, informing her that it was a farewell gift from their greatest warrior, Antiope, meant for Diana. She refrained from coming herself, fearing the sorrow of parting. She also spoke of separation as a precursor to a more splendid reunion, suggesting that once Diana witnessed the baseness of humanity, she might never wish to leave Paradise Island again. Two individuals, who had never been apart, bid each other a heartfelt farewell. With a sense of trepidation, Diana climbed aboard the vessel. The gray-white sails were unfurled, catching the wind as they set sail. One stood at the stern of the ship, while the other remained on the shore, holding the reins of a horse, exchanging glances until they could no longer see each other. Li Guangming had no inclination to allow his wife to share a bed with another man. He had arranged several compartments on the ship, leaving Steve utterly astonished. Although he had prepared a space for Steve as well, he graciously declined, claiming he needed to maintain the course. Li Guangming simply smiled knowingly at him, understanding his intentions without needing to voice them. Steve, caught in the weighty significance of Li Guangming's smile, wondered to himself if his thoughts were so transparent. After nodding, Li Guangming disregarded the astonished Steve and entered the room he had created. As the cold wind blew, Steve pondered for a long while, but ultimately decided to follow his original plan. Time passed, and they accompanied Steve to England, donning the attire of the current era, confronting 4 or 5 assailants, and then fulfilling his wish by handing over the research notes to his superior. Amidst heated debates, They firmly opposed the idea of deploying troops to thwart the wicked schemes of General Ludendorff of Germany. Subsequently, Guangming and his companions encountered Patrick Morgan, who was none other than the god of war, Ares, disguised among the victors. Chapter 97. Arrival at the frontline battlefield. Legend has it that long ago, he instigated human conflict, only to be repelled by Zeus, the king of the gods, alongside the pantheon. His power derived from warfare. The larger the scale of conflict, the stronger he became. His peak strength was likely during the invasion of the dark god, Darkseid. All earthly factions and extraterrestrial civilizations united against this formidable foe, a coalition of unprecedented might. His augmented power even managed to wound Darkseid, although at that time, Darkseid was merely 8 years old and not yet the terror he would later become. Yet, even so, it required the combined efforts of all gods, Amazons, humanity, and the Green Lantern Corps to mount a defense. This suggests it might have been his zenith, but perhaps he became ensnared by the allure of this transient power, leading him to entice humanity into strife, though there were certainly intrinsic reasons as well. Motivated by land, wealth, women, honor and disgrace, tribal disputes, and wars between nations. At this moment, the persona of Patrick Morgan was inviting Guangming to meet him at a Western-style restaurant. The establishment was neither too crowded nor too empty, and the mingled conversations perfectly masked the voices of the two. You don't strike me as a soldier. Rather, you seem more akin to a nobleman. Are you willing to risk your life to accompany Steve in destroying the armory? Beneath Patrick's relaxed demeanor lurked a profound sense of vigilance. His instincts warned him that this individual could pose a threat, but how could that be? Even the daughter of Zeus, that little girl, his own sister Diana Prince, could not achieve such a feat among the pantheon, who did not know those capable of contending with him. The mannerisms of the man before him were no different from those of an ordinary person, which was precisely why he approached the situation with such caution. Is that not the case? The invitation to join was intended for a trial or an encouragement to join your ranks. Guangming observed his cautious demeanor with a hint of mockery. It appears you are aware of my identity. Why not expose me to my dear sister? After thanking the waiter who brought 2 plates of steak, he continued, stating that humanity cannot coexist harmoniously forever. Inevitably, war will rear its head again. Beneath the facade of prosperity, the earth is in a lamentable state. Just look at this city shrouded in thick smoke, constantly emitting cries of anguish. Only by eradicating humanity can we prevent further environmental degradation and restore the planet to its original form. Guangming took a bite of his well-cooked steak, chewed, swallowed, and then gazed up at him. You remind me of a certain purple sweet potato spirit I encountered, though he met with failure after a brief moment of triumph. Oh, it seems I shall miss the opportunity to know him, he replied with a hint of regret, then inquired, are you truly intent on opposing me alongside Diana? I am merely a bodyguard, ensuring her safety. You hardly qualify to be my adversary. Upon hearing this, he remained unperturbed, calmly slicing his steak on the pristine white plate. Guangming understood that he was being cast in the role of the legendary ultimate villain, awaiting the hero Diana to vanquish him. The good news was that as long as Diana's life was not in jeopardy, he would refrain from taking action. However, whether she might switch allegiances at a crucial moment remained uncertain. From a considerable distance, the square dining table occasionally drew the fervent gazes of socialites. Not out of interest in their conversation, but rather in observing Guangming. A fleeting glance at his profile left them dismissively engaging with their male companions. While stealing glances at him, even from behind, he sparked vivid imaginations of whispered secrets shared between sheets at night, rendering them bashful. The male companions noticed their flushed cheeks and shy demeanor, sensing that the evening held promise. Guangming finally comprehended the sensation of being scrutinized by lecherous eyes, akin to the experiences of beautiful women in past lives. After exchanging a few trivial remarks, he made his exit. Ares shook his head and chuckled. The very individual who warranted his caution could not withstand the affectionate gazes of mortals. If that fellow Zeus were present, he would likely revel in it. Upon leaving, Guangming arrived at a small tavern, which contrasted starkly with the upper-class restaurant, brimming with the lively essence of humanity. Navigating through the crowd, he reached a long table in the corner, where Steve was raising a toast with his 2 friends. Aware that Guangming and his companions were solely focused on ensuring Diana's safety, he sought out Samir and Charlie. Internally berating himself, he thought, why follow along if not to assist? Was it not merely to become a burden? Diana was already conspicuous enough. Adding 3 more to the mix would surely attract unwanted attention. Look, those burly men are heading straight this way, likely entranced by the beauty of the 3 women. Let us mourn for them for a moment. Why provoke a goddess? They shall face the consequences. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, leaving one to wonder if the 2 struck by Flora would emerge as eunuchs. Packing their belongings, Steve led the way, joined by a friend of his in the night, who, like any passerby, went unintroduced. Once again, they were met with skepticism. 3 beautiful women heading to battle seemed more like a jest. Steve fervently attempted to explain to his friends, who exclaimed that he had lost his mind. The following morning, the 8 of them arrived at the front lines of a desolate area, where the German forces held their ground fiercely, having resisted attacks for an entire year. Along the route, Diana observed groups of fleeing refugees, dragging their families through the muddy terrain, with some straining to push their carts. Women clutching infants wore expressions of panic, desperately treading through puddles and stepping over fellow refugees, as if pursued by merciless assailants wielding firearms. Despair shadowed every face. As they faced the grim reality of leaving their homes, none knew if their destination would offer a semblance of a decent life. Yet, it could hardly be worse than waiting to perish in this place. Diana's expression grew grave, the horrors of war further solidifying her resolve to eradicate Ares. As they entered the trench, a frontline battlefield, they found civilians seeking refuge. Perhaps catching a glimmer of hope, an elderly woman sat atop an ammunition box, cradling her infant, and grasped Diana's arm, pleading, "Please, help me. They have taken our homes, our food. The survivors are being captured and enslaved." Mistaking Diana's distinct attire for that of an officer, she implored in a rare foreign dialect. Not long ago, she had made a similar plea to others, but they had understood not a word, merely thinking she was hungry and offering her a morsel of military rations. Where? Diana furrowed her brow. Without her knowledge of hundreds of languages, she would have been at a loss to comprehend her request. Felt, on the other side of the no-man's land, the woman, cradling her child, pointed towards the German stronghold. As Diana abruptly changed course, Steve intercepted her, urging her to abandon this fanciful notion. Without the aid of Guangming and the others, their small group stood no chance of breaching the German camp. He turned, hoping Guangming would also dissuade her. Chapter 98. Diana's moment of glory. Surely, she did not intend to charge in headlong? Charlie tilted his head, nudging Samir's arm with his elbow, jesting. Samir, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "I'm afraid she might. You can't possibly believe Steve's tall tales. That they hail from some island inhabited solely by women with only Guangming as the lone man." Charlie gazed at him incredulously, continuing, "Even if those 3 were deities. Diana is not. She is but a mortal, unable to withstand bullets. Wait, you cannot be suggesting we cover for her charge, can you? Don't jest. I have no desire to meet my end. Did you not hear Steve's words? That is an enemy camp that an entire year's army could not conquer. How could we, mere mortals, compare with thousands of soldiers? Charging in would surely leave us riddled with bullets." Steve, seeing that Guangming remained silent, anxiously shouted, "Guangming, you should persuade her as well. I am not her, and the choice is hers to make." Guangming shrugged, dismissing her life with indifference. Not receiving the support he sought, Steve swiftly turned his gaze towards Flora and Mela. Their relationship appeared amicable on ordinary days. Surely they would intervene against such a perilous act? However, to his dismay, the stunning Mela shook her head, indicating she would not obstruct Diana's intentions. It was absurd to think that a demigod, later known as Wonder Woman, could perish at the hands of a World War II firearm. Such a notion was more ludicrous than Zeus meeting his end in a woman's embrace. The typically cold Flora rarely mocked, yet now scoffed. To cower before battle is a disgrace to a warrior. Diana felt a surge of joy as Guangming and the others did not deter her, even tacitly endorsing her course of action. Free from Steve's obstruction, she yanked the hairpin from her hair and produced the starlight diadem, placing it upon her brow. The soldiers nearby, adjusting their positions, cast bewildered glances at the extraordinary woman in the trench. With the diadem adorning her untamed hair, she shed her noblewoman facade, exuding an unexpectedly fierce aura. Ascending a wooden ladder, her cloak slipped from her shoulders, revealing a dark red breastplate edged in gold and a deep blue battle skirt. She bore a dark golden shield upon her back, emblazoned with a radiant sun motif, and a weapon, likely a sword or dagger, poised at her shoulder. The silver-edged arm and leg guards, gilded as well, shimmered with each step she took, reflecting a brilliance that seemed incongruous amidst the overcast skies. What was this ancient warrior woman intending? Was she truly preparing to assault the German forces? One could hardly believe that mere armor would ensure her return. Uncertainty reigned among the onlookers, none believing she could survive more than 10 minutes in such a reckless endeavor. Yet, Guangming and his companions stood unperturbed, their expressions betraying a confidence that contrasted sharply with the skepticism surrounding them. Was her awakening here, or had it occurred during her confrontation with Ares? As Diana moved further from the trench, Mela glanced curiously at Guangming. "What do you think?" Li Guangming inquired, his gaze fixed on her. Mela feigned anger, glaring back. I guess you think too highly of yourself. No sooner had she spoken than a series of gunshots rang out. The German forces had clearly noticed Diana advancing towards them clad in ancient armor. Quickly, the four of them scrambled up the wooden ladder to behold her. They watched as she raised her right hand, and a spark flickered from her arm guard, effortlessly deflecting the incoming bullets. As soon as her right arm fell, she raised her left, producing yet another spark to block a bullet aimed at her side. In a rhythmic exchange, the bullets struck her metallic arm guards like mere candy, producing only a clanging sound, unable to inflict any harm. My goodness, what is this performance? Charlie exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, now half convinced by Steve's claims. These were not merely three deities. It seemed there were four. Diana seized her shield from her back and, with a flourish, sent a cannonball arcing into the ground beside her. With a resounding bang, the smoke-blackened earth erupted to a height of 3 meters. Accompanying this chaos were golden specks of light racing towards Diana, bullets fired from a machine gun, their potency far surpassing that of a rifle. She crouched down, concealing the upper half of her body behind a divine shield. Instantly, flames erupted before her, the hail of bullets forming a meteor-like conical stream of light, its tip pressing against the shield. Li Guangming and his companions observed as the occasional streaks of starlight leaped over the trench. Diana withstood all the firepower. Charge! Steve bellowed, the first to dash forward, for he held no hope in Li Guangming, believing it more likely for himself to ascend to godhood. Yet only his 3 friends accompanied him, while the other soldiers clad in pine green remained in the trench, guns raised and watching. Mira, undeterred by the dirt, leaned over the trench's edge to gaze out. Seeing Diana crouched under pressure, doubts crept into her mind. Had she set her expectations too high? Or had the director diminished her power in this world? Lost in thought, her gaze remained fixated on Diana, a worried glance cast aside as she asked, "Aren't you concerned for her?" Even knowing Li Guangming had the ability to resurrect the fallen, witnessing this scene birthed an involuntary anxiety within her. Li Guangming and Flora's eyes penetrated the trench's muddy barriers, unlike Mira's waning faith. The two, under the bemused stares of their fellow soldiers, appeared as children in reflection, intently focused on the wall of the pit, while truly observing Diana beyond the dirt. No need to fret. She will be fine. Li Guangming waved his hand, responding calmly. Reassured, Mira turned her head back to continue watching. Meanwhile, the German forces paid no heed to the movements of Steve and his trio. In their swift dash, they managed to reach a point not far from the enemy trench. Utilizing the cover of the earth and fallen branches, they opened fire and tossed grenades, alleviating Diana's burden. Feeling the pressure lessen, Diana leapt into the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc. She landed in the German trench, swiftly dismantling heavy machine guns and mortars. She had succeeded. Charge! Seeing the momentum shift, an officer nearby, Li Guangming, immediately commanded the troops to advance, and they surged forth with fervor. The soldiers below seemed invigorated, rushing out with cries of excitement. The remaining Germans, sensing the dire situation, disregarded any orders for retreat, moving back in unison without a word. Diana led the charge deep into Feld. Li Guangming and the others trailed behind the army, their divine identities barely discernible. Mira quipped, "We are like helpless children under protection. If you wish to indulge in combat, you may. Though I can revive you, the sensation of death is still something you would experience." Li Guangming teased her. "Oh, come on. You merely want to witness my embarrassment and death." Chapter 99. Dancing and robbing. The noblewoman Fiora quietly lingered behind the two, observing their playful banter without a hint of jealousy. In truth, her time beside Li Guangming far exceeded that of Mira. Had it not been for exceptional circumstances, he would have taken her along wherever he went. Even in their rare moments of silence, she found contentment. Before long, shielded by the mortal soldiers ahead, the 3 unyielding figures strolled leisurely into Felt. Had the soldiers in front known of their audacious behavior, they surely would have erupted in indignation. Gunfire echoed in this remote village, the battle far from over, as British soldiers cautiously infiltrated each dwelling, hunting down the fleeing German troops. Diana leapt onto the low rooftops, agile and graceful like a nimble cat, her long legs carrying her effortlessly into the midst of a small German squad in the streets. Drawing forth her shimmering golden lasso, she swung it with finesse, ensnaring the unsuspecting Germans around their waists and sending them flying. The radiant golden glow was especially striking against the gloomy backdrop, yet they had no time to appreciate its beauty. In the blink of an eye, the streets lay desolate, save for a solitary woman clad in ancient battle attire and a cadre of incapacitated men sprawled on the ground. Diana surveyed the surroundings, swiftly seeking her next target before dashing forward. In the square before the clock tower, She moved like a wraith, her path elusive, as the German soldiers vanished at a visible pace. Withstanding the barrage from the machine gun mounted on a tank, she collided with it, creating a deep indentation. Realizing the occupants had a chance to resist, she seized the lower edge of the tank and, with a mighty heave, sent it soaring. In that moment, she resembled a demigod, her leaping prowess and imperviousness to bullets astonishing, coupled with an impressive strength. Guangming observed all this with keen eyes, but he knew he still fell short in the face of Ares. The trio walked through the shadowy streets, their appearances resembling a grim tableau, painted in shades of coal, blending with the accumulated bricks and the somber weather, truly a sight to behold. The sporadic gunfire that reached their ears served as a reminder that the slaughter was far from over. The three ambled toward Diana's location as if on a leisurely outing. Shortly thereafter, upon Guangming's arrival, Diana executed a leap, wielding her shield to shatter half of the clock tower, vanquishing the last enemy sniper and declaring victory in battle. The townspeople, having hidden indoors, peeked out to witness the demise of the invaders, flooding into the streets with jubilant cheers and unrestrained joy. Their faces radiated happiness as they engaged in animated conversations with one another. At the edge of the remaining half of the clock tower, Diana stood, gazing at their genuine smiles, unable to suppress a smile of her own. After the villagers' warm invitations and the encouragement from Charlie and others, Diana consented to rest for the night, intending to continue her journey the following day. In a matter of hours, the villagers had tidied up the streets, making them appear somewhat presentable. However, some of the damaged buildings would require a considerable amount of time to be restored. Diana also took a group photograph with Steve and the others. Initially, they intended to invite Guangming, Flora, and Mela, but the three declined with a shake of their heads. As night fell, the eaves along the streets were illuminated once more, as if heralding a new hope in their lives. The evening's theme was a celebration of bonfires, music, dancing, and beer. During this time, Steve made an inappropriate attempt to invite Diana to dance, only to be graciously declined. His three friends jested that he was merely daydreaming, suggesting she would never look his way, and that since it was night, he might as well wash up and go to bed. He, feeling indignant, reproached them, wishing they could only ever dance with their own fingers. They retorted that he could no longer consider them brothers, given such a malicious curse. In stark contrast to him was Guangming. "It seems we have yet to dance together," Mela said, standing before him, her face radiant with youthful exuberance as she gazed down at him seated. He paused, realizing that indeed they had not, and promptly took her hand, leading her toward the dance floor. Though he had never learned, it appeared that picking up the steps on the fly was not an insurmountable challenge. After one song, he pulled Flora into the fray, knowing her temperament. If he did not ask, she would likely remain seated, merely watching. Her face registered surprise as she found herself in the center of the dance floor, and upon regaining her senses, a smile crept onto her otherwise stoic features, indicating her good mood. To everyone's astonishment, she danced remarkably well. It was unclear whether she had learned it just now or if she had always possessed such skill. Diana sat on a bench, cradling a glass filled with somewhat opaque beer, her gaze fixed on the animated figures dancing in the makeshift dance floor, including the extraordinarily poised Guangming and his companions. As the crowd gradually dispersed, retreating to rest, they reflected on the tumultuous times they had endured. With not a single night of peaceful sleep, their minds were perpetually haunted by the fear of soldiers bursting through doors, gunfire erupting, and the chilling image of watching their possessions being seized while their wives and daughters were bullied, ultimately succumbing to despair. The last vestiges of their spirit were worn down amidst the celebrations, their taut nerves finally relaxing, leaving them utterly exhausted. The next day, after a conversation with his secretary, Steve learned that Ludendorff was hosting a banquet at the German High Command just a few miles from Felt. Dr. Maru, and even the German Emperor, were in attendance. Ignoring Patrick Morgan's warnings over the phone, he resolved to investigate, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of the laboratory responsible for the production of poison gas. Meanwhile, Diana suddenly grasped the truth, believing that Ludendorff was indeed Ares. Otherwise, the origin of the toxic gas formula was incomprehensible. She could not fathom that such a potent and malicious poison could be crafted by a mere mortal. Furthermore, his relentless efforts to thwart peace indicated that, should the gas be deployed, the peace treaty soon to be signed would inevitably be rendered null and void. Unbeknownst to each other, they both reached the same conclusion, disregarding the opinions of others, and resolved to seek out intelligence. But how could she be certain that Ludendorff was not merely a pawn, with Ares delivering the formula directly into his hands? On the journey out of the village, Mira, filled with confusion, leaned in close to Guangming and whispered, "How should I know? Then there's that fellow Rudenhoff." Guangming rolled his eyes and replied curtly, "Surely, He could not directly inform her that the general was not Ares. While it was not entirely impossible, doing so would merely diminish her mental fortitude. Without this incident, she might remain blissfully naive. It was unwise to ignore the wisdom bestowed by the gods, only to be deceived by humanity and unwittingly assist others in their schemes. Mira pouted and shrugged, questioning why she should bother remembering the name of a mere passerby. After all, wasn't Steve's friend still unaware of his name? The group rode the horses gifted by the villagers, listening to Samir sing atop his steed, projecting an air more akin to a leisurely outing than a mission to avert war. As they wove through the shadowy forest, they soon beheld a castle emerging from the treetops. Steve, clad in a German military uniform procured by Samir from who knows where, sat in the open-topped vehicle, driven slowly towards the castle by Charlie. Diana discreetly slipped away from Guangming and the others, robbing a noblewoman to blend into the surroundings. As for the noblewoman, rendered unconscious and stripped of her garments, she lay bare in the woods, fortunate that no one would wander into such a secluded area without cause. Chapter 100. The imminent conclusion of battle. Guangming cast a disdainful glance into the forest, his lips curling in contempt, as if he had encountered something filthy. Quickly averting his gaze, "What is wrong with you?" Mira noticed his scornful expression and regarded him with suspicion. "Could it be that you caught a glimpse of someone hideous?" Guangming vehemently denied it. "How could that be? I am a paragon of virtue. I would never engage in such shameless behavior." He did not anticipate that Mira would so easily deduce the truth. Admitting such a thing was out of the question. Moreover, it was a consequence of uncontrollable factors. His gaze had inadvertently fallen upon Diana and her actions. The first time, he could force himself to look away, but as a man, the urge to glance was ever present. Yet, he swore that if he were to steal another glance, he would be cursed for life. Her prompt response raised suspicion. After all, he had a history. Mira scrutinized him intently, her expression betraying disbelief. She then turned to Flora. "Flora, take a look in that direction. I am curious to see who is so enchanting that he neglects two stunning wives." Guangming maintained a calm facade while casting a glance at Flora, though internally he was in a state of panic. It was not fear of his wife. Rather, it felt akin to being caught red-handed after a first theft. An inexplicable anxiety. "There is nothing there," Flora replied crisply, following the direction indicated by her finger. Upon hearing this, Guangming secretly exhaled in relief. Truly, she was a considerate companion. He stole a grateful glance at Flora, only to find her gaze laden with ambiguous meaning. Meanwhile, Samir and another companion behind a small mound pretended not to hear anything. Had it not been for their understanding of Guangming's temperament, the two might have fled, for no one could assure that the other would not resort to underhanded tactics should their embarrassing predicament become known to outsiders. Legends tell of certain deities who possess a miserly disposition. While a few individuals engaged in petty disputes, Diana stealthily searched for Ludendorff among the crowd within the castle. Unlike her portrayal in the original text, she did not carelessly dangle her sword at her back. Meanwhile, Steve, hidden in a corner, playfully teased Dr. Isabel in an attempt to gather intelligence. Upon catching sight of Diana's erratic movements, he hastily concluded his endeavors and abandoned Dr. Isabel. Just as she prepared to ambush Ludendorff from behind, Steve seized her wrist, thwarting her plan. They exchanged hushed arguments. Diana, incensed that he obstructed her, and he, retorting that killing him would leave them ignorant of the gas's location. With a dismissive shove, she pushed him aside and pursued the direction in which Ludendorff had vanished. The words he had spoken during their dance about the god of war only solidified her belief that he was Ares. Thus he must perish today. Neither divine intervention nor Christ himself would suffice. By the time she reached the castle's gate, he had already eluded her grasp. A sudden cannon fire drew her and the arriving Steve's attention, revealing the blue cannon barrel of the tower, its smoke curling ominously against the twilight sky. In an instant, Diana discerned the trajectory of the shell and dashed forward. The gas felled. Upon hearing Guangming's words, they were perplexed as to why the shell was fired in that direction. As soon as the words left his mouth, Diana rushed to Guangming, her face a mask of desperation. "Please, save them. They are innocent." She had not rushed to fell immediately. The gas shell had already been launched, and even if she arrived, it would be futile. Only Guangming possessed the power to save them. Guangming hesitated, yet sensing their hopeful gazes, he sighed. "Fine." A flicker of joy ignited in Diana's eyes, but she quickly transformed it into a furious demand. "Where is he?" The chief, a bystander, felt a tremor in his heart as he gazed upon her countenance. "I have a plan," he declared, rushing to mount his horse, his legs urging it forward as it galloped away. Diana and the others followed closely. Even Steve, who had just arrived, found himself unwittingly swept along. Left behind were Guangming, Flora, and Mela, exchanging glances beside 3 horses. Why the rush? Waiting a moment wouldn't delay us, Li Guangming quipped, his gaze traversing the towering trees towards Feld. At that moment, Feld was akin to a hellscape, enveloped in a dense yellow haze that shrouded the entire village, resembling a veil of sulfurous gas that lingered ominously. The village lay in eerie silence, the yellow gas forming an impenetrable barrier, halting even the wind in its tracks. In the streets and within the homes, the inhabitants lay prostrate, their skin resembling that which had been corroded by acid, marred and pockmarked. The walls and ground bore the stains of blood, chronicling the suffering they had endured. Their remaining horses lay overturned, their hides equally ravaged. The average person witnessing such a scene would likely be driven to regurgitate their last meal. Li Guangming sighed, raising his hand to caress the air. And in that fleeting moment, it seemed as if an invisible monstrosity devoured the noxious yellow gas. The environment reverted to that oppressive, rainy day, enveloping all in a stifling atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the people and animals of Fulden appeared to rewind time, their rough skin restored. One by one, they awakened, incredulously gazing at their palms, as if the horrifying spectacle they had just witnessed was merely a collective dream. Did I not perish? Ah, yes. I recall a deafening explosion, followed by the spread of yellow smoke. I felt a searing pain within my skin and organs before losing consciousness. It must be real. There are bloodstains everywhere. Let us go. It is time to see the performance. Li Guangming clapped his hands, as if he had just completed a formidable task. Mira twitched her lips. After all, this was the debut of someone saving the world. Is this truly so moral? Li Guangming disregarded her peculiar expression, turning to mount his horse and gesturing for the two to hurry, lest they miss some thrilling moments. The horse would not lag behind. It was merely a reward for saving the villagers. The trio sped forth, of course at the horse's full gallop. Upon learning that Ludendorff was at the central military base, Diana abandoned Steve and the others, vaulting over the fence and heading straight for the command tower. Upon seeing Ludendorff, she remained silent and immediately engaged in combat, the two exchanging blows vigorously. It was no wonder she struggled. The enemy had indulged in more than one dose of enhancement. Li Guangming, present to observe the familiar unfolding events, looked on with an air of casual amusement, as if he were merely a spectator enjoying a snack. After Diana painstakingly defeated Ludendorff, she realized that events were not unfolding as she had hoped. The German forces continued to transport gas bombs. She fell into a spiral of self-doubt, while Li Guangming, reveling in the chaos, chimed in with his earlier assertion on Paradise Island that even without Ares, they would turn on one another. Steve offered some soothing words before he set off to sabotage the German aircraft transporting the gas bombs. It was at this moment that Diana fully embraced Li Guangming's words. Just as Patrick Morgan's figure appeared on the glass of the command tower, listening to Patrick, she understood in an instant that the person before her was indeed Ares. Faced with his persuasion, she hesitated briefly before brandishing her sword and striking. Chapter 101. Termination and Return to Paradise Island. Upon witnessing the silver blade aimed at him, Ares, still in the guise of Patrick, felt a surge of anger bubbling within him. How could the women of Paradise Island have taught him such a lack of martial ethics? Achio. At that moment, Li Guangming, observing the battle, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his slightly itchy nose, muttering, "Who is thinking of me?" With that, he turned his gaze back to Diana. She drew forth the Godslayer's sword and the lasso of truth, but for Ares, they were mere trifles. The Godslayer's sword shattered at its tip, reduced to only the hilt, and the lasso of truth never even had the chance to approach. An invisible force hindered Ares as he extended his hand in a grasping motion, flinging Diana outward. In an instant, she crashed into the runway, creating a human-shaped crater as if the concrete were mere tofu. Ares immediately commanded the surrounding cars, steel, and concrete to rain down upon her. Despite the searing pain that rendered her breathless, she managed to evade the onslaught with a swift roll. Seizing the moment, Ares revealed his true identity. As the metal around him melted, glowing a bright crimson, akin to flowing lava, enveloping him completely. With a swift motion, he clawed at his face, unveiling his true visage as the molten silver metal solidified into a rough, ancient armor adorned with four prominent horns. Loki remarked on the elegance of his appearance, albeit noting the horns were somewhat diminutive. In the dark of night, the intense heat of the molten metal and the chaos of battle created a vast arena engulfed in flames, reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, where only the victor would emerge unscathed. He watched, transfixed, as she swiftly executed a German soldier from behind, a smirk of satisfaction spreading across his face, his power surging ever stronger. Realizing the peril, she had no choice but to strike first, delivering a powerful punch towards Ares. Yet, he effortlessly sidestepped her unexpected blow, retaliating with a flurry of strikes against her. Their struggle intensified, each employing their full might, while Diana visibly grew stronger with each passing moment. The apocalyptic scene left the surrounding German soldiers in a state of shock, their faces pale with fear, their rifles trembling in unsteady hands, their legs quaking in retreat. They had never anticipated that the reinforced concrete would shatter like weathered rock upon contact. Thoughts of engineering shortcuts flickered through their minds, fleeting and implausible. They knew all too well the wrath of their general was a fate worse than death should they fail. As they witnessed the two deities entangled in combat, the once smooth airport surface became riddled with craters, prompting their retreat. Among the unfortunate was Dr. Maru, who had initially spared Diana, only to find fate conspiring against her, as a piece of shrapnel turned her into a veritable hive of pain. Meanwhile, the aircraft laden with gas bombs found its landing gear compromised by a wayward jeep, prompting the pilot to flee in desperation. With the battle escalating dangerously close, remaining inside was folly. There was no point in waiting for death. As Li Guangming observed the unfolding chaos with growing fatigue, a beleaguered Ares finally unleashed his fury. Thunder crackled as a brilliant orb of red and white light manifested in his grasp, accompanied by the sound of thunderclaps. This was the power of thunder summoned through the bloodline of Zeus. As the god of war, Ares' might was formidable, had Thor been present. He might have succumbed to despair, for it seemed every deity eclipsed him in martial prowess. Diana, the true embodiment of awakened demigod strength, stood resolutely with her arms crossed, her guardian silver bracelets poised to intercept the spear forged from thunder. Unexpectedly, the lightning did not dissipate. Instead, it coiled around the surface of the silver bracelets, forming a flickering web of electricity. Surprised, Gu Wang gazed upwards toward Ares, who was unwilling to relent. He seized two colossal bolts of lightning and merged them through his hands into a dazzling beam of light akin to the sun, directing it toward Diana. In response to his onslaught, Diana repeated her defensive stance, lifting her crossed arms, and after cleaving through a distance, she absorbed it all. She leaped into the air, gathering boundless lightning from the clouds around her, and unleashed a colossal column of electricity even more magnificent than Ares' strike. Ares roared in indignation, his resentment dissipating into the world. The dark clouds receded, and the sun, as if long awaited, celebrated the ultimate victory of the hero with resounding cheers. With her back to the dawn, Diana's gaze wandered over the desolated scene, her heart echoing with the confusion she had felt not long ago. With the enemy before her, who had time for uncertainty, humanity would still ignite war, even with Ares' demise. As for whether he was truly dead, Diana remained uncertain. She believed if she could vanquish him once, she could do so again. As her thoughts lingered, Li Guangming approached, flanked by Flora and Mira, applauding as they traversed the shattered stones toward her. Their presence heralded the arrival of a final boss. "I told you, you could handle this on your own," Li Guangming said, a smile gracing his lips as he came before her. Mira, gazing skyward, pondered for a moment before tilting her head toward him. "Did you say that?" "No, you might be mistaken." A gentle breeze tousled Diana's shoulder-length hair as she observed the playful banter between the two, casting aside her distractions to reveal a soft and captivating smile, embodying a touch of the mature wisdom of an older sister. "We've been out for quite some time. It's probably time to return," she gently inquired, feeling a sense of relief. Had she not been able to return to Paradise Island, she could only imagine the solitude that awaited her. Disappointment in humanity weighed heavily upon her heart, as if a hammer had struck her tender spirit. If she could not go back, she might retreat to a life of seclusion far from civilization. The words of her mother echoed in her mind. She truly wished to never leave Paradise Island again. "Let us go. It's also time to return for our reward," Li Guangming said cheerfully. His journey had been one of little more than rescuing villagers. It felt as though he was being paid for doing nothing. Reward? I thought you agreed to accompany me to vanquish Ares out of compassion for the suffering of mortals. It seems I must reevaluate." Diana's expression shifted, her face reflecting shock. "It's not mutually exclusive," Li Guangming replied with a smile, shrugging nonchalantly. As Steve and the others approached, they overheard the news of their departure, their eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. "Indeed, Ares has been dealt with, and we have no reason to take it down with us. As for the gas canisters, I entrust their destruction to you. Should they leak, the consequences will be yours alone." Li Guangming glanced at the surviving Steve, realizing that he had inadvertently saved his life. "Rest assured, we will take care of it." Charlie patted his chest, having overcome his inner fears, now exuding confidence. The others nodded in agreement. From behind Li Guangming, Flora silently observed, and upon seeing his joyful smile, A subtle curve appeared at the corner of her haughty lips. Chapter 102. The Choice of All Amazons? As they bid farewell, Steve's gaze frequently darted towards Diana, his expression revealing an unspoken sentiment. Yet, he never voiced his true feelings, masking them with laughter as he joined Li Guangming and the others for their final send-off. He understood that they belonged to different worlds, and her heart did not harbor any place for him. There was no need to force it. Waving their arms, they smiled and exchanged goodbyes, watching as Li Guangming and the others vanished in an instant. Stop looking. Frogs and swans are separated by reproductive barriers. Charlie consoled Steve, wrapping an arm around his shoulder with exaggerated seriousness. Reproductive barriers, indeed. And calling me a frog. Steve inhaled deeply, calming his nerves, then teased back. I'm still young. Unlike some, whose age belies their lamentable looks. You slander me. My looks may not have captivated countless maidens, but I certainly surpass a fair number, Charlie confidently retorted. As they all made their way towards the plane carrying the gas canisters, he turned to Samuel and inquired, Isn't that so? Well, I agree with Steve's perspective. By the way, even if you did pursue Diana, given her physical prowess, could you truly break through? Samuel whimsically posed this question, his curiosity piqued. The four engaged in a spirited debate as they approached the gas canisters, determined to handle the matter themselves. They knew the deceptive nature of those politicians and could not trust them with such a perilous task. Otherwise, the consequences could indeed be as dire as Li Guangming had warned, with more lives at stake. Would those individuals truly destroy such formidable gas canisters? Even a fool wouldn't believe that. Li Guangming, accompanied by Flora, Mela, and Diana, instantly teleported back to Paradise Island. He had no desire to experience another Robinson Crusoe saga. Such an ordeal was best encountered only once in a lifetime. Amidst the dusty yellow houses and winding lanes, numerous Amazons donned loose, colorful silks, resembling hastily cut and sewn fabric draped over them, showcasing a quintessentially ancient Greek attire. Periodically, a squad of female warriors patrolled, armed with spears, swords, and shields. Each was engrossed in her own tasks, maintaining the usual air of normalcy among their kin, when the four figures suddenly materialized. Startled, one woman was about to unleash a tirade of curses, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was Princess Diana, come to confront the god of war, Ares. And she abruptly held her tongue. Shortly after she left the island, whispers began to circulate, claiming that she had set out to vanquish the god of war, Ares. A rumor later confirmed by the queen herself. Though most of her kin harbored disdain for humanity, as they were once enslaved by them in ancient times, their freedom was granted under the leadership of Hippolyta. Despite this, they held a profound admiration for the princess. She was a deity, after all. The princess? Indeed. It was Princess Diana. She had returned. An increasing number of Amazons gathered to witness the returning Diana, intrigued by her triumphant return. It was said that those who left the island could never return, yet her safe homecoming signified the completion of the seemingly impossible feat of slaying a god. The atmosphere was chaotic, the narrow alleyways thronged with onlookers. Li Guangming, standing aside, felt no twinge of jealousy akin to that of certain deities, even as he was jostled to the side. However, was it truly moral for you to take advantage of this opportunity? Knowing you have not seen a man in thousands of years, what does it mean to crowd around Diana, pressing in on her? And you there? Why is your hand reaching downward? Are you unaware that you have ventured into inappropriate territory? Li Guangming swiftly intercepted the wandering hand, casting a bemused glance at the numerous fair-skinned beauties before him, their eyes darting his way. Just as he prepared to teleport away, the sound of metal striking shields resonated, and the crowd parted, creating a broad space. 5 or 6 Amazonian warriors, adorned in gleaming bronze armor that revealed substantial skin, approached him. They knelt before Li Guangming, their demeanor solemn as they proclaimed, "We welcome the new god." Their joy at the princess's return was palpable, but as Li Guangming was a deity of even higher status, proper etiquette must be observed. He nodded in acceptance of their greeting and then spoke in a deep voice, "Lead us back to the palace." Upon his command, the kneeling warriors rose, offering a simple bow to Princess Diana before turning to clear the path ahead. With their presence, the other Amazons had no choice but to maintain their distance, lamenting that had they known, they should have pressed in more vigorously. Perhaps they might have brushed against Li Guangming. He was the only man on the island, a god more powerful and gentle than Zeus himself. Was it delightful to be encircled by them? Hearing Mela's teasing remarks from behind, Li Guangming refrained from defending himself, instead pretending to reflect with a hint of satisfaction. Indeed. Delightful. What? Are you feeling envious? The Amazonian warriors ahead turned to glance back at Li Guangming, intrigued by his charming demeanor, which lacked the impatience of Zeus. It seemed that being in his company was not so bad after all. Uffed. Who would be jealous of you? Mela retorted, turning her head away in denial. Fiora, do I look like someone who is jealous? Yes. The unexpected betrayal from her sister left her taken aback, prompting her to ignore the two and seek solace elsewhere. In a short while, Guangming and his companions returned to the magnificent palace. From a distance, they spotted Queen Hippolyta at the grand entrance, adorned in golden attire that resembled battle armor, symbolizing her royal status. She had just learned of their return, otherwise, she would have surely come to greet them. Mother! Diana immediately rushed forward, embracing Hippolyta tightly. The sentinel warrior women surrounding them swiftly knelt on one knee in homage to Guangming, while Hippolyta cast an apologetic glance in his direction. Welcome home. Hippolyta addressed Guangming and the others, then tenderly scrutinized Diana, gently stroking her hair as she inquired. What is your conclusion? Do you believe they are worthy of salvation? I do not know. Without Ares, they still engage in conflict, as if it is their very nature. Yet, there are some among them who possess admirable virtues. They selflessly offered us their remaining horses, and even amidst the chaos, the children yearn for a brighter future. My disappointment in them outweighs my expectations. I long to retreat from the world, yet I am uncertain if that is the right course of action. Diana expressed her feelings of frustration and confusion regarding recent events. Hippolyta cradled her face in her hands, compelling her to meet her gaze, and comforted her. You must have faith in your choices. Confusion is but a fleeting state. Taking time to reflect is not evasion, but contemplation. Diana nodded, then, with a hint of perplexity, asked, Mother, what promise did you make to Guangming that would persuade this lazy man to accompany me on my travels? Hippolyta lowered her hands, shook her head slightly, and gestured for Guangming and the others to proceed, leading Diana inside as she spoke. It is not a promise made by me, but rather the collective decision of all the Amazons. Chapter 103. The Cursed Flora and Mira. Huh? Diana uttered in confusion, wondering how the matter had shifted to her people. Suddenly, a bold thought surged within her, and she gazed incredulously at her mother, who was tugging her arm forward. Hippolyta, sensing her thoughts, affirmed, It seems you have deduced the truth. We shall henceforth pledge our allegiance to the new god, Guangming. Diana's heart jolted, and she exclaimed in dismay. But were we not created by the king of the gods, Zeus? He even established a barrier to protect us. Would he not punish us for turning to other deities? She could hardly believe that her mother would sacrifice their entire Amazonian tribe for her own safety. While there were reasons for their choice, the origin lay with her. Had she not held steadfast to her beliefs, the tribe would not be entangled in this fate. Now, she understood her identity and power more clearly. She was the daughter of Zeus, the king of the gods, and felt the terrifying weight of divine authority. Even if he was currently silent and absent, there was no guarantee that he would not clash with Guangming upon learning of this. It was not merely her tribe's alliance with Guangming that troubled her, but the potential wrath of her estranged father. After all, blood ties mattered. If Guangming were incensed, pleading for mercy might prove futile. A few paces behind, Mira strode forward with her alluringly straight legs, her eyes wide as she darted glances between Guangming and Hippolyta. Little did she expect that her teasing words would manifest into reality. Approaching Guangming, she whispered softly, Are you drawn by the allure of these stunning women for leverage? Or do you seek to assemble a formidable army of land, sea, and air forces? The preceding remark was merely jest, while the latter was understandable, considering that Atlantis, the Amazons, and Kryptonians had united as one. Am I truly that kind of person? Guangming cast her a sidelong glance. I believe he would not resort to extortion, would he? With a hint of uncertainty, Flora supported Guangming, memories flooding her mind of when he captured her during the invasion of Earth, whispering sinisterly in her ear. As Mela put it, he has a criminal record. Ahead, Hippolyta disregarded their murmurs, confidently asserting to Diana, It won't happen. He didn't blame me when I led my people to rebel against humanity's enslavement. And they have long since vanished for millennia. Furthermore, the outside world is evolving rapidly. One day, our existence will undoubtedly be discovered. Merely relying on us antiquated relics would likely not suffice, and the consequences. Diana too pondered this, realizing she could not perpetually safeguard Paradise Island, releasing a helpless sigh. As night fell, the ancient and magnificent structures lay concealed in darkness, the stars twinkling, revealing their blurred silhouettes. Through the window sills and the flickering candlelight in the streets, the original hues of the walls could be faintly discerned, though obscured by the crimson glow of the flames. The sounds of insects enveloped the air, accompanied by the chorus of frogs, marking the commencement of their unique time. In the night, several glowing red lights meandered like a caterpillar, the Amazon warriors patrolling with torches in hand. In a secluded corner of the palace, 3 figures lounged nonchalantly atop the roof tiles. Here, One could gaze up at the resplendent night sky or look down to see the flickering lights of homes, while the ocean's waves shimmered like blue tears, emitting a radiant glow. Are you not concerned about disturbing the timeline upon taking charge of the Amazon tribe? In the stillness, Mela's voice was calm, seemingly inquiring yet appearing indifferent. Her gaze absorbed the scenery before her. Having lived in the ocean since childhood, she seldom had the opportunity to admire the beauty of the stars. Sharing this moment of carefree appreciation for such splendor with someone she cherished brought her immense contentment. What is there to fear? After all, this is a parallel universe. Perhaps our involvement signifies the correct timeline. You fear that I might influence the past and cause your disappearance, do you not? Li Guangming lay back with his hands behind his head, gazing at the stars. The coronation ceremony is set for the day after tomorrow. Hippolyta assured him that everything was in order, save for his royal robe, which was still in the process of being crafted. Li Guangming reflected that indeed, although he possessed a male version of Wonder Woman's armor, replicated from Greek battle gear, he could not don it during the transfer of power. He could create one directly from blueprints, but the significance of hand-sewn garments was altogether different. Mela's tone was steady, tinged with a hint of apprehension. Yes, even if I recognize it as a mere figment of my imagination, I still worry about vanishing suddenly or missing the chance to meet you. This irrational fear arose unbidden, perhaps stemming from a sense of insecurity. Unlike Flora, who had naturally found her way to him, Mela felt as though she had been delivered to him, inevitably giving rise to her anxious thoughts. However, unbeknownst to her, ever since the arrival of Li Guangming in her universe, most had deviated from their paths, venturing into the unknown. And you, Flora? Mira turned her gaze to the side, where darkness engulfed the surroundings. Yet as an Atlantean, she could distinctly discern Flora's visage. I am a warrior. It is only in glorious death that one meets their rightful end. The monumental task of reconstructing Krypton awaits my return, and what remains is my own time. Where he goes, I shall follow, Flora declared resolutely, pausing for a moment before adding, to die without regrets. Mira choked slightly, puzzled by the morbid tone reminiscent of a dying farewell. With Li Guangming present, death seemed an impossibility. I shall not allow you to perish. Even if you yearn for death, I will wrest you back from its clutches. Let us remain together for eternity. Li Guangming's malevolent voice echoed around them, akin to a living